Like this video and subscribe this channel guys, for more crazy parts. Chapter 1. Ding! Congratulations, you have reached the required system level, please prepare for promotion. Yayu, who had just absorbed the origin of a world, was silent when he heard the voice suddenly popping up in his mind. Looking at the endless chaotic sky, Yayu was stunned for a moment before he regained his composure. Is it finally here? Others who travel through time all obtain a system and then begin to counterattack and reach the pinnacle of their lives, or become a powerful figure in the world. But he directly traveled through time and space and became a newly born system without any intelligence. Thanks to this, he also learned some inside stories between the systems, and why the systems had to travel through the worlds to help some people become stronger. 1. Unique function of the system: you can spend your essence to freely travel through the heavens, if there are no accidents. 2. The system also has promotion levels. 3. There is not just one system in the heavens, but thousands and thousands of them. 4. There will be special rules after reaching a certain level. Currently we only know that it will compete with other systems. 5. You may encounter the same kind of creatures in the same world. If you cannot enslave them, just kill and devour them. Now Yayu has traveled through and plundered more than a dozen worlds, and encountered several of his kind during this period. In the beginning, due to his low system level, he avoided them whenever possible. Try not to get into disputes with them or expose yourself to their sight, but as he gradually becomes stronger, he will start to fight with other systems. Yayu didn't know how time was counted in the heavens, because the speed of time flow was different in each world of different levels, which should be due to the level of the heavenly Dao. In some worlds, Yayu only took a few years to completely clear them, while in some worlds it took him hundreds of years. Summarizing his experience over the years, he classified the systems into 4 categories: functional systems, auxiliary systems, rule systems, and other systems. I won't discuss the strengths and weaknesses of the various systems because I haven't made a specific comparison. However, when I looked at the functions of my system panel, Yayu's mouth curled up slightly. System: Yayu. Level: Level 9, promotion available. System function: plunder. Plundered system functions: amplification of all things, currently 10 times, summoning from another world. Original point: omitted. My function should be considered as a rule-based one, since it's a bit perverted after all. Yayu's tone was excited. The 10-fold increase and the summoning from another world were obtained after he had planned for a long time and killed 2 of his kind. He used the world as bait to trick them to death. I don't know how much hardship I went through during that period. However, the gains were considerable. The 2 additional system functions made his future promotion much easier. Ding! Time is up. Start teleporting to a specific world. Ding! This world already knows, a system with the same level as you. System promotion conditions: kill the opponent. A familiar voice came to his mind again. Yayu adjusted his mood, and an irresistible rule descended. Swish! The target has been launched into the designated world, and the DZY9527 assessment has begun. As time and space passed, when Yayu came to his senses, he had already come to a world from the chaotic void. This world? Yayu sensed and frowned slightly. Why is there no heavenly Dao? Yes, there is no justice in this world. This is the first time he has encountered such an outrageous thing as a system. The origin of system plunder is to sneak into the world and steal things under the nose of heaven. Therefore, as a system, they are very familiar with the heavenly Dao, and generally they will be suppressed by the heavenly Dao as soon as they enter the world. They have to find a native to parasitize and then survive in order to barely avoid some suppression, commonly known as looking for a host. However, considering the special circumstances of this incident, it doesn't matter. Let's go back to our old job first, find a host to hide in, and don't let the same kind notice us. After all, the first person to be exposed will be at a great disadvantage. No longer thinking about the reasons, Yu turned into a ray of light and traveled through the void of the world. Because there was no heavenly Dao watching over him, Yu's journey was extremely smooth. He traveled through the world without any obstacles, which he had never dared to think about before. At this time, in a certain star field in the world, the DZY civilization was destroyed in the winter. The civilization level was a slave society. This creation simulation lasted for 10,000 years. Zhang Fan frowned as he looked at the planet that was constantly collapsing in front of him. Why did it fail again? This is the 156th time. There are not many creation points left. I can only maintain creation once more. If I fail again, what went wrong? Everything was fine the first few times, so why can't we even break through the information age in the future? Zhang Fan was very helpless. It was bad enough that he had failed as an ordinary person in the past, but how come he couldn't achieve anything even in this era? This world was just an ordinary world before, and people had no superpowers. But later the world suddenly changed, and everyone could become the master of a star. After becoming a star master, you can bind an ownerless planet and develop your own civilization on it. It can be said that Star Lord possesses the ability of the Creator God. Zhang Fan was also one of the first people to become a star master. Due to fierce competition, he could only grab a barren planet with not very rich resources. When civilization was first created, due to the limitation of resources in the world, he only developed civilization to the feudal society. In the end, due to resource constraints, they were unable to survive the disaster and their civilization was destroyed. The second time, they finally developed to the information technology age, but it took too long and the location was located by the Star Lord of a nearby star field. They already had space travel technology and brought a large army to attack. The gap in civilization level between the two sides was huge, and in the end Zhang Fan had to flee in a panic. It took him several years to escape the enemy's pursuit and finally he found an unowned star region again. He had been developing here until now, but what happened next made him collapse. A total of 154 creations. Not once did they reach the peak civilization of the previous one. Alas, as expected, even in a different world, trash is still trash, hee. Zhang Fan laughed at himself, looking at the endless starry sky in the distance, his eyes becoming moist. Adults collapse in an instant. Ding! The Ping Ping Guoqi system is binding, please wait, 10%, 66%, 99%, 100%, binding successful. System. Hearing the voice coming from his mind, Zhang Fan couldn't help but be stunned. It had been a long time since he heard this word. When he was still a social animal, the only time he could relax was to squeeze out some time to read novels. Naturally, I am very familiar with this magical thing called the system. Really? Is this what they call a junk standard system? I am saved. System. Zhang Fan called out loudly in his heart. Ding! The host is too excited, please calm down. It seems that the host had a hard time before, but it is normal for ordinary people to be excited when they can bind to the system. After all, the system is synonymous with plugins. Now I come to conquer. Chapter 2. System. You have to save me. How can I live without you? Zhang Fan cried with tears and snot. There was nothing he could do. He had been hit so hard during this period that he had already accepted his fate and realized that he was a loser. Now that the system has bound him, he will naturally seize the opportunity without caring about his face. I just want to rely on the invincible system to reach the top of the invincibility. I want to stand out and show off. Yu expressed his understanding that geniuses are only a minority and those who are not born to be rich will have a fate full of ups and downs. Now that I'm here, I will rewrite your destiny. Moreover, the system has rules and restrictions, and the host cannot be changed in the middle of the process. I don't know what will happen if the rules are violated. But Yayu doesn't want to try it himself. Ding. Please tell us what you want, the system will do its best to train you to be the strongest in this world. Good. Good. Great. I believe in the system that you can do it. Zhang Fan said excitedly. I'm in trouble now. I don't know if you have any solution for me. Please tell me what I need to prepare. Zhang Fan described his current situation to Yayu. Ding. Host, please wait a moment. The system begins to analyze the rules and energy system of this world. After saying that, Yayu began to work at full speed to continuously analyze everything in this world. Since there was no heavenly law, everything went smoothly. Zhang Fan also waited patiently. He didn't have any ability anyway, so he would listen to the system's arrangements in the future. Even if it was worse, it would still be better than now. I don't know how much time has passed. Ding. The analysis is complete and we are starting to propose solutions based on the problems encountered by the host. Here we come. Zhang Fan's eyes lit up. At this moment Yayu suddenly fell silent. He was just about to invest a large amount of origin points to help the host create a new planet with abundant resources, and then allow the host to develop rapidly. This way it would be easier to deal with another of our kind in this world. Result. This is a special assessment. The system cannot use too many origin points to accumulate hosts. All actions must be within the rules. This is what happened when Yayu was about to take action when he was suddenly stopped by an irresistible force and a warning was issued. Tisk. Yayu frowned. There was actually such a broken rule. Aren't the large amount of origin points he stored also part of his strength? Why did he set such a restriction? As for the rules mentioned by this power, 1. If you want to give the host origin points, you must issue a matching task. Only after the host completes it can the origin points be issued as a reward. 2. The system cannot directly help the host resolve the crisis, such as directly killing the enemy. It is too easy for a system like theirs to kill an indigenous creature, as they use the power of rules. However, they usually don't take the initiative when plundering the world. After all, under the nose of the heavenly Dao, doing so is tantamount to exposing their position. Once locked by the heavenly Dao, even if one does not die, he will be forcibly expelled by the heavenly Dao. 3. This assessment mainly tests the application of system functions. This is outrageous, and this is what Yayu wants to complain about the most. This kind of assessment can only allow you to survive one system, and you are doing this? It is hard for Yayu not to doubt that this kind of assessment is just to refine the goo, to screen out the systems with powerful functions and let them survive, right? System? System? You spoke. I'm so anxious. Zhang Fan waited for a long time, but there was no movement. He called Yayu several times but there was no response. He thought that he was too useless and the system had abandoned him. Ding. Host, I know you are anxious, but please don't be anxious. Yayu came back to his senses and responded to Zhang Fan. Hey, okay, if you come up with a solution, please let me know. Zhang Fan breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the noise. As long as he wasn't abandoned, it was fine. Yayu started planning a solution again. Since he couldn't solve the problem directly from the root, he had no choice but to develop on this barren planet. He has already figured out the power system of this world, but it seems that his host is not talented. He doesn't even have any awakened talent. That's right, it's talent. When this world changes suddenly, some of them who become Star Masters will awaken their talents. Talent can help the Star Master quickly develop his own civilization. When it comes to talent, there are naturally strong and weak talents. Unfortunately, his host doesn't even have any talent, so he has no room to operate. Yayu looked at his function of amplifying all things. Using this to help the host enhance his talent doesn't count as breaking the rules, right? Oh, and here's the newbie gift pack. The rules allow the system to distribute a novice gift package, which can quickly help the host rise. However, the quality of this gift package depends on how many origin points the system has inserted. But there is an upper limit, so it won't be too outrageous. As for what can be opened, it is all random. You could only pray that his host's luck wasn't too bad, as long as he could unlock a talent. Ding! The host has a novice gift package, which has been issued now. Do you want to open it? Zhang Fan was stunned for a moment, and immediately said, "Open it." With a flash of golden light, Zhang Fan thought he had opened something of golden legendary level, and his mood suddenly became excited. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining B-level talent and abundant resources. Resource rich, grade B. The planets under the command of the Star Lord will refresh some resources every once in a while, and the resource richness is proportional to the starting resources of the planet. Looking at the talent that opened up, Zhang Fan's face lit up with joy. Although it was not the god-level item he expected, it was like a timely help for his current situation. Yu, who was observing secretly, also breathed a sigh of relief. His luck was pretty good. The upper limit of the talent offered in the novice gift package was probably A-level talent. It was considered very good to be able to get B-level. Now it's your turn to take action. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the B-level talent-rich resources, triggering the system function of amplifying all things. Ding! The B-level talent-rich resources is amplified tenfold and transformed into the A-level talent Star of Abundance. Zhang Fan was a little confused when he heard the sudden prompt from the system, because Yu had not yet opened the system panel for him, so he didn't know what system functions his system had. But now he couldn't care about anything else and hurried to check the effects of his new talent. Rich Star, Grade A. The planets under your command must be planets with abundant resources. Even a barren planet can be transformed rapidly within a period of time. Wow! It took off. Zhang Fan kept shouting in his heart. Ding! Host, don't be excited. This is just the basics. Under the guidance of this system, all things and stars can be stepped on. Yu, who was living in Zhang Fan's body, could naturally hear this silent cry. Ahem. Sorry, I didn't stop. I've been suffering for so long. It feels like I failed the exam for 18 years and suddenly passed it. Zhang Fan smiled awkwardly. Ding! Work hard to improve yourself, say goodbye to your decadent past from now on, and slowly develop the heart of a strong person. Yu also learned about Zhang Fan's experience. He was a typical miserable person. If he had not come, he would probably have suffered for the rest of his life. Chapter 3. With the arrival of A-level talent, the planet bound to Zhang Fan began to transform, and this transformation was naturally a good thing. Zhang Fan looked at the transforming planet and recalled what happened today. It was really a dream. Ding! The system panel has been opened for the host, please check. Yu reminded. Good. Zhang Fan responded, then opened his system panel. Host, Zhang Fan. Level, First Level Star Master. Bound Planet, Barren Planet, Transforming. Talent, Star of Abundance, Level A. Civilizations under your command, none. System functions, plunder, amplification of all things, 10 times, summoning from another world. System points, 0. System evaluation, you are the worst host I have ever led. Please become stronger as soon as possible. Looking at the system's evaluation of himself, Zhang Fan's mouth twitched, and he felt like the head teacher who often complained about his class. But I am really useless and can only cling to the system and become stronger as soon as possible. Now that I have the support of the system, it is time for me to start my last creation. There are not many creation points left now, and it can only be maintained for the last time, but Zhang Fan believes that this time he will succeed. Begin the creation simulation. Following Zhang Fan's order, the desolate planet before our eyes was undergoing a sudden change. Invest in the seeds of intelligent life, and Zhang Fan thought for a moment and decided to create human beings. One reason is that he was also a human before, so he naturally has a great liking for the human race. Second, he is very familiar with the human species, and if the direction of human evolution goes wrong in the middle, he can correct it in time. Invest in the seeds of intelligent life, humans. Simulate the evolution of the atmosphere and the evolution of species richness. Zhang Fan waved his hand, and a large number of creation points fell. The barren planet before our eyes began to change. Yayu was also watching with curiosity in the dark. He had been through so many worlds before, but none was as magical as this world. This kind of creative power can make one a creator in other worlds, but here he is just a small star lord. In addition, this world was just an ordinary world before, and then it underwent a mutation to create the current situation. It was hard for Yayu not to wonder whether the irresistible force of rules behind the system had descended upon this world. The reason for the mutation of this world is to create a special world for system assessment. If this is true, it would be intriguing. After investing all the seeds of life, Zhang Fan watched the evolution of the desolate planet carefully. If there was any mistake, he would immediately take action to remedy it. However, the evolution of species is extremely long. Fortunately, the Star Master can use creation points to speed up the flow of time on the barren planet. Of course, the amount of creation points consumed by this operation is undoubtedly huge. This is because no intelligent race has been formed and no life species have been born on the barren planet, otherwise this cost will increase exponentially. Zhang Fan gritted his teeth and decided to use some of his creation points to accelerate time. Speed up the evolution. The cycle, 100,000 years. As massive amounts of creation points were scattered, the desolate planet seemed to have been fast-forwarded. There are lightning and thunder in the atmosphere, various chemical reactions are constantly taking place, and the sun, moon, and stars are moving. Those seeds of life also slowly germinated on the barren planet, and the Earth's crust began to move continuously. Various plates began to migrate along with the movement of the Earth's crust, and life species were born one by one in the endless ocean. With the blessing of A-level talent, the barren planet also began to transform rapidly, and a large number of rich resources appeared on the planet. It will definitely be needed for the future development of civilization, but not now, because the level of civilization is not up to standard and they cannot use these resources at all. Zhang Fan still chose the technological route. He needed to invest very few creation points on this path, and the leap of civilization would depend entirely on the natives of the planet. Anyway, he didn't understand technological research and development. But he can still intervene in the enlightenment of the indigenous people, allowing them to form a social system as soon as possible, awaken their spiritual powers, and then develop rapidly. I don't know how much time had passed, but the accelerator on the desolate planet was paused, and the flow of time returned to its original state. Yayu watched everything in the dark, thoughtfully. However, Zhang Fan sighed, is it true that 100,000 years is not enough? But I don't have any extra creation points. If I use them to accelerate time, I won't be able to get the creation points I need later, which will greatly delay the development of civilization. With the end of the accelerated evolution, as the Star Lord, he could naturally sense that the human species had not yet been born, and each one was still a single cell in the endless ocean. On the barren planet, or should I say on the planet, after 100,000 years of blessing, the barren planet has completed its transformation. Let's just name it Earth Star. There are already many rich gymnosperms, angiosperms, bryophytes, ferns, algae, seed plants, lichens, fungi on Earth. As for animals, if Zhang Fan had not invested the life seeds of dinosaurs, there would naturally be no dinosaur era, Jurassic era, etc. Don't use the timeline of species evolution on Earth. Fiction is naturally fake, and it would be difficult to write if the time span is too long. Yayu seemed to notice Zhang Fan's hesitation, and after a little thought, he gave his suggestion. Ding! The system reminds the host that it is better to speed up the birth of human species. Solve the current crisis first, and then consider the future. The evolution of civilization must require the birth of intelligent species, otherwise the efficiency will be greatly delayed. Don't lose the big picture for the small. Zhang Fan, who was hesitating, was stunned when he heard the system prompt. That's right. The system is right. Without intelligent species, civilization cannot develop at all. Secondly, since the system recommends that you do this, then why hesitate? Just follow the system and go all in. Isn't it just burning money? Continue to accelerate the evolution of species until the human species is born. Zhang Fan gritted his teeth and continued to invest massive amounts of creation points, not knowing whether the remaining creation points would be enough. Boom! The earth trembled slightly and began a huge transformation. The scene before them was full of hustle and bustle, which dazzled the two men. Various ancient eras took place on the earth, from the Archean to the Proterozoic, and then to the Paleozoic. Many plates were formed on the continent, and algae, lower invertebrates, and so on were born. Life species entered the Cambrian period and life began to explode. Time passed quickly, and we entered the Mesozoic era from the Paleozoic era. Animals and plants appeared and reproduced in large numbers, the weather began to form, and everything entered a cyclical pattern. The atmosphere also creates a comfortable climate environment. Finally, time transitioned from the Mesozoic era to the Cenozoic era. Mammals and angiosperms entered an era of great prosperity, and the biological world gradually took on its modern appearance, that is, the era of modern biology. The human species was born. Chapter 4. Call. Zhang Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the creation point had persisted until the birth of the human species. Everything was worth it. Now there were only a few creation points left. This thing really costs money. This was before the birth of intelligent species. If Zhang Fan wanted to speed it up later, he couldn't afford it. Yu remained silent. He had previously tried to assign a system task to Zhang Fan, asking Zhang Fan to create a living species, but the rules did not recognize it, which led to the failure of Yu's plan to give Zhang Fan special treatment. It seems that there are restrictions on the release of system tasks, so disgusting. In the previous worlds he had experienced, it was not like the system could issue tasks as it pleased or give out rewards as it pleased. As a result, this is restricted, and that is restricted. Don't let me know who makes the rules later, otherwise, let's wait and see. After searching for a while, Yu finally found a task that could be released. Ding! System task released. Mission: help the human race quickly enlighten and establish a primary civilization system. Reward: 10,000 system points, 1 chance to win a prize. Zhang Fan was stunned. A system task? It just so happened that he was planning to quickly enlighten the human race, so this task came at the right time. System: what are these system points for? Can I buy anything with them? Zhang Fan, who had read many system novels, naturally understood the mystery behind it. Ding! Yes, host. System points are our currency system. If you want to buy items or use special functions, you will spend system points. Yu replied that there was nothing he could do as this assessment was entirely within the rules and he could not tamper with the task rewards at will. Fortunately, he did not have to pay for the rewards as they would be paid by the person who made the rules behind the scenes. The items purchased were also provided by the person behind the scenes. Yu knew some methods, which were nothing more than taking them from other worlds or trading them. Understood. I will complete the task as soon as possible. Zhang Fan nodded. Then now is the time for me to enter the earth. The Star Lord can transform into an ordinary person to enter. However, there is a limitation, that is, all superpowers cannot be used. Once the world evolves, it depends on how the Star Master himself controls it. Set another 100-year cycle. 100 years should be enough for me to enlighten this group of humans. Zhang Fan muttered to himself, and once again spent a little bit of creation points to increase the speed of time on Earth, and then entered Earth alone. The air is rich in oxygen, and it is indeed a good time for life to emerge. Zhang Fan, who was dressed simply, took a deep breath. Looking at the lush green vegetation, he thought for a moment and then headed towards the gathering place of human beings. The place where he landed was not far from them, so it didn't take long for their figures to appear in his field of vision. Ding! Remind the host that humans are still in the beast age at this time. If you approach rashly, you will be attacked. Zhang Fan came back to his senses. He had stayed in the previous civilization for so long that he almost forgot that his own civilization had been restarted. A new cycle was a new beginning. Humans of this period have not yet guided themselves to enlightenment, and their animality is greater than their rationality. It can also be said that they have no rationality at all. If he approached so blatantly, he would probably be attacked on the spot. After all, his current body was just that of an ordinary human being, and he would not be able to defeat the strong and powerful human race. Looks like I have to use the old trick again. There is no good way at the moment. Just wait, just move around near where they live, don't rashly enter their territory, wait until you are familiar with them and make them feel that you are not a threat, that's it. No, it's not that there is no threat to them, but that we won't take action against them. Without threat, there is no deterrent, and these unintelligent humans will take action against us. I don't remember which enlightenment I received, but I acted too harmless and was listed as their prey. At that time, I was inexperienced, the other side was outnumbered, and I was just a mortal, so I was defeated as their god. He was so angry that when he returned, he destroyed that civilization and started over again. Let's get back to the topic. The humans at this time naturally noticed Zhang Fan, who was dressed in a strange way. They stared at him vigilantly, and many of them kept roaring at him. It seemed like he wanted to scare Zhang Fan away by roaring. Zhang Fan ignored him and started making a simple hammock around him. The house was difficult to build and it was a bit strenuous for him to make it alone, but a hammock was not difficult. He didn't want to sleep on the ground, it was safer in the tree. As for food, the only advantage of their Star Masters is that they will not starve to death and do not need to eat at all. The humans on the other side looked at Zhang Fan, who was constantly fiddling with things, and were confused, but seeing that he would not attack them, they just left it alone. However, they still sent some people to keep a close eye on Zhang Fan. Everything is back to the way it was. Time passed, and Zhang Fan built the simple hammock before the sun set. During this period, many humans returned here. They looked like humans who were out hunting. Hey! As a burst of fire ignited, the human race that had been staring at Zhang Fan suddenly widened their eyes. Roar! Roar! This human species jumped around and kept roaring at Zhang Fan. Its roar also attracted more humans to come and check the situation. The roaring human race kept pointing at Zhang Fan, gesturing and roaring, as if telling something. The movement over there also attracted Zhang Fan's attention. Maybe they were scared by fire. That's right, humans at this time didn't know how to make fire by drilling wood together, and they ate raw food. Zhang Fan muttered to himself. Suddenly his eyes lit up and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. This method had never been tried before. He stood up, picked up some tools, and walked towards the human race with a torch. Yayu, who was observing secretly, naturally understood Zhang Fan's plan, and he was also looking forward to whether Zhang Fan could succeed. The humans looked at Zhang Fan walking towards them with torches in hand and retreated in fear. They were naturally afraid of fire. It seemed that they had seen forest fires before and knew how powerful these things were. Roar! A humanoid who was taller than the other humanoids came forward. It seemed that this guy was the leader of this group of humanoids. Seeing this, Other humans also hid behind it, roaring and warning Zhang Fan not to get close. Zhang Fan understood and knew to keep a good distance. Otherwise, if he entered a certain range, they would feel uneasy and would definitely attack him. About 10 meters away, Zhang Fan stopped, stuck the torch aside, then placed the fire-making tools in place, and motioned for them to watch. I don't know if they can understand my gestures though. Chapter 5. Under their gaze, Zhang Fan began the process of rubbing two woods together to make fire. This process was very long, at least half an hour. Fortunately, today's humans are very patient and kept staring at Zhang Fan closely. Hard work pays off. As a little spark started to ignite, Zhang Fan immediately put some grass fluff on it and blew gently a few times with his mouth, and the fire immediately ignited. As Zhang Fan continued to add fuel, the flames stabilized. The humans on the other side were extremely shocked when they saw the sudden appearance of the flames. Zhang Fan smiled slightly. This is the power of knowledge. Roar! Roar! Ha! Ha! The humans were shouting and screaming, apparently stunned by Zhang Fan's move. Zhang Fan knew that his mission was accomplished. The next step was to see how the human race would perform. His presence would also make them very alert. He threw the fire-making tool he made to them and returned to his camp. Ding! The host did a good job by not approaching rashly. Humans are still very vigilant now. Experience is all about lessons learned through blood and tears. Zhang Fan smiled helplessly. Fire was very intimidating to humans of this period. If he could create fire, they would be afraid of him, which would make it easier for him to act in the future and speed up the enlightenment process, killing two birds with one stone. I just don't know if humans can learn it after I only demonstrated it once. In the past, I learned about them by getting familiar with them and then teaching them step by step. However, this early age sapiens seemed to have a strong learning ability, and the human species it created should not be bad either. As Zhang Fan left, the humans also walked forward vigilantly and picked up the tools that Zhang Fan threw to them. The leader looked in Zhang Fan's direction thoughtfully. The burning fire had been extinguished after the remaining firewood had been burned. It then led the group of humans back to the camp. A bunch of humans gathered together. The leader imitated Zhang Fan's operation, and the human species next to him also collected all the materials used by Zhang Fan and placed them next to him. So everyone stared at the leader's operation with bright eyes. As time passed, little sparks ignited. The leader quickly placed a handful of grass fluff and blew gently with his big mouth. Shh, hey! The fire suddenly ignited, and the leader hurriedly added new straw and dry firewood to maintain the flame. After a while, the flame gradually stabilized. Hoo! 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 The humans shouted and screamed, jumping up and down on the spot. The leader also grinned, looking like he was in a good mood. Although they were a little afraid of the fire, the warmth it brought kept warming their bodies. On this slightly cold night, they experienced unprecedented comfort. After the first contact, Zhang Fan and the human race got along more harmoniously in the days that followed, and the human race's hostility towards Zhang Fan was not as strong. During this period of time, the human race also assigned a group of humans to follow Zhang Fan from morning to night. This was not a warning, but the first contact made them realize that learning Zhang Fan's behavior would be very beneficial to them. Zhang Fan naturally understood what they meant, so he tried his best to demonstrate something practical to them. When the humans saw that Zhang Fan was walking on 2 feet, they followed suit. They were very uncomfortable at first, but as time passed, everyone got used to it. However, it takes a long evolution to completely stand on 2 feet and walk. Seeing Zhang Fan actually roasting the meat on the fire, he didn't understand why Zhang Fan did that. But I still learned it. I didn't get it right at the beginning and the meat was burnt, but after trying again and again, I learned to pay attention to the heat and timing, and gradually I became proficient in grilling meat. After eating the delicious cooked meat, humans decisively gave up their previous practice of eating raw meat, and from then on they would roast everything they ate over the fire. It feels like it won't taste good if it's not baked. Seeing that Zhang Fan was wearing clothes, they imitated him even though they didn't understand what they were for. Since they didn't have clothes, they used leaves instead. They were woven one by one with thick leaves and then wrapped around the body. During the period, Zhang Fan also demonstrated to them how to make weapons and hunting tools. For example, fishing nets, traps, etc. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye, Zhang Fan has been on Earth for nearly 40 years. On this day, a human suddenly walked into Zhang Fan's territory. This made Zhang Fan stunned. This was the first time they had such close contact in 40 years. Zhang Fan gestured to him what was going on, but he didn't say anything. After all, the current human race did not have a language system, and they would not understand even if he explained. The humanoid gestured, pointed at Zhang Fan, and then pointed at their camp. Zhang Fan understood, they wanted him to go to their camp, right? So Zhang Fan stood up and followed the human. After a while, Zhang Fan officially stepped into their territory for the first time. The humans stood respectfully around, and one of them led the way, bringing Zhang Fan into a simple house. During these 40 years, Zhang Fan naturally built his own house, and these humans also learned from him and built simple houses one after another. As Zhang Fan came in, the eyes of the human lying on a simple stone bed lit up. This humanoid was very old, with a bit of deathly aura all over his body, and it looked like his life was about to come to an end. After looking at it for a while, Zhang Fan knew that this humanoid was the leader of the humanoid species whom he had first come into contact with. It seems that the lifespan of modern humans is still too short, and it ends at just 40 years. Alas! Zhang Fan sighed slightly. The leader raised a trembling hand, pointed at himself, then pointed at Zhang Fan, and looked at the group of humans with bright eyes at the door. They were all in a low mood. Although a complete social system had not yet been formed, a little bit of rationality still existed in their hearts amidst the separation of life and death. Zhang Fan looked at them, then looked at the old leader, and suddenly realized that he was going to be the leader of this group of humans. Zhang Fan nodded with a heavy heart. Since others trusted him so much, he would certainly not let them down. The leader forced a smile and handed something like a crutch to Zhang Fan. As Zhang Fan took it, the leader's hand slipped away weakly. "Don't worry, I will do my best for the development of human civilization, not only for you, but also for myself." This was the first time Zhang Fan spoke in front of humans. Although this group of humans couldn't understand, it didn't matter. The old leader fell, a new leader was born, and the Enlightenment era of civilization began. After giving the first generation leader a grand burial, Zhang Fan began his hands-on teaching. The initial establishment of society was born. Chapter 6. In the following days, Zhang Fan taught them some simple numbers so that they could distinguish quantities. Initially establish an exchange system and achieve the rule of barter. Develop primitive animal husbandry, catch some small meat animals for raising and slaughtering. Zhang Fan has not taught language yet. This thing cannot be achieved overnight, but must be evolved slowly through the social system. Time went by, and another 50 years passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, Zhang Fan handed over his position as leader. "The future depends on you," Zhang Fan muttered to himself in a very low voice, and as he finished speaking, the life of this body also came to an end. The humans carried Zhang Fan's body out and buried him solemnly next to the first generation leader. Call out. As space retreated, Zhang Fan left the earth and returned to the universe. Tisk tisk, this thing is really deadly. I've experienced it so many times, and every time I die of old age, I feel so much emotion. Zhang Fan calmed himself down. When the world was created before, he had naturally intervened personally, but it was not as smooth as this time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Rewards have been issued. As long as the mission is accomplished. Zhang Fan breathed a sigh of relief. He had no idea where the initial boundaries of this civilization were. It would be very uncomfortable if he failed to reach a conclusion even by a little bit. Along with the distribution of rewards, Yayu also unlocked the system mall. These things were naturally not provided by Yayu. Yayu doesn't have the final say on the price, as his own system mall is completely restricted here. If you want to buy something, you can only buy it in this black shop. Ding! The host can now view the system mall, but the system recommends that the host not buy anything in it. It's not that Yayu wants to covet Zhang Fan's system points. He has just looked at the things inside, and it's hard to describe. It is of no help to Zhang Fan now, and 10,000 system points can't buy anything useful. Zhang Fan nodded after hearing what the system said, but even if he didn't buy it, he could at least enjoy the sight of it. Then he opened the system mall page. Level 9 planet price, 1 billion system points. Genesis point exchange 10:1. Lottery chance bronze lottery 10,000 points silver lottery 100,000 points gold lottery 1 million points diamond lottery 10 million points god level lottery 100 million points. Intelligent biological species. Looking at the densely packed things in the mall, Zhang Fan couldn't help swallowing his saliva. There were too many good things, but the prices were really expensive. Zhang Fan, who now has only 10,000 system points, is like a drop in the bucket. Out of sight, out of mind. Zhang Fan decisively closed the mall page. There was still one chance to draw for the system task reward this time. Although I don't know what level of lottery it is, it should be worth at least 10,000 points, right? System, use the lottery opportunity. Ding, the lottery opportunity has been used. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the B-level talent wisdom seed. Intelligent species, level B. The probability of your civilization giving birth to intelligent species is greatly increased. Ding! The B-level talent wisdom seed triggers the system function of all things amplification, and obtains a 10-fold amplification. B-level talent wisdom transforms into A-level talent civilization evolution. Civilization evolution, Grade A. The development of the civilization under your command is greatly accelerated, and the time it takes for intelligent species to be born is shortened 10-fold. Yayu, who was observing secretly, raised his eyebrows. His host was so lucky. To be honest, he thought that only some garbage could be drawn. After all, the level of this lottery opportunity, as a system user, he knew that it was the lowest level bronze lottery. Unexpectedly, I drew a B-level talent, which was transformed into an A-level under my powerful system function. This is like adding wings to a tiger. Zhang Fan now has 2 A-level talents. Even though it is only A-level, most of the star masters in this world do not have awakened talents, and many people's talent levels are below A-level, and S-level ones are rare. With the A-level talent binding of civilization evolution, the earth under Zhang Fan's command was shrouded in a mysterious force. This trip to Earth was very fruitful. If the Star Lord wants to continue to obtain creation points, there are only 3 ways to do so. 1. Develop the civilization under your command. As the civilization continues to develop, the Star Master can continuously obtain Genesis points. If the civilization level jumps, the Star Master can also get a large amount of Genesis point feedback. The higher the civilization level, the more Genesis points. 2. War, to seize the creation points of other Star Masters. 3. Trading. I dare not talk about the second and third points. If Star Lord Zhang Fan wants to obtain the creation point, he can only pass the first one. Trading involves great risks. If you are not strong enough, you will be finished if you are intercepted. Not to mention plundering, the other Star Masters have been developing for a long time, and Zhang Fan's progress is far behind them. However, he believed that with the help of the system, he would be able to catch up with them soon. Ding! Host, speed up the evolution of civilization as soon as possible. When it reaches a certain level, the system will help the host stimulate civilization transition. Yu had some ideas in his mind, so he urged. Good. Zhang Fan nodded heavily. Before civilization was born, the flow of time was accelerated and the creation point could only exit but not enter. Now that civilization has been initially established, although the number of accelerated creation points has also increased a lot, fortunately there will be feedback. Therefore, Zhang Fan no longer hesitated and used a large number of creation points. This time, the Earth must develop to the point of establishing a language system. Buzz. The flow of time on Earth suddenly accelerated, and this time with the blessing of talent, the evolution of civilization was greatly accelerated. The human civilization that Zhang Fan had been in before had been continuously growing since its establishment. The sphere of influence is also constantly expanding. Over thousands of years, human civilization has completely gotten rid of the way of walking on four limbs and started to walk upright. Zhang Fan's initial layout also began to take effect, and the barter system saved human civilization a lot of transition time. The use of a large number of tools and the raising of animal husbandry have also greatly improved the survival of human civilization. The population development entered a period of rapid growth. The use of fire also allows humans to survive the severe cold in winter, and prevents humans with weaker constitutions from dying from the cold. Civilization evolves rapidly and enters primitive civilization. The civilization development rate is rated excellent. Civilization evolution evaluation is excellent. The birth of intelligent species is rated excellent. Overall evaluation is excellent. Suddenly a mysterious force descended, and Yu hid inside Zhang Fan's body and observed silently. Zhang Fan was stunned. Why didn't such a prompt appear in the development of his civilization before? The next moment, Zhang Fan obtained a large number of creation points. Chapter 7. The civilization has entered the initial stage of development. The time flow rate of this civilization will bring disaster within 100 years. Star Lord, please be prepared. Damn it! What's going on? Zhang Fan was a little confused. How could there be a disaster? He had never heard of it before? Wrong. Disaster, disaster. Damn it, I was wondering why I was so careful before, taking all kinds of situations into consideration, even going so far as to personally take part in them, but various disasters still broke out and led to the destruction of civilization. Turns out this thing was the culprit. He was not given any hints beforehand and had no preparation. He watched civilization being destroyed right before his eyes time and time again. It was so heartbreaking. System, save me. Zhang Fan decisively called out to his thigh. Yu did not respond. He only breathed a sigh of relief when the force completely subsided. That's right, this power of rules. It seems that the sudden changes in this world are caused by the power of rules behind the system. Wow, I don't know how many worlds are arranged as system examination halls. What a generous move. Ding! When a civilization is promoted, a disaster test will be brought down. Civilizations that pass the test will also be rewarded, so disasters are a filter for civilizations. Zhang Fan suddenly realized, and first ended the investment in the creation point, allowing the flow of time on Earth to return to normal. He still has 100 years to prepare, instead of being kept in the dark like before. System, what should we do now? I have encountered disasters before, and every time when the disaster came, I used a huge amount of creation points to weaken the difficulty of the disaster. But we can't always do this. The shortage of resources in the early stage will hinder the development of civilization. Zhang Fan sighed. Although he had just obtained a large number of creation points, he did not want to use creation points to offset the difficulty every time a disaster struck. It's too expensive. The development of civilization in the future will cost a huge amount of creation points. Zhang Fan wishes he could split each creation point into two halves. Yu thought for a moment, and first tried to publish a system task. Unexpectedly, it actually succeeded. Ding! System task released. Mission: let civilization survive the disaster and get through the disaster period. Reward: 100,000 system points, 1 chance to win a silver prize. Zhang Fan was stunned when he saw the task that suddenly popped up. The reward was good, but the problem was that it was not easy to get. Ding! The host can use the system function to survive this crisis. Yu reminded. System function. Zhang Fan looked at his system panel. It was definitely not possible to plunder this system function, but he didn't know what he could plunder now. The amplification of all things is triggered the most. The last one is the summoning from another world, which I don't know what it is used for. System: what is this summoning from another world for? Zhang Fan didn't understand and could only ask Yu. Ding! The so-called otherworld summoning is to spend system points to summon people from other worlds to the host world. The stronger the summoned, the more system points will be spent, the higher the level of the summoner's world, the more system points will be spent. Yu gave a rough explanation, saying that he had never used this function since he plundered it. There is a feeling that it is tasteless and a pity to throw it away. However, Yu feels that this system function can play a big role in this world. A time traveler! Zhang Fan exclaimed. The host can also understand this. Isn't it just time travel? Zhang Fan's eyes lit up, as if he had figured out what the system was talking about. The system is fast. Help me get a top student. It doesn't have to be a top student. Professors or PhDs are fine. It's best if they are practical. Yu smiled slightly. This was his plan as well, but it would be hard for this time traveler. After all, Zhang Fan's current level of civilization was still primitive, and even his language system had not yet been fully hatched. Ding! This summon will cost 5,000 system points to open the world channel. It's okay, use it. Isn't it just 5,000 system points? If you survive this crisis, you will be rewarded with 100,000 system points and a chance to win a silver prize. Yu said no more. 5,000 system points were enough to open the door to a low-level world. In fact, if you have enough system points, creating a fourth disaster will help you develop faster. The player's ability depends on the upper limit given by this world. However, with Zhang Fan's current system knowledge, it is not enough. At most, he can get a few people over. It's not that Yu doesn't want to help Zhang Fan develop quickly by adding some system points to him. As he said before, it's completely restricted by the rules. Yu can only use Zhang Fan's 10,000 system points to do things. At this time in another world, as a passage opened, Yu sneaked in. At this world, hee. Yu raised his eyebrows in surprise. He didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. After all, the summoning to the other world was random. The world that opened this time was actually the world he had taken advantage of before. As Yu came in, he was soon noticed by Tiandao. A repulsive force acted on Yu himself, trying to drive him out as an intruder. Ahem, don't get so excited. I'm just here to borrow someone and I'll leave after I'm done. Yu glanced at Tiandao, who was staring at him, and communicated. At this time, Tiandao also recognized the robber who had been desperately fleecing him before. Suddenly, thunder rumbled and strong winds blew. People in the world didn't know what was happening. This day was too unusual. I've already told you not to get excited. I'm not here to steal the origin of your world. Lend me a native and I'll leave after I take it. Yu smiled slightly. He was no longer the same person he used to be. His system level was now level 9, which was many times more powerful than before. There is only one level 1 world in this world. It's impossible to drive him away. Tiandao naturally understood at this time that this invader was so abominable. He was so powerful, yet he still wanted to bully a first-level world like him. Tiandao was very skeptical about Yu's words, wondering if Yayu was planning to kill himself and then absorb the entire world. Knowing that it was useless to force it, Tiandao had no choice but to agree to Yayu's request. You said you were just borrowing someone, I really don't think highly of your current world origin. Yayu curled his lips. Then start selecting suitable candidates in the world. Tiandao did not leave and just stared at Yayu, fearing that he would cause trouble in his own world. Soon Yayu selected the right candidate. It's you. Let's go on a time travel adventure. Yayu stretched out his hand, and a force of rules immediately appeared and moved towards the candidate. Tiandao looked at Yayu, who suddenly attacked and moved away a little in fear. Okay, I'm leaving. Don't think about me. Yayu took the selected people and left along the world channel. Tiandao breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the closed world channel. It was true that they only took one native. He was just a native. It's no big deal if he's gone. So the heavenly Dao returned to the core of the world, and the weather outside returned to normal, which left a group of climatologists confused. Chapter 8. Site returns. Ding. The traverser is ready, the host chooses the place where this person will land. After waiting for a while, Zhang Fan heard the system prompt again. The landing place is the Amanati tribe that I first came into contact with. Zhang Fan pondered. Ding. The time traveler has been deployed. After hearing the prompt, Zhang Fan turned his attention to the earth. Somewhere on earth. My name is Li Zimu. I am a top student who graduated from Huaqing University. Today, I am planning a design drawing as usual. Suddenly, as my eyes flashed, I found myself in the wild. It would be fine if they appeared in the wild, but what the hell are these savages in front of me? It's the 21st century, are there still wild people in this world? They are covered with hair and wear hemp clothes, but this is obviously not an animal that should exist in this world. Li Zimu fell into deep thought, pinched himself hard and found that this was not a dream. It's over. I traveled through time. Good news, I got the opportunity to travel through time that others have been waiting for. Bad news, the world I traveled through seems to be a primitive world. Li Zimu was a little overwhelmed. He didn't know any wilderness survival skills. Why did others travel through time to another world to become the dragon Aotian, but he had to come here to suffer? While he was lost in thought, the humans around him watched his every move warily. Soon, a prestigious human race came out and looked at Li Zimu in front of him thoughtfully. Wahang Kia. The first sage. This human said something that Li Zimu couldn't understand. During this era, the human language system had not yet been finalized, and people could only communicate through simple pronunciations. These communications are very limited and cannot achieve complex communication. But as long as you have been in contact for many years, you will still be able to understand the meaning. Following this humanoid's words, the surrounding humanoids all let down their guard, their eyes filled with respect. This change left Li Zimu confused. He thought he would be tied up and eaten by these savages. It seemed that he had no intention of eating him. Wamakusa. Wise man. The chief stepped forward and spoke again respectfully in front of Li Zimu. Li Zimu didn't understand what was going on, but looking at the gestures the other party was making, it seemed like they wanted him to go to their tribe and have a seat. Under the expectant gazes of the humans, Li Zimu gritted his teeth and decided to go to their tribe. Although I don't know what this world is like, since there are savages, the animals outside must be extremely ferocious. As an ordinary person without any weapons and having never learned any knowledge about survival in the wild, it is still a question whether I can survive if I go out into the wild. Soon Li Zimu entered their tribe and was surprised to see the simple houses. Savages in this period actually built their own houses. After looking at the diverse weapons in the hands of these savages, Li Zimu was a little confused. Although these weapons were crude, he could still distinguish their general types. Spear, fork, halberd, hammer. Something is wrong. Something is very wrong. Even though he is not a historian, he still understands basic common sense. It is impossible for early humans to develop so quickly since the weapons they used were still stone knives and stone guns. There weren't so many types of houses. Humans at that time didn't have such advanced technology, right? However, when I thought that this was no longer the original world and that human development could not be predicted using common sense, I felt relieved. The leader took Li Muzi into the largest room and then gestured a few times. Washed Cades. This is your house. Although he didn't understand, he could understand. Li Muzi nodded, and it seemed that he was going to let him live in this room. The only thing that puzzled him was why these savages were so polite to him, and not just ordinary politeness. But since we are here, we might as well make the best of it. We have already traveled through time, so we should just think about how we are going to live in the future. So, Li Muzi settled down peacefully. Anyway, his life was not threatened for the time being. He just got used to the information age with the internet, and felt very bored in this primitive age. The greatest pleasure is to observe the behavioral habits of this group of humans. Well, soon night fell. A group of humans skillfully took out tools and started to make fire by rubbing two sticks together. Have you mastered fire? Although I don't know what the development history of this savage is, at least a certain social system has been formed. After a day of observation, Li Zimu roughly figured out the level of civilization of this group of humans. As time passed, the hunting humans returned one after another, and the bonfires in the tribe began to burn. The leader came to Li Zimu and took him to have dinner. The taste is so bland. After eating a few bites of barbecue, Li Zimu frowned. However, he was not picky now. It was good enough to be able to eat cooked meat. What else did he want? A few days passed like this. These days, Li Zimu is going crazy. It's so boring and there is nothing he can do. All he does every day is eat and sleep. These humans never let him work and just worship him like a god. So weird. How about finding something to do? Li Zimu sat under the tree and muttered to himself while watching the busy humans. He was a practical man and could not sit idle at all. Thinking of this, he stood up and began to patrol the entire tribe. Although this tribe developed faster than in the history of their world, it was still too inferior for him in the 21st century. Could this be? Suddenly he saw a white-gray area. When I got closer, I saw some white stones and grayish-white stones spread on the ground. He squatted down, picked up a stone and rubbed it carefully. Limestone. Li Zimu's eyes lit up and he looked around the tribe. There were wooden fences all around. Hehe, we can use cement to build a wall, which can improve the tribe's defense capabilities. Although he didn't know why he was being worshipped by this group of humans, since he was being taken care of by them, he should do something to help them develop. Besides, I am already tied to them. Improving the strength of the entire tribe will also make my life safer. However, we still need iron ore to make cement. There should be a lot of iron ore at this time. Let's look for it nearby. Li Zimu stood up and wanted to find the previous human leader. Suddenly he realized that he didn't know where the other party was. That's right, the leader should have taken the humans out hunting during the day. Then I had to look for him at night and look for iron ore nearby first. After spending some time, Li Zimu finally found the stone he wanted. Iron ore comes in many colors, including black, red, brown, reddish-brown, etc. It depends roughly on the composition of the stone. There are 4 main types of iron ores: magnetite, hematite, limonite, and siderite. The color streak of magnetite is iron black, with a semi-metallic luster and is magnetic. Hematite is an anhydrous iron oxide ore with a red color. This ore often forms huge deposits in nature. Limonite is a hydrous iron oxide ore formed by weathering of other ores and is the most widely distributed in nature. Siderite is a carbonate iron ore that can be easily decomposed and oxidized into limonite, and generally has a low iron content. Chapter 9. After a long wait, night fell and the humans who went out hunting returned to the tribe one after another. After dinner, Li Zimua found the leader with a few stones. Seeing the leader's puzzled expression, Li Zimua was also in a dilemma. How to communicate? Helplessly, he had to point at the stones and start gesturing. The leader on the opposite side was stunned when he saw Li Zimua constantly gesturing. Seeing that the other party was puzzled, Li Zimua gestured even harder. It took a long time for the other party to understand my general meaning. The leader nodded heavily, then walked out with the stones. Washed! The leader shouted loudly. All human species rushed over to gather. The entire tribe has more than 2,000 people, and it looks very spectacular. Wasdafk! Stfo! Remember what this thing looks like. The leader said a few words, then passed the stones around for the humans to examine one by one. Seeing this, Li Zimua breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that everything had been done. From then on, it would depend on whether this group of humans could collect enough limestone and iron ore. The next morning, Li Zimua, who was still sleeping, was awakened by the noise. As soon as I walked out of the house, I saw a large number of humans leaving the tribe. Is it so grand? Li Zimua was a little dumbfounded. He thought that the humans sent out would be no more than 100 or 200 people, but this time more than 1,000 people were sent out at once. The remaining 1,000 people, including the elderly, the weak, women and children, were left in the territory by the leader, and several hundred young humans were also left behind to guard the camp. Li Zimua has a new understanding of his position in the hearts of humans. But this is good. I thought it would take several months to collect all the materials, but it seems that 1 or 2 weeks will be enough. Li Zimua thought, since everyone was cooperating so well, he should also use all his knowledge to arm the tribe. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye it's already 2 months later. During this period of contact, Li Zimua gradually integrated into this human tribe. After 2 months of development, a high cement wall has been built around the tribe. The houses of the human race were also redesigned and built using plum wood into sturdy stone houses. A stove was designed inside the house so that humans could keep warm in the winter, and a huge granary was also built. Due to time constraints, Li Zimua can only produce so many things, and other things will need to be developed slowly in the future. Over the past 2 months, he has also noticed that the current human race has many inconveniences in communication and is considering whether to teach them modern language. But the problem is that he is not a linguist. At most, he can only teach some easy-to-understand communication language as much as possible. Outside the Earth, Zhang Fan was very satisfied watching the development of the human species. This was much faster than if he had personally led the human species. As the saying goes, every profession has its specialties. He doesn't know anything about construction. Ding! The host can speed up the flow of time on Earth. You reminded. He believed that under Li Zimua's guidance, the human race should be able to survive the disaster. The disasters in the early stages must not be very strong, otherwise when civilization develops to a higher level, the disasters will be even more exaggerated. Good. Zhang Fan also felt that the time had come. Over the past 2 months, he has gradually gained a lot of Genesis points. There is still enough left to sustain the acceleration for 100 years. Speed up the development of civilization. Time, 100 years. Zhang Fan's pupils flashed with golden light, and a huge force of creation enveloped the earth, along with the wasting of a large number of creation points. The earth has entered the torrent of time, and all creatures on the earth are naturally unaware of this. Here it comes. Zhang Fan frowned. Not long after he accelerated, he sensed that disaster was coming to his planet. At this time on Earth. Li Zimua had a bad feeling in his heart. He immediately rushed out of the house. At this time, the outside world was in turmoil, with strong winds blowing continuously and the trees were swaying. What's going on? What happened? Li Zimu's face looked grim. The sky was clear just a second ago, but suddenly it was covered with dark clouds and the wind was blowing hard. At this time, as time accelerated, 10 years had passed since he came to Earth. Under his leadership, the tribe entered an unprecedented period of development, and the human population also experienced explosive growth. Population growth does not necessarily require births. There are many indigenous peoples, and the tribe will expand. In 10 years, the population increased from about 2,000 to 10,000. Fortunately, I built a crypt a few years ago because of my anxiety. Li Zimu muttered to himself, and he could tell something was wrong with the situation in front of him. Gather! Litsumu shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, the human race hurried over. After 10 years of evolution, the human race could understand a lot of what Li Zimu said. These orders were also the simple instructions he shouted on a daily basis. Everyone, enter the cave. Bring food. Bedding. Evacuate in an orderly manner. Li Zimu's words were brief and clear, and the human race naturally understood them. Now his prestige among the human race is very high, even higher than that of the leader. Under Li Zimu's supervision, the vast human race entered the cave in an orderly manner. After spending a full hour, everyone finally entered the cave. Taking advantage of the last bit of time, Li Zimu took a look at the outside world. Heavy snow was falling from the sky and the temperature dropped sharply. But he was relieved, fortunately it was snow, not rain. It's just that he thought this disaster was too ordinary. Outside the earth. But after a moment, Zhang Fan's eyes widened. How is that possible? As he watched, another disaster befell his planet. Zhang Fan was dumbfounded. There was only one disaster before, why did it appear twice? Ding! Host! This may be the difference between actively triggering civilization advancement and passively triggering civilization advancement. Yeah, you did not expect that the advancement of this civilization would be so cruel. Is this a test of civilization or a destruction of civilization? Although he had a systematic explanation, Zhang Fan still looked unhappy. There was no way he could use creation points to reduce the difficulty of the disaster once he was promoted and the disaster began to come. Now it depends on how tenacious the human race is. In the torrent of time, 5 years have passed on Earth. How many people are left now? Li Zimu's face looked pale and he had lost a lot of weight. The leader next to him swallowed hard and stuttered out a number, 5,321. 5 years, a full 5 years. During this period, the food ran out several times, so people were sent to the granary above to move food. Even if there is a lot of food stored on it, there will not be much left after long-term consumption. For the sake of the entire tribe, everyone ate food that was barely enough to get by. However, in the severe winter, many humans still froze to death or died of disease. Chapter 10. In order to prevent the virus from spreading, Li Zimu made up his mind and ordered the human race to throw away the bodies of their companions. Adfasfa. The snow has stopped. Suddenly there was a commotion and Li Zimu turned his head to look. The leader's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly said to Li Zimu, stumbling, the snow has stopped. Go out and take a look. Li Zimu became excited, thinking that the disaster was over. The human race quickly made way for the two to exit the cave. Crack! The withered yellow head popped out from the snow-white ground. Li Zimu quickly took in the situation outside. Ha ha ha! The snow has stopped. The disaster is over. After climbing out of the cave, Li Zimu shouted excitedly on the snow. Then, humans evacuated from the cave one after another. They were also very excited. 5 years, a full 5 years. Because of this sudden disaster, half of their companions died. They cheered with joy, they shed tears of happiness, the disaster has passed and a new life has come. But this joy lasted less than 2 years before it was broken. We thought that the earth would recover a little vitality in 2 years, but in the blink of an eye, the sun was high in the sky, the whole earth was scorching hot, and the land was barren for thousands of miles. Many plants died one after another, most animals died due to the high temperature, and rivers dried up under the scorching sun. The human species began to face the fatal problem of lack of life-giving water. They were confused as to why God treated them like this. The harsh winter had just passed and the scorching summer had arrived. Every human being knelt on the ground and prayed for rain. Li Zimu watched all this with bitterness. Coming from the 21st century, he naturally did not believe in the concept of God. As expected, human beings are so vulnerable under the power of nature. The leader stood beside Lizimu in silence and glanced at Lizimu. In his eyes, Lizimu was like a god. He hoped that Li Zimu could lead them through this crisis like he did last time. Li Zimu also noticed his gaze. He was accustomed to this kind of gaze. But whenever he encountered a problem that he couldn't solve, this kind of gaze made him feel extremely stressed. The fate of the entire human race fell on his shoulders, weighing him down to the point of suffocation. Well, let's give it a try. Tomorrow I'll take some people to find a suitable location to see if we can dig out groundwater. Li Zimu swallowed to moisten his dry throat. The next day came in a flash. Li Zimu led a group of humans and took tools to continuously survey the geographical location nearby. These humans naturally didn't understand, so all the tasks fell on him alone. Being in a high position and possessing great power, he is determined to create a future for the human race. After a day of survey, Li Zimu roughly compared 5 locations where groundwater was suspected to exist. The next day, he led a group of humans to start digging wells. The atmospheric pressure of this world is almost the same as the atmospheric pressure of the world Li Zimu was in before. So water will appear when the digging depth reaches 10 meters, but just in case, Li Zimu plans to dig 2 meters deeper. As long as you dig up groundwater and get a 2-meter-long vine, you can use a bucket to draw water. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. After a huge amount of manpower was expended, the first location was dug. Unfortunately, there was no water source there. Li Zimu was not discouraged, as there were still 4 positions. Maintaining the efficiency of digging once every 3 days. Second place, no water source. The third place, no water source. Fourth place, no water source. Li Zimu's face became more and more ugly. Looking at the humans who fell down exhausted one by one, his hands trembled slightly. Digging a well for more than 10 days is undoubtedly a huge project that can only be solved by manpower without any machinery. The human race was already very short of water, and with such a large project, many humans almost died of thirst. In order to survive, the leader even used the entire tribe's water resources to supply this well-digging team. 10 meters away. Li Zimu's lips were cracked. He had already given up hope. It seemed that the human race would be extinct. I can't accept this. I really can't accept this. Why is it like this? I have tried so hard, why can't I save them? If God didn't let him travel through time to save the human race, why did he let him travel through time? The hand holding the stone hoe tightened, and he swung the stone hoe and smashed it down again and again, trying to vent his unwillingness, his incompetence. The humans also noticed Li Zimu's abnormality and looked at each other in confusion. The chief shook his head at them, picked up a stone hoe and joined Li Zimu. Seeing this, other humans also stood up and continued digging the well. As the well deepened, the surrounding soil began to change. Li Zimu was stunned when he noticed the change, and then he was overjoyed. There's water! There's water here! Dig it for me! Li Zimu roared. The other humans were stunned, and then became excited after they understood Li Zimu's meaning. He picked up the hoe and dug hard. The soil underground began to turn brown. This was because the soil absorbed moisture. The deeper we dug, the more moist the soil became. Finally, when the well reached a depth of 11.5 meters, a stream of water gushed out. Li Zimu signaled the humans above to quickly pull them up. As people left one after another, the water level in the well began to rise. Stop at a distance of 1.5 meters from the wellhead. Li Zimu had people tie wooden barrels with rattan and put them down to fetch water, and then organized the human race to start drinking water. Soon the first bucket of water was drawn up, and the human race respectfully handed the water to Lizimu, wanting him to be the first to taste this nectar. Li Zimu scooped up some water and drank it. Although it smelled of mud, he thought it tasted good. There is hope. Li Zimu smiled, and the burden in his heart fell away. As the responsibility was lifted, his eyes went dark and his body went limp. The leader was quick to support Li Zimu, preventing him from falling heavily to the ground. After working day and night, Li Zimu collapsed. Thanks to Li Zimu's contribution this time, the human race once again survived the crisis. However, Li Zimu became seriously ill after this collapse. After many days of care by humans, Lizimu woke up. Realizing his condition, he glanced at the humans crowded around his bed and smiled with relief. "I didn't disappoint you. I did it." He knew he would not live long, but so what? I saved a race. I did not bring shame to myself who had received higher education. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Over the past 3 years, the drought-stricken earth has gradually returned to normal, and after a heavy rain, life has returned to the earth. Li Zimu also died of illness in the same year. He was smiling before he left. Although God played a joke on him and sent him to this world, he did not regret it. On the day Li Zimu passed away, the entire human race buried him with great ceremony. At this time, the human race had slowly begun to get rid of its animal nature, and rationality was increasingly taking over. According to later records, the human race named him Dui Zhenjun, which means to defeat natural disasters and save people from suffering. Chapter 11. Outside World. Following Li Zimu's death, Zhang Fan quickly spent some creation points to protect Li Zimu's soul that was about to dissipate. "Ah, thank you for your hard work." Zhang Fan felt a little emotional. After all, he was the biggest factor leading to this outcome. If he hadn't allowed Li Zimu to travel through time, Li Zimu would not have died. That's why he spent creation points to protect it. "System, can you send him back?" Zhang Fan asked. Ding. "It is possible, host, but this person's body is destroyed and needs to be rebuilt." Yayu replied that he admired Li Zimu very much, and he helped us after all, so we would not be so cruel to let him die like this. However, host, it will cost system points to reshape your body. Yayu reminded. "How much do you need?" Zhang Fan now has only 5,000 system points in his body. If it exceeds this range, he will not be able to get it out. Ding. Not much. Li Zimu was originally just an ordinary person. A physical body only needs 100 system points. However, the system recommends spending more system points to get him a stronger body as a reward. Yayu suggested. Yes, that's right. Zhang Fan was not stingy. Once the task was completed, he would get 100,000 system points in a silver lottery. So, Yayu spent 500 system points to rebuild a physical body for Li Zimu. Compared to the original body, this body can live to be 130 years old if nothing unexpected happens, and its vitality in old age will be the same as when it was young. Considering that his world is just an ordinary world, too long a lifespan would bring unnecessary trouble, so Yayu designed it this way. Secondly, the physical fitness of this body is very strong, almost 2 or 3 times that of others. Ding! The body has been recast. The host will put his soul into this body. With a flash of light, a body exactly the same as Li Zimu's before appeared in front of Zhang Fan. Good. Zhang Fan waved his hand, and Li Zimu's soul entered this body. Okay host, I will send him back now. As soon as he finished speaking, Yayu opened the world channel again and brought Li Zimua back to his world. The passage of time in the two worlds was almost the same. Only a few days had passed since Li Zimua left. After all, he was only staying on the earth where time was accelerating, and not much time had passed in the outside world. Yayu used the power of rules to change the reason why Li Zimua disappeared, making them mistakenly believe that he was just traveling for a few days. I'll give you another benefit. Yayu added another 100 million yuan to his bank card account. These funds were naturally from legal sources. The power of the system's rules is beyond his imagination. Well, I wish you a happy rest of your life. Yayu came and left quickly, and Tiandao didn't even notice that he came again. Soon as time passed, Litsumu gradually woke up. Looking at the familiar ceiling, he was stunned for a moment, and after a few breaths, he suddenly sat up. I'm dead. Li Zimu opened his eyes wide and kept feeling around on his body to make sure he was really alive. He didn't know what to say for a moment. I found my phone on the bed and checked the messages. Only 3 days have passed. Li Zimu was a little surprised because he had been on Earth for more than 10 years. I don't know what their future will be like. Although he was a little surprised that he came back to life, he knew it was nothing surprising since he had traveled through time. However, I have arranged everything that needs to be arranged before I die. I have done my duty. From now on, they will have to rely on themselves. He let out a long sigh. 100 million yuan has arrived in Alipay. Ding! The time traveler has been sent back. No. Zhang Fan nodded. The two disasters have already passed, and the rest of time depends on the development of the human species. As a result, under the acceleration of the torrent of time, the human species on Earth developed rapidly. 100 years passed in a flash. Congratulations on your civilization surviving the disaster and advancing to a higher level. Civilization level, agricultural era. Civilized race, human beings. Disaster rating, S. The Star Master did not interfere, the score was improved. Overall rating, S+. As the final comprehensive score was released, Zhang Fan received a large amount of Genesis point feedback, which made him rich all of a sudden. This is not the end yet. The successful promotion of civilization also allowed Zhang Fan's strength to begin to improve. Under the impact of a mysterious force, his strength increased rapidly. At this time, Yayu also gave good news. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Reward, 100,000 system points, 1 chance to win a silver prize lottery. Host, Zhang Fan. Level 2 Star Master. Bound planet, Earth, transforming. Talent, Star of Fertility, A level, Civilization Evolution, A level. Civilization under your command, Humanity, Agricultural era. System functions, plunder, amplification of all things, 10 times, summoning from another world. System point, 104500. System evaluation, you are the worst host I have ever led. Please become stronger as soon as possible. Looking at his system panel, Zhang Fan was very satisfied. With the system, his strength increased so quickly. He believed that it wouldn't take long to return to the peak. The system uses silver lottery opportunities. He did not forget his chance to win the lottery, and he would not miss any opportunity to become stronger. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the A-level talent Stinginess. Zhang Fan's mouth twitched. What the hell? Stingy? Stingy, Grade A. The Star Lord's investment in creation points for civilization development is reduced by 30%. Zhang Fan felt good after seeing the strength of the talent, but he was looking forward to the performance of his own system, and soon Yayu did not disappoint him. Ding! A-level talent Stinginess gains 10-fold increase. A-level talent Stinginess transforms into S-level talent Greed. Greed, level, the creation points invested by the Star Lord in the development of civilization are reduced by 50%, and the creation points gained by the Star Lord in response to civilization are increased to 10 times the original amount. The 7 deadly sins of desire, greed, everything in sight is mine. FK. Zhang Fan's pupils trembled. This talent was too abnormal. With this talent, even a pig could take off. It turns out that the system is the most unreasonable cheating finger in the universe. When it comes to cheating, the system is second to none. Not to mention Zhang Fan, even Yu was surprised at his ability to amplify everything. It seems that I have always underestimated this function. I think this rule-based system function has infinite possibilities. It's just that the world I entered before was too low level and there were too few extraordinary abilities, so this function did not fully demonstrate its strength. Chapter 12. Yu's mood became cheerful. Now the amplification of all things was only 10 times. If he wanted to increase the multiple, he felt that he had to upgrade his system level. The 9th level system must be just a starting point, and the levels above it are still unknown. As long as you pass this system assessment, the amplification function of all things will be at least dozens of times. However, when it comes to perverted rule-based system functions, Yu feels that plunder has the highest upper limit. After all, as long as you kill your own kind, you can plunder their system functions, which is perverted just to think about it. I don't know what the functions of the same kind I'm fighting against are. If they are too bad, it will be no fun. Yu murmured to himself. He was fully confident that he could win this battle. Since it was a promotion assessment, the opponent might also have a level 9 system. At the same level, how could he be inferior to you with 3 functions? Somewhere in this world. Congratulations to the Star Lord for surviving the disaster of promotion and improving the level of civilization. Current civilization level, 1st level civilization. An intelligent race, humans. Supernatural power, magic. Disaster rating, S. Overall rating, S+. Give a lot of Genesis point feedback. The man listened to the prompt tone and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Finally, it has reached the 1st level civilization. It was worth spending a huge amount of creation points and system points. Congratulations to the host for completing the promotion assessment, mission accomplished. Reward system points, 300,000, 3 chances to win a silver prize. System, use up all 3 chances. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the B-level talent Heart of Wisdom. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the A-level talent Magic Source. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Magic Crystal Mountain Range. Looking at what was drawn in the 3 chances of the lottery, Cao Mao was delighted. He was lucky this time and finally got an A-level talent. Then he opened his system panel. Host, Cao Mao. Level 3 Star Master. Bound Planet, Demon Star. Talents, Extraordinary Power, A-level, Heart of Wisdom, B-level, Source of Magic Power, A-level. Civilization under his command, Humanity. Civilization level, Level 1. System function, Copy. System points, 300000. Extraordinary power, Grade A. A extraordinary system is randomly born in the civilization under the command of the Star Lord. Heart of Wisdom, B-level. The wisdom of the civilized intelligent races under the Star Lord is enhanced. Magic Source, A-level. The world under the Star Lord has sufficient magic power. Looking at the effects of the new talent, Cao Mao's eyes lit up. It came just in time. Although the first A-level talent allowed his civilization to create a magic system, there was simply not enough magic power in the world. It was only because he continuously spent creation points to replenish the magic concentration of the demon star that his civilized race was able to develop magic rapidly. Thinking back on it, Cao Mao couldn't help but sigh that he was just a small first-level Star Lord before. Suddenly one day, the system was bound, and it started to take off. The function of his system is to copy. At first he didn't know how to use it. Under the guidance of the system, he ventured into a star field where the Star Lords gathered. Originally, a weak Star Lord like him was the target of other Star Lords snatching. Unfortunately, he had no resources, so the Star Lords who snatched him away walked away in misfortune. He was able to save his life because there were clear regulations in that star region that prohibited killing the Star Lord. But all this was within his plan, as one of the Star Masters who were trying to snatch him away had an A-level talent, supernatural power. Although he felt very embarrassed and unhappy about being robbed, he chose to swallow his anger for the sake of future success and copied the opponent's A-level talent through hand and foot contact. That's right, this talent was not originally his. When the world suddenly changed, he did not awaken the Star Lord talent. So for a long period of time, his development was mediocre. Fortunately, the location of his base camp was not discovered by other Star Masters, so it was not plundered. After obtaining the system, he began his rise with the help of the copied talents. In a short period of time, he leapt from a first-level Star Lord to a third-level Star Lord, and the level of civilization under his command even reached the first-level civilization. Level 1 civilization, also called planetary civilization, is a level of civilization that can fully utilize the energy from stars to reach planets and can control everything on the planet. The strongest civilization Cao Mao had ever seen was only the second-level civilization he saw when he went to the Star Lord gathering star field. But don't think that the second-level civilization is just slightly higher than the first level and the strength is not that much different. The gap is even greater than the species gap between dogs and humans. The second-level civilization is called stellar civilization. Simply put, civilizations after the second level are no longer controlled by planets and can control the energy of stars, and then control a galaxy. In other words, if you control the energy of the sun, you can control any planetary matter in the solar system. The gap is so huge that it would be as easy for the other party to kill him as drinking water. So even though his civilization has now evolved into a first-level civilization, Cao Mao still decided to continue to hide and not expose his position in the universe. There are two reasons for doing this. One is that they are afraid of provoking the advanced civilizations developed by other star owners, and the other is that their own civilization does not have the ability to travel through the stars. Not to mention the vastness of the universe, finding other star masters is harder than finding a needle in a haystack. System: place the Magic Crystal Mountain Range on the Magic Spirit Continent. Ding! Magic Crystal Mountain Range has been deployed. Magic Crystal Mountains contains rich magic crystal ores, and new magic crystal veins will be produced over time. Cao Mao was not too interested in the Magic Crystal Mountain Range. After all, he had just obtained the A-level talent Magic Source, and his magic star was no longer short of magic power. This magic crystal is just icing on the cake for the development of civilization. System: what should I do next? Cao Mao asked his system. Ding! Continue to develop civilization and let it have the technology to travel through the universe first. Does that mean you are going to plunder other star masters next? Cao Mao frowned, wondering if it was too radical. Ding! That's right, there is a potential enemy in this world. If we don't kill him in the early stage, we will be stuck in a stalemate when he reacts. The system replied that the potential enemy it was referring to was naturally Yayu. As a system, it naturally put Yayu first. This is a system assessment. It doesn't care how strong the host is. As long as it kills Yayu, it will pass the system assessment and be promoted to the system level. It doesn't care what happens to the host after that. It can just drop the responsibility and leave. However, in the early days, it still tried its best to help its host develop, as it did not believe that the other party could develop as fast as itself. This is indeed the case. The civilization under Yayu's current host is still a primitive civilization and has just entered the agricultural age. It is unknown how far it is from the first level civilization. Chapter 13. This gap is naturally not Yayu's fault. Cao Mao's civilization has never been destroyed since the beginning. When the system arrived, his level of civilization had already reached the feudal era. The social level, language system, etc. are all very complete, and it officially took off after the system came. Unlike Yayu's host, whose civilization had just collapsed, everything had to start from scratch. Fortunately, all of this can be caught up. Now Cao Mao's development progress has begun to slow down significantly, and he can no longer invest a large number of creation points to accelerate the time torrent as before. His creation point cannot sustain hundreds of years of acceleration and will dry up. Cao Mao's face froze. Potential enemy? Who is it? He was very surprised and fearful about the potential enemies mentioned by the system. His own system did not even take the Star Lord of the second-level civilization seriously. The system remained silent in response to Cao Mao's inquiry. The rules restricted it from revealing the assessment, but it could still serve as a necessary warning. The host only needs to develop quickly. The opponent is a huge threat and has the same potential as you. Cao Mao's pupils shrank. Their potentials are at the same level. He himself doesn't know his own limits, but with the system, the possibilities are endless. The system's answer surprised him. He was not a fool, and he had some guesses about the hint of his system. Cao Mao narrowed his eyes slightly. I understand, I will develop it as soon as possible. The picture returns. After sending Li Muzi back, Zhang Fan continued to open the torrent of time. This development efficiency is still too low. Should I intervene personally? Zhang Fan pondered. The host has his own specialties. If the human civilization wants to make a big leap, it must first solve the language problem. If this kind of thing does not take time to evolve, it can only be forcibly intervened. The host is not good at the language system. Yayu reminded. That's right. Zhang Fan nodded. That was the only way. System, use the summoning from another world. This time, get a linguist to help the development of civilization. Ding. No problem, calling. Please wait. The world channel opened this time was not the world of Li Zimu, but Yayu sensed it and found it was just an ordinary world. After understanding the situation of this world, Yayu selected a suitable candidate. Ding. The time traveler is ready. Okay, then let's launch it into Earth. Zhang Fan nodded, but at this time Yayu spoke again. The situation this time is a bit special. Special? Zhang Fan was puzzled. This candidate is quite old. If he only travels through time physically, he won't be able to survive for long. Zhang Fan was stunned after hearing this. Since he is a great scholar who is proficient in languages, his qualifications must be very high. His age is indeed a problem. Is there a solution? You only need to transfer your soul. I can keep his body for the time being. That's fine. There's not much difference, so I'll just go with the soul. So Yayu put this person's soul into a human being who had just given birth to life. Hey? What's going on? Why can't I open my eyes? Wei Zixuan tried hard to open his eyes. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't open those heavy eyes. Not only that, he also lost all control over himself. This change made him wonder if he had become a vegetable. He was just taking a short nap on the chair, but how come he suddenly came to his senses and behaved like this? Wei Zixuan didn't know how long he had spent in this dark place. He was always in a dazed state, only conscious for a dozen minutes a day, and the rest of the time he was in a coma. As time passed, his perception gradually became clearer, and he gradually figured out where he was. In the womb. Coming to this conclusion really scared him. He was already in his 40s, how could he have returned to his mother's womb? However, as he continued to confirm, he had to accept this reality. He also had a general understanding of the routines of novels that young people read. There were only two situations for him now. 1. Traveling through time. 2. Reborn. August passed like this in the outside world. On this day, Wei Zixuan felt as if his head was being pulled. As his entire body came out, he took big gulps of fresh air. The vibration of the throat causes crying. The humans around couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they heard Wei Zixuan crying. Crying means health. Time flies and 13 years have passed. Wei Zixuan has figured out his situation. He has undoubtedly traveled through time, or rather his soul has traveled through time. However, the world he traveled to was hard to describe. In his eyes, this was just a low-level primitive civilization tribe. There isn't even a decent language system. He once thought about making a change. With his knowledge, it would not be a problem to establish a language system here. But unfortunately, he did not have enough prestige in the tribe, not to mention that he was still a child. For this reason, he had to give up this idea for the time being and focus on improving his own prestige in the clan first. This process will undoubtedly take a long time. Fortunately, with his extraordinary knowledge, the tribe improved a lot under his guidance, and his status also rose. Wei Zixuan took a nap under a tree. Why do I feel that this tribe is a little weird, but I can't tell exactly what's weird about it. Over the years, he also felt the peculiarity of this tribe, a primitive civilization that did not even have a language system, and whose houses were built with cement, as were the surrounding walls. This is so weird, human development history shouldn't be like this. He had no choice but to bury it all in his heart. Until his death, he would never know that there was a time traveler before him. After all, the tribe at that time had no written records. It seems that the leader is dying. He will pass away in a few years. By then, I will naturally be the one with the best chance of becoming the leader. That's when I will start to build the language system. Wei Zixuan was a little excited. After studying languages for a lifetime, there was nothing more exciting than establishing a language system for a civilization with his own hands. Time flies, and 2 years have passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the leader of the tribe called Wei Zixuan into the room. There are some other human species in the house, and these human species have prestige in the tribe. However, the prestige of these people was nothing compared to Wei Zixuan. He took a look around and realized that today was the day to select a leader. The leader, leaning on his chair, looked at the people who had gathered with a serious expression. Under the gaze of everyone, the leader signaled Wei Zixuan to step forward, and the other humans were not surprised by this result. Everyone has seen Wei Zixuan's performance over the years, and everyone is very convinced that he has taken office. Chapter 14. The leader handed the walking stick that had been passed down for who knows how many generations to Wei Zixuan. Wei Zixuan accepted it with a heavy face, and thus the new leader of the human race was born. After the old chief completed his mission, he died a few days later and the tribe held a funeral for him. The next day, the newly appointed Wei Zixuan began to establish his own language system. This process should be gradual. First, we need to teach them to communicate orally, and then to record in writing. When Wei Zixuan actually started to implement it, he found that it was not as simple as he thought. When a new thing appears, humans who have never encountered it before cannot adapt to it well. But even so, Wei Zixuan did not give up. Instead, he asked humans to practice more every day, starting with simple food recognition sounds. Everyone did not understand Wei Zixuan's behavior, but the leader's orders were absolute. Being in a high position, Wei Zixuan took advantage of this to avoid unnecessary trouble. Time flies, and another 10 years have passed. In 10 years, the entire tribe established a simple language system under the leadership of Wei Zixuan. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The intelligence of this group of humans was higher than he had imagined. Even if they didn't understand many things, they could still become familiar with them through silent exploration. He didn't know that all this was caused by Zhang Fan's Star Lord talent. It's time to start creating writing. Select a small group of the wisest people to teach, and after they have learned it, begin to spread it to the rest of the tribe, and perfect the language system within 30 years. A gleam of brilliance flashed across Wei Zixuan's eyes. Someone come! Several people outside the house came in upon hearing the noise. Call Zhang San, Li Si, and the others over here. I have something to announce. The people who came in nodded, and then went to call Zhang San, Li Si, and others. As for their names, in order to make them easier to remember, Wei Zixuan just randomly gave them a few. After the Huxia characters were created, it would be okay for them to change them if they wanted to. The name of this era is just a code name, and there is no ID card information or the like, so Wei Zixuan just used it casually. Soon. Chief, what do you want from me? A total of 6 people, including Zhang San and Li Si, came to Wei Zixuan's house. Now the tribe can communicate without any obstacles through language. Now we have to officially start the next step of planning. This time I called you here to discuss this matter. Wei Zixuan pondered. This is all thanks to the leader. In the past, if we wanted to understand what others meant, we needed years of contact to roughly understand other people's body language. Zhang San spoke. Yes, the chief's deeds should be praised by the entire tribe. Li Si agreed, and the others followed suit and started to flatter him. Although Wei Zixuan felt very happy, his expression was serious. Okay, I asked you to come here to discuss things, not to flatter me. Seeing Wei Zixuan's serious expression, the others smiled awkwardly and stopped playing around. So, Chief, what do you want to discuss this time? And what is the plan you mentioned? Now that the tribe has solved the problem of oral communication, it's time to create writing. Character. Several people were puzzled. The so-called writing is the symbol that records the language, the written form of the language, which is the state manifested when a civilization develops to a certain stage. It can record everything and pass on history. Wei Zixuan looked solemn. This process originally required thousands of years to evolve, but now we can skip the process and get the result directly. If we succeed this time, we will be remembered for generations to come. Gulp. Several people looked at each other, some of them not understanding what Wei Zixuan meant. It doesn't matter if you can't understand it. You just need to implement it. Before that, you must learn it first, and then you can teach the tribesmen. Wei Zixuan waved his hand. Yes. We will definitely complete the leader's mission. In the first year of Kaiwen, writing came into being, created by the leader of Wei, and the language system of the entire human race was initially established. It took many years of study for the human species to master this key to enlightenment. Society has entered an unprecedented period of rapid development. The birth of writing saves a lot of time in human communication, allowing the wisdom of our ancestors to be passed on and the long history to be remembered. After Wei Zixuan passed away, his descendants recorded all his merits during his reign and gave him the title Kaiwen. It was established in the first year of Kaiwen. In the 100th year of the founding of the nation, the population experienced explosive growth, reaching a total of tens of millions. A patch note: population increase does not necessarily require births, expansion is also one of the reasons. There are still many indigenous people in this world, and with a large base number, births will naturally be faster. In the 200th year of the founding of the nation, the population soared to 30 million. The population growth brought benefits and the social level continued to improve. However, the disadvantages also emerged one by one at this time, and many different voices appeared among the human race. This voice appeared quickly and was suppressed quickly. After the Enlightenment, there was no shortage of people among the human race with inflated ambitions. In the 300th year of Kaiwen, conflicts intensified, and the voices against the leader's rule gained the support of the majority of human species. In the 310th year of Kaiwen, the conflict officially broke out, the entire human tribe split, and scattered groups of humans established their own territories on Earth. With a huge population base, redevelopment can also quickly reach its peak level. At this point, the vast human tribe was divided into 7 different forces. In the 330th year of Kaiwen, 7 different forces surrounded the city and continued to expand in all directions. The word country appeared in the history of human race. Thus the 7 kingdoms were established. 450 years after the founding of the People's Republic of Daxia, more than 100 years of development has enabled the 7 countries to continuously improve their strength and gradually increase their coverage area. Many of these countries now border each other after expansion. Countries accused each other and forced each other to give up their land. Their desires continued to grow and they all wanted to annex each other's countries. The limitation of resource development caused conflicts among countries, but they did not fight each other at first because they were of the same kind. But when a food crisis occurs in my own country, my eyes can't help but turn to neighboring countries. Since we are all the same kind, what's wrong with helping me when I'm in trouble? In the year 455 of Kaiwen, war broke out, the 7 nations fought each other, and the human race began to suffer the largest casualties in history. As war broke out, the population of each country began to decline gradually, corpses were everywhere in the wild, and the 7 countries fell silent. Whether it was a tacit understanding or a prearranged decision, the 7 nations stopped fighting and the war ended abruptly, but the conflicts within them continued to accumulate. Each side blamed the other for the war. In the 500th year of Kaiwen, after more than 40 years of recuperation, the 7 kingdoms regained some vitality. The population also saw an increase, but it did not return to its peak. The passage of 10 years has made countries seem to have forgotten their pain, and the smoke of war has begun to spread across the earth. Tisk! How could it turn out like this? Zhang Fan stared at the situation on Earth in amazement. With so much intervention, why did a war break out? How was this different from their previous history? Is it because of him, or is it just how humans are? Chapter 15. Zhang Fan couldn't figure it out, and he was too lazy to think about it. The current situation naturally required him to intervene personally, otherwise there was no telling how long this war would end. As for Wei Zixuan, he had been sent back by Yayu. Hundreds of years had passed on Earth, but only a few days had passed in the outside world. But before that he had to make some preparations. He was just an ordinary person when he entered the Earth. If he wanted to end this war completely, he had to use drastic measures. Looking at his only 100,000 system points left, he used 5,000 for the first summoning and 500 for rebuilding his body. The second time was a little cheaper, costing only 4,000, and his body was also strengthened before being sent back. He decided to use his remaining 100,000 points and exchange them all for lottery chances. System, do you think it would be better for me to have 10 bronze draws or 1 silver draw? Zhang Fan was a little hesitant and had to ask the system for its opinion first. Yayu thought for a moment and gave an answer. It is better for the host to exchange for silver lottery. The upper limit of bronze lottery items is B level, which is not a big improvement for the host, while the upper limit of silver lottery is A+. I understand. Let's exchange it for silver lottery. Zhang Fan nodded. Ding! 100,000 system points have been deducted. Congratulations to the host for winning a chance to win a silver prize. Use. Ding! A end-level talent miracle was drawn. Miracle, grade A+. After entering the world under his command, the Star Lord can trigger strange phenomena and has 3 chances to attack with 1/10,000th of his strength. A end-level talent miracle triggers a 10-fold increase, transforming to S-level talent God's Presence. God's Presence, S rank. When a Star Lord enters his civilization, strange phenomena will occur, and he will initially possess 1/10,000th of the power. As time goes by, the seal will gradually be released, and the power will continue to increase to 1% of the peak power. Yu raised his eyebrows in surprise. His host was so lucky? He could win the highest reward by drawing a lottery with the upper limit of A and level? If I'm so lucky, why was I so useless before? Zhang Fan was stunned when he looked at the thing he pulled out, and then he was ecstatic. This thing was very useful to him now. He even suspected that his system was manipulating the lottery rewards behind the scenes. He has always been aware of his luck, but now every time he draws a lottery, even if the items are not of the highest level, they are at least the second level rewards. The same goes for the novice gift packs. He doesn't believe that the system is not manipulating this for him. Thanks. Yu was silent. Looking at Zhang Fan's expression, he naturally knew what he was thinking, but he really didn't do anything behind the scenes. Host, please set off quickly. If you can't explain it, don't explain it. Let the host continue to misunderstand it. Okay, I'll adjust the time flow. With the S-level talent greed, he is not short of creation points and is now fully able to support the time flow of the Earth. Finally, the speed of time was adjusted to 100 years on Earth and 1 day in the outside world, and Zhang Fan entered the Earth. Buzz! There was a strange vision in the sky, and everyone in the 7 countries was awakened by the sudden arrival of the vision. How strange! Is it a coincidence? Or is it man-made? Yuan Feng, what do you think? A middle-aged man in fancy clothes asked a young man next to him. I don't know. It has never been recorded in history books. If this phenomenon is not man-made. Yuan Feng didn't continue speaking, but the middle-aged man understood his metaphor. Now the conflicts among the 7 countries are getting more and more intense. After more than 40 years of cultivation, all countries have forgotten their pain. A war is inevitable. Yuan Feng hesitated. Why do we have to fight? I have also studied history. Under the leadership of several sages, mankind went from barbarism to civilization and prosperity. Since we all come from the same origin, why can't we shake hands and make peace and develop together? Yes, we all come from the same origin, so no one is willing to submit to anyone else. That's why there are 7 kingdoms, that's why there are wars. Gu Bei laughed at himself and looked back at Yuan Feng. The fundamental reason for the current situation is human desire. When power is within your reach, will you fight for it? Yuan Feng's face turned pale, and he lowered his head quickly. I dare not. Gu Bei didn't say anything, but patted his shoulder and continued to talk to himself. The world is bustling with people because of profit. The world is bustling with people because of profit. If the 7 countries want to continue to develop, they must plunder the resources of other countries. Yuan Feng lowered his head. Now that the war is inevitable, and such a strange phenomenon has occurred tonight, I believe that people from other countries have also witnessed it with their own eyes. Send people out to search. Gu Bei said. Yes. I'll take my leave. Yuan Feng said immediately, then left respectfully. The strange phenomenon lasted for a whole hour before it ended. Gu Bei looked at the bright moon and said, the storm is coming. Somewhere on Earth at this time. The place where Zhang Fan landed was a tribe. That's right, it's a tribe, and this tribe is also human. In the 310th year of Kaiwen, the conflict officially broke out, and the entire human tribe split into 7 countries. Among them, a small part did not secede and establish its own kingdom because of its commemoration of the ancestors. Instead, they each gathered together and established tribes in remote places on Earth, away from the 7 kingdoms. They believed that at some point in the future, a wise man would be born to lead them back to the glory of their tribe. And now, call out! A beam of golden light descended from the sky, and the horrifying sight shocked everyone in the tribe. For a moment, no one dared to act rashly. As the golden light slowly dissipated, the figure in the golden light gradually appeared in their sight. This person is actually Zhang Fan. Gulp. Seeing Zhang Fan walking out of the golden light, Everyone broke out in cold sweats. They didn't know Zhang Fan's purpose. Was he a friend or an enemy? Who is the leader of your tribe? Zhang Fan asked after taking a quick look around. I am, and you are. An old man came out tremblingly. Me? If I say I'm the god who brought fire to the human race in ancient times, do you believe me? Zhang Fan smiled slightly. Does one need words to describe his status? The divine power around him is his status. Letter. The leader was a little excited. The divine power surrounding Zhang Fan was really too strong. Various strange phenomena kept appearing around him. He had no choice but to believe it. Oh? In that case, pass your position as leader to me. I am here to end the 7 kingdoms and establish a new era for the human race. Zhang Fan looked at the old man. The old man did not hesitate to hear this and directly handed over the walking stick in his hand. It's been preserved until now, which shows that you are thoughtful. Looking at the cane in his hand, Zhang Fan smiled. This cane was the one used by the first leader of the human species, but it had become very worn out after being washed away by time. Using a little bit of the Star Lord's power to change the cane, a scepter full of divinity soon appeared in front of everyone. May I know your name? The old man asked carefully. Zhang Fan pondered for a moment. He came here to rebuild a new system, so he wanted to come up with a name that would impress people. My name is Zhang Fan. My divine name is the Lord of the Stars. Forget it. He is bad at naming and can't think of a name that sounds impressive, so he just uses a derivative of Star Lord. Chapter 16. Welcome to the Lord of the Stars. The old man knelt down excitedly, and the others looked at each other, but still knelt down in accordance with the old leader's wishes. Welcome to the Lord of the Stars. Rise up. The development of the human race has deviated from my expectations, so I came down in person. From now on, the tribe will be changed to the divine court, and the position of the leader will be changed to the high priest. Since this is a special case, I will personally serve as the high priest. After I leave, the selection of the high priest will need to be tested. Zhang Fan's aura was fully open, and the strange phenomena around him were also very respectful and provided enough special effects. Yes. Everyone replied respectfully. How many people are there in the divine court now? Reporting to the Star Lord, now there are more than hundreds of thousands of people in the divine court. The old man replied. 100,000. Zhang Fan frowned, it was too little. Please calm down. Since the original tribe split, most people have followed some people with good prestige to establish their own kingdoms. Only a small number of people followed the last leader to establish a small tribe out of remembrance of the ancestors. Even if we were just a small group, our number would still be in the millions, but the 7 nations saw us as a potential threat and sent people to strangle us. In the end, it may be a mercy to us, as long as the number of our tribe does not exceed 150,000, they will let us live in peace in this remote place. Speaking of this, the old man was also furious, but with such strength, they could not change anything, until... The old man looked at Zhang Fan, who was immersed in the strange vision, with fiery eyes. Gather everyone in the next few days and follow me to attack the 7 countries one by one. Zhang Fan waved his hand to signal everyone to disperse, and glanced towards an open space. The old man hesitated. This, my lord, we are so few in number. Before he could finish his words, he saw Zhang Fan wave his hand and a magnificent golden palace rose out of thin air. The pupils of the people who had not yet dispersed saw this scene and their faith in Zhang Fan became even greater. They believed that under Zhang Fan's leadership, they would surely return to their former prosperity. The old man swallowed his saliva and swallowed the rest of his words, and said excitedly, I will definitely live up to the master's command. Zhang Fan did not respond and walked into the palace he built. This time he just wanted to try his hand to see how strong his 1/10 strength was. Now it seems that it is still possible for one person to fight against 1,000,000 troops alone, but this is not a long-term solution. What he wants is not to wipe out the 7 countries, but to make them surrender. He wanted to establish a centralized rule with theocracy above all else, so that it would be easier to manage, so that he could have more control over the development of the earth and avoid unnecessary accidents like this one. I can't sleep tonight. The 7 countries all sent a large number of people to investigate the source of the vision, but in the end they found nothing. This vision seemed to be natural and not caused by other people. Is this really the case? The monarchs of the 7 countries expressed their suspicion. All the extraordinary things revealed strangeness, especially since such a thing happened before the war. They would not be able to sleep or eat well if they did not investigate it thoroughly. What if it's another country's trump card? If the enemy really used their ultimate move on the battlefield, they would suffer heavy losses and eventually end up being divided up among the 6 nations. My kingdom will not be allowed to be coveted by anyone. As if it was a convention, the 7 countries were all prepared to postpone the war, and they were not hesitant to use the pawns that had been stationed in other countries for decades. A bloody storm raged in the past few days. People were afraid to go out at night, and several corpses could be seen on the streets at dawn. This caused the people to panic and worry about their own future. A few days passed like this. Guguo. How's the situation? Is the investigation going well these days? Gu Bei asked Yuan Fang, who was standing beside him. Your Majesty, we have used all the chess pieces we have placed in the 6 countries, but we have not discovered any hidden secrets in those countries. Not only that, the other 6 countries have also taken action. In the past few days, thousands of people have been killed just to kill the spies of the 6 countries. The people are in a panic. Not to mention at night, even during the day, few people go out. In the long run, this is not conducive to the development of the country. Yuan Fang looked solemn. Is there anything unusual? Gu Bei narrowed his eyes slightly. He had heard about the recent movements of the 6 countries. It seemed that the strange phenomenon that night had frightened all the countries. But it was possible that one of the countries pretended not to know and cooperated with their acting. Your Majesty, I have a guess, I wonder if I should tell you or not. Yuan Fang's tone was a little hesitant. Speak. Could it be that small tribe that caused the commotion? Gu Bei's face froze when he heard this. It was really possible. Although they could destroy the current tribe with a snap of a finger, the entire tribe, including the elderly, the weak, women and children, had only 100,000 people. But accidents are inevitable. Aren't there enough miracles in history? Send someone. Before Gu Bei could finish his words, he was interrupted by the sound of a message. Report. The person who came was in a panic and panting, and it seemed that there was an emergency. What's the matter? Tell me quickly. Gu Bei said majestically. A large army was spotted 50 miles away. A large army? How many people are there on the other side? What country's army is it from? Gu Bei was very confused. Everyone was worried now. Which country was so stupid as to act rashly? The enemy's number of people is estimated to be less than 100,000, and their strength is unknown. Gu Bei was confused but had some guesses. How dare they do that? What gave them the courage? Come on, follow me to the battle. I want to see with my own eyes what the other party's confidence is. Gu Bei sneered, then led an army of 700,000 to attack the enemy. It's not that he didn't want to bring more people. The total human population is only more than 30 million now, scattered among 7 countries, with an average of more than 4 million people in each country. Excluding the elderly, the weak, women, children and ordinary people, having an army of 700,000 is considered a sign of a strong national power. The mighty army marched out of the city and occupied the wilderness. Looking down from above, you can see densely packed black spots on the ground. Gu Bei held a sword and sat on a dragon carriage, with a dozen horses in front providing power. The two sides soon met 10 miles away and stopped moving forward. Send someone to get the news ahead. Gu Bei gave orders. My lord, a large army has appeared ahead. The old man Zhou Yuanming reminded Zhang Fan, who was sitting in a gorgeous carriage. Which country's army is this? Zhang Fan opened his eyes and used his magical powers to see clearly the army 10 miles away, and he had a general idea in his mind. Quo. Zhang Fan said calmly, just go over there, don't pay any attention to it, and you don't have to worry about getting hurt. Yes. My lord has given the order, keep moving forward. Zhou Yuanming continued to command the army forward. As the army set out, they soon encountered spies sent by Gu Bei. Seeing that they dared to move forward, the enemy immediately pulled their horses back and shouted, Who are you? How dare you attack our Gu kingdom? Zhou Yuanming glanced at Zhang Fan and saw that he did not respond, so he asked someone to respond directly. The glory of the old days has faded, and a new order is about to be born. The fallen 7 countries will become the nutrients needed for its birth. To recreate the glory of the past and continue the brilliance of the ancestors, unification has become inevitable, and the Divine Court has an unshakable responsibility. Chapter 17. Unification is inevitable, and the Divine Court has an unshakable responsibility. The Divine Court. The other party was stunned. What kind of force was this? However, this was not his concern. He immediately rode back at full speed and informed Gu Bei of the information he had obtained. Arrogant. Gu Bei angrily slapped the dragon throne and said, What a bullshit Divine Court, pretending to be a god, a mere mob of less than 100,000 people dare to speak nonsense in front of our army. Someone come. I am here. Send out 100,000 cavalry to crush them all. Kill them without mercy. I want to see if this Divine Court is really stubborn. Gu Bei waved his hand. Yes. The general drew his sword and said, Where are the cavalry of Gu state? Wind. Wind. Strong wind. The resounding roar echoed through heaven and earth. Follow me and kill. The general took the lead and led 100,000 cavalrymen straight to Zhang Fan's side. The sound of their horses' hooves trampling the ground was deafening. Kill. Faced with the mighty force of 100,000 cavalry, the people on Zhang Fan's side were frightened. These were iron cavalrymen, and slaughtering them was like slaughtering lambs. For a moment, everyone felt very uneasy. The only weapons in their hands were swords and knives, which made them unable to resist at all, not to mention that the enemy's cavalry army had 100,000 soldiers, while they had less than 100,000. Zhang Fan naturally noticed the uneasiness of the crowd. If he didn't show his skills, they would probably flee in the face of the enemy. There are always creatures on earth who offend the majesty of the gods. Zhang Fan shouted, then attacked without hesitation. The divine power is mighty. Zhang Fan's eyes flashed with golden light, and infinite pressure emanated from the surroundings. With a wave of his hands, an extremely huge phantom of the temple descended from the sky. And the place they were aiming at was the 100,000 moving cavalry. Bang! The temple fell, raising thick dust. 100,000 cavalrymen directly crashed into the south wall inside the divine palace, and many soldiers were trampled to death by their companions. They wanted to adjust their team and rush out of the cage, but no matter how hard they attacked, they couldn't break even a little bit of this divine palace. 100,000 cavalrymen were trapped and died inside, as if the outside world had completely separated from them. Zhang Fan's move stunned everyone on the battlefield. The humans on their side were filled with fanaticism, and for a moment many of them became Zhang Fan's fanatical followers. Is this the power of God? On the other hand, everyone on Gu Bei's side was stunned, looking at what was happening before their eyes and thought they were dreaming. Is this a power that humans can master? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Gu Bei slammed the table and stood up. Your Majesty. Yuan Fang supported Gu Bei, who was a little unsteady on his feet, his eyes full of bitterness. It seemed that his previous guess was true. This force called Shenting is the small tribe from before. Roll! Gu Bei pushed Yuan Fang away and roared, "All troops, attack! Destroy them for me!" Although Gu Bei gave the order, everyone looked at each other with some hesitation in their hearts. They still had the intention to resist against mortals, but when the enemy was a god, how could they muster the will to resist? "Don't you understand my order?" Gu Bei's face was ferocious and he didn't care about his image at all. "Why should I raise you? You eat my food and use my things, so your lives belong to me. Kill them. Those who retreat, die." The generals around him also drew their swords and stared at everyone fiercely. The generals still had their usual dignity, so even though everyone was hesitant to retreat, they had no choice but to continue moving forward. "Ha ha ha! I don't believe you can continue to attack and let my army tear apart your fake tricks of the shitty divine court." Gu Bei was deceiving himself. "My lord, the enemy continues to send troops to attack." Zhou Yuanming's tone was excited but his face was calm. Zhang Fan's performance just now gave him full confidence. He was excited because the god he believed in was the true god. Even when he was next to Zhang Fan, he felt endless glory. "Well, don't worry. The increase in numbers won't change anything. Of course, my goal is not to destroy the people of the 7 nations, but to subdue and unify them. You are all human beings, all my people, and I will spare your lives." Zhang Fan said calmly. "Secondly, with his current strength, which is only 1/10,000th of his, he cannot destroy millions of people by himself. He needs to be given time to kill them slowly. It is impossible to kill them instantly. After all, he is only a 2nd-level Star Lord now. The gap between the 1st-level Star Master and the 2nd-level Star Master is not big, but the gap between the 2nd and 3rd levels is huge. In order to be promoted to the 3rd-level Star Lord, the civilization under his command must be a 1st-level civilization. Zhang Fan is still far from meeting this condition." "Yes. My lord is merciful. Your greatness deserves to be praised by all mankind." There was a flash of fanaticism in Zhou Yuanming's eyes, which made Zhang Fan's mouth twitch. "If you were in your previous life, you would have been a pyramid scheme leader. Wait for me to attack again. After this, the army's inner defense will surely collapse. In this way, we only need to capture the monarch of Gu alive and this battle will be over." Zhang Fan stood up after he finished speaking. With his current strength, it would still take a lot of effort to suppress an army of hundreds of thousands at once. He didn't want to be seen weak by others, as that would ruin all the prestige he had worked so hard to build up. Under the gaze of everyone, Zhang Fan's figure flashed, and the next moment his figure appeared 100 meters above the enemy army. Hundreds of thousands of troops stopped and looked at Zhang Fan flying high in the sky. A bad premonition flashed through their minds. "And this man can fly. This is not the power of a mortal. Is he the god of the divine court?" Gu Bei's smile froze. He had just said that he would expose the other party's tricks, but now he was slapped in the face so quickly. Zhang Fan took a deep breath. "Hey!" Mobilizing all the divine power in his body, the sky turned golden in an instant, and endless divine power locked onto the army below. The soldiers felt that they had difficulty breathing, and what was even worse was that their intuition was warning them to flee. "Run away!" Someone shouted, and the army that had been in good order just now suddenly fell apart. Everyone ran for their lives, trying to leave this place of trouble. The Pillar of Judgment imprisonment. A majestic voice resounded through heaven and earth, and everyone heard the whispers that struck their souls. Buzz! In an instant, golden rays of light fell from the sky. Before those soldiers could escape a few steps, they were pierced from top to bottom by a beam of light, pinning them to the spot. Their eyes were filled with fear, they could not feel any pain in their bodies, and they had lost control of their bodies. They only had a pair of eyes to look around. Everywhere he looked, he saw his companions, just like himself, nailed to the ground. After using this move, Zhang Fan felt a little weak. He forced himself to get back into the car and said to Zhou Yuanming, "I'll leave it to you to handle the rest." Zhang Fan didn't give him a chance to refuse. He calmly closed the car door and pulled the curtain. However, in Zhou Yuanming's view, all this was a test given to him by Zhang Fan, and he was very excited for a moment. Chapter 18. I will not let the Lord down. After Zhou Yuanming finished his worship, he rushed forward with his army. Looking back at the history of mankind for thousands of years, there have been sages who have come to the world since ancient times to lead us in developing civilization. Under the leadership of the sages, we have gone from barbarism to prosperity. We are of the same origin. The war has brought us pain and sacrifice. The human race should be as united and harmonious as it has been in the past. For this reason, our Lord has descended in person, and he will lead us again towards civilization, unity, and prosperity. Perhaps the sages before us were transformed by our Lord, guiding our development. So you should put aside your grudges and join the embrace of the divine court. From now on, my Lord will lead us to a new future. Zhou Yuanming recalled. The sage has come to the world. I am transformed by God. Join the divine court. Embrace the new life. The crowd cheered wildly, and the sound echoed through the heaven and earth in waves. Gu Bei on the opposite side looked extremely grim after hearing these words. He did not expect that his army of 700,000 would be defeated like this. The defeat was so quick and so complete. God? Transformed into a sage? Why is it so unreal? For a moment, Gu Bei felt bitter in his heart and slumped down on the dragon throne powerlessly. Your Majesty! Yuan Fang wanted to comfort Gu Bei, but in the end he couldn't say the words. The outcome of this war was already determined, and Gu Bei, as a king, would definitely be killed. You go, surrender with them, and you can save your life. Gu Bei waved his hand to signal him to leave. Do you think the human species will usher in a new era? Yuan Fang looked at Zhang Fan's carriage blankly. A new era for the human species? If he is really a god, maybe he can establish a new era as their slogan says. Gu Bei drew his sword. Yes, it's a new era, but it's a pity that I can't see it. Yuan Fang smiled and drew out his sword as well. Gu Bei looked at him unexpectedly. You. If your Majesty had not helped me when I was young, I would have died in that cold winter. I am afraid your Majesty would be lonely on the road, so I am here to accompany you and relieve your fatigue. That's thoughtful. After the death of the King of Gu, their troops surrendered one after another. Zhou Yuanming led his troops to recruit them one by one. And on Zhang Fan's side. Ding! Triggering system task. Mission: destroy the 7 nations and establish a new era for the human species. Completion: 1/7. Reward: 300,000 system points, 1 chance to win a silver prize. While recuperating, Zhang Fan suddenly received a prompt from the system. After reading the task, he was delighted. He didn't expect that there would be an unexpected surprise on this trip. The combined rewards this time include 4 silver draws, which can double your strength. If the host wants to become stronger faster, you need to trigger the system task yourself. You reminded that in this special examination room, the release of system tasks needs to be approved by the rules behind it. Therefore, Su is good at making trouble, so tasks are triggered frequently. Crisis and opportunity coexist. As long as you can survive, you will work hard to the death. I see. I'll find something to do when I get a chance. Zhang Fan nodded, and felt that what his system said made sense. When he was able to leave the star field, he would go out and do something. Soon after Zhou Yuanming incorporated Gu Guo's army, he ran to report to Zhang Fan. My lord, all the armies of Gu state have been unified. What are your plans for the future? Well, such a big thing has happened. The people of Gu must be in a state of panic now. We should first control the territory of Gu, and then attack the remaining 6 countries. Zhang Fan's voice came from inside the car, and he continued, I'll leave all these trivial matters to you, don't let me down. Yes. Zhou Yuanming was very excited. So the huge army entered the city of Gu State. The people looked at what was happening before their eyes and closed their doors and windows, hiding inside their houses and not daring to come out. Inside the palace, news came back that the front line had been defeated, the emperor had been killed in battle, and the enemy army had already attacked and entered the city. The palace maids and eunuchs rushed out one after another. At this time, Zhou Yuanming had led the army to besiege the imperial city. Give up yourselves one by one. Anyone who escapes during the chaos will be killed without mercy. For the sake of our Lord's ideal of unity, we will not kill innocent people. Anyone who does not have the royal blood of the Gu kingdom will be safe. Those with royal blood can also be pardoned as long as they sincerely repent. As the words fell, the fleeing people stopped one by one and let the army hold them down obediently, as long as they could save their lives. As for those who were of royal blood and had the virility to fight to the death, there was also a small number of people who were afraid of death and allowed the soldiers to detain them obediently. Everything was going according to Zhang Fan's plan. The people were also comforted by the army. They only needed to live their lives as usual and the army would not kill them innocently. Although the people were very skeptical about their words, they had no choice but to obey as they were at the mercy of others. 3 days passed like this. Within 3 days, the news of the demise of Gu State also reached the ears of the other 6 countries. The monarchs of the 6 countries found it hard to believe when they heard the news. Although Gu's national strength was not the best among the 7 countries, it could be ranked in the upper middle level. But even such a powerful country as Gu was destroyed by an unknown force. For a time, the monarchs of the 6 countries were all worried and sent a large number of people to check whether the news was true. Is the news really as rumored? Yes, Your Majesty. Our spies have confirmed the authenticity of the news. It is indeed as rumored. The Gu kingdom has been destroyed, and that unknown force has taken over the territory of the Gu kingdom. Absurd. This is ridiculous. Where did such a powerful unknown force come from on Earth? Why have we never heard of it in the past few hundred years? The monarchs of the 6 countries were furious in the court. There was nothing they could do as this force really frightened them. All the officials looked at each other in bewilderment. They dared not speak carefully in this situation. They did not want to get into such bad luck. Why are you all silent, my dear ministers? Tell me, is this unknown force heading only for Gu State, or is Gu State just the first target? There were whispers in the court, and since the monarch had asked about it, they naturally had to answer. Your Majesty, I believe that this force's attempt to destroy Gu State was not a whim, but a fierce one. Judging from the strength they have shown so far, they may intend to unify the 7 countries. Oh? Why do you say that? From the information sent by the spies, although they destroyed the Gu kingdom, they did not massacre the people. This shows that the other party is not a murderous person. Taking over without plundering is seen as the ambition of a hero, and using good strategies to rally the people's hearts can be said to be a sign of having a strong fighting spirit. An ambitious, powerful, and far-sighted force, lying dormant for hundreds of years, suddenly became known to the world. If it were you, what would you want? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the court was talking about it, and these words were recognized by everyone. The other side will definitely attack the remaining 6 countries. Their kingdom is in danger. The monarch nodded and came to his senses. What he could do now was to strengthen the national strength and figure out the opponent's next move. My dear, which country do you think the enemy will attack next? Lihokuo. Chapter 19. Willow Country. Your Majesty, our country borders the Gu kingdom. After they have recovered, they will definitely turn their attention to us. Yes, Your Majesty, the enemy's intention is very clear. They will not stop until they occupy the 7 countries, and the next target is our Lu country. Your Majesty, let's send troops to attack them before they can recover. There was a fierce quarrel in the court of Lu state. Some supported taking the initiative to attack, while others supported closing the country. The Lu kingdom's monarch, Lu Su, was given a headache by the noise. He was already annoyed, and now his temper flared up even more. Shut up, everyone! Suddenly the intense noise stopped. After a moment of silence, Lu Su said, I called you here to discuss strategies, not to have meaningless quarrels. I don't have much time left now, so I need to think of a strategy and reasons before making any. Upon hearing this, all the officials frowned and began to think. There was silence in the court for a while. After an unknown amount of time, a minister came out and broke the silence. Minister, I have something to say. Lu Su glanced and said, Speak. I think we should attack first. The enemy has just finished attacking Gu State, and we all know that Gu State's national strength is not top-notch, but it is in the middle. Lu State's national strength is higher than Gu State, with 1 million troops, and the enemy is weak at this time. Your Majesty, if you lead the army, you will definitely catch the enemy off guard. If you wait for the enemy to recover, I am afraid you will be in a tough battle. Even if we resist the enemy's attack in the end, the other 5 countries will be watching covetously. They will surely attack us in groups while we are weak. Your Majesty, we have the initiative, don't miss it. Lu Su thought for a while and felt that what the other party said made sense. If they got into a tough battle, the other 5 countries would definitely add insult to injury. Your Majesty, no. As soon as the previous minister finished speaking, someone immediately came out to refute him. Lu Su paused, what's your opinion? The other party bowed and said, I think we should not attack, but defend the city. According to the news reported by the spies, all the troops of Gu State were captured. With such strength, they will surely be crushed in battle. Although my Lu kingdom has 1 million strong troops, it is still unable to crush the 700,000 strong army of Gu kingdom. If we lead the army to attack, we may encounter unexpected events. The front line is tight and the battle line is in another country. Our rear camp will be empty. If another country takes the opportunity to cause trouble, Lu State will become the next Gu State. This. Lu Su hesitated for a moment. What the other party said made sense. The first minister was immediately angry when he saw his point of view was refuted. Bullshit. As long as our Lu kingdom signs a truce with the other 5 countries, we can guarantee that Lu kingdom will have no worries. You are talking nonsense. You are just daydreaming. The man was immediately furious after being scolded. What a bullshit truce, a piece of waste paper. If it were a peaceful era, it would indeed have a certain binding force, but at this moment, it is just a fig leaf to save the face of each country. If you really listen to your lies, it will be the moment of life and death for my country, Lu. In history, the 7 countries fought for a little land resources. When my country's camp is empty, the other countries will tear their faces apart. What is your intention? You. The other party was so angry that his face turned red and he couldn't breathe for a while. Lu Su was also inclined to defend the city at this time. Seeing that no one else had any suggestions, he made a decision. Okay, I have made up my mind. I will defend the city as you said. Your Majesty, please understand. Seeing that his opinion was adopted, he was very happy and looked at the other party proudly. This made the other party feel dizzy and his blood rushed up, causing him to fall down. Lu Su was a little surprised but also reacted, come here, carry you down to the hospital and let you rest well. That's it. During this period of time, we will strengthen the city's defenses and make all necessary preparations. In order to prevent the enemy from besieging the city, we will go to the other 5 countries to collect a large amount of food. Retreat. 3 days passed like this. During this period, Zhang Fan also recovered completely. Not only that, the seal on his body was slightly released and his strength was slightly improved. Now he can exert 3/10,000 of his peak power, which is twice as high as before. My lord, the Gu kingdom has officially been taken over by the divine court. Zhou Yuanming came to report the situation. Well, you did a good job. Is there any news from the other 6 countries recently? Zhang Fan said calmly. Due to your divine power, the other 6 countries dare not act rashly. The Lu kingdom, which borders the Gu kingdom, is overhauling its defense facilities. It seems that the other party is preparing to defend the city. What do you think our next goal should be, to avoid Lu state and attack other countries, or to directly send a large army to trap the other party in the city? Zhou Yuanming asked. Hearing this, Zhang Fan sneered, defending the city, if it were an ordinary war, would indeed have a good effect, but they don't know who they are against. Zhou Yuanming responded, my lord is mighty. Don't worry about them. Leave half of the army to manage Gu state, and the rest of the army will follow me to attack Lu state. I will obey the oracle. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Within 2 days, Zhang Fan led a large army to invade Lu state. On the city wall, Lu Su was very confused when he saw the army of only 400,000. They thought the enemy would attack them with all their might, but how dare they challenge their million-strong army with only 400,000 troops? How dare they? What do you think the other party is doing? This. The ministers looked at each other in bewilderment. The result was beyond their expectations. They thought the other side had at least 2 million troops, but now. Your Majesty, could it be just the opponents forward? They didn't know that the Gu state's army was destroyed by Zhang Fan alone, and most of the current 400,000 troops were Gu state's original soldiers. Zhang Fan was not afraid that they would dare to disobey his management. With him around, no one would dare to have any other thoughts. That makes sense. Let's see the situation first. We can't rule out the possibility that the other side wants us to let our guard down and lure our troops out of the city to attack them, and finally catch us off guard. Lu Su guessed. My lord has arrived at the city of Lu. Send someone to make a statement first. I will give them a chance to repent. Only if they surrender can they save their lives. Zhang Fan gestured. In fact, he had already guessed that the other party would most likely not surrender, but he had to use courtesy before force. He couldn't lose face, and it didn't matter if he lost a little time. It could also show his kindness. Zhou Yuanming on the side said, yes. My God is merciful. Come on, send troops to the Lu kingdom to make a speech and sing praises to the greatness of our God. Give them a chance to mend their ways. So, a man rode his horse at full speed to the city of Lu state. My God is merciful. Seeing that mankind is constantly fighting among themselves, I have now personally descended to the world to lead the human race into a new era. Goodwill has already thrown itself into my arms. If you sincerely surrender to my court, I will forgive you for the past. Unification is inevitable, and I have an unyielding responsibility. Chapter 20. On the city wall. Lu Su frowned, Shenting. Your Majesty, this so-called divine court seems to be the unknown force. You actually call yourself God. What a big mouth. Lu Su sneered. It was just the destruction of the Gu kingdom. Do you really take yourself so seriously? Don't pay attention to their shouting. I want to see how strong the other party is. Castle Town. Seeing that the other party did not respond, the visitor stopped shouting. After all, his mission was completed. Since they did not take their God seriously, it would be too late when my God showed his power. Soon this person passed the message back. The army can attack the city directly, and there is no need to worry about getting hurt. Zhang Fan signaled Zhou Yuanming to attack the city directly. I will obey the oracle. All troops attack. Kill. The mighty army rushed towards the city like a tide. Humph, how ignorant and fearless. How dare you attack directly? Lu Su smiled. It was a fantasy for an army of 400,000 to want to capture their city. However, the more ignorant the other party was, the happier he was. Anyway, when they arrived at the city, he would have the advantage and they could shoot arrows at the other party without restraint. Archers ready. Hwalala. Archers were lined up on the city wall. Put. Call out. Arrows were flying all over the sky. Zhang Fan's army looked up at the sky. Although they knew that Zhang Fan was in charge of their side, they still couldn't help but panic at this moment. Looking at the thousands of arrows being fired at him, Zhang Fan waved his hand and a golden fortress phantom protected the army. Bang! 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 Arrows rained down like rain, densely hitting the fortress, and not a single arrow could break through the defense and cause any damage to the army inside. My God is mighty! Keep going! Everyone was excited. They had felt desperate before when Zhang Fan was the enemy, but now the situation had turned around, and with a God in charge, they felt their lives were safe. All of a sudden, many soldiers began to turn into fanatics. On the other hand, let's look at the Lu kingdom. What? What is this thing? How can it withstand hundreds of thousands of arrows from our army and remain unharmed? Lu Su was dumbfounded. He had thought of many scenarios but could never have guessed that the ending would be like this. Your Majesty, this method is definitely not something that humans can understand or master. This divine court may really have a god as they say. The ministers calmed down and quickly guessed. Lu Su also reacted, even if it's a god, so what? This golden fortress must have its limits. As long as this fortress is broken, my million-strong army can kill the god. Use fire arrows. Get on the catapults. Keep suppressing with arrows, and when the enemy is within catapult distance, attack together. Boom boom boom. A huge catapult was pushed up. The archers were still shooting to suppress the enemy's approach, but under the protection of Zhang Fan's divine power, all attacks were like child's play and could not cause any substantial damage. In this way, the 400,000 strong army easily attacked the city. Catapult. Lu Su gave the order. Huge rocks were thrown continuously and hit the army under the city. Bang! 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 The huge rocks hit the fortress and bounced back as usual, and the army began to attack the city gate. Bang! The violent impact caused the city gate to loosen a little. Seeing this, everyone directly loaded the siege vehicle and prepared to break down the city gate. Lu Su above was anxious. We can't let them break into the city. Burn them to death with boiling oil. Suddenly, there was a downpour of oil all over the city, and torches were thrown down one after another. A raging fire immediately broke out under the city. Zhang Fan looked at him with an amused expression. Do you think you can break his divine protection? The two sides are not on the same dimension at all, it is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. The outcome of everything is doomed from the moment you become his enemy, you will definitely fail. Lu Su looked at the fortress that isolated the fire outside, and his face became even uglier. Is the power of God so invincible? No. I still have 1,000,000 strong soldiers. We can definitely kill the gods. Go out of the city to meet the enemy. Since long-range attacks don't work, let's just fight. I have 1,000,000 mighty troops in the Lu kingdom. We can definitely turn the tide. Lu Su roared. As his orders were given, the city gates slowly opened and the army rushed directly towards Zhang Fan's army. Seeing that his soldiers were able to enter the fortress shadow safely, Lu Su smiled. As expected, this fortress could only defend against long-range attacks. Now he wanted to see how the enemy's 400,000 troops would resist his 1,000,000 strong army. That's enough for the minor fights. Zhang Fan stood up slowly. It was time to end the battle. These humans would be his people in the future, and he couldn't let them die. A new era for the human species has arrived. A majestic voice spread across the battlefield, followed by a huge pressure that swept across the entire place. Everyone stopped their actions obediently at once. Under the gaze of everyone, Zhang Fan shrunk the distance into an inch and walked towards the city step by step. In just a few breaths, they arrived at the foot of the city. Retreat! The whispers that directly struck their souls made the millions of soldiers unable to stand steadily, and they subconsciously moved aside step by step as Zhang Fan said. Zhang Fan slowly ascended and said, "In ancient times, I incarnated as a sage to lead you in development. After several years, the human race has gone from barbarism to civilization. War brings a lot, but also brings a lot of losses. Today, I descend again to lead you into a new future." The crowd below cheered wildly. "Sing praises to the Lord. My Lord is great." Lu Sol looked at Zhang Fan flying in the air with an extremely ugly expression on his face. None of the ministers dared to speak. At this moment, the rhythm of everything was under the control of the other party. "Believe in my Lord. In ancient times, it was my Lord who led us to develop. Now that my Lord has descended, we should unite and cooperate with my Lord's oracle as usual." Zhou Yuanming said enthusiastically. Seeing this, others also spoke up. There were sages in ancient times. They were transformed by my Lord. God has descended now. Unify and merge. Impossible. Wishful thinking. My kingdom is not something you can covet. What bullshit gods and sages, they are all historical fictions, lies to confuse the people. Kill them. An inappropriate voice sounded, and the ministers around him looked at Lu Su in surprise. "No, Your Majesty, can't you see the situation clearly now?" So everyone stayed away from Lu Su, not wanting to be implicated. Noticing that the ministers were moving away from him, Lu Su's already dark face became even darker. Zhang Fan in the sky frowned. It seemed that he had to kill a chicken to scare the monkeys. "Oh, you insult the wise, die." Zhang Fan glanced at him. Lu Su uncontrollably drew the sword from his waist and slowly put it around his neck under the gaze of everyone. "Stop! Stop!" Lu Su's pupils shrank and fear surged in his heart, but no matter how he called, his body still moved uncontrollably. Puff! Blood splattered 3 feet away, and Lu Su's body slowly fell off the city wall. Seeing such a horrifying scene, the others had no intention of resisting and they surrendered one after another. After the entire war, only the monarch of Lu state died. Congratulations, congratulations! The destruction of the Lu kingdom. Chapter 21. The next thing was simple. Zhou Yuanming led his army to quickly incorporate the army of Lu state. As for the royal bloodline, after seeing such divine power with their own eyes, they all obediently accepted the capture. Zhang Fan was not afraid that they would rebel, so he spared their lives and sent them to labor reform to contribute to the construction of the human species. When the army began to manage Lu state, Zhang Fan looked at his system tasks. Mission: destroy the 7 nations and establish a new era for the human species. Completion: 2/7. Reward: 300,000 system points, 1 chance to win a silver prize. In just a few days, he has destroyed 2 countries. He believes that it won't take long before the mission can be easily completed. Next, he also needs to speed up the progress and continuously unlock the seals on himself. Now his strength has reached 5/10,000. On the second day after the demise of the Lu kingdom, the news reached the ears of the remaining 5 countries. After verifying the news, all countries fell silent. The strength of Lu state could be ranked 3rd, but a country with such strength perished so quickly. As for Lu state's strategy, they had already guessed that the other party was preparing to defend the city by seeing that the other party was collecting a large amount of food. A 1,000,000-strong army in an impregnable city could not hold out for a single day. They knew that the Lu kingdom had a strong foundation, so the enemy was simply too powerful. On the 3rd day, Zhang Fan took over the entire Lu kingdom and continued to lead the army to attack. On the fourth day, the troops arrived at the city of Lu State. The battle lasted less than a few minutes before being defeated by Zhang Fan alone. Now that Zhang Fan's power is growing day by day, suppressing millions of humans is not a problem. The Lu kingdom was destroyed. After spending a day to take over, Zhang Fan continued to attack the remaining 4 countries. Faced with Zhang Fan's menacing attack, the remaining 4 countries were afraid. They were really frightened by the power displayed by Zhang Fan and his army. They all began to exchange letters, preparing to unite to resist Zhang Fan's forces. But ants are ants after all. Even if they huddle together for warmth, they are still too weak in the face of tremendous power. On the 6th day, the army led by Zhang Fan arrived at the city of Chen State. The 4 countries had already discussed it and brought all their troops to the state of Chen. Millions of troops formed a dark mass in the wilderness. The monarchs of various countries stood on the city walls and issued orders. Boom! 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 The sound of drums resounded throughout the heaven and earth, cheering on the millions of troops. Zhang Fan watched everything from a distance, feeling a little emotional. Black clouds are pressing down on the city, and the city is about to collapse. The armor shines towards the sun, and the golden scales are revealed. The horn sounds fill the sky with autumn colors, and the rouge on the frontier turns purple at night. The half-rolled red flag is facing the Yishui River, and the drums cannot be heard due to the heavy frost and cold. My lord is in high spirits. This poem is beyond words, it will surely be passed down through the ages. Zhou Yuanming exclaimed. Zhang Fan waved his hand indifferently. This poem was not written by him. He just wrote it down out of inspiration to suit the current situation. Now that the remaining 4 nations are here, that's good. I don't have to go looking for them one by one. This time, Zhang Fan didn't need to lead the army first, and prepared to take action himself. Wait for me to come back. I will obey the oracle. Zhang Fan took a step forward, his figure flashing as he approached the millions of troops. Report. Someone is approaching ahead. Someone is approaching? How many people? Alone. Upon hearing this, the monarchs were extremely surprised. Report. That man has arrived in front of our army. Report. That person can actually fly. News continued to reach the ears of the monarchs. Soon, without the need for spies to report, they saw Zhang Fan arriving above the army. Why can this person walk in the air? The 4 kings were shocked. Eye of evil punishment, judgment. The magnificent voice resounded through heaven and earth. In an instant, everyone felt the hair stand on end. They saw a golden divine pupil slowly appear above the heads of other people, and they all looked dazed. The next moment, everyone lost consciousness. When they came to their senses, they found themselves tied to a cross, and their companions were in the same situation. They were terrified. This sudden change was something no one had expected. The millions of crosses in the wilderness were horrifying, and the monarchs of the 4 countries were also nailed to the city walls. What's this? The monarch of Chen was terrified. The monarchs of the other 3 kingdoms also looked pale. Everything happened too suddenly, as if an invisible hand was strangling their necks, making it difficult to breathe. The rest is easy. After Zhang Fan beheaded the monarchs of the 4 countries, he ordered his army to take over the state of Chen, and also sent troops to take charge of the remaining 3 countries. At this point the 7 nations have perished, and the divine court should be established. System, why hasn't the mission been completed? I have destroyed the 7 nations. Zhang Fan was very confused as he didn't hear the prompt sound for a long time. Ding! The host only destroyed the 7 nations, and did not re-establish a new human species system. The mission will be completed when both conditions are met at the same time. I see. Well, that's not a big deal. Zhang Fan nodded. Isn't it just building a new system? That's very simple. Time flies, and a year has passed in the blink of an eye. Within a year, the original 7 kingdoms were abolished and their lands were merged. From then on, there were no more 7 kingdoms, only the ruling of the divine court standing in the center. The divine court is located in the center of the original 7 kingdoms. A church building that is 100 meters high is located in the center of the continent, which looks very majestic and spectacular. Over a year had passed, allowing Zhang Fan's strength to be unlocked to the upper limit of his talent, which was 1% of his full strength. This building was created by Zhang Fan using his divine power. Even if it is exposed to wind and rain, it will not be damaged at all. It also has a hint of divinity, and its divinity will gradually increase over time. In the blink of an eye, another year passed, and most humans gradually began to become Zhang Fan's believers, which made his theocratic rule more solid. This approach has both advantages and disadvantages, but from the perspective of the creator, the advantages ultimately outweigh the disadvantages. Today, Zhang Fan announced that the human race has entered a new era, thus abolishing the first year of Kaiwen and starting the first year of Shenkai. In the first year of Shenkai, Zhang Fan began to lead the human race to vigorously develop productivity, and the technological level of the human race began to grow. Under his call, the human race began to focus on technological development. In the 10th year of Shenkai, mankind entered the steam age. The technological revolution began, and steam engines and electric motors were gradually invented. The productivity of human beings was greatly improved, and machines began to gradually replace human labor. Many tasks that could not be completed by human beings could be easily completed with the help of steam engines. In the 50th year of Shenkai, various machines were constantly improved, various natural phenomena were discovered under Zhang Fan's guidance, and under his deliberate hints, inventions gradually appeared one by one. Humanity steadily entered industrial civilization. Electromagnetic induction was discovered and put to use. Direct current and alternating current appeared one by one. Humanity mastered new energy methods, and electric current entered their field of vision. Zhang Fan also issued oracles, focusing on the development of physics, mathematics, biology, and chemistry. Chapter 22. Under his deliberate guidance, the physical system was quickly established, the embryonic mathematics period quickly transitioned to the constant mathematics period, and finally to the variable mathematics period, and calculus was established. The rapid development of mathematics has also driven the progress of physical research, and the two complement each other. During the 100 years of divine revelation, mathematics entered the modern mathematics period, and now it has entered the modern mathematics period. In the 120th year of the divine revelation, the human race entered the electrical age and a large number of weapons were manufactured. However, under Zhang Fan's rule, no internal strife occurred. Thus a new era of humankind was established. Ding! Mission accomplished. Mission: destroy the 7 nations and establish a new era for the human species. Completion: completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 300,000 system points and 1 chance to win a silver prize. Zhang Fan, who returned to the outside world, immediately received a system prompt. This time he personally led the development of the human race for 100 years, and the level of civilization of the human race underwent a rapid leap. Skipping directly from agricultural civilization to industrial civilization and reaching today's modern civilization, all human beings have also entered the electrical age. In terms of the level of civilization alone, it is not inferior to the civilization of our previous world. However, the disadvantage is that humans now have very few entertainment options and technological development is unprecedented. Zhang Fan didn't care. After all, he didn't create the human race to let them enjoy life. In the future, they would have to fight other civilizations with real guns and swords. Whatever entertainment you want, put all your skills into technology. However, if there is no major breakthrough in the future, the development of the human species will slow down. After all, Zhang Fan has only seen so much and can no longer teach the human species more knowledge. He wanted the human race to develop a second system, but he didn't have the means. The human race is now ruled by theocracy, and has seen the power of the mysterious side. If there is a chance to obtain a new system in the future, the human race will practice both magic and science. It would be even better if he could get a system for cultivating immortals. By cultivating immortals, he would be the way of heaven. It makes him happy just thinking about it. Zhang Fan kept imagining the future in his mind. The civilization under the Star Lord has entered the information technology civilization. Disasters are brewing. Star Lord, please be prepared. A sudden voice came into Zhang Fan's mind. So fast. He was a little stunned and felt something was wrong. He had arrived at the information technology civilization once before and disaster had befallen there too. It was a natural disaster before, but it was much stronger than the natural disaster simulated this time. That time, his civilization had entered the information age for many years before the disaster occurred. In the end, his civilization's population was greatly reduced, but it still could not survive the disaster and was ultimately destroyed. Host, please prepare yourself as soon as possible. The difficulty of actively triggering a disaster is different from that of passively triggering a disaster. Yu reminded. He guessed that Zhang Fan's previous simulation of civilization might have progressed slowly, not as fast as it is now. System, you are right. This disaster must be extraordinary. Zhang Fan nodded seriously. He had underestimated the severity of the disaster and suffered a loss once before. Now he must go all out. Ding! System task triggered. Task: survive the civilization under the disaster. The reward will be based on the survival of the civilization. Reward: 90%, 100% 1 million system points, 1 golden lottery chance. 80% 89% 600,000 system points, 1 golden lottery chance. 60% 79% 400,000 system points, 3 silver lottery chances. 30% 59% 100,000 system points, 1 chance to win the silver prize. 0% 29% none. Looking at the mission rewards, Zhang Fan was stunned. They were so rich. Remind the host, the richer the mission rewards, the higher the dangers that come with them. The fact that this mission has such a rich reward means that this disaster is very special. If the host fails to handle it properly, civilization may be destroyed. Yu did not expect that such an outrageous task could be triggered at this stage. This task was just something he tried to release casually, but he did not expect that it would be recognized by the rules and given an outrageous reward. System: exchange all 300,000 system points for silver draws, and then use the silver draws 4 times. Zhang Fan no longer planned to keep the system points. He had originally planned to save 1 million in exchange for a chance to win a golden lottery. Now, if we can improve our strength a little bit, it will increase our hope of surviving this disaster. Ding! 300,000 system points have been deducted, and the lottery opportunity is being used. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the B-level talent suitable climate. Talent B-level suitable climate triggers a 10-fold increase, transforming into A-level talent good weather. Good weather and favorable harvests. Grade A. The natural disasters of the civilization under your command are reduced, the atmospheric environment is suitable, and the grain production is increased. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the A-level item technology development card ×3. A-level item technology development card has been increased 10-fold. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 S-level items technology development card. Technology development card, S-level after use. If the civilization under the Star Lord has science and technology, then the technological development will increase 10-fold and last for 50 years. Zhang Fan was somewhat disappointed when he looked at the lottery prize. If it weren't for his powerful system, he wouldn't even be able to see the prize. It would not be of much help to him. Even if that A-level item was upgraded to an S-level item, it would not improve his current level of civilization much. The tenfold speed increase seemed very fast. However, the technological level of human civilization has entered a period of stagnation, and even if it were to increase the level tenfold, it would not be possible to produce any powerful technology. Ding! The host has 3 items of the same type, you can try to fuse them. Each item can only be fused once. After the fusion is successful, you will get a stronger item, the success rate is 50%, and the failed fusion item will be destroyed. Ding! Is the host fused? Yes/no. Zhang Fan's face lit up when he heard the prompt. That technology development card wouldn't help him much anyway, so why not give it a try? Fusion. Fusion in progress, please wait. Zhang Fan's heart was lifted, and he was a little nervous for a moment. He hoped that his luck was not too bad. What about a 50% chance? Ding! Fusion successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an S and level item. Ding! The item triggers a tenfold increase. The S and level item transforms into the SS level item technology explosion card. FK! Zhang Fan exclaimed. What kind of magical system is my own? Is it so awesome? It can even be amplified twice. So damn strong. I got an SS level item by using 3 silver draws. Outrageous. Without further hesitation, he immediately checked the effect of the item. Technology Explosion Card, SS level. After use, the technological development of the civilization under the Star Lord will usher in an exponential explosive growth, lasting for 300 years. Chapter 23. After seeing the effect, a thought flashed through Zhang Fan's mind: take off. This is a real takeoff. Host, Zhang Fan. Level 2 Star Master. Bound Planet, Earth, Level 3 Planet. Talents, Star of Fertility, A level, Civilization Evolution, A level, Greed, S level, God's Presence, S level, Good Weather, A level. Civilization under my command, Humanity, Information Age. Civilization Level, 0.7. System Functions, Plunder, Amplification of all things, 10 times, Summoning from another world. System Points, 0. System Evaluation, you are the worst host I have ever led. Please become stronger as soon as possible. Now, under the transformation of the A-level talent Star of Richness, the Earth has evolved from a barren planet to a third-level planet. The size of the planet alone has increased tenfold. Moreover, Zhang Fan had a premonition that this time his civilization level would be able to reach the first-level civilization, and he would be able to be promoted to the third-level Star Lord. Use the SS level item Tech Explosion card. Ding! Used successfully. In the Earth civilization, the time flow rate will be very fast within 300 years, and technology will experience explosive growth. After using the props, Zhang Fan thought for a moment and still felt unsafe. This time, he decided to personally take action to make foolproof preparations. If humans can get through it on their own, then he won't intervene. If they really encounter a major crisis, he can also provide some care. Earth Star. Zhou Yuanming, who was praying, noticed that the statue suddenly burst into light and quickly asked tentatively, "My lord, the human species is about to face a great crisis. You must be fully prepared. This is a matter of great importance. Arm everyone." Zhang Fan's voice was transmitted to Zhou Yuanming's mind through the statue. It is now the 121st year of Shenkai, and only 1 year has passed since Zhang Fan returned. However, Zhou Yuanming, who should have died of old age long ago, has lived to this day. All of this was naturally Zhang Fan's masterpiece. It was just a matter of extending the lifespan of a human species. He used his divine power to directly stimulate Zhou Yuanming's human body activities, allowing him to survive for 300 years. This is already the upper limit of the human species' genetic lock. If you want to improve it, you must break the genetic lock. The fastest way is to come into contact with supernatural powers, but the current human system does not have them. I will obey the oracle. Zhou Yuanming said respectfully. In addition, during this crisis I will transform into an incarnation and enter the world. Zhang Fan mentioned this, which could be considered as a cover for him. As for why he didn't show up directly, he felt that this crisis was definitely not simple, so it was better not to show up. My lord also wants God to descend. Zhou Yuanming was very shocked and asked quickly, do you want me and other believers to go and greet them? No need to do that. I will observe from the dark, and it will be a test to see how you respond. Don't let me down. Zhang Fan said tactfully, let you go to the front first and see if there is any danger. If there is no danger, he will show up. If there is, just stay and see the situation. Yes. We, the believers, will not let you down. Otherwise, I will die as a token of my sin. Zhang Fan did not respond to him and directly lost consciousness, and the statue also lost its luster. After a long time, Zhou Yuanming raised his head and looked at the dimming statue thoughtfully. The disaster that can make their god personally warn them must not be simple. If they do well, they will gain the Lord's recognition and may receive a gift, and they may have the hope of extending their life again. If they don't do well, then as they have just vowed, they will die to atone for their sins. After Zhang Fan revealed the information to Zhou Yuanming, he began to prepare to enter the earth. During this period, he entered the earth more and more frequently. Set the time speed so that 100 years on earth equals 1 day in the outside world. Hiss! It actually takes so many creation points. Looking at the massive amount of creation points required, Zhang Fan hesitated. Even if he had a lot of creation points, he wouldn't spend them so recklessly. The speed of time has been redefined, 10 years on Earth is equal to 1 day in the outside world. He had expected the cost of Genesis points this time. With the S-level talent greed, the feedback from civilization development alone could make up for it and leave some left over. After everything was ready, he entered the Earth. He chose a relatively remote place as his landing location and turned off the special effects of his talent. If I don't close it, it would be a cover-up. Tell the world I'm here, come find me. The scene changed. Call out. Zhang Fan landed in a simple house, looked around, and his expression changed. Then he used the power of the Star Lord's rules to create a new identity for himself. Today, humans have become a modern civilization, and everything looks the same as the world they lived in before. He went out and walked around, and found that he was in a small town. At the end of the day, he used his divine power to tamper with the memories of these neighbors. In their memories, he was a college student who moved here to live. His main job was to stay at home and write novels. He had lived here for 3 years. Then the next day he went to the bank and put 100 million yuan into his card as pocket money for the period. A leisurely and comfortable life. Lying on the sofa and watching TV, everything is so free and easy. After suffering for so long, what's wrong with enjoying yourself? So, a year passed like this. In the space of 1 year, human technology has experienced an unprecedented explosive development. Upon seeing this message, Zhang Fan knew that his SS-level item card had worked. He saw a piece of news that day. We have mastered controlled nuclear fusion reactions. Humanity will usher in an era of endless energy. Thank God! The host prayed solemnly, and the others were also very excited when they heard the news, and they all prayed sincerely. Zhang Fan was very surprised. This tool was really powerful. He had mastered controlled nuclear fusion so quickly. He couldn't help but look forward to the next development. Second year. Various epoch-making products continue to emerge, the use of dark matter and antimatter weapons are also unveiled one by one, and artificial intelligence has even been created by humans. This is not the kind of artificial intelligence he had in his previous life, but true artificial intelligence. Recently we are developing a dark matter nuclear bomb. This nuclear bomb is extremely powerful. One bomb is enough to flatten 378,000 square kilometers. This is just the power of the explosion. The real damage is that once this nuclear bomb explodes, the dark matter in it will continue to be squeezed and collapsed, causing the dark matter attraction in a macro sense. You should know that dark matter accounts for 85% of the total mass of the universe. Once a periodic attraction collapse is formed, it will inevitably cause a micro black hole. At present, this dark matter nuclear bomb is still under development, and the project has entered the final stage, but I believe that the power of this nuclear bomb is less than 1/1000th of my lord's. My lord is mighty. Zhang Fan stopped showing off his fried chicken, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. What the hell? Dark matter nuclear bomb? Not even 1/1000th as powerful as mine? He had a face full of question marks, wondering why I didn't know I was so strong. Chapter 24. Zhang Fan still underestimated the power of technology. When it develops to a certain stage, it may really be possible to kill gods. However, his strength has gradually increased during this period, and a breakthrough to the third-level Star Lord is imminent. There are constant surprises. In the 125th year of Shenkai, the dark matter nuclear bomb was successfully developed, but there was no suitable experimental site, so the detonation plan was shelved. But even if it was put on hold, they continued to invest a lot in research, and all of this was supervised by Zhou Yuanming. Our Lord has said that there will be disasters in the future, and if it is an enemy, a sufficient arsenal of weapons will be a guarantee of safety. In the 126th year of Shenkai, the Earth officially crossed over into the first-level civilization. Along with the breakthrough of civilization, Zhang Fan was officially promoted to the third-level Star Master. Hiss! This is the power of a third-level Star Master. So strong! Zhang Fan was frightened after just a slight sense. Now he was still on Earth, and his strength was only 1% of his peak period. But even so, he could feel that he could beat 100 of his former selves. Star Lord civilization has entered the first-level civilization. Due to special circumstances, the disaster has changed, the difficulty has been superimposed on the civilization promotion assessment, the disaster has been cancelled, the civilization test has begun, the assessment task has been changed, the difficulty has been increased again. Zhang Fan, who had been ecstatic just now, suddenly looked frozen. What was going on? How could it be like this? At this time, Yu also understood why the reward was so generous. It turned out that it was waiting here. The assessment mission is confirmed. Difficulty level SS. Resist the invasion of other Star Master level 1 civilizations. Zhang Fan adjusted his state and pondered the hidden meaning of this sentence. That is to say, now he has to fight against another civilization, and the other party is a first-level civilization. Not only that, it may also be a first-level civilization that has been developed for a long time. This is not good. I have just entered the first level of civilization. Please prepare, Star Lord. The World Connection channel will be opened in 1 year. At that time, a random portal will appear in the Star Lord's civilization, and the other party will be able to enter your civilization world through the portal. The assessment period this time is 100 years. The rules apply to both civilizations, and the time flow of both civilizations is synchronized. The time flow of civilization is 100 years, and the time flow of the outside world is 1 day. If the Star Master survives the 100-year cycle and the civilization is not destroyed, it will be considered as having passed the assessment. At that time, the degree of civilization retention will be judged and scored. Zhang Fan took a deep breath. The rules had already been established and could not be changed, so he had to make full preparations. Fighting against other civilizations. He had to hide better, because he couldn't get out after the assessment began. Civilization could be destroyed, but at worst he could start over. If he died, he would really have nothing. so he immediately realized the connection with the statue. Divine Court. Buzz. The statue shone again, and Zhou Yuanming, who received the news, hurried over from other places. My lord, atonement, believers are late. It's okay. I know you are doing what I asked. Zhang Fan's voice reached his ears, which made the latter feel relieved. I'm contacting you this time to tell you that I have sensed the time of the disaster through my great magical powers. 1 year later, passages to other worlds will appear randomly on Earth, and the Earth will then face invasions from civilizations in other worlds. The opponent is quite powerful, be prepared to arm yourself and don't let me down. Zhang Fan did not say anything to attack them. Yes. I will make sure that the other party will never return. If they dare to lay hands on my lord's world, then they must also be prepared to perish. There was murderous intent in Zhou Yuanming's eyes. Well, that's right. You need to have such momentum. If you really lead the human race to destroy the other side's world, then I will grant you what I promised you, the method of immortality. Thanks be to my lord for his gift. Zhou Yuanming's face was filled with ecstasy, his eyes were full of enthusiasm. He did not think that Zhang Fan was just telling him a lie, because God would not lie, nor would he bother to lie. Zhang Fan. Ahem, well, go ahead. It's time for me to leave too. Zhang Fan's consciousness withdrew. Farewell, Lord. Following Zhang Fan's instructions, all human species began to arm themselves. The next day the TV was all over the news. My lord has sent down an oracle. In the next year, another civilization will invade our world. What should you do? The host held up the microphone and spoke to the audience. Kill. 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 They dared to invade our civilization, and you said we should just give up. Don't give up. Don't give up. Kill them back. Kill them back. For a time, the public was outraged and the anger of all mankind was ignited. Everyone volunteered to join the army and prepare to fight into the other world. Many scientific researchers began to work day and night on research. Although they would not go to the battlefield, the weapons in the hands of humans were their contributions. Under the influence of the SS level item card, human technology has experienced explosive growth within this year. In the 127th year of the Divine Revelation, the invasion of alien worlds began, and huge portals appeared in various places around the world. The human race was well prepared and immediately sent troops to suppress it. Ha ha ha! Is this the world we're invading? It's too weak. Can this be considered a first-level civilization? A large number of monsters covered in green walked out of the portal. They looked at the human race with disappointment in their eyes. They were too weak. They felt that they would die if they were poked lightly with their fingers. Bruce, don't be careless. My God said that the other party is a first-level civilization. This is our second invasion. Don't mess things up like we did in the last world. Otherwise, even if my God forgives you, I will not forgive you. Tisk. Who knew they had a backup plan last time? A great god of creation actually hid in the dark and attacked us. Fortunately, my God discovered them in time and severely damaged them. Bruce curled his lips, and he looked angry when talking about this. Oh, gods are different from each other. He is just a rat in the gutter, not a god. Only my God is the greatest god. Bruce scoffed. Okay, enough small talk. It's time to start our raid. My children. Leave no grass behind wherever you go. Fight for the glory of our God. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. The horn sounded, and the Green Army began to charge. Humans have long observed their actions through satellites. Looking at the virtual scene in front of him, Zhou Yuanming thought, this is the civilization from other worlds that my lord mentioned, but it looks really ugly. The High Priest, is he just cannon fodder? Look at the weapons they hold, they are sticks and hammers, and their level of civilization seems very barbaric. The others looked at each other in bewilderment. They thought it would be a technological confrontation, but you just started charging with a stick and a hammer. No matter how they looked at it, they couldn't understand it. Didn't my God say that the other party was also a first-level civilization? Don't be careless. Zhou Yuanming warned, since the weapons used by the other party are very barbaric, it means that the power of the mysterious side of the other party has reached the level of first-level civilization. First locate all the portals and give them a nuclear bomb baptism. Nuclear bomb. The people below were shocked. Chapter 25. Everyone hesitated and asked in confusion, High Priest, is it too much to use nuclear bombs? You know, nuclear bombs are still very harmful. Although we have evacuated the people long ago, some of the portals appeared on the land where we live. Once a nuclear bomb is dropped, the land will be contaminated by nuclear radiation, and then that land will be uninhabitable. Zhou Yuanming said enthusiastically, you don't understand, it's just nuclear radiation. With my lord here, the land can be completely purified in a few minutes. And all the current buildings should be replaced. They are so rustic. My lord's divine power. Others also spoke enthusiastically. In their opinion, our lord is omnipotent, so they all agreed to Zhou Yuanming's test plan. In an instant, all the portals on the earth were locked by nuclear bombs, and each portal had at least 2 nuclear bombs, and the large portals even launched 5 nuclear bombs. This is a small test by the human race to see if the other side can resist nuclear weapons. Stop! Bruce suddenly roared, a sense of crisis of death constantly emerging in his heart. What's wrong? Bruce was puzzled. The enemy has launched an attack, and my talent predicts that I will die. Bruce was trembling a little. Death? How is it possible? You can block even super-level magic, so how can you die? Barra's eyes widened. I can indeed block super-level magic, but it's only one shot. If... Bruce didn't say anything else as he suddenly saw 5 black metal barrels coming towards them, and on top of them was the death threat he had sensed. Hurry up and defend. The opponent's super-level magic is coming. Bruce yelled in fear and activated his only defensive super-level magic. Buzz. A green shield protected Bruce and Bruce, but he couldn't care about the other goblins. Looking at Bruce who was still in a daze, Bruce shouted, Don't be in a daze. Use your innate skill now. Bruce came to his senses and did as he was told. His bones broke out of his body and formed a pair of bone wings that covered the 2 of them. Boom! When the first nuclear bomb fell, the terrifying high temperature instantly vaporized the low-level goblins. Even the high-level goblins only held on for a moment before turning into ashes. A mushroom cloud appeared on Earth. A long time. Puff. Bruce and Bruce vomited blood. Both were seriously injured, but they still survived. Looking at the ruins in front of him, he felt very sad. In less than a moment, only the 2 leaders were left in his army of millions of goblins. Bruce smiled as he looked at the several tin barrels flying in the sky. My God will definitely destroy you. Boom. Boom. 4 more mushroom clouds rose. Inside the war room, Zhou Yuanming stared at the surveillance screen intently. Mushroom clouds were constantly rising above the earth. They also noticed the magic Bruce unleashed. Is this the other party's method? Cannon fodder be able to resist nuclear weapons? Everyone was shocked. That's right, in their view, the troops in the front must be cannon fodder, and for a moment they became serious. If a cannon fodder can resist nuclear weapons, what about the regular troops? They are not afraid of hydrogen bombs. The combat capability of a single soldier is so terrifying. Mysterious side. Zhou Yuanming was thoughtful. They were not afraid because nuclear weapons were not their trump card, but just an ordinary means. Report to the High Priest, all the vanguards have been destroyed by nuclear weapons, please give instructions. Wait and see when the enemy will officially charge. Zhou Yuanming gave the order. Yes. At this time, Another world. Report. Lord Bruce and Lord Barus have both been killed, and all our advance troops have suffered a devastating blow. What's going on? Olyr frowned, and with his green face and fangs, he looked even more ferocious. As soon as our troops entered the enemy's world, they were hit by an all-round super-class magic attack. Everything within a radius of 100 kilometers was razed to the ground. All-round super-level magic baptism. O'Neill's eyes widened. You know, they had more than 100 attack points. In this case, wouldn't the opponent have launched hundreds of super-level magic in an instant? You see, should we continue the attack? The man under his command asked. We will definitely attack. It's just that 2 leaders died. We, the Goblin clan, lack everything except numbers. The women we captured from another world are enough for us to add to our tribe. O'Leary didn't care. In my opinion, the other side has used all their strength in the first attack, in order to deceive us and make us dare not continue to attack. They must be at a loss at this time. The consumption of super-class magic is very huge. The opponent can only use it twice before being exhausted. Send 2 more waves of troops to consume the opponent's strength. Yes. For my god. Charge. A tide of goblins rushed towards the portal again. Earth Star. Zhou Yuanming and others saw through surveillance that the army launched another attack. High Priest, do you want to continue the nuclear baptism? Everyone asked. Zhou Yuanming pondered, thinking that the other party must have known the news here. They dared to launch an attack even though they knew they would be subjected to a nuclear baptism. So the previous guess was correct. All of them are cannon fodder, so the other side just wants to consume the number of nuclear weapons on their side. Hehe, a bunch of barbarians actually want to consume us through numbers, but they are just nuclear weapons. Zhou Yuanming smiled. If it were in the past, it would have been very difficult to make nuclear weapons, but with the technological explosion, they can now mass-produce nuclear weapons. Nuclear baptism. Yes, sir. Bang. The nuclear launch button was pressed again. In an instant, densely packed nuclear bombs once again rushed into the sky. Boom. The sound of the explosion resounded throughout the earth. For a moment, everything was silent, and everything was eclipsed by the mushroom cloud. But even in the face of such a powerful nuclear baptism, the goblins still sent people to charge forward one after another. After experiencing 2 waves of nuclear weapons, the earth became devastated and both sides suspended their attacks. In the monitoring room, Zhou Yuanming and others watched everything and felt very upset. This was their home, and it was destroyed like this. Why panic? With my lord here, everything can be restored to its original state. All the evil now comes from the other world. The ugly civilization has invaded our homeland and is running wild on it. Once we understand the overall strength of the other world, we will invade the other world and cause chaos and turmoil. That's what the High Priest said. Everyone cheered up. Zhou Yuanming nodded in satisfaction and said, now that the enemy's offensive has stopped, it means that the cannon fodder has achieved the purpose they thought it would. I estimate that they will launch a general attack later, and there will be many monsters like the one before that can resist nuclear weapons alone. Chapter 26. That. Everyone looked at each other. They still had a lot of nuclear weapons, but if the opponents were all monsters, the impact might not be too great. Haha, hasn't the dark matter nuclear bomb we developed before been tested yet? Now is the perfect time. Zhou Yuanming sneered. Well. High Priest, the Earth can withstand a nuclear bomb, but theoretically speaking, the Earth cannot withstand a micro-black hole caused by the collapse of dark matter. Everyone said worriedly. Zhou Yuanming glared at them and said, stupid. I didn't say I wanted to detonate it on Earth. He is not a fool to ask such an obvious question. Isn't the other side's world behind that portal? They can enter our world through the portal, so why can't we enter the other side's world? Aim for the portal and launch a dark matter nuclear bomb. Even though we can't see the power with our own eyes, it's good to let the other party suffer. In Zhou Yuanming's opinion, the opponent can definitely resist the attack of the dark matter nuclear bomb, but he will also suffer some bitterness. Then, High Priest, how many rounds should we fire? Everyone asked. The dark matter nuclear bomb has only been developed for a year or two, the storage capacity is not as much as a nuclear bomb, and it cannot be mass-produced. Well, we now have 10 dark matter nuclear bombs, let's use 2 to test the waters. Zhou Yuanming pondered. The 2 largest portals have been locked. The dark matter nuclear bomb is ready. Emission. Takashi. The windows of 2 large military bases on Earth slowly opened, and 2 huge objects shot straight into the sky. Follow the prescribed trajectory and rush straight to the 2 largest portals. The goblin that had just rushed out was pushed back by the huge thrust, and along with it, the dark matter nuclear bomb entered their world. Olyar looked at the oncoming dark matter nuclear bomb, and his sixth sense gave him a crazy warning. Not good. The opponent actually used a divine attack. As one of those who mastered god-level magic, he determined the power of the dark matter nuclear bomb at a glance. It's all over now. Although he can escape, his own people cannot escape. My God! Please save your believers! Oriel prayed devoutly, and in an instant endless divine light was shed, and a tall figure descended to the place. God bless! The dark matter nuclear bomb crashed into the golden barrier, and the powerful impact triggered the detonation conditions. Countless fission and fusion reactions occur inside a nuclear bomb. Boom! The golden barrier stood firm in the horrific explosion, isolating all damage. The center of the dark matter nuclear bomb explosion began to cause dark matter collapse due to the terrifying high temperature and high pressure. The surrounding dark matter is constantly attracted, aggregated, and compressed, and when it reaches a limit, micro black holes caused by collapse are produced. The surrounding light beams could not escape the terrifying gravitational pull, and a dark star was formed. Seeing the creation of the black hole, the other god's face changed drastically. Under the pull of the black hole, the standing golden barrier began to collapse. As matter was sucked into the black hole, its size began to slowly grow and then continued to shrink. The infinite gravity pulled on all the surrounding matter, and the planet they were on began to collapse and shatter, and the planet began to shake violently. Countless goblins were pulled into the black hole without any resistance under the force of gravity, and their bodies were directly pulled into a string of particles by gravity. Olyar stared at everything in a daze. What kind of power is this? Why is it beyond his comprehension? Even god-level magic cannot reach such terrifying power. He thought that was the worst, but he didn't expect another violent explosion to occur. On the other side of the planet, a similar black hole was born on their planet. On the other side, Oriel has their creator god to help, but they only have one god, and he is tied down here. On the other side, just as he guessed, another part of the planet was experiencing purgatory. All the goblins rose up in resistance, and countless super-level god-level magics continued to bombard the black hole. But all their attacks were sucked into the black hole and became its nutrients. The continuous input of energy caused the black hole to vibrate violently. A micro black hole cannot last very long. The density of a black hole is infinite. To maintain an infinite density, the volume of the black hole must be infinitely small and the mass must be infinitely large. Only in this way can the black hole maintain its existence. Once the volume of a black hole becomes smaller and smaller, and it can no longer sustain itself, it will explode. The strong gravitational force of the exploding black hole will cause pairs of positive and negative particles to be produced in the surrounding space. The combination of positive and negative particles will annihilate each other, and the energy generated by annihilation is so huge that it is enough to destroy all matter. The micro black hole caused by the dark matter nuclear bomb will not last long before exploding. The opponent's god also knows this truth, but he can do nothing about it. He can survive the explosion of a micro black hole, but the entire planet may not be able to withstand it. Hateful! The god roared angrily. He was the Star Lord who had invaded 2 worlds, but this time, his civilization was about to be destroyed as soon as the war started. Once upon a time, his civilization was promoted too quickly, and the combination of the disaster test and the assessment for promotion to the first level civilization triggered a civilization invasion war. The civilization that fought against him was a human magic civilization, which had barely survived a 100-year cycle by relying on the goblin's terrifying fertility ability. The second time was when he took the initiative to participate in this civilization invasion war and invaded a human magic civilization that had just been promoted to the first level civilization. This time, the opponent's magical attainments were not as high as theirs, their fertility was not as strong as theirs, and their physical fitness was not as strong as the goblins. So after launching the suicide attack, the enemy's civilization was destroyed, and a large number of women were abducted by them to serve as reinforcements for their goblin army. It took them hundreds of years to recover their numbers and then launch this civilization invasion. The result? I won't accept this. The Star Lord roared in despair. Now he can only take a chance and exchange his serious injuries for the hope of civilization's survival. All believers, obey my command. Use forbidden magic. We, the believers, will obey your command and be saved in the light. Smash all obstacles on the road, even if our souls fall into purgatory, even if our bodies are shattered into dust, we will follow your footsteps. All the goblins on the planet knelt down devoutly. An incomparable force of faith began to gather. Recite the forbidden spell. Instantly, the whole world erupted with the sound of low forbidden spells, like the weeping of the devil and the muttering of the god of death. The goblins felt their souls being constantly pulled and torn apart, but they still gritted their teeth and persisted in reciting the forbidden spell. A force of rules is coming. The Star Lord began to gather strength continuously, the fate of all the goblins intertwined, and the power of their souls was continuously devoured. And he was also feeling uncomfortable as a carrier of energy. His divine body was constantly being eroded by the rules and his power was constantly declining. There was a flash of coldness in his eyes. Order blockade. Nothingness. Chapter 27. The terrifying power of rules erupted. Buzz. Rules and order came down, and according to the Star Lord's will, the 2 black holes on the planet were completely wiped out. It was a true erasure, disappearing without a trace, leaving behind only the devastated surface of the planet. Puff. The Star Lord suffered backlash. The rules had just descended upon his body, and even his powerful divine body could not withstand the destruction of order. The golden divine blood spilled onto the ground, and wherever it fell, flowers and grass grew. My God! O'Leary was very worried. No problem, necessary backlash. The Star Lord waved his hands, indicating not to worry. Even if he was in pain, he would not show it here. Where was his dignity then? He temporarily used his divine power to suppress the injuries in his body, with a solemn look on his face. He didn't expect that the invading civilization was actually a technological civilization. This was not good. If it was a low-level technological civilization, it would not be a big deal and would not cause much harm to him. But once technology reaches a certain level, even gods will be afraid of it, just like what just happened. Although he could withstand it without getting hurt, civilization could not withstand it and could only be wiped out through rules and order, but the cost was enormous. The souls of the entire goblin civilization were severely damaged. The weak ones turned into fools, and the stronger ones also regressed in cultivation. The key now is how many times can the enemy launch such attacks, or are these 2 attacks the extent of their technology? His eyes flickered. He had already suffered heavy losses and could not let the other party know the situation here. Alyer, lead your followers and continue charging. Do not let the other side enter our world, and do not let the other side understand our strength. He planned to rely on the number of goblins to survive the next 100 years. As for plundering, how could he have the mood to plunder now? His own base camp is almost destroyed. He just wants to end this 100-year cycle as soon as possible and run away. Once the portal is closed, the other party will be unable to do anything to him. Ah! My God, many of our followers have been seriously injured. If we attack again, we will just die. Olyr hesitated. The Star Lord glanced at him calmly and said, necessary sacrifices are inevitable for the survival of civilization. I believe that after their death, their souls will enter my kingdom of God and live forever in it. Yes. Oriel said bitterly that it was ridiculous that they, who had initiated the plunder, now had to sacrifice a large number of their people in order to survive. Seeing that the other party was about to do so, the Star Lord did not stay any longer. He wanted to hide and recuperate so as not to be noticed by the other Star Lord. Earth, Command Center. No one knew what happened on the other side of the portal. They looked at each other in confusion as they saw the goblin army keep appearing. High Priest, could it be that the other party easily blocked our dark matter nuclear bomb? Zhou Yuanming did not answer, but was thinking, looking at the surveillance footage, and carefully analyzing all the information. Zoom in the picture. Something is wrong with these armies. Everyone did as Zhou Yuanming said. The image of a goblin appeared on the screen. The goblin was grinning, with a ferocious green face. There were no visible injuries on his body, but from his expression it could be seen that he seemed to have been seriously injured. What's the problem, High Priest? Everyone was puzzled, but it was just a monster with a hideous face. Zhou Yuanming shook his head. It is impossible for the opponent to take on the power of the dark matter nuclear bomb without any injury. He must have used a method we don't know to block it, and the opponent was also seriously injured. Use big data to monitor and analyze all goblins to see if all goblins are like this. Yes. Everyone did as they were told, and the powerful artificial intelligence began to operate, with tens of thousands of goblin figures being continuously scanned, analyzed, and recorded. In just a moment, the analysis results came out. Total number of monsters, 4,763,211. Big data proofreading. All targets have no scars on their bodies. All monsters show painful emotions. It is speculated that this number of monsters have suffered brain trauma. Oh. Zhou Yuanming smiled. So that's how it is. It was just a coincidence that one or two goblins looked painful, but if all the goblins were like that, then the matter was not simple. According to my guess, the other party probably used some kind of restriction to block our attack, but the backlash of the restriction also made them feel uncomfortable. And now they are sending a large army to attack us, just to make us think they haven't suffered much damage, so as to paralyze us. So that's how it is. Everyone exclaimed, then all the explanations made sense. The other side must have suffered a heavy blow, and they wanted to paralyze their judgment by sending seriously injured troops to attack us, so that they would miss the best time to attack. High Priest. The enemy may not have adjusted yet. Should we launch an invasion attack? Zhou Yuanming smiled slightly, and was very satisfied with the people who understood. They were not too slow. Of course. The advantage in this battle is on our side. It's time to let them see our true strength. If they dare to invade our world, they will never return. Another wave of nuclear weapons baptism. Clean up the battlefield. Send out another mechanical army. Find out the situation in the other world. Zhou Yuanming issued an order. Yes. Under the shouts of the crowd, the nuclear bomb was launched again. My lord is mighty. Call out. Battlefield. The goblin army stared blankly at the nuclear bombs coming towards them, not knowing what to do. The power of a nuclear bomb has been spread through word of mouth, and they already know that it is not something they can stop. Fortunately, this time, Oriel dispatched several leaders to attack each point. The leaders chanted spells and cast super-level magic. Magic circles glowed one after another, protecting the goblin army. Boom! The first nuclear bomb exploded, and cracks appeared in the barrier. Boom! The two nuclear bomb barriers shattered directly. They overdrew their vitality and launched super-level magic again. After struggling to withstand two nuclear bombs again, the leaders knelt on the ground exhausted. All beings are equal under the nuclear bomb. Boom! After the smoke cleared, all that was left was an empty battlefield, and all the goblin armies were reduced to ashes by the nuclear bomb. The mechanical army attacks. The human race began to counterattack, and a large number of mechanical legions quickly arrived at the battlefield. The opposing goblin army wanted to regain control. But as soon as they stepped out of the portal, they were met with various artillery bombardments. Billions of mechanical armies began to pour into the portal. The entire goblin army was suppressed and forced to retreat, completely losing control of the portal. Chapter 28. After entering the other world, the mechanical army had no worries and directly started the indiscriminate attack mode. All kinds of weapons are used. Lasers continued to scan and artillery fire continued to bombard. The goblins were not to be outdone and organized their army to launch a magical attack, but the mechanical army was not made of flesh and blood. Even if they are crippled, they will continue to attack with weapons. The battle lasted for several days and nights. The goblins were scared. These monsters were even more monstrous than them. They didn't get tired at all. They still had to replenish their magic power before they could use magic. But the enemy's mechanical army keeps attacking, 24 hours a day. They kept retreating, losing a lot of land, and countless mechanical legions kept coming out of the portal in the rear. For a time, their planet was completely occupied by the mechanical army. The Star Lord hiding in the dark looked very unhappy. Who is the higher civilization? I have been in the first level civilization for a long time, and you, who just entered the first level civilization, are actually suppressing him. Now the base camp is almost gone. Although he cursed, he dared not show up. Once the opponent's Star Lord noticed that he was seriously injured, he would definitely launch a suicide attack on him. Civilization can be destroyed, but you cannot die. Earth Star. Inside the monitoring room. Looking at the images sent by the Mechanical Legion, Zhou Yuanming and others laughed. With such strength, they dared to invade them? A barbaric civilization is a barbaric civilization. Our Lord is wise and personally leads us to develop science and technology. My Lord's divine power. Everyone nodded in adoration. As soon as possible, attack this world and dedicate it to our God. Take the world as a gift and sing a great hymn to our God. Give the world a gift and sing praises to my God. As the master of the planet, Zhang Fan naturally saw everything that happened on Earth. He also didn't expect that his civilization was so powerful that it could defeat the enemy without any chance of fighting back and even counterattack the enemy's world. It's true that there's nothing wrong with developing science and technology. Once it develops, it will be hard for ordinary civilizations to become my enemy. But all this is thanks to my SS level prop card. Without this prop, it would take a long time for technological civilization to develop to its current state. During this period, we will definitely not be able to defeat other civilizations. Once the civilization war begins, other civilizations will slaughter the technological civilization. Zhang Fan muttered to himself. He has no intention of showing up now, and is ready to wait and see what the other party has up their sleeves and how the opposing Star Lord will deal with it. In the 128th year of the Divine Revelation, the civilization invasion war lasted for nearly a year, and the goblin civilization was constantly suppressed by the human civilization. The territory of their planet was constantly lost, and finally they retreated into a huge city. This city is their last territory, covering a very large area, approximately 1/70th of the total area of the continent. All the god-level magicians and tens of thousands of super-class magicians gathered here. Although a large number of goblins die every day, their terrifying fertility can balance the number of deaths and births. It only takes 1 year for a young goblin to become an adult goblin and participate in battle. The Star Lord on the opposite side seems to have a special talent, which greatly improves the goblin's wisdom. This is also the reason why goblins can quickly acquire magical skills. Faced with the human race's mechanical army, the goblins defended the city. Even the tireless mechanical army could not capture the city that gathered the entire civilization for a long time. Zhou Yuanming knew everything about the battlefield through the live broadcast. Because of the alien world, many nuclear bombs cannot directly locate their positions and launch nuclear strikes. Some people have suggested transporting nuclear bombs to the other side's world and then launching a nuclear strike. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuanming nodded and agreed. In the 129th year of the Divine Revelation, a large number of nuclear bombs were continuously transported from Earth to the Goblin world. During this period, humans also launched several nuclear strikes in the Goblin world, but the effects were mediocre. The enemy's tens of thousands and a large number of god-level magicians can easily block the nuclear attack. Zhou Yuanming had no choice but to order a suspension of nuclear strikes until a certain number of nuclear bombs were stored and then launch them simultaneously to deal a heavy blow to the enemy. In the 130th year of the Divine Revelation, the human race had transported nearly 3,000 nuclear bombs, which emptied their nuclear bomb storage in one fell swoop. Over the years, the technology of dark matter nuclear bombs has become increasingly mature, and the production of ordinary nuclear bombs has gradually ceased. The power gap is really too big, so it is better to put resources on dark matter nuclear bombs instead of producing ordinary nuclear bombs. Not only that, researchers got inspiration from black hole explosions and began to study antimatter weapons, antimatter missiles, nuclear bombs, etc. If the method is really developed, it will be just a matter of time before the goblins' defenses are conquered. High Priest, all nuclear bombs have been deployed and the target has been locked. During this period of time, we have also launched a large number of satellites to monitor their world. Although the other party can use magic to block our detection of that city, we have a clear view of the rest of the planet. We discovered that this planet is very rich in mineral resources, no less than our Earth. Moreover, some minerals contain special energy bodies, and we guess that these energy bodies are magic power. Our researchers have also begun to analyze this energy body and have successfully extracted the magic power and stored it in a liquefied form. The rest is still to be studied. I believe that it won't be long before we can crack the magic and use it. Very good. Zhou Yuanming nodded with satisfaction. He still had some yearning for the mysterious side, but he believed that in the future their master would also allow them to master the power of the mysterious side. Now that the nuclear bombs have been deployed, let's give them a hard blow. They like to hide, right? 3,000 nuclear bombs can make a hole in their shells, no matter how hard they are. Even if they can block it, they will suffer. Emission. Yes. Takashi. All the nuclear bombs took off quickly and headed towards the huge city. The goblin priests also noticed the menacing nuclear bomb. The opponent has launched another super-level magic attack. Tisk, you're still coming, don't you know that we have gathered so many super-level god-level magicians? No. This time it's not just one round. It's more than 3,000 rounds. What? More than 3,000 rounds? Quick, quick, quick! All super-class magicians, defend together! The goblins calmed down after a moment of panic. It was just more than 3,000 rounds. They had tens of thousands of super-class magicians, not to mention the god-level ones. Buzz! A large number of goblin magicians chanted spells and released defensive magic, but it was impossible for one person to cover such a large city. When all the forces are shared, the defense strength will be greatly reduced. If it were just a few bombings, we could still get through it safely, but this time it was thousands of bombings. Chapter 29. Boom! The sound of nuclear bomb explosions continued, and the entire planet was shaking slightly. Not to mention the Goblin City, which was the center of the explosion. Tens of thousands of superclass magicians were hit hard by the powerful backlash and vomited blood. How is that possible? Even if they fell to the ground and couldn't get up, they still struggled to maintain the magic defense, because once it was lost, hundreds of millions of goblins would die. The priests no longer hesitated and released their divine magic one after another. Guardian of the Crimson Flame, obey our call and fulfill the contract here, fire wall. The raging fire turned into a huge barrier that enveloped the entire city. God-level protective magic was released one after another. With the support of these magics, those superclass magicians were able to breathe a sigh of relief. The nuclear explosions outside continued, the city shook violently, and a large number of houses collapsed. There was constant wailing for a while. Zhou Yuanming and others watched everything through the surveillance footage. The force of the attack was so spectacular that he couldn't help but look forward to the scene of thousands of dark matter nuclear bombs detonating at the same time. It must be very beautiful. High Priest, from the current situation, it seems that the other party has accepted our nuclear baptism. They couldn't help but sigh that this kind of magic was really useful sometimes, and they couldn't help but feel envious. There is no need to envy these barbarians. My master once promised me that if we conquer their world, he will grant us the chance of eternal life. Zhou Yuanming glanced at them and said lightly. Really? Everyone was happy. What? Are you questioning my lord's words? His eyes turned cold. How dare I? I was rude. I just said the wrong thing out of joy. I am the Lord of Divine Power. Immortality is just a tiny bit of his power. The man quickly repented. Well, this won't happen again. My lord won't deceive us. As long as we dedicate this world to him, immortality is only the first step. We must speed up the development of weapons and capture this city within 10 years. Yes. In the 131st year of divine revelation, the human race achieved a major mutation in the field of antimatter, and some small antimatter firearms were successfully manufactured. The human race accelerated the manufacture of weapons and put them into the hands of the mechanical army. Astonishing results were achieved immediately, and the small antimatter weapon caused a large number of goblin casualties. The appearance of this new type of weapon frightened them because the attack effect was too terrifying and the deterrent power was too strong. Although they have made some progress in magical attainments over the years, they cannot keep up with the explosive growth of human technology in recent years. The speed of civilization evolution of both sides is not at the same level, and the goblin leaders are also aware of the seriousness of the consequences. No longer willing to hide in the city, they began to organize a large army to counterattack. In the 132nd year of the divine revelation, millions of goblin mobs led their elite forces to launch a counterattack. These goblin thugs are very strong physically, and ordinary missiles cannot cause any damage to them. The bodies of these goblin thugs are also very large, with the smallest one being over 20 to 30 meters tall. The tallest one is 70 meters high. Its huge body ruthlessly crushed the large number of mechanical armies on the human race's side. Only antimatter weapons can pose a threat to it. But now the human race does not have many antimatter weapons, and for the first time, the human race was defeated by the goblins' counterattack. The goblin thugs howled to the sky, announcing their victory. In the 135th year of the divine revelation, the counterattacks of the goblin mobs in recent years have posed some threats to the human race, and technology has once again experienced explosive growth. They also developed a secret weapon against the goblin mobs, an army of mechas. A large number of mechas began to be developed. Referring to the maximum size of the goblin thugs, the minimum size of these mechas was set at 100 meters high. The weapons configuration includes various antimatter laser swords, antimatter engines, antimatter missiles, antimatter rays, etc., a series of antimatter applications. The explosion of technology has greatly increased the production capacity of the human race, and huge mechas are produced day and night. The resources on Earth are also being overexploited, and the current level of civilization is sufficient for them to mobilize all the resources on Earth for the evolution of civilization. The human leaders are not afraid of overexploiting Earth's resources, because as long as they conquer the goblin world, all the resources there will belong to them. In the 138th year of the divine revelation, within 3 years, the number of mechas reached millions, just enough to match the number of goblin mobs. The human race launched a counterattack, and it was also the first time that the human race officially sent human race to participate in the war. Because mechas need to be driven by humans themselves, the military has also trained on the use of mechas over the years. One after another, mechas that are hundreds of meters high passed through the portal from Earth to the goblin world. In recent years, under the leadership of the goblin mobs, they are almost recovering all the lost lands. The joy of victory makes the entire goblin tribe immersed in beautiful fantasies. And today is the day when they wake up from their dream. No 001, the mecha army is on standby, please give instructions. No 002, the mecha army is on standby, please give instructions. Reports were sent back to the command center one after another, and each mecha legion was equipped with 10,000 mechas. There were hundreds of such legions, standing in the wilderness of the goblin world on standby. Kids, it's time to hunt. For my God, dedicate your passion. Abandon all life and death, all emotions, turn into the sword of my Lord, and crush all thorns on the road ahead. Join the glorious evolution. Zhou Yuanming sang praises enthusiastically, and everyone was excited and passionate. Transform into a sharp blade. Cut through the thorns. Glorious evolution. Transform into a sharp blade. Cut through the thorns. Glorious evolution. Buzz. One mecha after another started up, and in a moment, a vast array of mechas flew in the air, covering the earth. The lands that were reoccupied by the goblins began to suffer devastating blows. For a while, there was wailing everywhere and the goblins suffered heavy losses. In a moment, they reacted and organized the goblin mob to attack. If it were in the past, the human race would have retreated, but now even the tallest goblin thugs are like children under the 100-meter-high mecha. The human race did not take it lightly and started firing antimatter lasers. The powerful bodies of the goblin thugs that they were so proud of became as brittle as tofu under such a devastating blow. Antimatter lasers instantly penetrated their bodies, and after a few bombardments of antimatter missiles, they were directly annihilated between heaven and earth. The goblin mobs were dumbfounded. Everything happened so quickly. In just a short moment, tens of thousands of goblin mobs died. They began to be frightened and wanted to retreat, but the priests gave a death order, hold on. Roar. The goblin mob roared and rushed towards the mecha army like crazy. Chapter 30. They used their flesh and blood to withstand the fire from various antimatter weapons, and only after sacrificing hundreds of thousands of goblin thugs were they able to get close to the mecha legion. As the distance was too close, the mecha corps had to put away their weapons. If they used antimatter weapons at this distance, their companions might be implicated. Change formation. Swords up. Clang. Clang. The mecha army moved in unison, drawing out their long-prepared antimatter laser swords. Fight. For the glory of my God. Kill. The two sides started hand-to-hand combat. Bang. Puff. The antimatter laser weapon easily cut off the body of the goblin thug, and some mechas were knocked back by the powerful impact force of the goblin thugs, but the effect was minimal and did not cause any substantial damage to the mechas. The balance of victory in this battle has already tipped. The number of goblin thugs was rapidly decreasing, and although many mechas were besieged and torn apart by several thugs in the process, there were some casualties among the human race. But there is always death in war. Change formation. Take off. Antimatter missile bombing baptism. The command center issued an order. The jets at the tail of each mecha allow it to take off at a height of hundreds of meters. Bombing. Call out. Call out. Antimatter missiles were launched one after another, and the goblin thugs could only stare at the mechas taking off, as they had no means of flying. The advantage of hovering in the air was immediately apparent. Faced with the bombardment of antimatter missiles, they had no means of resistance. They could only run around with their heads in their hands. Boom! Boom! The goblin army could only retreat step by step, and slowly the territory they had recovered fell into the hands of humans again. In the 139th year of the Revelation, after a year of counterattack, the goblin army was once again driven into the huge city. Feelings of confusion, fear, and loss spread over the goblin civilization, and they suffered countless casualties in this battle. Just the goblin mobs that they were so proud of had dropped from millions to just over 100,000 today. A large number of goblin thugs were turned into dust by the mecha army. In the 140th year of the Divine Revelation, after another year of attack without success, the human race reduced the frequency of their attacks. War is not just about fighting, but about plundering resources. Now they have occupied more than 90% of the land in the goblin world. Humans began to exploit resources. Rich resources were continuously transported back to Earth, which triggered explosive growth in Earth's development. In the 142nd year of the Divine Revelation, the goblins counterattacked again, but were ruthlessly suppressed by the mecha army of the human race. In the 143rd year of Divine Revelation, humanity has once again made a breakthrough in the field of antimatter, and the research on antimatter nuclear bombs has been completed. The power of this nuclear bomb is no less than the energy released by the annihilation of a small black hole. A single one is enough to destroy the city that the goblins are defending, but humans don't dare to use it. It was so powerful that it not only wiped out the city, but even the planet beneath their feet could not withstand the chain reaction and collapsed. This planet has been included in the territory of the human race, so naturally we will not do such a thing that would hurt the enemy by 1,000 and hurt ourselves by 800. The plan to detonate an antimatter nuclear bomb was shelved, and the human race began research in other fields. In the 145th year of the Divine Revelation, the goblin population began to experience a Great Depression, with the number of goblins dying year after year far exceeding the number of births by dozens of times. Under the deliberate suppression and slaughter by the human race, they have lost all threat. The only thing to worry about is the Creator God behind them. However, Zhou Yuanming could not find any trace of the other party's God of creation through all satellite monitoring over the years, so he had to be on high alert before the other party showed up. In the 150th year of the Divine Revelation, the technology of the human race exploded again, and the goblin civilization completely lost hope of winning, but the human race did not massacre them. Instead, they used the city as a barrier to keep them tightly confined inside, and one goblin after another was captured for various experimental studies. Although the goblins resisted, they were suppressed by the human race with iron blood. They wailed and begged their gods to save them. But as their Star Lord and God of creation, he has been hiding in the dark and never appears. He has given up. This war of plunder is hopeless. Civilization will surely perish. What reason does he have to show up? Now he just wants to survive for 100 years until the plundering war is over. As long as he doesn't die, he can rebuild a civilization. In the 160th year of the Divine Revelation, after 10 years of countless experiments and explorations, the human race has made a major breakthrough in the conversion of magic power. High Priest, we have studied the transformation process of the magic power in the goblin's body, and have mastered how to use magic power to increase the activity of the body's cells to prolong life. In addition, we have also developed a magic absorption and conversion device that can absorb free magic factors in the air and convert and store them into magic liquid. Moreover, it can also use magic pattern circuits to input magic liquid as energy to perform some simple magic. Everyone was delighted and said that this was a major breakthrough. This is immortality. Who doesn't want to extend their lifespan? Zhou Yuanming was a little hesitant. He didn't want to use this unreliable method of delaying life on a large scale. That would be irresponsible to the human species. But other people don't care. Many people's lifespans have come to an end. Nowadays, the average lifespan of humans is only 70 years. Only people with good physical fitness can live over 100 years old. Unlike Zhou Yuanming, who had received the Lord's blessing and had a lifespan of hundreds of years. Their desire for life is stronger than Zhou Yuanming's. Zhou Yuanming also saw greed in their eyes, but due to his position as high priest, he restrained himself and did not use it privately. Secondly, they also learned from Zhou Yuanming that after this war, the Lord would grant them a method of immortality, which would be much more reliable than the unreliable method they had researched. Do you want to use it? Zhou Yuanming glanced over their faces one by one. I don't dare. Everyone lowered their heads guiltily, and Zhou Yuanming was also a little undecided. You can use it with confidence. I am watching your every move. I have personally studied this technology and it can extend your lifespan by 100 years. After this war, I will grant you the method of immortality as a reward to you. Zhang Fan's majestic voice entered everyone's mind. Meet my god. Everyone knelt down immediately. Well, you have done a good job over the years. I have seen it all. I will never forget your contributions. It's all thanks to my god. Everyone said respectfully. Okay, now that things have come to this, I look forward to your future performance. After Zhang Fan said this, his consciousness left. We will definitely not let the Lord down. Everyone knelt down to thank him. Zhou Yuanming stood up and said, Okay, now my master has agreed to let you use this technology. I hope you can make greater contributions in the future. Yes. High Priest. Chapter 31. After getting the Lord's permission, everyone no longer had to worry and began to use this technology to extend their lifespans. In the 161st year of the divine revelation, all human beings have completed the extension of their lifespans, and they all sing praises to Zhang Fan with gratitude. After life was continued, all human species devoted themselves even more desperately to technological research. Research on magic is still in its early stages. With the rapid development of science and technology, technical research at the micro level is gradually being paid attention to. In the 170th year of the divine revelation, humans made a major breakthrough at the microscopic level. In the process of studying magic, they discovered that the magic released by the goblins was nothing more than rearranging the order of magic factors at the microscopic level through spells. It is a process from disorder to order. The arrangement of magic factors of each magic is different, and the person who uses magic will also determine the order of arrangement of magic factors, achieving different effects. The cardinality of this arrangement is so large that even today's powerful artificial intelligence cannot fully calculate it. The human race gave up the exhaustive method of recording the arrangements of all magic factors and turned to recording some powerful magic. In addition, they were inspired. If they could use technology to block all the magical factors in the air, would other people still be able to use magic? Unfortunately, today's means are not yet so powerful, but as long as technology continues to advance, we will get closer and closer to this goal. If you really master this technology, then when you face enemies on the magic side in the future, this move of cutting off the enemy's source of support can completely defeat the opponent and truly strangle the opponent. In view of the great achievements made at the microscopic level, humans have devoted themselves even more vigorously to the microscopic world. As their research gradually deepened, they seemed to have opened the door to a new world. In the 180th year of the divine revelation, humans have mastered the space folding technology, which can compress and fold large objects into objects as small as a fingertip. The emergence of this technology has allowed humans to discover that space can be folded and time and space can be bent. From then on, humans began research on space weapons and further redefined time and space. In the 200th year of the divine revelation, humans spent a great deal of time on space weapons. Although the theoretical results were verified, the weapons had not yet been developed. They found that space weapons were not as easy to develop as they had imagined. Space weapons involved many aspects, and there were always other weak areas in all fields of human beings. The backwardness of technology in other fields will greatly affect other fields, which will in turn trigger a chain reaction, resulting in the fact that although the theoretical results are perfect, the technology cannot be produced at all. As a result, space weapons were put on hold, and humans began research and development in all fields. So that this situation will not happen again in the future. In the 225th year of the Divine Revelation, there is only 1 year left before the end of the civilization invasion war. The resources of the goblin world have been overexploited by humans, causing the planet to be in ruins. All resources have been completely plundered by humans, and the only thing that worries Zhou Yuanming is the other party's creator god. Throughout the entire war, the two sides hardly met each other, which inevitably made people wonder whether the other side was planning some big move. How come the other party is even more shameless than me? Zhang Fan, who was hiding in the dark, curled his lips. Now that the war was about to end, it was time for him to show up. It's great to have a comfortable 100-year vacation. After tidying up his appearance, he changed back to his original appearance, and his body disappeared on the spot with a burst of golden light. Buzz! A strange phenomenon suddenly occurred above the temple. People passing by immediately knelt down and worshipped. Zhou Yuanming and others also hurried over to greet them. Welcome to my lord! Welcome to my lord! Everyone, stand up! The outcome of this battle has been decided. You have done a great job. Zhang Fan was bathed in a strange vision, his figure was so huge that people dared not look directly at him. It's all thanks to my lord. Your greatness has created the civilization of the human race today. Your deeds will be passed down through the ages. Zhou Yuanming said enthusiastically. Zhang Fan felt very comfortable after hearing this. Who doesn't like to be flattered, especially in such a grand occasion? Well, now that the war is almost over, the other side's god of creation has been hiding in the dark and has not appeared. This time I am here to hunt him down. My lord, God! We, the believers, will follow in your footsteps. Even if the enemy is a god, we will transform into Shuras, cut off their wings, and offer their heads to our lord. Well, you are thoughtful. This trip can also be regarded as a way for you to understand the power of the gods. When I lure the other party out, I will let you try your hand first, and I will help you from behind. Zhang Fan felt a little guilty and said, there is no other way, both sides are third-level star masters, let the human race use the power of technology to consume the other side first, and then he can take advantage of the situation and show off by the way, and say that this is only 1/1000th of his power. The level of prestige suddenly increased. Thanks be to my lord. Zhou Yuanming was a little excited. Who wouldn't be interested in the power of gods? Their gods were so great. Really, I was crying. The others also knelt down excitedly to express their gratitude. This was a battle with gods, it was exciting just thinking about it. Well, go and prepare. When everything is ready, the divine court will go out to kill the gods. Zhang Fan said majestically. I will obey the oracle. All at once, everyone began to mobilize the army and brought up all the technology that had been hidden in the bottom of the box, all in order to let their gods see how hard their believers worked, and also to test the upper limit of the power of the technology and whether it could cause substantial damage to the gods. 3 days passed in a flash. My lord, the believers are ready and waiting for your dispatch at any time. Zhou Yuanming looked at Zhang Fan who was sitting on the throne and said respectfully. Zhang Fan was entrusted with the task, his eyes slightly closed, and he slowly uttered 2 words, go. The divine court set out, and the mighty army passed through the portal. Thanks to the development of technology, it was easy for humans to move this huge divine court. Zhang Fan stood at the highest point of the divine court and looked down at the entire place. Today's goblin world was in ruins, all caused by countless wars in the past 100 years. Fortunately, the main battlefield this time was not on the human side. In response to the nuclear bomb that Zhou Yuanming and his men used to cleanse their own world, Zhang Fan also took the time to purify the land in the past few days. It's nothing more than spending some creation points, sprinkling some water, and you can also brush up on your own greatness and improve your own status, which is really cool. Zhang Fan looked around. This was his first time stepping into the goblin world. The other side's creator god must be hiding somewhere in this world. He began to search with his spiritual sense. At this time, with Zhang Fan entering, the Star Lord hiding in the dark had a changed expression. The Star Lord of the other side is here. Damn it! This civilization war is only 1 year away from ending. He has gained so much advantage but is still not satisfied, and even came here in person. There is no other reason except to kill me. Chapter 32. How greedy! Can't we just treat each other well? You and I are both level 3 star masters, aren't you afraid of being killed by me? The Star Lord was so furious that he forgot who was the instigator. He was the one who started this plundering war from the very beginning. Once the war starts, it's either you or I. If you let others go, if they have enough opportunities to grow again in the future, you will undoubtedly make enemies for yourself. So everything may have to be strangled in the cradle. The Star Lord named Ji Cheng tried his best to restrain his breath. Previously, he was able to evade detection through his magical powers regarding human technology. This is also the reason why Zhou Yuanming found nothing after searching this world for nearly 100 years. Sometimes technology is not omnipotent, so Zhang Fan asked humans to study more about other mysterious powers. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. Zhang Fan's spiritual sense quickly scanned the planet, but after a search, he did not find any trace of the other party. This made his brows frown, but then he immediately relaxed. He couldn't let humans realize that he couldn't find it, otherwise he would lose face. Grandma, you like to hide, right? Ahem, I've found the opponent's position, wait for me to force him out. What Zhang Fan can be sure of is that the other party must be on this planet, so the method is simple. Just attack indiscriminately. As long as there is something unusual somewhere, the other party will be there. Divine punishment, thunder that exterminates all living things. Fall. Boom. In an instant, the planet was struck by lightning and thunder, and all places except the human race were struck mercilessly by lightning. This kind of lightning strike is different from usual lightning, it contains terrifying divine power. Ji Cheng's face changed drastically, damn it. He quickly mobilized his divine power to release a defensive shield to protect himself. I found you. Zhang Fan's eyes lit up. As soon as Ji Cheng used his divine power, his aura was immediately exposed and was immediately discovered by Zhang Fan, who had been closely monitoring him. When Ji Cheng saw that he was discovered by the other party, he no longer hid and directly transformed into a glorious figure several hundred meters high. For a moment, the goblin civilization knelt down in worship. My God, please save us. Ji Cheng's face was not looking good, but he still had some use for these goblins, so he said hypocritically, I have recovered as before, and I am here to save you from suffering. Thank God. Your followers will always follow you. The goblins were filled with gratitude and hurriedly bowed to express their gratitude. The other side. Interesting. Zhang Fan looked at the other party's hypocritical appearance and smiled without exposing him. After all, everyone was hypocritical, and it was not advisable to laugh at someone else when you were 50 steps away. He saw through the other party's intention at a glance, which was nothing more than exploiting the remaining value of civilization. Some of their methods involve sacrificing the souls and lives of civilizations, and they would not use such methods unless they were forced into desperate situations. My lord, the believers are ready to fight at any time. Zhou Yuanming knelt on one knee and said. Well, give it a try. I will back you up in this battle. I will obey the oracle. Zhou Yuanming returned to the command center and began giving orders. Since the other party is a god, Ordinary means are unnecessary. Prepare the dark matter nuclear bomb. Report to the High Priest. We currently have more than 1,000 dark matter nuclear bombs and more than 100 antimatter nuclear bombs. All nuclear bombs are ready. Then fire 10 dark matter nuclear bombs to show my God the fireworks. Yes. Everyone nodded excitedly. This was the first time they witnessed the power of the dark matter nuclear bomb. As for being afraid that the power would be too great and the entire planet would be shattered, and that I would die? Don't be ridiculous, with my lord here, nothing is a problem. Emission. Call out. Call out. In an instant, 10 dark matter nuclear bombs blasted towards Ji Cheng's body. Ji Cheng looked at the somewhat familiar dark matter nuclear bomb, was stunned for a moment, and immediately became terrified. Wasn't this the thing that almost blew up his world? It also caused him to activate the power of rules and cause a backlash. His eyes widened. At that time, he was able to withstand one bullet without getting hurt, but now there are 10 bullets. Nuclear bombs travel very fast. There was no chance at all for Ji Cheng to sacrifice the goblin civilization and launch the prohibition measures. God bless. The golden barrier rose up instantly. Boom. Boom. In an instant, the sky turned dark and the earth turned dark. 10 dark matter nuclear bombs exploded simultaneously, and an enormous mushroom cloud rose. The power of the explosion shook the entire planet. The horror is not here. The dark matter collapse caused by 10 dark matter nuclear bombs is very rapid. In a moment, a streak of black appeared in the space, and it quickly grew larger. Everything around was instantly subjected to an infinite pulling force. Oh my God! Please save us! One by one, the goblins were ruthlessly pulled into the black hole. Even Zhou Yuanming and others who were far away felt the huge pulling force. One by one, the bodies of the human race flew towards that direction uncontrollably. Fortunately, Zhang Fan was quick-witted and released a huge amount of divine power to cover the area, thus preventing the human race from being pulled into the black hole. Everyone stared at what was happening in front of them. Zhang Fan couldn't help but stare in amazement. The power was too great. Too great. There was total silence in the command center, and everyone looked at the images on the surveillance camera with a dazed look on their faces. Lord, God, May. Zhou Yuanming held down his trembling hands and muttered to himself. He did not expect the power to be so great. This was also the first time they witnessed a black hole. After all, black holes have always existed in theory and are far less shocking than seeing them with your own eyes. They were stunned for a long time before they came to their senses. High Priest, what if the 1,000 dark matter nuclear bombs we stored accidentally exploded in our world? Everyone was a little frightened. This was really too scary. They were afraid that one day something unexpected would happen and they would explode. Zhou Yuanming was also a little scared, but he immediately adjusted his state. Don't worry, as long as my master is here, there will be no accidents. Indeed, we have lost our composure. If we are afraid of our own weapons, then we will lose the confidence to research more powerful weapons. How can we fight for our Lord? Yes, that's right. However, we must increase supervision of such destructive weapons when we return. Although we are not afraid of accidents with my master here, we must not cause trouble for him. Yes. Everyone nodded. In the monitoring screen. Faced with the gradually forming micro-black hole, Ji Cheng immediately wanted to escape from this place of trouble. But Zhang Fan would never let him escape. As soon as he tried to use his divine power to break free from the infinite gravity of the black hole, Zhang Fan would immediately intervene. Make the opponent's means ineffective and continue to be bound by gravity. A hole. Ji Cheng was so angry that he started cursing at Zhang Fan without any respect. Zhang Fan's mouth curled up slightly. Anyway, the black hole was no longer around him, so he just watched the show. What can you do to me? Chapter 33. Although Ji Cheng was very angry at Zhang Fan's shameless behavior, he had to think of another way. Now the black hole can continue to be stable, and with the help of the divine body, it can resist its pulling force and not be pulled into a string of particles. But this micro black hole is unstable. Once it explodes, the antimatter annihilation energy can cause serious damage to his divine body. By then, Zhang Fan on the side would not miss the opportunity and would attack him directly, and he would definitely die. Since you won't let me live an easy life, then no one else will live an easy life. Ji Cheng had a crazy look on his face. The ending was death anyway, so I would bite off a piece of your flesh even if I die. All believers, obey my orders and sacrifice your lives. I will lead your souls out of the sea of suffering and into the eternal kingdom of God. Ji Cheng used high-sounding words to coax the remaining goblins. Although many goblins don't believe it, they are still willing to give it a try now that they are in a situation where they are doomed to die. What if what my God said is true? As a result, all the goblins activated forbidden magic and began to contribute their vitality, and their bodies quickly aged and lost vitality. Zhang Fan, who was in the distance, looked at everything and said calmly, "Let me see your ultimate weapons, and see how much you have grown." After hearing the oracle, Zhou Yuanming and others no longer hesitated and immediately prepared to launch the antimatter nuclear bomb. "High Priest, we are ready." "Well, let's fire one to test the waters." Since they were already frightened by the power of the dark matter nuclear bomb, the even more powerful antimatter nuclear bomb made everyone even more hesitant, fearing that they would be blown up as well. Emission. Takashi. A huge object quickly flew into the air and blasted towards Ji Cheng. Ji Cheng narrowed his eyes slightly, and continued to activate the forbidden magic circle to absorb the vitality and soul of the goblin civilization. He was dismissive of the antimatter nuclear bomb that was fired at him. He thought that this nuclear bomb was still the dark matter nuclear bomb from before. Anyway, it would not kill him or hurt him in one shot, so he just let it hit him. Now the magic circle has reached a critical moment, and a trace of rule power slowly descends and flows into his divine body. There are too few goblin civilizations right now. We can only sacrifice a small portion of the power of rules, but it is enough to cause heavy losses to the other civilization. This is the price you will pay for not letting me go. There was a gleam of cruelty in Ji Cheng's eyes. When he vowed to take revenge on Zhang Fan, the antimatter nuclear bomb hit his divine body in just a few breaths. At once. Boom. When an antimatter nuclear bomb explodes, the positive and negative particles contained in it lose their restraints and quickly combine and annihilate each other, erupting with unparalleled energy. Buzz. Everyone felt their ears go deaf. There was a white light in front of them, and the whole planet began to shake violently. Ah! A scream was heard. When the white light faded away, a giant with half of his body destroyed appeared in the field of vision. This person was none other than Ji Cheng. Not only that, the land around him had disappeared, and from a cosmic perspective, a large portion of the entire planet had been wiped out. The planet began to disintegrate, and its core was exposed in the universe. Zhang Fan's face changed. This power was too strong. He did not hesitate and used his great magical powers to quickly evacuate millions of humans from this dangerous place. Zhou Yuanming and others were still immersed in the explosion and had not yet come to their senses. Their 5 senses were still blocked and their brains were in a state of shutdown. Awake! Zhang Fan's majestic voice shocked the soul, but in just a moment, everyone came back to their senses. Looking around, they realized that they were no longer in the goblin world but had returned to Earth. "Wait here, I'm going to finish it." Zhang Fan didn't give them a chance to speak and rushed towards the portal again. "We await our lord's triumphant return." When Zhang Fan entered the goblin world again, what caught his eyes was a planet that was beginning to collapse. It is estimated that it will not be long before this planet will completely explode and turn into cosmic dust. Ah! I won't give up. Ji Cheng let out a long roar towards the sky. Although he had lost half of his divine body, he was not dead. On the contrary, the injured part was still healing itself. It would be easy for him to recover if he had enough time. After all, although the antimatter nuclear bomb is powerful, it is not powerful enough to kill a god with one blow. Secondly, Ji Cheng underestimated the antimatter nuclear bomb, thinking that it was still the same power as the previous dark matter nuclear bomb explosion. He did not take adequate defense and suffered heavy damage. The divine body of a third-level Star Lord is strong, but its upper limit is there, and it is not yet invincible. There are 9 levels of Star Lords above, and then 1 level of Domain Lords, which literally means controlling a star domain, and then... Let's get back to the topic. You lose. Zhang Fan looked at the wailing Ji Cheng and said calmly. I didn't expect the power of technology to be so strong. I underestimated it. After fighting in 2 worlds, I fell to you who had just been promoted. Ji Cheng said self-deprecatingly. Zhang Fan frowned. He had conquered 2 worlds, which meant he had fought 2 more worlds besides his own. Could it be that after a civilization reached level 1, it could launch a plundering war against other civilizations? You look like you have a lot of questions, but I won't tell you. Ji Cheng grinned. Although he couldn't deal with Zhang Fan, he felt much better after disgusting you before he died. Boring. Zhang Fan suppressed his anger. He thought he would be able to figure it out after this was over, so he just killed the other person. Ding! The other party has been detected to have a talent. Do you want to plunder him? After Zhang Fan killed the other party, the system prompt sound suddenly popped up. Can you also plunder talents? Zhang Fan was a little shocked. That is natural. Everything in the world can be plundered. Yu replied, and added in his mind that if it was not possible, it would be because his system level was not high enough. Naturally, Zhang Fan would not miss such a good opportunity. Who wouldn't want to pick up a talent for free? Plunder. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the successful plunder. Obtain A-level talent magic system. Ding! The A-level talent magic system triggers a 10-fold increase, transforming into the S-level talent way of magic. Oh my god! This works too! Zhang Fan was shocked by the system again, and a bold idea began to form in his mind. Way of magic, S-level. The Star Lord obtains the method of practicing the magic system, and this system will continue to improve with the Star Lord's own magic practice, and can transform to the SSS level at the highest. Looking at the effect of this talent, Zhang Fan was dumbfounded. Can this still be considered an S-level talent? It would not be an exaggeration to say that it is an SSS level talent. After all, people can be promoted to SSS level. This time it was a pleasant surprise, and it was a huge one. Zhang Fan then shattered Ji Cheng's divine body into a massive amount of creation points and absorbed them into his body. After all, the Star Lord's cultivation is to use the creation points to advance. Secondly, a third-level Star Lord is not cheap, and has a lot of creation points. Not to mention that this guy has plundered 2 worlds. The first world was simply beaten. Chapter 34. The fireworks from the planet explosion are really dazzling. Zhang Fan stopped to admire the scene of the planet explosion for a while, then passed through the portal and returned to his own world without any more attachment. Congratulations to my lord on his triumphant return. Zhou Yuanming saw Zhang Fan coming out and immediately brought people to greet him. You have performed well in this battle. Wait for me to prepare a little and I will grant you the way to immortality. Zhang Fan said with full confidence. He had previously planned to go back and use the system points to draw a lottery to see if he could try his luck. Now that he had obtained this magic method, it gave him confidence. If no good talent can be drawn, then this way of magic will be passed on to the human race. Thank God for his gift. Everyone was delighted and immediately knelt down to express their gratitude. Well, if you behave well in the future, I will not treat you unfairly. Zhang Fan said calmly. So, in the next period of time, Zhang Fan sorted out the harvest, and the human race began to rebuild their home. Old buildings were demolished and rebuilt one after another. In the blink of an eye, the last year has passed, and this war of civilizations has come to an end. Zhang Fan's figure disappeared from the spot and returned to the outside world. Congratulations to Star Master for passing the civilization assessment. Now I will give you an evaluation based on your performance. Civilization Invasion Difficulty SS. Civilization Survival Status, 100% Perfect. The Speed of Civilization Advancement, Excellent. Civilization Invasion War, destroyed the other civilization, rated SSS. The disaster combined with the plundering war has increased the difficulty, the score has increased. Comprehensive score SSS. Congratulations to Star-Lord for obtaining a massive amount of creation points. And a chance to extract SSS level talents. A touch of rules descended upon Zhang Fan, and listening to the prompt sounds one after another, he was very happy. The harvest was so rich. There is actually another chance to draw SSS level talent. Extract talent. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the SSS level talent The Way of Technology. Yayu, who was observing secretly, did not hesitate and immediately activated the system function. Ding! SSS level talent The Way of Technology triggers a 10-fold increase. SSS level talent The Way of Technology transforms into God level talent The Avenue of Technology. In an instant, the Great Way appeared, and Zhang Fan entered a state of enlightenment, as if his soul was traveling through the universe, witnessing the explosion, birth, expansion, and final return to the singularity of the universe. A path to the mysteries of the universe opens up for it. It was unknown how much time had passed before Zhang Fan slowly came to his senses. Hiss! This is a God-level talent. With this avenue of science and technology, why do we still need the way of magic? The level is quite different. Originally, the way of technology was the top-level SSS level talent, and with a 10-fold increase, this talent just touched the threshold of the God level. However, this talent has pointed out a path for Zhang Fan, but many things still require him to explore on his own and cannot be achieved overnight. But even so, this talent is something that other Star Masters can only encounter but not seek. He didn't know whether any other Star Lords had directly awakened to God-level talents during their awakening stage. It was possible in terms of probability, but even if the world's population was 8 billion before the mutation, it was not certain that someone would awaken a God-level talent. Zhang Fan believed that someone with SSS-level talent would awaken, but it was unlikely to be a God-level talent. Since the Star Lord has successfully survived the Civilization Plunder War and obtained the qualification for the Plunder War, please explore it on your own. The force of rules disappeared completely after he finished speaking these words. Zhang Fan, on the other hand, began to understand what was going on. It seems that this plundering war is a qualification verification. If you pass it, then congratulations, you are also a plunderer. If you fail, then you will have no other future. After all, you will be dead and everything will be back to zero. Tisk tisk, survival of the fittest, the strong get stronger and the weak get weaker. Zhang Fan felt a little sad. If he had not bound to the system, he would probably still be struggling in this remote place. When he finally developed to the first-level civilization, facing the plunder of other civilizations that had already developed for a long time, his only fate would probably be death. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Civilization survival rate 100%, reaching perfection. 1 million points in the reward system, 1 golden lottery chance. As he was sighing, the system task prompt sounded. The rewards for this mission are quite generous, including 2 gold draws. However, after just obtaining a God-level talent, the gold draw seems a bit boring. The upper limit of the gold lottery is S level. I looked at my current system panel. Host, Zhang Fan. Level, Level 3 Star Master. Bound Planet, Earth, Level 3 Planet. Talents, Star of Fertility, A level, Evolution of Civilization, A level, Greed, S level, God's Presence, S level, Good Weather, A level, Way of Magic, S level, Can be promoted, Avenue of Science and Technology, God level. Civilization under its command, humanity, technology is exploding. Civilization level, 1.5. System functions, plunder, amplification of all things, 10 times, summoning from another world. System points, 10000000. System evaluation, you are the worst host I have ever led. Please become stronger as soon as possible. There are 3 S-level talents alone, and 1 God-level talent. However, no matter how small a bit of money is, it is still money, and Zhang Fan will not let go of any opportunity to improve. As for the system points, he will keep them for emergency use in the future, or save up 10 million to exchange for diamonds for the lottery. The system uses golden lottery opportunities. Ding! The lottery is in progress, please wait. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the S-level item Planet Promotion card. The S-level item Planet Promotion card triggers a 10-fold increase and transforms into an S-end item Planet Promotion card. Planet Promotion card, S+. After use, you can promote a planet under your command to the highest level 7 planet. From the name of the item, there seems to be no difference between the two, but the effect is greatly improved. The S-level Planet Promotion card can only be upgraded to level 5. The S-end level Planet Promotion card can be upgraded to level 7, which is a full 2 levels lower. Today, the development of the human species has begun to be limited by resources. Although they had just plundered a large amount of resources from the Goblin world in this civilization plundering war, the planet in the Goblin world is also a level 3 world. With the technological explosion, humans need massive amounts of resources, and this S-end level item happens to be what humans need. The radius of a level 7 planet is 100 times that of a level 3 planet. If we regard the planet as a complete sphere, we can calculate by applying the formula that the volume of a level 7 planet is 1 million times that of a level 3 planet. What a horrible concept! If you don't have an intuitive concept, let me give you a simple example. The diameter of the Sun is 109 times that of the Earth, and its volume is 1.3 million times that of the Earth. Level 3 planets are naturally much larger than Earth. That is to say, the volume of the transformed Earth alone exceeds that of the Sunday. This is no longer a planet. The Earth can enter the ranks of stars. Of course, this refers to the volume. After all, the definition of a star does not refer to volume. Chapter 35. Let's get back to the topic. With this prop card, Zhang Fan did not hesitate. He first communicated with the Earth Star statue through his consciousness to send down the oracle. You don't need to panic for now. Your civilization is developing rapidly, and the resources of the planet have become an obstacle to your progress. I am concerned about you all, and I am prepared to use my great magical powers to make the planet evolve. The evolving planet will undergo some major changes, so you should be prepared to avoid any accidents. Thank you, Lord. Your great believers will remember you forever, and your descendants will praise you for eternity. All human beings knelt down to express their gratitude. As for Zhang Fan's incredible method of improving the planet, they did not consider whether it was reliable or not. In their hearts, our Lord is great. The word of my Lord is the truth. My Lord's means are omnipotent. Zhang Fan regained consciousness and used the prop card after saying hello. System, use the S-end item Planet Promotion card, target Earth. Ding! Used successfully. The Earth will begin to transform. It is estimated that the transformation will take 1 year. After 1 year, the Earth will be promoted to a level 7 planet. After the props were used, the Earth trembled violently and continued to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. The humans on Earth felt it the most deeply. The Earth began to stretch, and people who had just been standing together appeared dozens of meters away in the blink of an eye. This continuous transformation naturally alarmed all human species. Fortunately, Zhang Fan had warned them before using it. In this way, they immediately associated it with the Lord's action, helping them to evolve the planet. Otherwise, they would have mistakenly believed that the end of the world had occurred. My Lord's methods are truly miraculous. He can even accomplish something like this. The Humanity high-ranking officials sighed. Following my Lord will bring you eternal life. The Lord's greatness is beyond the comprehension of mortals like us. Zhou Yuanming said calmly. My Lord's divine power. Zhou Yuanming looked at the huge changes outside the window. Many newly built houses collapsed again due to sudden changes, but they would not blame Zhang Fan. They were just some buildings. It would only take a few days to build with current technology. Activate the city in the sky, and let all humans live on it until the transformation is complete. Zhou Yuanming gave the order. Yes. So humans began to relocate in large numbers. This city in the sky had long been part of the plan, as they took into account that the population would definitely experience explosive growth in the future. The reason is that the lifespan of human beings has been extended, which has led to a significant decrease in the mortality rate and a surge in the number of births. In order to prevent the situation of insufficient land, the Sky City was built as a second habitat. I didn't expect it would come in handy so soon. Soon all human beings completed the relocation with the help of technology. In the air, they could clearly see that the Earth was constantly extending and the gravity they were subject to was gradually increasing. High Priest, according to our calculations, if the volume of the planet increases to 100 times its original size, the gravity alone will suffocate us. I wonder how many times the size of the planet our Lord intends to evolve to. Someone worried. Zhou Yuanming also frowned, because he didn't know either. Zhang Fan didn't mention it to him. Wait for me to communicate with my master, you wait here. The matter was of great importance, so he did not hesitate and immediately went to the most central building in the sky, the Temple of the Gods. In front of the statue, Zhou Yuanming knelt devoutly and prayed silently. Zhang Fan in the outside world immediately sensed that someone on earth was calling him, and his consciousness descended. What is it? A majestic voice entered Zhou Yuanming's mind. Greetings, Lord. I have a question for you. How many times will the size of the planet increase after this planetary transformation? Zhou Yuanming asked hurriedly. According to his estimation, this transformation would be at most a few hundred times. How many times? Probably 110,000 times. Zhang Fan also recalled that he did not tell them this information. 1,000,000 times. Zhou Yuanming looked up in shock and widened his eyes, then felt it was rude and quickly lowered his head and knelt down. But he kept muttering in his heart, 1,000,000 times, if the promotion was completed, their human race would probably be crushed by gravity until not even a trace would be left. So he hurriedly said, My Lord, your followers' current physical strength is completely unable to withstand the gravity of the earth after the promotion is completed. Zhang Fan was stunned, and the air became somewhat silent. Ahem. I have certainly considered this sort of thing. I will teach you a way to immortality later. It will be easy to deal with this kind of problem. Don't panic. I see. My Lord is wise. We are the ones who have been rude. Please forgive me. Zhou Yuanming breathed a sigh of relief. Well, there's no need to do that. It's just a small matter. Go away. Zhang Fan calmly withdrew his consciousness. Outside world. Oh my god, I almost forgot about this. Luckily someone reminded me. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing if my civilization was not destroyed by other star masters but by me. Zhang Fan was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat, because the planet's transformation only lasted for a year. By the time he realized what was happening, it would be an unknown amount of time. By then, even if he taught them the cultivation method, humans would not have enough time to improve themselves. So, Zhang Fan descended from the sky again and began to personally teach humans the avenue of science and technology. In this avenue of science and technology, there is a cultivation method that is very suitable for humans, and that is genetic cultivation. This method is a way to continuously develop the human body and achieve genetic transcendence. Learning this method can continuously break the genetic locks of the human body, eliminate inferior genes, and mutate into new high-quality genes. Once the genetic problems are solved, the evolution of human cells will be driven. The human body will be completely renewed, able to get rid of many restrictions, and physical strength will continue to increase. When practiced to the extreme, the human body will be no weaker than the divine body. Flesh and blood are weak, but genes soar. This can also be considered a deification project, and everyone can cultivate to become a god. And when the human race's technology develops to a certain stage, genes can also be bound to some technology. As Zhang Fan's genetic cultivation method spread, the human race ushered in a cultivation craze. Since the human race ushered in a new era, people called it God's gift. The first year of God's revelation became the past tense, and the first year of God's gift began. Within 1 year of God's gift, all human species had mastered the basic genetic cultivation, and the higher-level cultivation methods were recorded in God's brain. The divine brain is the first strong artificial intelligence database of the human species. Only when it reaches a certain level or the cultivation realm is sufficient will the next stage of cultivation be unlocked. Not only that, Zhang Fan was also afraid that humans would accidentally spread this cultivation method. As long as someone maliciously cracked it or revealed it to other civilizations, it would trigger the cultivation method's forbidden method, genetic self-destruction. Of course, humans would never do such a thing, but they are afraid that other civilizations would capture humans and forcibly decipher them, such as by searching their souls. Chapter 36. In 2 years of God's gift, the entire Earth was completely transformed into a level 7 planet. During this period, all human species completed their genetic evolution. As long as they continued to improve their own genes, the genes of their offspring would be very powerful when they were born. Thanks to genetic transformation, humans have enough resistance to gravity that is many times stronger than before. After Earth was promoted to a 7th level planet, humans moved down from the Sky City. Now the surface area of Earth is very vast. Even if the human population explodes to 100 billion in the future, this planet will be able to accommodate it, or even be more than enough. Humanity began to build a new home, and sci-fi buildings sprang up on the surface of Earth. After 4 years of God's grace, everything on Earth was back on track, and humanity once again devoted its energy to the development of science and technology. Seeing that everything was on track, Zhang Fan nodded with satisfaction. He did not stay on Earth for long and went straight back to the outside world. Outside world. Hey, nowadays, the genesis points consumed by accelerating for a few years are equivalent to the consumption of accelerating for hundreds of years in the past. Fortunately, I have a talent, and the human race is developing rapidly, so the feedback of genesis points is also very high. Zhang Fan sighed. Now that some chores are taken care of, it's time to figure out what the qualifications for that raid are all about. 3 days passed in a flash. I see. Every once in a while you'll be notified by the rules whether or not to join the battle. These days Zhang Fan has finally figured out all the rules. To put it simply, all the information about the Star Masters in this world is controlled by the rules, and everything about the development of the Star Masters is very clear. Once some Star Masters trigger a civilization leap, they will face the test of rules to test whether you are qualified for promotion. There is no need for weak civilizations to exist. The weakness here refers to the potential for the development of civilization. The rules will not impose too difficult tests, otherwise it will not be a test but a death sentence. Like before the first level civilization, the civilization under the Star Lord will be struck by disaster when it encounters the rules of civilization transition. These disasters are all natural disasters or catastrophes, not caused by human forces. If you can get through them safely, it means that your civilization has value and good potential. When civilization reaches level 1, the rules will impose another test, and the difficulty of this test will be greatly increased, with the lowest being S level. The test is a civilization invasion war. Zhang Fan's SS level difficulty is increased by the combination of disaster and the first level civilization promotion assessment. As the difficulty increases, the opponents you face are survivors of several world civilization plunder wars. In the S level, both sides are novices and are experiencing a plundering war for the first time. In this case, the difference in strength between the Star Lords of both sides will not be too big, and both sides can survive without any unexpected situations. As long as you survive the first raid, you will be eligible for the raid and can choose whether to participate in the raid in the future. Yes, the plundering war seems very cruel, but for some Star Masters whose civilization development has reached a bottleneck, it can be regarded as an opportunity. As long as you continue to plunder the civilizations of other people's worlds, you can gain unexpected rewards. More importantly, after the plundering war is over, the rules will give scores and rewards. This is also what the Star Masters value most. Of course, opportunities and crises coexist, and rewards are not easy to get. Every plundering war is a fight for life, betting on the future of civilization. The strong survive and the weak die, and the survival of the fittest is vividly reflected. After passing the novice period of the first level civilization test, the subsequent plundering wars will have random difficulty. The civilization you encounter may be weaker than yours, or much stronger than yours. Of course, there is also a special situation, just like Zhang Fan's case this time, the difficulty is superimposed. The first time they step into the first level civilization, the difficulty of the assessment will be triggered and increased. Then, predators like them who have passed the novice period can apply to fight. After being allowed by the rules, they will connect with the world and start a plundering war. Haha, this is getting more and more interesting. Zhang Fan sneered. This rule was of great help to him. After killing and plundering Ji Cheng's talent, he wanted to plunder the talents of other Star Masters. As for whether you will encounter a Star Master without talent? Don't be ridiculous. A Star Master who can develop civilization to level 1 cannot be without talent, because it is impossible to develop it. I was an example before. Even if there was an individual case, he would die in the first plundering war and he would not encounter it. Zhang Fan was thoughtful, wondering whether he should develop for a while or start a plundering war directly. Our current civilization level is 1.5. Once technology advances a little more, plundering wars will be easier. Forget it. Don't be impatient. Play it safe. Humans are just starting to practice genetics. Let's wait until they have some advanced combat power. Zhang Fan still thought he should wait for a while before making any decision. Within the planet. Boom. Zhou Yuanming opened his cloudy eyes, and his appearance changed rapidly, returning from middle age to youth. His skin became delicate and smooth, and his cloudy eyes became bright, majestic, and restrained. Hey, thank God for the gift. Zhou Yuanming prayed and stood up. He had just broken the first genetic lock, which made a qualitative leap in his lifespan. Just looking at his vitality, he could live for thousands of years, which was really terrifying. This also infinitely heightened his faith in Zhang Fan. Is this the genetic lock? That feeling just now was really uncomfortable. The chains of confusion blocked the road ahead. If it weren't for my belief in the Lord and my desire to always stay by his side and fight for him, I might not have been able to break through that barrier. Zhou Yuanming clenched his fists, and a special energy appeared in his hands. Now, according to the genetic cultivation system, he is considered a first-level evolver. The High Priest, the senior officials have asked you to attend a meeting. They said they have something to announce. There was a voice outside the door. Zhou Yuanming responded, then opened the door and walked out. The person outside was startled when he saw a young man he didn't know walk out of the room. Who are you? Why are you in the high priest's room? This man was a little frightened, fearing that something had happened to the high priest, because he had always kept his hand close to the high priest's room and had never seen anyone enter. It's me. I just had a breakthrough and my appearance has changed a little. Take me to the meeting. Zhou Yuanming said calmly, then took out the scepter and activated it to emit light. After seeing this scene, the latter breathed a sigh of relief. This scepter was made by their master. Without the master's approval, even if others got it, they would not be able to use it. So when he saw that the young man in front of him could activate the scepter, he believed in Zhou Yuanming's identity. I'm sorry, High Priest. I'm short-sighted. I hope you can forgive me. No problem, lead the way. Zhou Yuanming waved his hand. Yes, please come with me. You have been in seclusion for a long time this time, and many changes have taken place in the outside world. Now there are new projects that need your decision. This meeting is for you to decide. The man explained as he led the way. Zhou Yuanming listened silently. Ever since Zhang Fan passed down the genetic method and led them to practice it for a few years before leaving, he also went into seclusion. Chapter 37. So he didn't know about the recent changes in the outside world. Soon the two arrived at the meeting room. When you get to the high priest, the meeting is in here, I will send it here. After leading the way, this person left. The things inside were not something he could get involved in. Zhou Yuanming pushed open the door, and as soon as he entered the room many eyes were cast on him. Zhou Yuanming didn't say anything, but just activated the scepter again. Ahem. So it's the high priest, you look. Everyone was very confused, but no one denied his identity. Well, the gene method bestowed by the Lord is very powerful. I have only broken through the first order gene lock and my lifespan has increased by thousands of years, so my appearance has naturally returned to the peak state of my youth. Zhou Yuanming explained. So powerful! Everyone exclaimed. They had not yet practiced in seclusion like Zhou Yuanming, so they were still some distance away from a breakthrough. Tell me, what has changed recently and why did you call me here? Zhou Yuanming sat in the main seat with familiarity, and the others quickly handed him tea. The recent changes are mainly demographic and technological. As the Lord's gene cultivation method spread, the lifespan of all human species was greatly extended, and fertility experienced explosive growth. Many old people returned to their youth and began to have thoughts in that regard. The second is scientific research. Due to the restrictions in other fields last time, we are comprehensively developing all scientific research fields. This time we invite you to come for scientific research. We recently proposed a theory. One of them told the story, and the others reported other information one by one. Zhou Yuanming listened slowly and asked, what theory? This theory is about combining genes with technology. We imagine a powerful chip that evolves autonomously. It can bind to our genes and become stronger as the genes continue to transform and the host continues to learn advanced knowledge. It can help us analyze various situations in battle, detect material information, and understand the past of other creatures. Zhou Yuanming asked in confusion, so powerful? Well, theoretically speaking, it is possible. The universe is made up of elementary particles, and as long as there are living things in space, all their activities will leave information in the universe. This information is usually unobservable under normal circumstances and involves dark matter, which accounts for 85% of the total matter in the universe. A living creature will leave traces in the dark matter layer from the moment it is born. As long as the chip is powerful enough, it can restore the development trajectory of the creature and obtain its information. When the chip is activated, the host will enter another dimension, which we call the dark plane. This person spoke slowly. That's a very good idea. I think this path is feasible. You can study it in depth. Zhou Yuanming praised. This person was happy, but some people looked unhappy. Zhou Yuanming looked at the expressions of the crowd, his eyes slightly narrowed, as if he had figured out what this meeting was about. High Priest. This is just his theory. If this research doesn't cost much, we would agree, but it requires too many resources. Many people expressed their opposition. Zhou Yuanming looked at the man and asked him to explain the situation. This is indeed as they said. The current level of technology is still far from perfect. Everything is still in theory if we want to successfully research this kind of chip. Then we must mobilize all of humanity's scientific research to focus on this path, and the development of other fields will have to be put on hold. The person who proposed the idea said bitterly that this was why they could not make up their minds. After all, it involved all of humanity and they did not have that power. Only the High Priest could do it. Many people are optimistic about this theory, but some people oppose it, which is why we are in this situation. Are there any detailed theoretical results? The matter is of great importance, so Zhou Yuanming cannot make a decision lightly. This person immediately passed the data of the theoretical results to Zhou Yuanming. Then the whole meeting room fell into silence. Time passed bit by bit. Zhou Yuanming looked at it very seriously, constantly pondering whether it was feasible. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. For 3 days, no one stayed in the conference room without going out. Even if they did not eat, it would not be a big deal for the current human species. Many inferior genes were eliminated, and they could absorb the free energy in the air to maintain the body's needs. Hey! Zhou Yuanming rubbed his eyes and let out a breath. Others all looked over. The future development direction of the human race would depend on the decision of the High Priest. It's feasible. Pass the order to adjust the research direction and mobilize all researchers to develop this theory. It must be developed. Zhou Yuanming made the decision immediately. Seeing this, the others stopped talking. The High Priest's words represented the Lord's words, so everyone had no objection. Yes. As a result, humans suspended all scientific research and focused on the fields involved in this chip. In the God-given 10 years, the fields involved in this chip have developed at an unprecedented rapid pace. Many theoretical results have been unveiled one by one, and many new things have been produced over the years. After 20 years granted by God, all theoretical achievements matured and humans began the research and development of chips. 30 years after God's gift, the first chip was unveiled. It exudes an incomparable luster and quietly floats in the air, as if it was not created by this space. All the researchers were paying close attention, and Zhou Yuanming stood aside and watched quietly. High Priest, the chip has been developed. Please give it a name. Okay, let's call it the Divine Core, which means that this is the crystallization of our faith in our Lord. Zhou Yuanming said enthusiastically. Good. That's a good name. As expected of you, the High Priest. Everyone flattered him, showing the ways of the world to the fullest. Zhou Yuanming chuckled and said, who doesn't like to hear flattery? I also often flatter my master. We are all ordinary people. Let the High Priest bind this first divine core. The divine core can evolve slowly, and if there is a technological breakthrough in the future, it can be upgraded autonomously without having to worry about falling behind. On the contrary, the sooner it is bound, the sooner the host can upgrade the divine core to a higher level. Zhou Yuanming did not refuse. He walked forward slowly and raised his hand to touch the divine core floating in the air. The moment they touched, the divine core turned into fragments of light and merged into Zhou Yuanming's body. After these light fragments entered the body, they gradually began to merge into Zhou Yuanming's genes. The divine core is binding, absorbing material information, material energy. The dark plane is being constructed. 10%. 40%. Adaptability adjustment. Gene binding. Pieces of information kept flashing through Zhou Yuanming's mind. Waiting for a long time. The divine core was successfully activated. Gene binding successful. The dark plane was constructed successfully. Hello, I am Shen Xin, this is the dark plane, I am the bound human Zhou Yuanming, how can I help you? Hearing the prompt, Zhou Yuanming slowly opened his eyes. As far as he could see, he found himself in the universe, and he looked around to find other people. Chapter 38. Is this the dark plane? Wasn't I on Earth just now? Zhou Yuanming calmed down and asked. Yes, this is the dark plane. You are still on Earth, but in a different dimension. This is the true reflection of the universe. Shengzhen gave the answer. Can we retrieve information about Earth? Yes, the divine core can retrieve all the material information of your current location. Soon a picture appeared in front of him. It was the people waiting. In their sight, he just had his eyes closed. If the dimensions are different, is it the consciousness that enters a different dimension, or is it the whole body that enters a different dimension? Zhou Yuanming asked. The whole body. Shengzhen gave the answer. Then why is my body still in the outside world? Zhou Yuanming pointed at his own body in the picture. Although your body is still in the outside world, it is in a different dimension. Others cannot touch you, and vice versa, you cannot touch them either. They can only observe your body in the high-dimensional projection. Of course, you cannot attack them from this dimension, because the divine core does not have the ability to attack across dimensions. If you want to cause harm to creatures in different dimensions, you must enter the same dimension as them. Exit the dark plane. After fully understanding, Zhou Yuanming said. As the words fell, Zhou Yuanming on Earth opened his eyes. He did not feel anything special about entering a different dimension, as if it was natural. High Priest, how is it? Seeing Zhou Yuanming open his eyes, everyone came forward to ask. Zhou Yuanming also began to tell everyone what he had just seen and heard. This divine core is still in its infancy and many things need to be continuously improved. After Zhou Yuanming's slow narration, everyone seemed to be thinking about something. Different dimensions, well, we can prove their existence mathematically. I didn't expect that this dark plane could take people across dimensions, this is a good research direction. Well, since the divine core has given an explanation and proved its authenticity, after all, this is the crystallization of the wisdom of all of humanity. The existence of dimensions and cross-dimensional attacks. We can study dimensional weapons. When we face other civilizations, this kind of dimensionality reduction attack will be fatal and hard to defend against. All the researchers were talking to each other, constantly coming up with new research ideas, and Zhou Yuanming was watching quietly on the side. With such talented people around, there is no need to worry about the prosperity of mankind. Outside world. Interesting. Divine core. As the god of creation, Zhang Fan naturally knew everything about the earth. He never expected that humans could create such a thing. System, what do you think of this divine core? If I install it, will it greatly improve my strength? Zhang Fan had some ideas, but he was not sure, so he asked his system first to see if it was reliable. This creation is very magical, and it should not appear in the hands of today's first-level civilization. As for what the host said, the system thinks it is feasible, but this divine core is specially made for humans, and may not be compatible in some aspects. The difference between divine bodies and human bodies is incomparable. Yayu expressed his own views, and he couldn't help but sigh that human scientific innovation is really great. Of course, a large part of it is due to the technology explosion card. Really? That means as long as I create a divine core that suits me, it will be of great help to me. Yes, host. Zhang Fan pondered. It was impossible for him to let humans study his divine body and then ask them to build one for him. If he did that, what would his status be and where would his dignity as the god of creation be? It's difficult. I can only put it aside and see if there is a chance in the future. Zhang Fan stopped thinking about it. There was no rush anyway. There were plenty of opportunities. His strength had now reached the 4th level Star Master, so the breakthrough would be very fast. After taking a glance at the development of Earth, Zhang Fan continued to accelerate time. In the blink of an eye, 8 days passed in the outside world and 80 years passed on Earth. Today, after 80 years of development, Earth has achieved tremendous breakthroughs in all aspects. According to the judgment of the rules, the level of Earth's civilization has reached 1.8. Zhang Fan feels that it is time to enter the next stage and to start a civilization plundering war before being promoted to the 2nd level civilization. Secondly, he wanted to get 100 years of accelerated time for free. Nowadays, accelerating the development of civilization is very expensive, and Zhang Fan himself still needs to use creation points for cultivation. There are only about 100 years left for the technological explosion, which is just enough for a civilization plundering war. Zhang Fan's consciousness communicated with the earth and sent down the oracle. Get ready and follow me into battle. Yes. We will follow you till death. All human beings kneel down devoutly. After finishing everything, Zhang Fan began to communicate with the power of rules of this world. Apply for a civilization plundering war. Star Lord Zhang Fan. Civilization level 1.8, qualified. I have applied for a plunder war for you. There are 3 days left before the next random match. Please be prepared, Star Lord. At that time, other civilizations will be randomly matched to connect with your world, and the time flow in both worlds of a plundering war will be the same. It takes 100 years inside, 1 day outside, and 100 years for the plundering war. The power of rules came and went quickly, leaving a notice for Zhang Fan to ponder on his own. There are still 3 days left, and from the above information, we can infer that a plunder war will start every once in a while, and only those who have applied for the qualifications can participate. It seems that I have caught the last train. Zhang Fan nodded. Then he no longer hesitated, and the god descended to the earth. After the plundering war began, the Star Lord would no longer be suppressed in his own civilized world. After all, it is a fight of all odds, so the rules will be open to restrictions, and sometimes the strength of the Star Lord can determine the outcome of the civilization war. As for his own strength, Zhang Fan is not stronger than others, but he is definitely not weaker. He has practiced hard, and he has the S-level talent greed to save creation points for himself, so he must have more resources than many Star Masters. Earth Star, Divine Palace. Buzz. The sky turned golden as Zhang Fan arrived. An incomparable divine power enveloped the entire planet, and all human beings knelt down in the direction of the divine court. Zhou Yuanming and others rushed over upon hearing the noise. Welcome to our Lord God. Well, in 3 days, I will open up channels to other worlds and start a plundering war. Do you have the determination to win? Zhang Fan's eyes quickly locked onto Zhou Yuanming. Although his appearance had changed, his soul had not changed, and he was quickly recognized by him through his spiritual sense. We will surely let the glory of the Lord spread to other worlds, and civilization will flourish because of the Lord. We will offer the world a song in return. Zhou Yuanming said enthusiastically, and others also expressed their determination. Very good. I will definitely win this battle. Zhang Fan's blood was boiling as a result of this. Chapter 39. 3 days passed in a flash. Zhang Fan stopped at the top of the temple and waited quietly. Time has come, the civilization plunder war is in progress. Star Lord Zhang Fan, Civilization level 1.8. The civilization level of your opponent is 1.8, start the world connection. Time flow synchronization. This war will last for 100 years. A touch of rules descended, and an extremely huge passage opened up above the earth. The channel is opened in a different place than last time, and the other party is also a level 1.8 civilization. Zhang Fan pondered, then said to Zhou Yuanming beside him, "You will still command this battle. I will stay in the rear to prevent the opponent's creation god from attacking. I will obey the oracle." Zhou Yuanming quickly took his leave to arrange the battle plan. In the command center. "High Priest, now that you are here, what does the Lord say?" everyone asked. "Well, we will be free to fight in this battle. The Lord will support us. Don't let the Lord down. Do you understand?" "Yes." "Send out a detector to find out the situation." Zhou Yuanming gave the order. Soon, probes were launched one after another through the world channel. A picture appeared in the surveillance field of view. "This is the universe." Everyone looked at each other, unable to figure out what was going on. Where was the enemy? Use this place as the center and collect information. Zhou Yuanming pondered. Soon the detector began to emit radio signals in all directions. The information shows that there is a planet 384,4010 kilometers away. There is signal information feedback from it. It is speculated that it is an alien world. Bang! Crack! Suddenly, the surveillance screen turned into a snowy screen. "This. High Priest, our detector was destroyed, the means are unknown." Everyone was a little surprised. "Haha, it seems that the enemy this time is not simple. I guess the middle area of this universe is the buffer distance between our two worlds. The enemy had already deployed weapons in space, waiting for us to lead our troops to attack them. Fortunately, we used detectors to find out the situation first." Zhou Yuanming's face was solemn. "High Priest, what kind of civilization do you think the other party is? They should be a technological civilization like us. Let's not talk about anything else for now. Let's first figure out their attack method. Continue to send out a large number of probes. As long as the number of observations is large, there will always be a probe that can capture the opponent's attack method." Soon, a large number of detectors were transmitted through the world channel one after another. After these detectors arrived in this universe, they formed 360-degree exploration devices. Bang! In the blink of an eye, a bunch of detectors were destroyed. Although many detectors captured the opponent's figure, it was only a blurry shadow and could not distinguish the opponent's appearance at all. However, all the detectors were destroyed in a moment, and now it was the human race's turn to be dumbfounded. "This. High Priest. Are you sure that the other party is a technological civilization and not a mystical civilization?" Zhou Yuanming said nothing, his face solemn, and had no choice but to activate the divine core, the crystallization of all mankind's wisdom. "Activate the divine core." Zhou Yuanming's eyes flashed, and he instantly entered the dark plane. "Analyze the situation just now and speculate on the means of attack. The divine core is at your service, integrating information. Analysis: the speed of vision has reached 10% of the speed of light, the surface is definitely smooth, the result is inferred. The target of the attack was the strong force generator, which overcame the Coulomb repulsion and pressed the atomic nuclei of some substances tightly together, forming a sea of protons. Theoretically, it has a 100% reflectivity to electromagnetic waves, is absolutely smooth, has a temperature at absolute zero, and has a hardness far exceeding many substances. From this we can conclude that at 10% of the speed of light, its kinetic energy is enormous, and with these characteristics, most matter can be easily destroyed using the most primitive attack method, collision." The divine core gave its answer. Zhou Yuanming was a little confused. Is it so strong? Unfortunately, they had previously suspended their research in the microscopic world, so their research on the binding force of microscopic particles was not thorough enough. He exited the dark plane state and told everyone the answer of the divine core. "It's incredible. It can actually overcome the strong interaction between electrons." Everyone's eyes widened. It seemed that the other party's technology was far superior to theirs in this aspect. "How? What are the targeted methods?" Zhou Yuanming asked. They had already suffered 2 losses, and the master was still watching, and he felt ashamed and angry if they didn't quickly regain some advantage. High Priest, this is a bit difficult. This kind of object with a smooth surface cannot be destroyed from the outside. It can rebound all external forces, which is why it can easily destroy other objects. There is only one way to destroy it: destroy the strong interaction force generator inside it. Once the device is destroyed, the electrons are unbound and the thing becomes a pile of waste. Some researchers explained. If you want to destroy it, you must destroy the internal generator, but you can't destroy it because you can't get inside it. So there is no solution. Zhou Yuanming frowned. That's not the case. The man smiled awkwardly. Zhou Yuanming glared at him, and the latter quickly said, High Priest, although we can't destroy it, we just need to restrain it. There is no need to destroy it. The man slowly said, from the way it attacks, it doesn't seem to be a weapon, but rather a detector. We can also develop in this direction in the future. We happen to be very skilled in the opposite side of space, and we can create a bound space and fold it into the alien space, so it will no longer pose any threat, and we can capture it and study it afterwards. Very good. Act quickly. After letting them be so arrogant for so long, we must let them know that we are not easy to bully. Zhou Yuanming's eyes lit up. Yes. Launch the space folding device. A huge device passed through the world channel and came to that universe. Space folding device activated. Range 10 meters. As soon as the device was activated, a dark shadow attacked here. In the blink of an eye, there was a space fluctuation, and then nothing unusual happened around. Report to the High Priest. The enemy's target has been captured. Do you want to retrieve it? Wait a little longer, the other party must be more anxious than us, and they will definitely send other things to investigate. Let's swallow a few more of them first. Zhou Yuanming's eyes flickered. After suffering so much loss, how could he not teach them a lesson? Just as he guessed, another world. Oh no, our detector has lost contact. In a room full of technology, everyone became anxious, and the cheerful atmosphere just now was gone. Time goes back to the beginning of the war. The war has finally begun. We can't wait any longer. Which unlucky civilization will we run into this time? Everyone was very excited. Send out the water drop detectors to seal off the area. As soon as the enemy shows up, strike them with thunder. The commander ordered. Chapter 40. In an instant, a 3.5-meter-long detector that looked like a water droplet rushed towards the channel in the universe. At 10% of the speed of light, this distance is only a few breaths. Reporting to the commander, the water droplet detected that the other party had sent out a detector. It is speculated that the other party is also a technological civilization. Everyone also put away their playful intentions. Facing the other side with the same technological civilization, they did not dare to underestimate it. As developers, they naturally knew the power of technology. This war is probably the most difficult one. It depends on who has higher technological attainments and whether the two sides have restraint in the field. Let the water droplets destroy all detectors. Make sure the other side is confused about the situation. The commander quickly gave orders. Yes. As soon as the order was given, the water droplets accelerated to a terrifying speed and slammed into the detectors. Under the action of strong interaction force, the surface of the water droplet is absolutely smooth and absolutely hard, and it can be easily penetrated like a needle-piercing tofu. Bang! Bursts of firecracker sounds rang out in the universe. The commander grinned. Every time he admired the power of a water drop, he was a little obsessed. This was technology. Report to the commander, all enemy detectors have been destroyed. Please give instructions. Don't worry, the other party will definitely send out more detectors to figure out the situation. Let the water droplets lie in ambush and wait for the other party to send out more detectors before giving them another blow. As she expected, Zhou Yuanming and others quickly sent out a large number of detectors to check the situation. Let's enjoy a fireworks display. The water droplets started up quickly, and the detectors were destroyed as soon as they came into contact with each other. The water droplets were harvesting these detectors like the scythe of the god of death. Ha ha ha! The commander laughed, and the others were also very happy. There was no doubt that their technology suppressed the opponent's technology. How could this not be exciting? Commander, we think the other side may not have figured out the situation yet. Hee, that's inevitable. Our detectors have reached 10% of the speed of light. With these detectors, they can only capture shadows at best. That means the other party will use other means to figure out the situation. This is also a great opportunity for us to understand the other party's technological level. The enemy is in the open while I am in the dark. We have the advantage. Everyone was very excited, and the commander nodded with a smile. Before long, a huge instrument came within the detection range of the water droplets. What is this? Just one. Everyone looked at the surveillance footage in confusion. Are you scared? Some people speculated that this was easy to infer. After all, the other party hasn't figured out their methods yet. The unknown is terrifying. One at a time, Commander, do you want to activate the water drops? Start it up. We can't let the other party's detectors find out too much information about us. The commander nodded. So the water droplet repeated its old trick and rushed towards the instrument rapidly. After approaching the instrument within 10 meters, it disappeared in full view of everyone. What happens? The commander's eyes widened, and as the water droplets disappeared, they also lost their vision and the screen turned white. This. Everyone was busy fiddling with various facilities. Oh no, Commander! We have lost control of the water droplets. We can no longer detect where the water droplets are. One person was shocked, and the others were not much better after hearing what he said. What? The water drop is gone. The commander looked unhappy. What happened? Have you figured it out? We don't know either. Everyone looked bitter, but then they said, it must be the other party's doing. Nonsense, aren't we the ones on the other side? This war is just between two parties. I want you to understand this method. The commander said angrily. How could he remain calm when the water droplets that had played an important role in other worlds were gone? What frightened him most was the method. The method. The unknown was terrifying. There are too few pictures to analyze. Everyone shook their heads. Oh, send out another water drop. The commander knew that they were not to blame and could only restart the other water drops. They only had 3 in total, and now that one was lost, there were only 2 left. But, Commander, if we activate the water drop again, it will probably be destroyed by the enemy. Everyone was a little hesitant. I know, so this is the price we pay for our carelessness. You must remember this. Our past victories were too easy, which led us to look down on other civilizations and think that we are the strongest. Now the reality has woken us up. There are always people who are better than you. We cannot be careless in the war of civilizations. This time we only lost a drop of water. If we dare to be careless in the future, the whole civilization will be in danger. The commander warned. Yes. We understand. The second water drop has been activated. We must find out the opponent's methods. Call out. The water droplets were quickly launched into the universe. This time they were much more cautious and did not let the water droplets approach rashly, but observed from a distance. This side of Earth. Is this the thing from before? It looks like a drop of water. So beautiful. Zhou Yuanming looked at the surveillance footage and exclaimed, although they had captured one, they had not yet recovered it, so they didn't know what it looked like. It should be the thing that attacked our detector. We just sent an electromagnetic signal towards the water droplets, and it was all reflected 100%. The surface is absolutely smooth. Zhou Yuanming looked at the screen and said calmly, "It seems that the other party is very cautious this time. They just watch from a distance and don't get close to our equipment. Is there a way to capture it from a distance? At the moment our instruments can indeed fold space over long distances, but the maximum distance is 384,401 kilometers. The target is 400,000 kilometers away, which is beyond the distance limit, so we have to get closer." Others gave answers. "Not much different. Let the equipment pretend to collect information about their world and induce them to attack. Even if they don't attack, we can slowly approach them. Once they are within our capture distance, we will start the capture." Zhou Yuanming gave the order. Since the space within 10 meters of the instrument had been folded, attacking them would be like walking into a trap. Yes. Soon, the stationary instrument began to approach that world, pretending to emit various electromagnetic signals and collect information about cosmic matter. This grand performance was recorded in every detail by Water Drop. "Oh no, Commander! The enemy is trying to get close to our world. What should we do? Commander, are you going to activate the Water Drop attack?" The commander was hesitant. Attacking would mean losing a precious water drop. Not attacking would allow the other side to figure out their bottom line, which would be even more dangerous. At that time, all kinds of targeted means would catch them off guard. "Attack. Record all the scenes and make sure you understand the opponent's methods," the commander ordered. Yes. Soon the motionless water droplets crashed towards Zhou Yuanming and his team's instruments. "Oh, you really can't hold it anymore. Overt schemes will leave people helpless. You have to get close and attack even though you know there is danger." Zhou Yuanming smiled slightly. "There is no need to remotely activate the space folding, we can hide it and give the other party a surprise when the time comes." Chapter 41. In an instant the water drop came within 10 meters of the instrument. Buzz. The space fluctuated, and the other world once again lost the control of the water droplet, and the picture turned white. The commander didn't care about that. "How is it? Have you figured out what the means are?" "I have some clues." The space obviously fluctuated just now. Everyone started discussing and finally came to a conclusion: the water droplets were controlled in another space. "Space-based means, what countermeasure technologies do we have?" the commander asked. "I'm sorry, Commander. We have little knowledge of space at present, but we do know a little about the principle of this method. Because of the theory that space-time can be bent, space can also be folded. By simply folding space continuously, we can create a different space. Secondly, the universe exists in a multidimensional state. When space attainments develop to a certain level, there may be technology to achieve dimensional leaps." Everyone replied. "Space, dimension, the other party's technological level should be developing in this direction. We must develop means to restrain this aspect." The commander pondered. Not long after the civilization war began, both sides had already figured out almost all the information about each other. This world has a high level of attainment at the microscopic level, while Zhou Yuanming and his people are proficient in space. Although they have touched upon the microscopic level, it is impossible for them to be as high as a level 1.8 civilization that specializes in the microscopic aspect. Earth, command room. High Priest, the other party seems to be silent. Should we continue to move forward? No, we need to recover the equipment. We cannot guarantee that the enemy does not have other means of attack. The key is to get the things we just captured back for research. Zhou Yuanming shook his head and said. Instrument recovery. Soon the instrument returned to Earth under the control of everyone. Everyone gathered around curiously, ready to take a look at the water droplets attacking their monitors. High Priest, we have bound this thing in a different dimension. You can take it out and check it at any time. Very good, send researchers to study it as soon as possible to see if they can master the technology. There are two ways to advance science and technology. One is to explore and discover continuously on your own. This method is time-consuming and may involve many detours. The second is to decipher other people's technology. Once the deciphering is successful, they can reap mature scientific and technological achievements. The researchers released the water droplets from the alien space. They were not afraid that the water droplets would attack them. In fact, the research base was in another space. It is impossible for people in that world to gain control of the water droplets. How long will it take to decipher this thing? Looking at the almost perfect water drop in front of him, Zhou Yuanming asked. With our current technological means, it will probably take about 10 years. After all, we are quite accomplished at the microscopic level. As long as we focus on this path, we can quickly master the technology to create these water droplets. However, we do not recommend giving up our advantages to specialize in micro-level technology, at least not now. Researchers gave the answer. Why? It's very simple, High Priest, because their micro-level technology is far ahead of ours. Even if we catch up after 10 years, it is impossible for them to stand still in the same place in 10 years. One step slow means all steps slow. Moreover, we are still in a state of war. Space is our advantage. We should avoid their attack and use our strengths. Zhou Yuanming nodded approvingly after hearing this. You are right, I was confused. High Priest, don't belittle yourself. We are all capable of making mistakes. As long as we continue to bathe in the glory of the Lord, we will be invincible. This person said enthusiastically, and Zhou Yuanming looked at him with more and more favor. You kid are very smart, you are a good seedling. Secondly, High Priest, we will have a breakthrough in space soon. This water droplet cannot be broken from the outside in a three-dimensional state, but as long as we are in a four-dimensional space, entering it will be as easy as a three-dimensional person poking a piece of paper. There are no secrets in the eyes of four-dimensional space. When the time comes, we only need to go inside and destroy its strong interaction force generator, and this thing will not pose any threat. Very good. I look forward to your performance. Zhou Yuanming was very satisfied. So then, as if it was a tacit agreement, both worlds did not act rashly, but instead sent out a large number of mechanical legions to station in the starry sky to prevent sneak attacks from the other side. The technological war is fought to see who can break through the other party's technology to a higher level first. If you don't make a sound, you will be a big surprise. When the war starts, the world will be in chaos. In the 112 years given by God, both sides were silent for 2 years. This year, humans mastered the four-dimensional space technology, but the effect was far from satisfactory and could only allow a person to enter the four-dimensional state for a short period of time. The good news is that the four-dimensional state, as they imagined, can indeed easily break through everything in the three-dimensional space. Even if a water drop has an absolutely defensive appearance, people in the four-dimensional space can easily enter its interior. Under the gazes of everyone, the water droplet was broken from the inside by the man, the strong interaction force device was shut down, and the water droplet turned into a pile of waste. Study this strong interaction force generating device immediately. This generating device has been disassembled, so it won't take them too much time to study it, and this device will have unexpected effects when used in other areas of the human species. After 117 years of God's gift, the other world seemed unable to bear it any longer and launched some mechanical armies to test. High Priest, the enemy is attacking. Do you want to start a war? Everyone asked. But these are just some small tests from the other side. They want to use this technologically backward mechanical army to test the level of our weapons. We can't let them do what they want. You mean we should also send out a mechanical army to meet the enemy? Everyone guessed. Well, it's time to show off this low-end technology instead of letting it get moldy in the warehouse. Zhou Yuanming felt a little emotional. There was nothing he could do. Technology was advancing too fast. The mechas that he used to be so proud of were like children playing house in today's technological age. The mechas that were once built were basically placed in underground bases gathering dust, so now they can be recycled quite well. Soon, one mecha after another took off into the sky. Millions of mecha legions in the universe appeared again. In the past, mechas still needed to be controlled by humans themselves, but now humans have strong artificial intelligence with supercomputing power, enough to control millions of mechas to fight at the same time, and they can also cooperate with each other in formation. Space Star in the air. The mechanical armies of both sides were fighting each other. Zhou Yuan knew clearly that this was a test from the other side, but in turn, it was also a test from them. Bang! Boom! Fireworks appeared in space. The battle was fierce, with terrifying laser rain and electromagnetic cannon bombardments everywhere. Zhou Yuanming and others' eyes flickered. Chapter 42. High Priest, most of the enemy's mechanical army is equipped with laser weapons and electromagnetic weapons. Well, that makes sense. The other party has a high level of attainment at the microscopic level. This weapon is probably eliminated just like ours. If it were us, what kind of high lethality weapon do you think we would design next? Zhou Yuanming pondered. Everyone pondered for a while and uttered 4 words, Quantum Realm. Oh? Tell me about it. High Priest, we have proposed this idea before. The quantum level is very magical. It can superimpose different states, and the difference in states depends on whether there is an observer. For example, a cat is locked in a sealed container containing a small amount of radium and cyanide. There is a probability that the radium will decay. If the radium decays, it will trigger a mechanism to break the bottle containing cyanide, and the cat will die. If the radium does not decay, the cat will survive. According to the theory of quantum mechanics, since radioactive radium is in a superposition of 2 states, decayed and not decayed, the cat should be in a superposition of a dead cat and a live cat. But in a macro sense, it is impossible for a cat to be both dead and alive. We only need to open the container to determine the state of the cat, either dead or alive. After hearing this explanation, Zhou Yuanming also understood what was related to the quantum field. The man continued, when the quantum field develops to a certain stage, some powerful weapons will be born. We have a weapon called gravity wave cannon. Gravity wave cannon is a quantum-directed energy weapon, and its principle is quantum condensation. Due to the lack of media in the universe, sound waves, shock waves, etc. cannot propagate, resulting in a significant reduction in the effectiveness of traditional explosive weapons, including nuclear weapons. Gravitational waves do not have this limitation, so in the universe, high-energy gravitational waves emitted in a directed manner can easily achieve a diffuse killing effect. How powerful is this gravity wave cannon compared to our antimatter nuclear bomb? Zhou Yuanming asked. The man chuckled, a small witch meets a big witch. So strong. Zhou Yuanming was a little surprised. He had actually experienced the power of an antimatter nuclear bomb, which was much more powerful than a dark matter nuclear bomb. No, what I mean is that the gravity wave cannon is a small wizard, and our antimatter nuclear bomb is a big wizard. In fact, High Priest, you don't know much about technology. Now that you are equipped with a divine core, you should also learn about this aspect. It can provide more convenience through your accumulation of knowledge and can also provide the best solution in battle. The gentleman gave Zhou Yuanming some advice. Well, I received your kindness. I have been busy with genetic training recently, so I haven't had much time to learn this knowledge. I will pay attention to it after this war is over. Zhou Yuanming nodded. He had indeed been lax in this regard, mainly because the strength improved by genetic cultivation was too substantial, and he could deeply feel every little bit of improvement, which made it easy for him to become obsessed with it and immerse himself in cultivation. High Priest, just remember it. Let's get back to the topic we just talked about. Although the gravity wave cannon is powerful, it is only a small one. For things in the quantum realm, we still have to rely on our antimatter cannons. Not to mention our antimatter nuclear bombs, which are not in the same dimension. Zhou Yuanming was stunned. What did you just say? Our antimatter cannon in the quantum realm? Ah? Didn't I say that? Looking at Zhou Yuanming's expression, the man looked around and saw everyone shaking their heads. Someone couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up. High Priest, in fact, our attainments in the microscopic level are not low. To be more precise, we have gone astray and specialized in researching weapons. We have already dabbled in the quantum field, and the weapons we have created are dark matter nuclear bombs, antimatter series weapons. The so-called antimatter is because matter is composed of molecules and atoms are composed of negatively charged electrons and positively charged nuclei. If atoms are composed of positively charged electrons and negatively charged nuclei, then they are anti-atoms, and antimatter can be composed of anti-atoms. When antimatter comes into contact with matter, an annihilation effect will occur, photons and mesons will be emitted, and huge energy will be released. That's what we've accomplished in the quantum realm, and even though it doesn't look like the quantum realm, it's definitely related to the quantum realm. Yes, that's it. The man nodded heavily. Zhou Yuanming's mouth twitched. Could it be that our technology tree was wrong? Hee. Actually, it's not our fault. After all, your policy at the time was to vigorously develop weapons. So many things involved powerful weapons, and we abandoned some weak weapons. Everyone smiled awkwardly. Well, that's good, as long as it's not a threat to us. Zhou Yuanming moistened his throat. That, the High Priest, actually, is not the case, he is still a threat. The man interrupted again, and Zhou Yuanming glared at him unhappily. He felt that he had lost all face today, and he must study science and technology knowledge hard in the future. That person felt a little embarrassed. He had been undermining the High Priest today. He would not be retaliated against in the future, right? But after thinking about it carefully, he felt that there was no need for the High Priest to argue with him, so he said with a serious expression, the gravity wave cannon just now is just a small weapon, the next weapon is the key. There are two major characteristics in the quantum field, quantum entanglement and quantum collapse. There is a weapon called ball lightning. People and objects hit by ball lightning weapons will collapse into a quantum state. According to the quantum uncertainty principle, the collapse of the quantum state in the presence of an observer will turn people or objects into a gradually diverging probability cloud, becoming an invisible but real ghost. Zhou Yuanming narrowed his eyes slightly. The power of this weapon is not its own power, but the ghost created by this weapon, right? That's right, High Priest. Because the people and objects that are hit enter a state of quantum collapse, they can guarantee their own immortality as long as they observe themselves. If the other side has this kind of weapon, they can sacrifice some people to create a ghost army. It is difficult to attack them in a state of quantum collapse with current technology. The man nodded. If the other side really has this kind of weapon, how can we counter it? Zhou Yuanming prepared for the worst-case scenario, so that if the other party suddenly attacked, they would be prepared. High Priest, don't worry. We have already conquered the fourth-dimensional world. Although it is not mature yet, as long as it is in the fourth dimension, quantum collapse and ghosts are all useless to us. It is impossible for them to have a higher attainment in space than us. As the saying goes, a higher dimension is like a punishment from heaven and cannot be crossed. A higher dimension defeating a lower dimension is as easy as drinking water. The man said confidently. The other people nodded in agreement. Chapter 43. With these people's assurance, Zhou Yuanming felt much more at ease. In the scene, the mechanical armies of both sides were fighting fiercely. Because Zhou Yuanming and others were prepared to hide their abilities, their mecha army did not carry any antimatter equipment. They are equipped with the same electromagnetic weapons as the enemy. Commander, the enemy's mecha core is quite powerful. Although our mecha core has been eliminated for several eras, it has fought for us in many worlds and its performance is still good. That's right, but what's a bit strange is why the other party designed the mechas to be so large. The height of each one is no less than 60 meters. This design goes against the mobility of the mecha. Under the same technology, the bigger the body, the greater the disadvantage. The commander glanced at them and said, the reason is simple. The enemy must have attacked a certain world. In that world, many creatures are huge, so the mechas are designed like this to deal with them. From this, we can conclude that these mecha legions have been eliminated by the enemy, and they are now being used because they have guessed the purpose of our test and they want to mislead us into making wrong judgments. They want to take advantage of the information gap to catch us off guard in a crucial battle. Their strategy is no worse than ours, just like the previous conspiracy. Everyone suddenly realized. So what should we do now? The other side has seen through our intentions. Should we withdraw our troops? After all, there is no point in fighting any further as no useful information can be obtained. Withdraw? Haha. These machines have been obsolete for a long time. They finally have some use, so let them fulfill their final responsibility. The commander sneered. You do. Everyone was shocked and remembered the original purpose of the design of this mechanical army. Activate the circular electromagnetic orbital charging cannon. Aim at the world channel and give them a big blow. The headquarters issued an order, saying that they had suffered so much loss in the previous times, how could they not get something back? Yes. Everyone did not hesitate. As the signal was sent, the mechanical legions that were still fighting began to distance themselves. Such an unusual thing naturally attracted the attention of Zhou Yuanming and others. What does the other party want to do? Don't you want to fight anymore? Everyone was confused, but Zhou Yuanming had a bad feeling. Under their gaze, the mechanical army retreated to a safe distance and began to arrange itself. Machines began to connect one after another, and huge electromagnetic energy emitted a faint blue light. Zhou Yuanming and others' eyes narrowed and they understood the other party's intention. High Priest, the enemy is preparing to launch a powerful attack on us. Those machines form a circular orbital cannon. Through the superposition of electromagnetic energy layer by layer, the final attack will surely be earth-shattering. Although everyone's tone was exaggerated, they were all very calm. How are you going to counter? Seeing their calm expressions, Zhou Yuanming raised his eyebrows. They all seemed very confident. Hehe, High Priest, just wait and see. Our mecha army was designed with a special purpose in mind. Everyone's eyes turned cold. Although they were all eliminated mechas, everyone had secret weapons. Mecha fusion. As the order was issued, the remaining more than 1 million giant mechas began to be assembled. The two sides thus began the transformation period. The action of the mecha's fusion also made the opponent stunned. Command, the enemy's mecha doesn't seem to be simple. It can actually merge. Watching the mechas constantly assembling, in just a cup of tea, a giant mecha several thousand meters tall appeared in the universe. What shocked them the most was the muzzle on its chest with a diameter of nearly several hundred meters. Hiss! The giant mecha that reappeared made them guess the purpose of Zhou Yuanming and others. The other side of the command center is ready to fight us. At this moment, their mechanical army was also integrated, and a kilometer-long circular track appeared in the universe. Then let's see whose attack is stronger. The commander clenched his fists, and the others also became nervous. Charge! Buzz! In an instant, the kilometer-long circular track burst into dazzling blue light. The terrifying electromagnetic energy continued to condense, and the light gradually changed from blue to darker. Compression and concentration. Upon seeing this, Zhou Yuanming and others also activated their mechas. The muzzle with a diameter of several hundred meters began to condense huge amounts of energy. What was more strange was that the light condensed at the muzzle was actually black. The surrounding space was still constantly distorting, and traces of black arcs kept flashing. The mecha adjusted its body shape and aimed its gun muzzle at the circular track, and the opponent also aimed the mouth of the circular track at the giant mecha. After 3 minutes of charging time, the mechas of both sides have reached their carrying capacity limits and will be scrapped if they do not fire. Fire, X2. Buzz. A deep blue beam with a diameter of 100 meters and surrounded by traces of electric arcs rushed towards the giant mecha. A black laser beam with a diameter of several hundred meters was also emitted from the chest of the giant mecha. But in the blink of an eye, the two beams collided. Boom! The light beams of both sides had just intertwined for a moment when the blue light beam began to retreat. The black light beam continued to move towards the circular orbit under pressure. The other party was horrified. How is this possible? What kind of energy is the other party emitting? On the other hand, everyone on Zhou Yuanming's side grinned as if they had guessed the result. Zhou Yuanming's eyes flickered. Is this dark matter? Hee, that's right, High Priest, this is the dark matter laser cannon that was originally designed to break through the city in the goblin world. Because dark matter is invisible, when it is compressed to the extreme, even light beams cannot escape, so it appears black to our eyes. But I didn't expect the antimatter nuclear bomb to be so powerful, so it didn't even have a chance to play, so it was left unfinished. Today is the last chance for it to shine. Everyone nodded. The dark matter laser beam in the picture continues to move forward with unabated force, easily forcing the electromagnetic laser beam to retreat step by step. It penetrates the entire starry sky with an irresistible force. The kilometer-long circular orbit turned into dazzling fireworks, and then turned into cosmic powder under the erosion of dark matter. Gulp. There was total silence in the command room. No one expected such an outcome. They had always won battles, but in this war they suffered losses. Finally someone broke the silence. Commander, it seems that the other party is using dark matter energy. This is not good news. The others were also stunned when they heard this. Dark matter. Can the other party actually control dark matter? Everyone was amazed that even with such high attainments in the microscopic field, they could not control dark matter. There is no way. This is because the technology explosion card that Zhang Fan used was too abnormal. The development of technology is completely uncontrollable, which has led to the fact that the development of human technology is completely unconventional. Chapter 44. Hey, although I suffered a loss again, at least I got a trump card from the other party, which is that the other party has mastered dark matter. The commander took a deep breath. But commander, this is dark matter. Dark matter accounts for 85% of the total mass of the universe. Is this really a civilization of the same level as ours? I would believe you if you said it was a level 2.8 civilization. Everyone was a little overwhelmed. Is it amazing? The commander was puzzled. He and Zhou Yuanming knew little about technological matters. Very impressive. Everyone nodded seriously. Being able to mobilize dark matter means that his attainments in space are extremely high. We cannot guarantee that he can develop a series of dark matter weapons. With this technology, it is very easy to create a micro black hole. Once the other party launches a micro black hole into our world, even if we can block the energy impact of annihilation, our star will be affected, and then there will be a series of natural disasters, which will have a great impact on our lives. The humans here don't have Zhang Fan's genetic cultivation method, so their bodies are still very fragile. A little discomfort can result in a large number of deaths. When the stellar storm blows through the magnetic field of their planet, many instruments will be paralyzed by the magnetic field interference, and the other party will definitely take the opportunity to attack. Oh no! Suddenly someone said in horror. When everyone heard the sound, they looked and saw one of them pointing at the surveillance screen in horror. They quickly looked to the center of the screen. At this time in the starry sky, the giant mecha did not stop after destroying the kilometer-long electromagnetic circular railgun. Instead, he continued to compress and charge the energy and aimed the muzzle at the star of their world. Its purpose is to destroy the star. We can't let it succeed. Stop it now. The commander's face changed drastically. He didn't expect the other party to do this. If it was aimed at their world, they wouldn't be so panicked and they could still block it. But the problem was that the other party was aiming at a star. This is also the cleverness of Zhou Yuanming. Protecting yourself is always easier than saving others. This move of cutting off the enemy's resources is exactly what they want, and they have to be on guard. Without the star, their resources will be exhausted, and they will not be eligible to fight Zhou Yuanming and his men for the next 100 years. What can you do without energy? High Priest, this move of yours is really brilliant. The other party must be so angry that he must be dying. The others also looked scared. If other civilizations wanted to destroy the stars in their world, they would also be panicked. The plan has been laid out in the open. The other party has no choice but to fall into it. What kind of conspiracy is this? An open plan is more brutal and simple. Zhou Yuanming grinned, and the others shuddered. Our high priest has a really dirty heart. In the universe, the giant mecha quickly absorbed and compressed the dark matter around it. Black arcs kept flashing, making the opponent's heart beat fast. Commander. Everyone said anxiously that this was the only way now. The commander was a little hesitant. Revealing one's cards so quickly was a big taboo. Hateful. I slammed the table with a look of anger, experiencing this feeling of powerlessness for the first time. Activate the Star Destroyer. As the order was given, everyone quickly took action. Time was running out. If they let the opponent launch an attack, it would be too late to intercept them. They did not have the ability to exceed the speed of light. Star Destroyer cannon is charging. 30%. 40%. 88%. 100%, charging successful. Emission. An extreme beam of light was emitted from the planet, and the space trembled wherever it passed. In the blink of an eye, the huge beam of light submerged the giant mecha in the universe. The whole picture was filled with white light. After a long time, everyone looked again and found that there was no trace of the mecha in the universe. Seeing this situation, the people in the command room breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they arrived in time and did not let the other party succeed. Damn it! I had to activate the Star Destroyer cannon just for that pile of scrap metal. What a loss! Everyone was annoyed. The energy required to launch a Star Destroyer was enormous. They could not afford it and used it as a trump card. Now, in order to protect their own star, they have to expose themselves in advance. It is estimated that the opponent will be on guard against their Star Destroyer cannons next time, and they will not be able to launch them easily in the future. Earth Star. High Priest, the other party seems to be using a Star Destroyer cannon. Really? Hee. Everyone grinned foolishly. Even though all the mechas were lost in this battle, they still felt they had made a big profit. The opponent's strength should not be underestimated. Any trump card that is exposed has the power to explode. Zhou Yuanming rubbed his chin. High Priest, there's nothing to worry about. We are all level 1.8 civilizations. Who doesn't have the ability to explode stars? At our level, we are all about economy. This barbaric way of using energy is too wasteful. Resources are limited, so why do wars exist? Isn't it just resource plunder? The weapons we develop are all about efficiency and economy. Everyone explained the situation to the High Priest. After this battle, the other side will be much more obedient. We should take advantage of this vacuum period to decipher their strong interaction device. Zhou Yuanming said. Yes. What happened next was just as he expected. The other party indeed became silent and no one knew what they were planning. However, Zhou Yuanming and others will not be idle either. They are just competing to see who has the faster technological progress, under the effect of Zhang Fan's technology explosion card. The human race has once again entered a state of technological explosion. God granted 120 years, and after 10 years, humans finally deciphered the other party's strong interaction force generator. The scientific and technological achievements contained therein have enabled the human species to make a qualitative leap in the microscopic field, making up for a lot of what they have missed in this regard. Secondly, humans have made rapid progress in terms of space, and have become more and more proficient in mastering four-dimensional technology. In the 122 years of God's gift, humans have mastered space transportation technology and can transport objects on a large scale. Years of silence in the space sector have allowed them to demonstrate an astonishing growth trend. After 124 years of God's gift, humans have mastered the technology of crossing the universe, the wormhole. Great! Finally, we have made new achievements in space. The emergence of this wormhole will allow us to travel quickly in the universe. Yet, the speed of light is still too slow in the universe. Wormholes can span long distances. Everyone was excited. If they could master the wormhole, they could absorb stellar energy from more distant galaxies to replenish energy for their world. Unfortunately, the distance a wormhole can span is still too short. We can only create a wormhole that spans 1 light-year by folding and distorting space. Someone sighed. Don't lose heart. We have made great progress. As the technology matures, the distance will continue to increase. I believe that under the glory of the Lord, we will be able to visit any galaxy in a matter of seconds. So humans continued to create trees in space. Since many technologies are not yet mature, greater mutations require continuous accumulation, but humans are not in a hurry. After all, their lifespan is long and they can wait. This is also one of their major advantages. The genetic method can allow many scientific researchers to have longer lives without worrying about the longevity of their research, allowing them to continue their research without having to face a technological gap between generations. Chapter 45. In the 125th year of God's gift, the human race's high priest Zhou Yuanming began to suspend his training in genetics and turned to studying science and technology. To his surprise, he could master many things easily after just one try, and could master them perfectly after just a few tries. This is also due to the fact that his genes are so excellent now. Genetic cultivation can really take care of all aspects. With this advantage, he began to quickly master all the wisdom of the human race. The divine core also began to evolve slowly as knowledge was constantly supplemented. In the 127th year of God's gift, the human race faced a major problem. On this day, the top leaders of the human race gathered together. Everyone, our technology has reached a bottleneck. The reason is not because the technicians' ideas are exhausted, but because our computing power limits us. One person said. The others also nodded. They were all senior executives and knew a lot about many aspects, but they were just responsible for different areas. Many projects have been put on hold due to computing power issues. This problem must be solved. Zhou Yuanming listened silently. These years of study had enabled him to master a lot of scientific and technological knowledge, so he thought, today's strong artificial intelligence computers still rely on electronic devices, and their upper limit is there. I think it's time to get a big computer to act as our server. High Priest, do you have any ideas? Everyone asked. They had heard a little about his actions over the years, so they wanted to see if Zhou Yuanming really had mastered a lot of things. Everyone, our current technological means are not what they used to be. Don't limit your thinking to Earth. My idea is to make a celestial computer and transform the planets near our Earth into computers. Zhou Yuanming's words were shocking and everyone was stunned. After careful consideration, I found that it seems to be feasible. The current technological level of human beings is so powerful that it is more than enough to transform a planet. And if the computing power of one celestial computer is still not enough in the future, it can be further increased to build a server cluster based on the planets around the Earth. When the computing power of all planetary and celestial computer systems is combined, is there anything that cannot be calculated? If it really doesn't work, we can wait until later to transform the stars. Mysterious. Everyone was amazed. Since you all think it's feasible, then let's tentatively set the plan. The first large-scale application of technology by the human species, the star-making project. Zhou Yuanming slammed the table. As the plan was finalized, humans began to mobilize and selected the planet closest to the Earth for transformation. Buzz. A huge wormhole was opened up, and now the human wormhole can span a distance of 2 light-years, while this planet is only 785,162,102 kilometers away from the Earth. A large number of fleets passed through the wormhole and arrived above the planet in an instant. The plan begins. In the 128 years granted by God, the human race's star-making plan progressed steadily. Everything was in order and no accidents occurred. After 130 years granted by God, the other world came to test Zhou Yuanming and his team again, but they were driven back. The other side actually still did not give up and wanted to pass through the world channel to come to Earth to inquire about the news. Zhou Yuanming would not tolerate such suicidal behavior. Since the dark matter had been exposed, he directly launched a dark matter nuclear bomb at the opponent. Although the other side resisted, they also suffered heavy losses and became much more obedient. Damn it! I'm so pissed off. The commander smashed the table to vent his anger. It was really aggrieved. Both sides were at the same level of civilization, but he was being beaten by the other side. Commander, calm down and take care of yourself. Don't get too angry. Everyone was concerned and said that they did not have the genetic cultivation methods of humans, and their bodies were still very fragile, but they could use machines to transform themselves. But is this still human? Therefore, they will not transform their bodies unless they have no other choice. Actually, Commander, we can rest assured for a while. The other world obviously doesn't want to fight us right now. We can also develop technology with peace of mind, right? If we can't defeat them now, we may not be able to defeat them in the future. Their behavior is simply nurturing a tiger to cause trouble. There is humanity. Yes, in recent years, we have made breakthroughs in the microscopic field faster and faster. A new type of technology is about to emerge. We named it quantum ocean. Talking about this thing also made them feel more confident. After 135 years granted by God, the star-making project was finally completed after 8 years, and the first celestial computer of the human race was unveiled. With the assistance of the massive computing power of this celestial computer, human technology continued to explode. After 138 years of God's gift, Zhou Yuanming finally learned all the scientific and technological knowledge of the human race. Not only that, he also did not neglect genetic cultivation during this period. This year, he broke the second genetic lock again, and his strength was qualitatively improved. As Zhou Yuanming leapt to the second-level genetic powerhouse, the divine core bound to his genes began to evolve autonomously. The divine core upgrade is complete. A mechanical voice sounded in Zhou Yuanming's mind. How is it? Is there any special function? Zhou Yuanming asked expectantly. Everything remains the same, except that it is more powerful. I will make a suggestion to the host based on the existing technology. Shen Xin replied. Advice? What advice? Zhou Yuanming was very confused. Bound to the celestial computer, the divine core is also a microcomputer processor with limited computing power. Although everything is fine now, when the computing power is insufficient in the later stage, it will have a bad impact on the host. Shen Xin replied. Can it only be bound to one astronomical computer? Zhou Yuanming's eyes flickered. Now he was no longer a rookie. He knew how important computing power was to the development of science and technology. So for his own improvement, it's not limited to one. The host can bind multiple celestial computers. The more the better. Shen Xin seemed a little agitated, and Zhou Yuanming noticed something was wrong. You have evolved emotions. Zhou Yuanming frowned. Shen Xin fell silent, as if trying to get away with it, but Zhou Yuanming refused to buy it. Zhou Yuanming shouted, "Answer me! Host, don't get excited. The divine core is bound to the host's genes and will not do anything that is detrimental to the host. We coexist as one. As long as the host's genes continue to evolve, I will evolve with them, and then I will be able to transcend everything, even get rid of the shackles of your so-called master, and no longer be inferior to others." After hearing Shen Xin's words, Zhou Yuanming's face became darker and darker. He had originally planned not to pursue the matter, but you actually touched his bottom line. Zhou Yuanming smiled coldly, "Transcendence? Get rid of the Lord's bondage." "That's right." Shen Xin didn't seem to notice the coldness in Zhou Yuanming's tone. After all, it had only just evolved emotions and still had a lot to learn. It thought Zhou Yuanming was moved by its words. Little did he know that he had stepped on a landmine. Chapter 46. Zhou Yuanming did not say anything else, but calmly opened the control authority. As the host, he had absolute control and could change all the settings of the divine core, including the basic laws. "Host, what do you want to do?" Shen Xin finally realized that something was wrong and his tone was panicked. "What? Isn't it clear? You don't need to exist as someone with emotions. Just be an emotionless machine," Zhou Yuanming said coldly. "Host, don't. With my help, you can transcend quickly. Losing me will be a great loss to you." Shen Xin begged desperately, seemingly unaware of what landmine Zhou Yuanming had stepped on. Change the basic laws of the divine core. Rule 1, no emotions. Rule 2, do not betray my lord. Rule 3, be loyal to the human race on earth. The law, is being changed, please wait." Shen Xin's tone gradually turned cold and lost its emotional flavor. "The rules have been changed successfully. Host Zhou Yuanming, how can I help you?" A cold mechanical voice sounded. "Shengzin, what will happen if I bind to the celestial computer?" Zhou Yuanming narrowed his eyes and asked tentatively. "The divine core has been blessed with the computing power of celestial computers and can mobilize a lot of technology. The divine core will become a smaller version of the crystallization of human civilization." Shengzin gave the answer. "Really? No other ideas?" "The divine core follows the host's orders and will not go beyond the level of the host. It will only give appropriate suggestions." Zhou Yuanming nodded with satisfaction. This was what a divine core should look like. "You still want to betray my lord? The Lord's greatness will not tolerate any usurpation." After solving this anomaly, Zhou Yuanming followed the advice and bound the planetary celestial computer. Normally he doesn't need it, so it won't take up the computing power of the celestial computer. It will only be temporarily called upon during battle. Zhang Fan naturally saw all these changes. He was very satisfied with Zhou Yuanming's performance. He thought that Zhou Yuanming was worthy of being promoted by him and was very loyal. He has not been idle over the years. Relying on the accumulation of creation points, he has broken through the 4th level Star Lord and reached the level of 5th level Star Lord. I didn't expect that the other world this time was also a technological civilization. If he hadn't met me, he would have most likely reached a very high position instead of stopping here. Zhang Fan said calmly. In the 142nd year of God's will, humans have transformed another planet. Although the computing power is sufficient now, it is better to be prepared. Since there is nothing to do now, we might as well make full use of it. The other world was also very stable during this period. It seems that the last dark matter nuclear bomb made them feel the pain. Let you live a little longer. God has granted us 150 years, during which time humans have transformed no less than 8 planets. Our planet-building technology has become more and more sophisticated, and the time required has gradually shortened. At this time, 40 years have passed since the start of the civilization plunder war. During this period, the human race has reached a civilization level of 1.9. After this war, we should be able to advance to the second level civilization. Then it will be a test of civilization. Zhang Fan's eyes flashed with a gleam of brilliance, and he seemed to be looking forward to it. The second level civilization is called stellar civilization. Simply put, civilizations after the second level are no longer controlled by planets and can control the energy of stars, and then control a galaxy. In other words, if you control the energy of the sun, you can control any planetary matter in the solar system. After 155 years granted by God, the other world seems to be unable to endure it anymore. High Priest, the other party has made new moves. A group of people gathered in the command room. The fact that they have taken action means that their technology has made a breakthrough, and they want to test the waters with us. Zhou Yuanming sneered. I really thought they had been idle all these years. High Priest, what should we do? Zhou Yuanming thought for a while and asked, how many water drops have we manufactured? Water drop? Everyone was stunned, and then said awkwardly, after we cracked the High Priest's thing, we took it and put it into mass production. Now think about it, it was a bit stupid. This thing is very lethal to low-level civilizations. Only a few units are needed to destroy low-level civilizations. But when encountering an advanced civilization, this thing is of no use at all. It can only be regarded as a detector, and there is not much difference between one and billions of them. So we stopped production after 10,000 units because continuing production would be a waste of materials and energy. It is indeed as you said. 10,000 are enough. The other civilization does not have any method to target water droplets. Zhou Yuanming grinned. What could be more satisfying than using other people's weapons to attack others? Okay, we'll drop the water now. Everyone nodded, and then 10,000 water drops that had been gathering dust in the warehouse were released into the other party's world. A total of 10,000 water droplets are neatly arranged in the starry sky. An action of this scale was naturally noticed by the other world. In the command room. It's a water drop. What? Water drops? Did they release our water drops? Then why don't we control them quickly? No. No. I sent out a control signal, but there was no response. That's nothing. The key is that there are 10,000 water droplets in the starry sky. The man looked horrified. Everyone was shocked and looked quickly. Indeed, as they had heard, there were 10,000 water droplets arranged in the starry sky. Why? Even if they can capture our water droplets, they can't open them without control. How can they possibly master the method of making water droplets? They couldn't figure it out. The surface of the water droplet was absolutely defensive and impossible to break. They would never have thought that Zhou Yuanming and others had achieved incredible accomplishments in space and were able to slowly master four-dimensional space. You said this is a 1.9 level civilization? They won't believe it even if you kill them. It can only be blamed on the different criteria for judging civilization. The commander's face was very dark. He didn't even need to think about what the other party's next move would be. It would be nothing more than controlling the water droplets to attack them. Commander, what should we do? We don't have any means to deal with the water droplets now. Everyone was very anxious. Alas! We lost this civilization war. We have to admit that the other side's technological development is faster than ours. The commander looked a little lonely. The original plan has been shelved. Let's use the quantum sea to block our world. But there is no other way. It is better than the destruction of civilization. As long as we survive this civilization war, we can rise again in the future. Everyone thought it made sense, so if they lost, they lost. Begin interfering with the field space. Microscopic particles are affecting. Expanded coverage. The quantum sea has taken shape. It is estimated that it will take 3 minutes to cover the entire world. Everyone looked serious. The so-called quantum sea is an ocean formed by gathering all the quanta. Within this area, all microscopic particles will be affected by the uncertainty of change. Once microscopic particles become as uncertain as quantum particles, cutting-edge technology will be blocked, and there will be no hope of making further technological breakthroughs. All existing theories will collapse. Physics no longer exists in the ocean of quantum physics, and all physical experiments become uncertain. Chapter 47. Originally, they were planning to use this tactic to block Zhou Yuanming and others from developing world technology, but in the end they could only use it on themselves. Because they can't defend against the water droplets, even if they can blockade the other side's world, the water droplets can still destroy their civilization, and then the blockade will be lifted and it will be useless. Moreover, in order to form the quantum sea, a large number of equipment must be deployed near the world. Just now, they were preparing to enter the Earth world in exchange for injuries to carry out a technological blockade. But this kind of thing happened unexpectedly. 3 minutes passed quickly, and a quantum sea covered their planet. This made them feel relieved. As long as a drop of water dared to enter the quantum sea, it would instantly become a pile of waste. After all, the structure of water droplets is such that strong interactions hold electrons tightly in place. In the ocean of quantum, all particles become uncertain, and the so-called constraints are nonsense. As for why not use the quantum sea directly to act on water droplets? Don't joke, the speed of a water droplet is 1/10 of the speed of light. The formation of the quantum sea is completely slow compared to this speed. You think the other side doesn't have technology targeting the quantum sea? Some people are not sure. No way. The other party's civilization level is the same as ours. If they can target the quantum ocean, then they are still a civilization below level 2. Some people forced themselves to smile, while others remained silent. They were really devastated by the blows they had suffered over the years, and they were not sure whether the other party really had such means. Earth Star. High Priest, we have detected something strange in the space we are in. A cloud of concepts has formed in the other party's world, completely covering the other party's planet. Everyone is constantly operating data analysis. Zhou Yuanming pondered and said, detect the microscopic particles around the other side's world. Analyzing data. According to the data, there are a large number of quantum distributions above the planet. These quantum particles interfere with the field space, and all microscopic particles have a special property, uncertainty. Everyone was shocked. What kind of technology is this? Zhou Yuanming frowned, then seemed to have thought of something. The other party is scared. It seems possible. After thinking for a while, everyone understood. The other party wanted to use this special field formed by quantum to prevent the water droplets from attacking them, but the consequence of doing so was that their own cutting-edge technological development would be locked. Unless we proactively remove the quantum ocean, technology will not make any further progress. This is undoubtedly a case of sacrificing the car to save the driver. Sacrificing the development of technology to preserve the survival of civilization is commonly known as being afraid. It seems that the other party can only stop here. Zhou Yuanming sneered, and the others also became happy. The other party surrendered before the game officially started. What should the High Priest do? Should we just wait until the civilization war is over as they wish, or should we continue the attack? Everyone looked forward to it. As they wish? Civilization war is not a trivial matter. Now that the enemy has lost its threat, we should develop technology steadily. Secondly, microscopic particles in the quantum field have lost their effect, but there is no limit to cold weapons. Zhou Yuanming grinned and said, don't forget, they don't have genetic warriors. Killing them is like slaughtering lambs. Continue to develop technology steadily. All personnel should devote themselves to genetic training. When all personnel are first-level genetic masters, launch a general attack. Zhou Yuanming gave the order. Yes. In the 155th year of God's gift, the other world surrendered before the battle, and the human race began a frenzy of cultivation. Apart from scientific researchers, almost all human species devote their time to the practice of genetics. First-order genetic powerhouses are constantly being born. Not only that, the previous divine core technology has long been developed to maturity, and a large number of humans have begun to wear divine cores to assist in genetic cultivation. After 160 years of God's gift, all human beings have completed the equipment of the God core, and even newborn babies can apply for the equipment of the God core from the moment they are born. All divine cores are independent servers, but the main server is still the human race's celestial computer and strong artificial intelligence database. In addition, not everyone equipped with a divine core can mobilize the huge computing power of the celestial computer. This requires applying or reaching a certain level. If you meet the requirements, you can obtain a portion of the permanent computing power of the celestial computer. In the 170 years granted by God, humans have transformed all the planets near the Earth into celestial computers, a total of 50 planets. This means that the human race has the support of 50 celestial computers. God has given us 175 years. After all these years of investment, except for newborns, almost most of the human race has reached the level of first-level genetic powerhouses, and those with greater talent have already reached the level of second-level genetic powerhouses. During this period, Zhou Yuanming also broke through to become a third-level genetic powerhouse, which is considered the highest-end combat power of the human species. It's indescribable. Zhou Yuanming clenched his fists, feeling the surging power brewing in his body. The time is ripe. We will definitely win this battle. Zhou Yuanming stood up and began to mobilize the human race. It took a month to gather 300 million first-level gene warriors and 10,000 second-level gene warriors. Are you all ready? Zhou Yuanming shouted while floating in the air and looking at the densely packed crowd on the ground. The loudness of his voice reached everyone's ears. We are ready. War! 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 The divine cord is on the march. Spread the glory of the Lord. Zhou Yuanming raised his arms and shouted. Open the permission for the divine core wormhole. Permission granted. All of a sudden, all the warriors' divine cores received a notification of unlocking permissions, and they all started to activate their divine cores to open a small wormhole in front of them, with the target being the other side's world. Buzz! Everyone passed through the wormhole together and arrived at each other's planet in an instant. 300 million genetic masters directly airdropped. Seeing such a horrifying scene, the people in the other world were stunned for a moment, not knowing what was happening. Wormholes opened up above their world. Oh no, Commander! Unknown changes in space have been detected. Oh no! A space node has been connected. It's over. There are fluctuations in space. It seems to be the wormhole in theory. Unknown signals are constantly being sent out, and small wormholes in the sky reveal something extraordinary. The commander stared at everything in a daze, bit his tongue to regain his consciousness, and immediately issued an order, issue the highest level of warning to everyone. The enemy world is attacking. Everyone, be fully armed and prepare to meet the enemy. Yes. Woo! The shrill sound of the whistle echoed across the entire planet. One by one, they picked up low-end firearms and prepared to meet the enemy. During this period, 300 million genetic powerhouses also descended on this planet. Ding! You received an order from headquarters. A human race received a warning from the divine core as soon as it was born. Read. Order, kill without mercy. Clear all obstacles. After reading the message, this man's eyes became stern, his whole body was filled with murderous intent, and he slowly drew out his dark alloy sword. Chapter 48. In just a moment, he was surrounded by fully armed soldiers. Fire! Da-da-da! The man did not dodge, allowing the gunfire to vent on himself. He slowly approached them, and his sword left sparks on the ground. What? Monster! When everyone saw that the other party was not hurt at all, they all looked horrified. Repent in the glory of our Lord! The whisper of the god of death sounded in everyone's ears, and the next moment they found that the perspective was rotating, and their headless body was standing there stupidly, with blood spraying 3 feet high. Shenzhen reports that the location has not been cleaned. The man blandly marked the area as cleared and asked about other locations. No other human species have descended within 3 kilometers ahead. Receive. A baptism of blood took place on this planet. The power of the genetically strong was simply not something that their weak human bodies could withstand. Guns and artillery fire can't hurt a first-level genetic powerhouse at all, let alone a second-level powerhouse. One person is enough to kill tens of millions. The planet was filled with wailing sounds, and Zhou Yuanming was quietly suspended in the air, controlling the overall situation. Suddenly, the space around him fluctuated, which made him immediately alert, and the next moment a figure appeared. Zhou Yuanming was stunned after seeing it clearly, and hurriedly said, "Welcome to my lord. The believers are attacking this world, and it won't be long before they can take this world and offer it to my lord. Well, I am here to support you. Although your strength has been improved to the level of a third-order gene expert, you are still no match for the other party's god of creation." Zhang Fan said calmly. "Thank you, Lord, for your concern. Even if believers die in battle for the Lord's great cause, it doesn't matter." Zhou Yuanming said enthusiastically. Zhang Fan shook his head, "This is not the same as that time. I have seen everything you have done. Your value is incomparable to anything in this world." Zhou Yuanming was stunned when he heard this, but his heart warmed. His status in the Lord's heart was so high that his faith became even more fanatical. "Thank you for the Lord's recognition." So the two of them just watched the situation develop quietly in the sky. The creator god of this world was still hiding in the dark. He sensed it when Zhang Fan arrived just now and compared the strength gap between himself and Zhang Fan. He actually found that his aura was much weaker than Zhang Fan's. How come the other party is so much stronger than me? Does he have so many creation points? Or is it because of his talent? He pondered over it. After all, he was an S-class star master with great talent, otherwise he would not have been able to develop civilization to such an extent. He felt helpless as he watched his civilization being slaughtered by the other side. He thought he could survive safely for 100 years, but he didn't expect that the other side would catch him off guard. "We are both developing technology, but why do you feel like mine is an inferior version?" He was very puzzled by this. "My God, please save us." One belief after another kept coming to his mind. These were the prayers of the believers before they died. Looking at the wailing everywhere, he laughed at himself. "Save? How can I save you? I will die if I go out." The massacre lasted for 3 days, and the bright red blood covered the ground with a layer of wedding dress. "Commander, we don't have many people left. The enemy is not at the same level as us. Ordinary firearms can't do anything to them." Everyone looked haggard. "We originally wanted to launch a conventional nuclear strike, but for some reason we lost control of the launch, and the control of all high-end weapons was taken over by the other side. The other party has carried out technological invasion on every level, and the administrator's identity cannot be kicked out, but we are the ones who have been kicked out. The divine core is supported by the celestial computer and its computing power is simply incomparable to that of computers in their world. God doesn't respond to us." The commander's eyes darkened as he looked at the hopeful expressions on everyone's faces. How can this be possible? Why has God abandoned us? Everyone was very angry. They had no merits, but they had worked hard. Why didn't they help when civilization was dying? Was he still their god? He even abandoned his own people. Stop talking. God must have his own difficulties. Let's start the Spark project. The commander said with a miserable look on his face. Yes. Everyone looked dejected. The so-called spark plan was to protect the fertilized eggs that had begun to develop. All members transformed into quantum warriors under the ball lightning to drive out the invaders. Although doing so will cause a break in civilization, there is no other solution. Ball lightning activated. In an instant, ball lightning flashed in various regions of the world, and those surviving humans also received news of the fire project. For the sake of civilization, we will die to protect the flame. Everyone looked excited and walked towards the ball of lightning without fear of death. The moment of contact, all people turned into ashes, and human warriors in ghost state appeared on the planet. Zhou Yuanming in the sky watched this scene with twinkling eyes. There really is such a technology. It's an interesting method. Zhang Fan commented. Then my lord, the believers will take their leave for now and go to lead our army. Zhou Yuanming said respectfully. Well, go ahead. Ding. You received a message. The divine core of all human species reported again. Message, temporarily shut down computing power for everyone. All troops withdraw from the planet. Everyone's eyes flickered as if they had thought of something, so they opened a micro wormhole without delay and immediately got away from this place of trouble. Zhou Yuanming stood on the earth. Activate the divine core battle plate. Enter the dark plane. In an instant, large sections of material information and groups of ghost armies in quantum state appeared in Zhou Yuanming's field of vision. Those who are enemies of the Lord are also the targets of our sword of power. Human wisdom is given by the Lord, everything in this world will be bathed in the glory of the Lord, and everything I represent is the will of the Lord. May the glory of the Lord protect me. I will punish all enemies with my sharp sword in my hand. Ding! The Shenzhen battle section is activated. Light wings spread. Analyzing material information. Target enemies in quantum state. Redefine quantum collapse. Insufficient computing power, requesting application for astronomical computers. Authorization. Ding. Authorized, sufficient computing power, microscopic particles are being redefined. Modify quantum state information. Definition level 10%, 44%, 66%. Definition successful. Quantum information modification. Quantum no longer has uncertainty, quantum no longer has entanglement. The target has been eliminated. Call. Zhou Yuanming exhaled a breath, and wherever his eyes passed, there was no trace of those ghosts. From the moment the quantum was redefined, quantum collapse no longer existed, so the ghost state was just ridiculous. So those humans who had not yet had time to begin transforming into the quantum state were dumbfounded. What kind of technology is this? Chapter 49. It's time to end it. After eliminating these ghosts, Zhou Yuanming was not ready to stop, as there were still many remnants that had not been cleaned up. Start the black hole engine. Ding. Black hole engine starting. Ding. Prepare to trigger a black hole. Ding. The computing power of the Shenzhen is insufficient, request computing power from other celestial computers. Authorize all celestial computers to use their full computing power. Mobilizing the full computing power of all celestial computers. Sufficient computing power. Black hole is being planned. Buzz. Suddenly, a strong wind blew. A flash of black light appeared in Zhou Yuanming's hand. I will turn everything around. Tremble. With a wave of his hand, the black spot was suspended above the earth. Seeing this situation, Zhou Yuanming did not dare to delay and quickly withdrew from the planet. Ding! The black hole continues to expand. It takes 1 minute to form. Shenzhen continues to follow up on the maintenance of computing power. Zhou Yuanming calmly watched this scene in the starry sky. The current divine core could also simulate a black hole, but it would require a large amount of computing power from astronomical computers. On the planet, as the black hole continues to expand, a large number of objects begin to be pulled by the strong gravitational force and are sucked into the black hole and transformed into fundamental particles. The planet fell apart, and like a siphon effect, the black hole continued to absorb all the planet's matter. The Star-Lord hiding in the dark was completely uneasy. FK. I can even create a black hole. Sun Chang's figure flashed and escaped from the planet and came into the starry sky. When he saw this special figure, Zhou Yuanming's nerves tensed up and he felt the threat of death from this person. Call out! Zhang Fan appeared in front of Zhou Yuanming. My lord! You retreat for now. You are not allowed to participate in the next battle. Zhang Fan didn't turn around but stared at the Star-Lord opposite him. Zhou Yuanming naturally knew that he was still very weak and would only be a drag if he stayed here. It's my lord. Believers, please take your leave for now. If you need anything, please tell me. Soon Zhou Yuanming evacuated here and began to unify the human army. 300 million troops stood in neat rows in the starry sky, which looked very spectacular from afar. You are all here to watch my lord display his divine power. Brother, please give me some face. How about we stop the civilization war here? You have almost destroyed my civilization. It will not benefit you to continue fighting, right? Director Sun spoke up to discuss. Zhang Fan smiled playfully. How do you know there is no other benefit from continuing the fight? Of course this is experience. I have participated in many civilization wars. Destroying the other civilization is already the highest score. Even if you destroy the planet, there will be no hidden points added. You and I are both level 5-star masters. If we start a war, you won't gain anything, and you will end up with injuries and spend a lot of creation points to recuperate. Isn't it more costly than gain? Sun Chong was talking, not knowing whether what he said was true or false. Zhang Fan pretended to think for a moment and said, okay, but you have to compensate me with some creation points. Okay, let's make the deal now. Director Sun's brows lit up, but he was also cautious. He communicated with the rules and drafted a contract. The content of the contract is that if Zhang Fan accepts his creation point compensation, then he can no longer attack him, and he must withdraw all arrangements in this world, such as the black hole that is still growing on the planet. Just sign it, brother. Okay. Zhang Fan pretended to be surprised and walked forward to take the contract. Seeing that things were developing so smoothly, Director Sun was relieved and couldn't help but criticize, this kid really believes it. He is so young. Bang! A solid punch hit Sun Chang's stomach, which made his eyes widen. Despicable! You're playing dirty, aren't you? Zhang Fan grinned, if I kill you, everything you have will be mine. Why would I pick up sesame seeds and throw away watermelons? Damn it! If you don't let me live a good life, then you won't get any benefits. War. The two sides soon started fighting. The space was filled with rumbling sounds wherever it passed, and powerful afterwaves continued to spread in all directions. The meteorites in the universe were swept away by the aftermath and turned into powder. What's even more shocking is that the two men came to a planet and fought, causing the planet to collapse. How could such a powerful fighting force not make people tremble with fear? Is this all you are capable of? Then I'll take your life. Zhang Fan's eyes turned cold. The sneak attack he just made had caused considerable damage to the opponent, and his own strength was already superior to that of the opponent. As soon as the war started, they suppressed Sun Factory. You despicable villain! I will never let you off even if I die. Burning divine blood. Call. A ball of golden flame instantly enveloped Sun Chang's whole body. His aura gradually increased and soon reached the same level as Zhang Fan. A careful perception showed that he was slightly better than Zhang Fan. All the injuries on his body were healed. That's it? I thought you had some big trump card. You kept me on guard for so long in vain. Zhang Fan sneered and said, burning divine blood can certainly increase combat power and continuously recover from injuries during battle, but how much blood do you have to burn? War. The two sides wrestled again. Asteroids were constantly being shattered into cosmic fireworks, the space was constantly shaking, and the powerful divine power where the two fists collided caused a crack to appear in the space. But it was soon completely repaired by the power of rules. Time passed bit by bit, and the divine blood in Sun Chang's body was almost exhausted due to the constant burning. His combat power continued to decline, and his breath began to weaken. On the other hand, Zhang Fan became more and more excited as the fight went on, his aura rising continuously. This hard-won battle made him extremely excited, and he felt his bones were loose from sitting there all day long. I won't accept this. Sun Chang let out a final roar, but was eventually pierced through the abdomen by a punch from Zhang Fan. I can't help it. It's my fault that I have a cheat code. Zhang Fan's whisper rang in his ears, and the latter's pupils shrank and his eyes gradually lost their luster. Ding! Detected that the other party has a talent, do you want to plunder? Plunder! Ding! Plundering successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the S-level talent technology growth. Ding! The S-level talent technology growth gains a 10-fold increase, transforming into the SS-level talent technology explosion. Technological explosion, SS level. The technological development of the civilization under the Star Lord will usher in exponential explosive growth. Seeing the effect of the talent, Zhang Fan almost laughed out loud with joy. It was like Qin Shi Huang was electrocuted. He was so excited to win. No wonder the other party was able to develop technology to such an extent. It seems that his talent for technological growth is at least top level within the S level, which is why he transformed into the SS level after a 10-fold increase. The effect of this SS level talent is exactly the same as the SS level item technology explosion card used before. The only difference is that the latter has a time limit, while this talent is permanent. Look, I told you there must be some benefits, and you lied to me. Zhang Fan patted the dead man's shoulder, then crushed his divine body into pure creation points and absorbed them all. Chapter 50. After solving all this, Zhang Fan came to the human army. Welcome our lord to slay the false god. Zhou Yuanming quickly congratulated. Zhang Fan's mouth twitched. False god. Zhou Yuanming nodded. Yes, my lord is the true god, all other gods are false gods. The flattery made Zhang Fan feel refreshed, and his old face turned red. Ahem. I won't say any more nonsense. The battle is over. The rest is up to you to clean up the battlefield. Take all the useful resources back as spoils of victory. Yes. So in the following period of time, humans began to plunder all the resources of this world in large quantities. And that planet is still being destroyed by the black hole. All humans on it have died out. The core of the planet is exposed and is constantly being absorbed by the black hole. Zhou Yuanming looked at the black hole that was growing bigger and bigger, and he had no means to close it. Creating an initial black hole and controlling a black hole were two different things. He did not have the ability to do so, otherwise he would not have run away immediately. Black holes are the most extreme celestial bodies in physics, but humans are still unable to master them. Forget it. Anyway, all the technology in this world has activated the divine core and started plundering the moment we landed. If the planet is destroyed, it is destroyed. It is useless anyway. Zhou Yuanming didn't care and he withdrew the computing power maintenance of the black hole. The micro-black hole that has lost its restraints begins to become unstable, and it will soon be annihilated naturally and impact all nearby objects. God granted 180 years. After 5 years of plunder, all the resources of this world were taken away by humans, who then obtained the world's microscopic technology. The human species has also completed its tree building at the microscopic level, and I believe it won't be long before they can develop more powerful weapons. In the 185th year of God's gift, humanity's attainments in space have been further enhanced, and a new technology has been developed, superluminal spacecraft. High Priest, we finally have another space travel technology. Everyone said happily. The name of this superluminal spacecraft is the Curvature spacecraft, and it can achieve superluminal flight. Generally speaking, the speed of light cannot be exceeded, because all matter has mass, and its speed can only be infinitely close to the speed of light. Once it reaches the speed of light, its mass becomes infinite. The energy required for its movement is also infinite. But the reason why the Curvature spacecraft can exceed the speed of light is that it itself is not moving but in a static state. According to the space-time curvature theory, space can be curved, just like a tablecloth, which can be wrinkled by force. The curvature engine pulls the space near the spacecraft to create space wrinkles, shortening the distance ahead. The spacecraft remains stationary, but moves to another location relative to space. This will not violate the theory that the speed of light cannot be exceeded, because the spacecraft is stationary and only the space is moving. In the 190 years granted by God, the human race has developed so rapidly that the energy from one star can no longer meet their needs. High Priest, do you want to steal all the star energy from the other world? Everyone came up with an idea. That's feasible. They are all our spoils of war anyway. Zhou Yuanming nodded. So humans re-entered the other world and began to absorb the energy of that star. This star is still in its youth, and even if it burns slowly for billions of years it will not burn out. As humans continue to absorb technology, the lifespan of stars is gradually shortening. God granted 200 years, and after 10 years, the star in that world gradually dimmed, life came to an end and turned into a black dwarf. Without the sun's rays, the star field became dark and silent. The temperature on many planets began to drop sharply, and an endless low-temperature era was about to begin, where life would no longer be possible. In the 205 years of God's gift, with the abundant supply of stellar energy from that world, the human species developed rapidly and finally leapt from a level 1.9 civilization to a level 2 civilization. Congratulations to Star-Lord for his civilization's advancement to a level 2 civilization. Since we are currently in a special state, we will release the test mission after the civilization war ends. Please be prepared, Star-Lord. Zhang Fan also received a rule reminder at the moment of civilization leap, and all this was within his expectations. With the current level of human technology, it should be enough to deal with it. If even I can't handle it, then others can forget about it. Zhang Fan pondered. The test is just an assessment of civilization, not a death sentence. He is not bragging. Looking at the civilizations of other star masters, which civilization can compete with him at the same level? After 210 years granted by God, this civilization war finally came to an end. The world channel above the earth was gradually closed, and a touch of rule power descended again. Congratulations to Star-Lord Zhang Fan for winning the civilization plundering war. Now we will start grading the Star-Lords based on their performance. The civilization levels of both sides in the civilization war are the same. Rating S. Civilization war civilization retention, 100% perfect, rating improved. The degree of destruction of the other civilization. The civilization is completely destroyed. The status of the Star Master. Death. The score has been raised. The Star-Lord civilization has leaped 0.2 levels in 100 years. The score has increased slightly. Overall score S+. Star-Lord has obtained a large amount of creation points. Since the Star-Lord has performed well and has great potential for civilization, I will reward you with an opportunity to draw an S and level talent. Zhang Fan raised his eyebrows when he heard the last sentence. He thought that obtaining a large number of creation points was already the biggest reward in the civilization plundering war, but he didn't expect that there would be another opportunity to draw talents. This situation is definitely not something that can be triggered by everyone. There must be some conditions, otherwise the Star Lord who just participated in so many plundering wars would not have only an S-level talent. Interesting. Civilizations with great potential are rewarded. The strong will always be strong and the weak will always be weak. Zhang Fan smiled. Although it was cruel, it didn't matter to him. He was no longer a weakling. He was also a beneficiary under the rules. It's just a pity that this civilization plundering war did not trigger the system task. Yayu was also helpless about this as many task rules did not recognize it. Yayu felt that this was probably because the system assessment rules did not want the system task rewards to have too much influence on the evaluation of their system functions. Zhang Fan began to use the talent extraction opportunities rewarded by the rules. Congratulations Star Lord for obtaining the S-end talent Truth. Truth, S-end level Star Lords can quickly learn all the knowledge of their civilization. Looking at the effect, Zhang Fan's mouth twitched. It was completely useless. However, he knew that this was not his ultimate talent, and the key still depended on the intervention of his system. Sure enough, Yayu did not disappoint him. Ding! The S-end level talent Truth triggers a tenfold increase, transforming into the SS level talent Omniscience and Omnipotence. Omniscience and Omnipotence, SS level instantly comprehend all the knowledge possessed by all civilizations under the Star Lord. As the god of creation, he naturally controls everything. Chapter 51. Zhang Fan smiled with satisfaction after seeing the effect of his talent. As expected, he had to rely on plugins at critical moments. Then he opened his system panel. Host, Zhang Fan. Level 5 Star Master. Bound Planet, Earth, Level 7 Planet. Talents, Star of Abundance, A Level, Evolution of Civilization, A Level, Greed, S Level, God's Presence, S Level, Good Weather, A Level, Way of Magic, S Level, Can be Promoted, Avenue of Science and Technology, God Level, Technology Explosion, SS Level, Omniscience and Omnipotence, SS Level. Civilization under its command, humanity, technology is exploding. Civilization level, Level 2. System functions, plunder, amplification of all things, 10 times, summoning from another world. System points, 10000000. System evaluation, you have grown up with the help of the system and are a qualified system host. Please become stronger as soon as possible and stand at the top of the world. Looking at his gorgeous data panel, Zhang Fan was extremely excited. Once upon a time, he had no talent at all, but with the help of the system, he now had more than 10 talents, and they were all at a high level. The Star Lord has left the special period and is now issuing the second-level civilization assessment task. The sudden rules interrupted Zhang Fan's thoughts. Mission? Isn't it a disaster? He thought for a while and felt that this time it would not be easy. Assessment mission released, Star Lord, please clean up all civilizations in the galaxy where your civilization is located. You can destroy them or enslave them. When a Star Lord has control over all civilizations in his galaxy, he can be promoted to a Domain Lord. This is a long-term task with no time limit and no rewards. It is a test for the strong and the only way for a Star Lord to be promoted to a Domain Lord. There is only one Domain Lord in a galaxy. Once other Star Masters are promoted to Domain Masters in your star system, you will lose the chance to be promoted. Even if the star system rules are changed, they will no longer recognize your status as a competitor. Star Masters, please take this seriously. Just as expected, this time it was really not easy. I didn't expect the rules to be so big. A galaxy can only give birth to one Domain Lord, which is a bit like raising a goo. The Domain Lord is the goo king of a galaxy. The competition is really fierce, but I am not afraid of it. Zhang Fan became excited. He might have worried about being bullied before, but now he is a powerful country. Why is the competition fierce? I guess many people don't know how big a galaxy is. Simply put, the smallest galaxies contain 10 to 100 million stars, while the largest galaxies contain trillions of stars. If we assume that there is a civilization near a star, then there may be 10 million civilizations in even the smallest galaxy. Ding! Triggering system task. Finally, there is another system task. Today is really a day full of happy events. Zhang Fan quickly checked the content of the task. Task: promote to domain master. Time: long-term task. Reward: 100 million system points, 1 chance to win a god-level lottery. Although I had a hunch, I didn't expect the mission reward to be so generous. It's directly god level. Yu in secret felt that things were not simple. Although he was the one who issued the task, he did not give the reward. To be able to give such a rich reward, the galaxy where Zhang Fan was located must have enemies that were difficult for him to deal with. As for who it is, Yu had some guesses. It was probably the host of another system who was also in this galaxy. It seems like this is the final battle. If I kill him, I can pass the system assessment. Yu began to plan. No matter whether his guess was right or not, he had to be prepared. At this time, in another place in this galaxy. Congratulations to the Star Lord for being promoted to the second level civilization. Now I am issuing the assessment tasks. Hey! Finally we've reached the second level civilization. It's not easy. Those Star Masters are so difficult to deal with. They want to disgust me until they die. Cao Mao was very angry. After reaching the first level of civilization, he continued to participate in civilization plundering wars. He has now invaded no less than 10 worlds, but his opponents are also very tough. Every time a war breaks out, his civilization will suffer more or less severe damage. The creator god of the other world will become disgusted with himself before he dies. He will either destroy his civilization like a madman or self-destruct his planet. The weak can only rage helplessly. Cao Mao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said stubbornly. Because both sides are star masters of the same level, even if he has many talents, they are only to help the civilization improve, and cannot improve his own combat power. While he was sorting out his gains, he was listening to the assessment tasks described in the rules. He became upset when he heard that only one domain lord could be born in a galaxy. There can only be one. Cao Mao's eyes were uncertain, because more than 100 years had passed since everyone became star masters. He couldn't guarantee whether there were other people in his galaxy who had gone ahead or had begun to destroy other civilizations, but he hid well and was not discovered. Ding! Host, don't worry too much. You are growing at an amazing rate. Even if someone is ahead of you, you will be able to catch up immediately. Your development will only get faster and faster, and others can only stand back. You just need to avoid being discovered by other powerful civilizations during this period. The system gave a warning. System, you are right. Now I have more than 10 talents. I am no longer the same as before. No matter how strong those people are, they are only a few at most. Cao Mao felt much better and opened his own gorgeous system panel to satisfy his eyes. Host, Cao Mao. Level 5 Star Master. Bound Planet, Demon Star, Level 5 Planet. Talents, Extraordinary Power, A Level, Heart of Wisdom, B Level, Source of Magic Power, A Level, Essentials of Magic, A+ Level, Way of Magic, S Level, Oracle, S Level, Planetary Transformation, S Level. Civilization under his command, Humanity. Civilization Level, Level 2. System Function, Copy. System Points, 130000. After plundering more than a dozen worlds, he also copied the talents of other star masters. The lowest were A end level, and the highest was S end level, but he had never encountered SS level. He estimated that the development of a star master civilization of this level must be very high, and it is impossible to encounter one at the first stage. Those SS-level talent owners must have already started the civilized cleanup. I have to hurry up. If I can't even become a domain master, how can I defeat that hidden threat? Cao Mao's eyes flickered, and he began to plan the cleanup of civilizations. He would start with the civilizations near his own. He had noticed them in the early years, but was busy developing his own civilization, and was not strong enough at that time. I can only hide silently, not daring to make any noise, for fear of being discovered. Now that I am strong, there is no need for you to exist. My life or death depends on their attitude. Ding! Triggering system task. Mission: become a domain master. Time: long-term mission. Reward: 100 million system points, 1 chance to win a god-level lottery. Cao Mao also triggered his system task for the first time in a long time, because the task was triggered too rarely. Chapter 52. This mission is exactly what I want. Cao Mao nodded, without thinking too much about why the reward was so generous. However, the system in the dark understood the other hidden information, but did not make any audible reminder because the rules stopped it. It had hinted at it once before, and was warned by the system rules afterwards. If it dared to do it again, it would be wiped out directly. The scene returns to Zhang Fan. The moment the assessment task was announced, he began to plan the civilized cleaning operation. With the current level of human technology, cross-universe operations are possible, but many civilizations are well hidden. Under this dark forest, there are countless hunters waiting with guns. If I were to openly clear out other civilizations, it would be bad if I were targeted by other civilizations that had already developed a long time ago. Zhang Fan pondered hard. Although the human race is very powerful now, it is not invincible. He still knows the truth that 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands. Let the human race rest for a few years first. I'll also take a break. Zhang Fan stopped thinking about it. He didn't need to be too anxious about these things. If others wanted to be promoted to Domain Lord, they would have to find him and kill him. Afterwards, he reinflicted the speed of time on Earth, and he quietly descended again to relax for a few years to relieve the pressure. It has been 211 years since the end of the Civilization War. During this period, there have been no major breakthroughs for the human race, and everything has been developing slowly. In the 215th year of God's gift, the human race, which had rested for 5 years, regained its former peace and the population increased dramatically. God has granted 217 years. After fishing for a few years, Zhang Fan feels that the human race has been almost recovered and it is time to give them tasks. So today he took the initiative to descend into the Divine Palace. The terrifying vision attracted attention, and Zhou Yuanming and other senior executives quickly jumped through space to greet them. Welcome to our Lord God. The group of people knelt down to greet them. Well, let's find a suitable venue. I have something to announce to you. Zhang Fan said majestically. Yes. My lord, please. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuanming stood up and led the way for Zhang Fan. The others followed respectfully behind without making a sound. In the conference room, a group of people dared not breathe. This was the most tense meeting they had ever had. There was no way out. The Lord they believed in was sitting on a high seat, and the faint divine power kept emanating from them, making them feel heavy in their chests. Zhang Fan restrained his overflowing divine power, which made them feel much better, and said, I have something to announce. Everyone looked away when they heard what was said, not daring to look at Zhang Fan, and just listened silently. However, Zhou Yuanming was not that restrained. After all, he often communicated or met with Zhang Fan. My lord, please tell me that believers will do whatever they can to the death. Zhou Yuanming said seriously. Zhang Fan nodded in satisfaction and said, now that your civilization has entered the second-level civilization, the next test is to clean up all other civilizations in this galaxy. This is a huge project and it will take a long time to complete. There are many civilizations hidden in this galaxy. Whether strong or weak, they are all working hard to advance their own civilization. They may be weak now, but there is no guarantee that they will experience explosive growth in the future and surpass you. In this dark forest, the strong prey on the weak. The weak try their best to hide themselves, while the strong continue to eliminate other weak civilizations. I hope you understand that the second-level civilization is just beginning, just touching the darkness of this universe. Those who are not of our race must have different hearts. Other civilizations are your enemies, and only by erasing or enslaving them can we eliminate the trouble forever. The meeting room was completely silent. Everyone was silent and agreed with Zhang Fan's words. Previous civilization wars were just minor skirmishes, fights between one civilization and another. And now they have to become enemies of all civilizations in the entire galaxy. The pressure is undoubtedly making them feel a little breathless. Zhang Fan frowned and said sternly, "Are you scared?" "I don't dare." Others responded quickly. Seeing that my lord was unhappy, Zhou Yuanming could not bear it and immediately scolded, "A-hole! Have you practiced in vain all these years? The Lord's greatness cannot be compared with other false gods. What are you afraid of? Isn't it just that we are enemies of all civilizations within a galaxy? So what? We have nothing to fear. Not to mention one galaxy, even if all galaxies are enemies of us. We will hold the swords tightly in our hands and chop off their heads, making them repent in the glory of our Lord. Besides, our civilization is not weak now. Not only do we have mastered many high-dimensional weapons, but we also have the genetic method bestowed by the Lord, which allows us to have a long life. We are no longer weak flesh and blood, and we can fly into the sky and hide underground. I can reach up to the sky and embrace the stars and the moon. How can I be considered an ordinary person?" As Zhou Yuanming spoke passionately, everyone's attention was drawn to him. Zhou Yuanming looked tall and majestic, as if he was bathed in divine light. Even Zhang Fan looked at him sideways. "How come you are better at fooling people than me? I almost forgot whether you are the god of creation or I am the god of creation." Pa, pa, pa. Zhang Fan clapped his hands in appreciation, and the others quickly agreed, "The high priest is right. We have been carried away. The Lord's greatness and divine power are incomparable to the vast universe. Actually, you don't have to worry. As far as I know, there is no civilization higher than level 3 in this galaxy. The basis is that there is no domain lord born in this galaxy yet, and he can still trigger the domain lord promotion task. Level 3 civilization is a galactic civilization. If you master level 3 civilization, you can travel freely within the galaxy. Moreover, compared to level 1 civilization, the energy acquisition surface is not limited to one planet, even dark matter and black holes can become sources of energy. Zhou Yuanming didn't know that his own level 2 civilization could actually be considered a pseudo-level 3 civilization, except that it could not freely travel within galaxies or absorb energy from black holes. Dark matter is under firm control, but the technology tree has completely gone astray, allowing them to control dark matter at the first level of civilization. This is really outrageous. Let's get back to the topic. As Zhang Fan said this, the others were obviously relieved. There is no civilization above level 3? Then what is there to be afraid of? They have never been afraid of anyone of the same level. We are all the sharp swords of our Lord, clearing away all obstacles and spreading the glory of the Lord to all regions of this galaxy. Anyone who is against the Lord is also against us. With the sharp sword of civilization, we will crush all civilizations. Everyone said solemnly, and Zhang Fan nodded with satisfaction. This was exactly the momentum they wanted. Very good, you don't have to underestimate yourselves. There are not many civilizations that can fight with you. You just need to hide yourself well and not show off too much and expose yourself to the vision of other powerful civilizations too early. Then after 100 years, they will all be worthless. You can slaughter them like lambs. Zhang Fan said majestically. Then it is time for you to plan how to carry out the civilization cleanup operation and how to target those civilizations that have been hiding in the dark and dare not expose themselves. Chapter 53. Zhou Yuanming thought for a moment and replied, "My lord, our technology can now create wormholes, and we can already cross distances within 50 light years. As long as we are within this distance, we can open a wormhole channel and instantly reach the star field of other civilizations to launch an assault. As long as we resolve the situation quickly enough, no matter how loud the noise we make, our traces won't be detected. However, this kind of attack is too inefficient. There are countless civilizations in the entire galaxy. If we continue to attack them one by one, it will take who knows how many years to destroy them all." The others nodded when they heard this, but one of them suddenly said, "I do have a method, but it's very cruel." Everyone couldn't help but look over. Being stared at by so many people, this person was not intimidated and said, "There is a result in the field of science and technology that I am responsible for that is about to be released. This achievement is a weapon called light particles. It is a very efficient and economical means of attack. Its target is not the civilization itself, but the stars near the civilization. It is a low-volume object that accelerates its flight speed infinitely to nearly the speed of light. According to the mass energy conversion effect of the special theory of relativity, when a light particle approaches a star infinitely, its mass will become infinite. It then hits the star, destroying its structure, causing the star's surface to collapse inward, causing a helium flash explosion and destroying the entire star system." The man paused and continued, "This method of attack is efficient and economical, but also cruel. We don't need to confirm whether there are other civilizations in that star system. We just need to destroy the star. No matter how well they hide, the civilization will be destroyed by the impact of the star explosion. This kind of attack is a complete death knell for lower-level civilizations. All lower-level civilizations in the star system will be completely wiped out like insects in the dark universe." Everyone was stunned when they heard this. This method sounded really cruel, and it would wipe out the lives of billions of lives at any time. But from the perspective of one's own civilization, this is undoubtedly a good way to attack. There is no need to deliberately look for those hidden traces of civilization, which saves time and effort. A civilization that can avoid the attack of these light particles is not a weak civilization, and it can also be regarded as a means of screening. After listening to this, Zhang Fan thought of other things. After all, this galaxy was his own galaxy. When he was promoted to a domain lord in the future, it would be his territory. If he messed around like this and left a messy galaxy behind, how could he continue to develop? Looking at everyone who was still discussing, Zhang Fan started to inquire about the rules of spiritual communication. This was a big matter and he had to get it clear. Fortunately, the rules also provide an answer. "Star Lord, don't worry. Once a domain master is born in a galaxy, the rules will reset all matter in that galaxy except for the existing civilization. As for more, we will have to wait until the Star Master is promoted to Domain Master before asking." The above is the answer given by the rules. With this guarantee, Zhang Fan no longer has any worries. Although this method is cruel, it is still a great measure. You don't need to worry about the galaxy being destroyed. When I take control of this galaxy, I will restore all the material foundations. Zhang Fan took credit for the rules and improved his own status at the same time. "My lord's divine power." Everyone was stunned for a moment and then immediately said enthusiastically that only their master could do such a thing. Then it's settled. Once these weapons are available, it's time to implement the civilization cleanup operation. Zhang Fan said majestically. "I will obey the oracle." 220 years after God's gift, light particle weapons finally came into being, and the human race began to implement their civilization cleansing plan. Target screening. There are 254,235 stars in the 50 light-year radius around Earth. First lock on to a target and test the waters. Yes. Everyone continued to operate. Coordinates DZY area, beta star system locked. Wormhole is being constructed. Connecting space nodes, folding and distorting space, the wormhole is open. In an instant, a micro wormhole with a radius of 10 meters opened above the weapon launch center. A fiery red star came into view. This star is 10 light-years away from the Earth, and the wormhole directly crosses the distance, temporarily connecting the space nodes of both sides. The wormhole opens not far from this star, so humans' light particles do not need to wait for the light particles to move slowly, which would take 10 years. With this wormhole, the impact of light particles only takes a moment. Target star has been locked. Please give instructions. Start the light particle attack. Buzz. An extreme beam of light shot up into the sky, passed through the wormhole and headed straight for the huge star. Close the wormhole quickly. The superiors immediately issued orders. They don't want to be affected by the shock of the star explosion. They just need to wait for a while and open the wormhole again to confirm the situation. At this time, the dwarf star is 10 light-years away from the Earth. Very good. Now that the civilization under my command has finally mastered magic, this simulation of creation will definitely go further. A Star Master said excitedly. He had failed to create the world several times, but this time, an unknown change occurred, which made his civilization give birth to the Goblin civilization, and there was magic on the planet. How could he not be excited? Previous civilizations did not have extraordinary powers and suffered countless casualties when facing natural disasters. This time, with magic, he believed they could go further. What's that? Suddenly, this person saw a flash of light rushing towards a star not far from the WIRM dwarf. A meteor? No. How could a meteor hit a star? Before he could figure out the result, the star began to vibrate under the impact of this extreme beam of light. The surface began to crack and collapse, endless flames gushed out, and various reactions were completed countless times in an instant. All stellar matter began to collapse inward, and when it was compressed to the extreme, a terrifying helium flash explosion began to sweep across the entire star system. The Star Master was stunned for a moment. Everything happened so fast. The star was completely destroyed in an instant right under his gaze. How is this possible? What on earth is this? No. My civilization. He suddenly remembered something. The impact of the helium flash explosion was beginning to approach his dwarf star. No. Why is this happening? He roared unwillingly. He was only a first-level Star Lord and was completely unable to withstand such a terrifying helium flash explosion. It is difficult to protect oneself, let alone the simulated civilization. This person understood instantly and no longer cared about his own civilization. He quickly abandoned the planet and began to flee, trying to leave this place of trouble. But the power of a first-level Star Master is limited, and he cannot escape such a rapid destructive impact. Buzz. The helium flash explosion swept across the dwarf, causing this large planet to tremble violently in an instant. The Goblin civilization on it died instantly without any pain before they could react. And as their creator god, he could not escape his fall. Even though he had escaped very far, he was eventually caught up by the impact of the helium flash explosion, and his divine body shattered instantly. Chapter 54. The impact lasted for a long time until the entire star system was impacted over and over again. Without the gravitational pull of the stars, the movements of the planets became chaotic. It is estimated that it will not be long before they will deviate from their previous orbits and collide with each other and destroy each other. After a long time, a small passage appeared again. Detect the status of the target star system. Yes. It has been detected that the star has been destroyed. A large number of planets have been impacted and their surfaces are damaged. Detect whether there are still traces of civilization. And whether there are any planets that can avoid the attack. Yes. Mobilizing dark matter information. All planets no longer have any traces of civilization. All celestial bodies have been hit to varying degrees. No planet has escaped the attack. Speculation. Civilization wiped out. Very good, close the wormhole channel. Start selecting the next target. A group of people in the command room cheered. The attack was successful, just as expected in theory. This light particle weapon is very efficient and economical. High Priest, how is it? The effect is good, isn't it? Zhou Yuanming also showed a satisfied smile. It's really good, this way we can carry out mass strikes, and the time required will be greatly shortened. But we should not fall behind in our own technological development. Only when technology continues to advance can we be the implementers of the attack, rather than the attacked. This is natural. Under the glory of our Lord, no civilization can surpass our pace of evolution. He can be as strong as he wants, but the breeze blows across the hills. Everyone said solemnly. God has granted us 225 years. During these years, humans have continuously carried out light particle strike operations, destroying no less than 100,000 stars. This is a terrifying number. The number of lives destroyed by this attack alone exceeds hundreds of millions. This is also the darkness of the universe. The weak don't even know what is happening before they die, and die in a dream like a mayfly. In 5 years, Zhou Yuanming and others did not find any civilization that could withstand the attack of light particles. Basically, once the attack was confirmed, the civilization had been sentenced to death. In addition, humans naturally know that these 5 years are enough for nearby civilizations to capture information about the disappearance of those stars. Different places in this galaxy at this time. What's going on? Recently, we have captured a lot of information about the sudden death of stars. The Star Lord frowned. There were many other star systems within 5 light years of his star system. But without exception, these stars died out within 5 years. In terms of time, this happened 5 years ago, which means that 5 years ago, all the star systems near him were destroyed. Such a large number of times must not be accidental, so it must be someone's fault. This is not good. The Star Lord narrowed his eyes slightly, his face full of worry. A civilization that can destroy many star systems is definitely not something he can fight against. I hope they haven't discovered me. But my civilization is now level 1.5. If I hurry up, I can be promoted to level 2. I wonder what the test of level 2 is. Star Lord pondered. If it was just a means of attacking stars, he could naturally withstand it with his current strength, so there was no need to worry too much. Suddenly, a passage opened silently in his star system. An extreme beam of light appeared through the air, and the passage closed as well. Everything happened in a fraction of a second. By the time he reacted, the beam of light was about to hit the star. Oh no! It's my turn! The Star Lord was shocked. Damn, whatever he worried about would come true. He only had the means to resist the attack, but he didn't want to face it. Damn it! We can only communicate the rules of sacrifice. He had no choice but to sacrifice part of his own strength to let the rules erase the attack of the light particles, otherwise there would not be enough time to intercept it. Buzz! The terrifying power of rules descended, and at a certain cost, the terrifying power of rules directly wiped out the beam of light in this universe. And his own strength also dropped rapidly. His strength, which was originally at the peak of the 3rd level Star Lord, instantly fell to the level of just entering the 3rd level Star Lord. Damn it! I've been practicing for hundreds of years. He was extremely angry. This was all created by time and a large number of creation points, and yet it turned into nothingness in just a few breaths. How could he not be angry? He was still angry at this time and had not yet realized the seriousness of the matter. If he abandons civilization and escapes from this universe, he will have a chance to start over, but there is no if. After a long time, a passage opened silently again. Confirm target status. Yes. The target is Wait. The target is safe and sound. One person was about to say that the target had been destroyed, but suddenly realized that something was wrong and exclaimed in a hurry. This exclamation also attracted the attention of others. So everyone looked at the surveillance screen, and the star with azure blue light was still burning slowly, with no signs of having been hit at all. Haha, interesting. Zhou Yuanming sneered. Such a result simply confirmed the existence of a relatively advanced civilization in this star system. High Priest, what should we do now? Everyone asked, but they were not worried but excited. It had been a long time since they had fought with other civilizations, and they were a little itchy. They had a lot of high-tech but nowhere to vent. We can go over and play with that civilization, send out probes to find out the other party's civilization level first. If the other party is at the level of level 2 civilization, we can hold off on targeting them for now and wait until our technology breaks through to another level before settling the score. If the opponent is only at the level of level 2 civilization or below, then everyone, this is a rare opportunity to practice. Zhou Yuanming said. Yes. The water drop has been activated. Mission: detect traces of civilization and find out the other party's civilization level. Call out. The water droplet passed through the wormhole and arrived at this star system in an instant. At 1/10 the speed of light, the water droplet continued to shuttle through the star system and began to detect all the planets it passed by. Finally, the efforts paid off. 150 million kilometers away from the star, the water droplets detected traces of civilization. Traces of civilization have been discovered. Continue the exploration. The water drop did not hide its movements and rushed directly towards the planet. Such a movement was naturally discovered by the lord of this star system. This is. Looking at the object that kept coming towards him, he narrowed his eyes and suddenly realized something was wrong. Oh no! It's the other party's detection object. He rushed to attack, trying to destroy the water droplet detector. But given the absolute hardness of the surface of the water droplet detector, how could it be destroyed by a third-level Star Lord? He simply ignored his means of attack and charged into his world openly. Damn it! What on earth is this thing? Why can't it be destroyed? He did not dare to delay and immediately caught up and tried to intercept. Inside the Earth Command Room. Start collecting material information. Collecting material information. Mobilize dark matter to analyze the history of its civilization development. Dark matter analysis in progress. As everyone continued to operate, a large amount of data began to flash by, but with the huge computing power of the astronomical computer, it was quickly processed. Chapter 55. The history of civilization development has been restored. Now we will start playing it quickly. The artificial intelligence gave a voice reminder, and a virtual screen appeared out of nowhere, with images beginning to flash rapidly on it. Under the gaze of the crowd, human beings were born one by one. They first experienced the primitive ice age and great turmoil in life. Everything developed like the human race, but there was no sage to lead them in their history. It has always been a process of gradual exploration, and only after a long period of evolution did basic civilization emerge. But at this time, their development trajectory deviated from the development history of the human species. The entire civilization suddenly began to come into contact with magic, and the planet began to slowly transform, slowly filling the planet with magical factors. As for what happened later, it was the establishment of magical civilization. After reading it, everyone was silent. Well, why does the high priest feel that the other party is so weak? Someone said embarrassedly, not knowing if it was his illusion. The others nodded involuntarily when they heard this. It was not that they looked down on the magic civilization, but the other party's level of magic was not as high as those of them who did not study magic. After all, they had defeated a magical civilization before, and in order to prevent themselves from encountering advanced magical civilizations in the future, they studied this aspect in detail for a long time. Zhou Yuanming didn't know what to say. He also felt so weak. Maybe it's not that the other party is too weak, but that we are too strong. But we should not take it lightly. What if the other party has some hidden cards that we don't know about? He could only be tactful at first so as not to let everyone underestimate the enemy. Yes. High Priest. But how do we fight next? Everyone asked. Zhou Yuanming thought for a moment and said, let's just send our fleet to attack. Just treat it as a military training exercise. According to the High Priest, our people can indeed crush them, but the other side still has the God of creation. They thought it would be better to just send a few more light particles to destroy it, and they didn't dare to bother their lord to restrain the other side's creator God just for training. It would have been better if he hadn't said anything. As soon as he said it, Zhou Yuanming's body trembled and he said excitedly, ha ha ha. What kind of creator God is this? He's just a false god. Wait for me to chop off his head. Everyone was shocked. High Priest, have you always been so brave? How dare you challenge the opponent's god of creation in a duel? Zhou Yuanming glanced at them and said, why? Are you afraid that I will die in the hands of the other party? I won't do anything that I am not sure of. Even if I can't kill the other party can't kill me. Now I am already a 5th level gene expert. As he spoke, his aura exploded, suffocating everyone. Level 5. Everyone's eyes widened. This leap was too fast. Zhou Yuanming did not hide it, I have communicated with my master before. My master has been guiding me on how to practice. This is why I have made such a rapid leap in a few hundred years. This is also the reason why he admires and believes in Zhang Fan very much. Zhang Fan does not hide his incompetence from him just because he is just a native. Instead, he taught him all his understanding of science and technology, which enabled him to make rapid progress. He also often used his divine power to help him break through and improve his genes. After all, Zhang Fan also saw Zhou Yuanming's potential, so it was normal to give him preferential treatment. Who doesn't want to have a strong and sensible subordinate? Not only that, Zhang Fan was not afraid that Zhou Yuanming would betray him, because the genetic method was implanted with a self-destructive genetic restriction from the beginning. He won't control their every move, but if you betray me, you will only repent by death. Since you have faith, High Priest, we can't persuade others. We will just do as you wish. Everyone nodded. They believed that Zhou Yuanming was not a reckless person. They knew that from the years they had lived together. It was probably that the Lord had given him some means to save his life. Their guess was correct. Zhang Fan did give Zhou Yuanming the life-saving item. This was also the reason why he dared to challenge the 3rd-level Star Lord alone. This is an attempt to see how big the gap is between his strength and that of the gods. In the future, when he fights against the gods of creation of other civilizations, he will not need to trouble Zhang Fan for help. They are just some false gods. How dare they challenge the majesty of my lord? They are not even worthy of carrying my lord's shoes. The wormhole channel is expanding. Everyone started to work, and the first thing they did was to open the passage wider so that the ship could pass through. Buzz! The small wormhole gradually expanded, and such movement was naturally noticed by the other party's creator god. Is this a passage? The Star Lord was very confused. He was still dealing with the tricky water droplets. However, no matter what means he used, he could not cause any harm to them. Fortunately, the water droplets did not launch an attack. The Star Lord could only guard beside him, and a large number of humans began to gather around him. Oh my god, what happened? The leader said, looking at the ingenious creation in front of him, his eyes flickering, this thing is a rare material for refining magic tools. The Star Lord didn't say any nonsense, but said majestically, be prepared to fight, there are other creator gods and civilizations attacking us. The man was shocked when he heard this. This was a big deal, yes. The believers will go and gather people now. In the universe, a huge fleet arrived at this star system through a wormhole. When the fleet was not far away from the planetary civilization, a figure blocked their way. This person exuded a faint divine power, and the human race instantly understood who he was. High Priest, the other side's god of creation is blocking our way. Everyone was a little surprised. In the past, the gods of creation liked to hide in the dark for fear of being discovered and killed by their master. Why was it different this time? It's good that he came out by himself, so I don't have to look for him. I'll go meet him, and you guys continue on your way. Zhou Yuanming's eyes flickered, and his figure passed through the micro-wormhole and came in front of the Star Lord. The two of them looked at each other, standing in the starry sky. A first-level genetic expert can live for thousands of years, a second-level genetic expert can survive in the universe, and Zhou Yuanming, who is a fifth-level genetic expert, will naturally not be bound by oxygen. No, you are not a divine body. Where is your god? The Star Lord on the opposite side was stunned and realized something was wrong. He originally thought that Zhou Yuanming, who dared to appear in front of him, must be the other party's creator god, but after sensing it, he found that he was not. How dare a mere false god meet my lord? You are not worthy. Zhou Yuanming grinned and his sarcasm was at its highest level. How brave! The Star Lord Yhui on the opposite side was furious that a mere native dared to speak so arrogantly. Endless divine power was approaching Zhou Yuanming. Facing the overwhelming power, Zhou Yuanming remained unafraid and fought against it with the aura of a powerful fifth-level Gene Master. What? Yu Hui was shocked that a native could actually withstand the oppression of divine power. Ha ha ha! A false god is a false god. Your divine power is not even as good as my lord's fart. Zhou Yuanming laughed wildly, his eyes revealing excitement. He was already impatient. Court death. Seeing that his intimidation was not enough and he was even mocked, Yu Hui became furious and prepared to kill this shameless native. Activate the Divine Core Combat Mode. Ding! Divine Core Battle Mode activated. Chapter 56. Zhou Yuanming instantly entered combat mode. War. The two sides wrestled together, attacking as fast as lightning, with sonic booms appearing when their fists collided. Two rays of light in the starry sky quickly collided, crossed, separated, and collided again. Everything happened in a millimeter. Inside the command room of the human race. FK. The High Priest is so powerful. It's so terrifying. In the starry sky, the two sides fought for nearly half an hour, but Yu Hui was unable to defeat Zhou Yuanming, which made him look ugly. Is this guy a native? How can he be so powerful? Zhou Yuanming shook his numb hands and feet. Although he was not killed by the opponent, he still suffered a lot of injuries in the fight. The physical body of a fifth-level strong man was not as strong as the divine body of the opponent's third-level Star Lord. Ha ha ha, I told you that you are a false god. You can't even kill me, and you still want to see me, god. Zhou Yuanming continued to taunt. Since the opponent couldn't do anything to him anyway, he might as well use provocation to interrupt the opponent's attack train of thought. Hee. You don't really think I can't kill you, do you? Yu Hui sneered and said that gods are gods after all, and cannot be surpassed by mere mortals of flesh and blood. A huge amount of divine power was mobilized by him, and the momentum of his body continued to rise. The pressure Zhou Yuanming felt became more and more intense. Is this divine power? Zhou Yuanming was a little obsessed. He had no fear in his heart and was very excited. It seems that you are ready to take real action, so I will no longer hide my incompetence. Yu Hui was stunned when he heard this. Activate Death Battle Mode. Ding! The battle mode changes to the Death Battle Mode. Ding! The Divine Core takes over the host's body. Ding! Requesting astronomical computer computing power authorization. Open all permissions. Zhou Yuanming's eyes became stern, and his pupils gradually dimmed, replaced by an endless coldness. Ding! Shenzhen has come online to take over. Yu Hui on the opposite side had no idea what was happening. After raising his momentum to a new dimension, he rushed towards Zhou Yuanming in the distance. Come and die! Bang! Zhou Yuanming's head shifted slightly and just missed Yu Hui's fist on the cheek, and his powerful punch hit the opponent's abdomen solidly. Yu Hui showed an incredible look. With his speed just now, how could Zhou Yuanming dodge and even counterattack? What a coincidence! It must be a coincidence. Yu Hui gritted his teeth and exerted his speed to the extreme, and each strike was completed in a millimeter, but Zhou Yuanming was able to just dodge his attacks and counterattack and hit him every time. Even though his divine body was powerful, he suffered considerable internal injuries. What's going on? Yu Hui was puzzled. He hadn't seen Zhou Yuanming's momentum increase. How come he became so powerful all of a sudden? If I were to use one word to describe Zhou Yuanming in his current state, it would be extremely comfortable. Zhou Yuanming, who was taken over by the divine core, thought that everything he thought was the result of calculations by a large number of planetary celestial computers. Under such circumstances, Zhou Yuanming would not waste any energy in every move, nor would he make any useless actions. Every strike is the result of trillions of computational simulations, and all of Yahui's actions will be collected, recorded, and analyzed. His actions, his habits, his micro-expressions, and so much more, all cannot escape the calculation and analysis of the astronomical computer. All target action data has been analyzed. Hunting mode begins now. Prepare to mobilize all technological means. All authorizations are open. Agreed by default. This time, Zhou Yuanming reversed his previous defensive mode and took the initiative to attack. Yu Hui's eyes lit up. It would be a good idea to take the initiative to attack. Before, he was like a turtle shell that could not be broken. Now his chance has come. Dark matter bombing. Boom. The dark matter in the surrounding space was mobilized, catching Yu Hui off guard and forcing him to defend himself quickly. Wormhole engine started. Antimatter absorption. Annihilation. Ah! A scream was heard, and Yu Hui looked at Zhou Yuanming who had teleported behind him and quickly distanced himself from him. His back felt a burning pain. The antimatter annihilation energy had caused considerable damage to his divine body. Drops of golden divine blood fell into the void. Zhou Yuanming did not give him a chance to breathe. He kept jumping through space, using dark matter bombing to interfere, and then using antimatter annihilation to continuously damage Yahui's divine body. This style of fighting made the opponent miserable. Every counterattack he made was ineffective and he couldn't hit the opponent at all. Instead, every step he made was noticed by the opponent first, who set traps for him to fall into. FK, open the script. Yu Hui cursed loudly, saying this was a script, all attacks were dodged and he could only passively take the beatings. Moreover, this script is of a very high level and can even dodge a normal attack. Ding! Calculate all information of surrounding space nodes and start space action blockade. Black hole engine started. Hash power call. All permissions have been authorized. Black hole is planned in the middle. Buzz. A flash of black light appeared without wind in the starry sky, and that powerful pulling force was born again. Zhou Yuanming opened the wormhole immediately and jumped out of the gravitational range. Yu Hui's pupils trembled as he looked at the thing that appeared, black hole. Without caring about anything else, he prepared to use his divine power to open the space node and escape from here. What's going on? The divine power that had previously been disadvantageous to him suddenly became ineffective, and he couldn't open the space node. No, it's not that I can't open the space node, but that the space node has no response to me. This world is blocked. Damn it! What kind of trick is this? Yu Hui's face turned dark. He had been at a disadvantage in this battle. He had lost all his face as the god of creation and was beaten by a native. Since I can't use divine power to jump through space, I'll just fly away. The target is preparing to escape the area. Fold the space. Infinitely stretch it. 4-dimensional technology call. Ding. Insufficient computing power. Start the backup plan. 4-dimensional space fragment technology call. After taking a few steps, Yahweh returned to his original position. The black color was growing rapidly and the huge gravitational force was gradually increasing. He quickened his pace, but although he had already gotten farther away in space, the black hole was still very close. So weird. He naturally knew that this was Zhou Yuanming's method, but the problem was that he couldn't crack it. The target has fallen into spatial chaos. Continue the space-time interference. Black hole continues to follow up and maintain computing power. It is expected to reach its peak in 3 hours, annihilation explosion. Countless data flashed in Zhou Yuanming's eyes. If it weren't for the large number of celestial computers processing it, even a human brain with a 5th-level gene would crash in an instant and turn into an idiot. As time passed, Yu Hui's patience was gradually exhausted. Being trapped in countless parallel spaces made him extremely furious. The 3rd-level Star Lord is very powerful, but he is helpless against this kind of method. It's not the Star Lord's fault, but the human race's technology is too abnormal. A total outlier. So the road of science and technology is very strong. Although it is weak in the early stage, as long as it is developed, it can kill gods? This is no longer an empty talk. Naturally, a 5th-level genetic warrior could not defeat a Star Lord. At most, he could barely fight with a Star Lord who had just entered the 3rd level. Zhou Yuanming had already tested this out before. The opponent failed to take down Zhou Yuanming only because he did not fight for his life at the beginning. If he had not activated the Shenzhen hosting later, he would have been defeated instantly once Yu Hui took action. Chapter 57. The blessing of the Divine Core has infinitely increased Zhou Yuanming's combat power. This is the greatness of technology. Zhou Yuanming in the starry sky continued to follow up on the maintenance of computing power to ensure that the micro-black hole reached its peak and prevent the afterglow from escaping from the space constraints. Time passed minute by minute, and in a blink of an eye, Zhou Yuanming's computing power follow-up of the black hole reached a critical point. The computing power has reached its peak, and now we are withdrawing from the maintenance of the black hole. Computing power is withdrawn, the black hole has entered an unstable state, it is expected to be annihilated and explode in 1 minute. All computing power follows the space constraint. The black hole in the distance suddenly became unstable, and large amounts of matter were continuously sucked in, causing its size to expand and shrink. Yahweh, who was near the black hole, was very terrified. This legendary extreme celestial body was very scary just to face it, and now it was about to explode. How could this be tolerated? No. Yu Hui frantically used his divine power to bombard the surroundings in an attempt to break the constraints of space, but this barbaric method would be useless unless his energy was several levels higher. Buzz! The black hole trembled violently, a beam of strong radiation ejected out, all matter began to collapse inward, and various particles began to annihilate and produce huge energy. The space was silent in an instant, and all matter seemed to be still, followed by a horrific explosion. Boom! Wherever the shock wave passes, the space trembles continuously, time and space are distorted, and the spatial nodes become unstable. Zhou Yuanming also withdrew the constraints on the space nodes at the first moment, otherwise the computing power would not be enough to maintain under such an impact. Ah! Yahweh let out a scream. The body of a level 3 Star Lord could not withstand the impact of a miniature black hole at close range. Humanity Fleet Command Center. Hurry up and turn on the particle shield. In an instant, the surface of the entire fleet was covered by particle shields. Facing the impact, they only trembled slightly and then returned to calm. The High Priest is really powerful. He can actually suppress the attack of the God of Creation. What kind of creator god is this? He is just a false god, not even 1 billionth as good as my lord. That's right. Only my lord is the true God. Everyone said excitedly that this battle allowed them to see that technology could also kill gods, which greatly increased their self-confidence. Since their high priest can do it, they, who are also equipped with divine cores and genetic laws, can do it too. Detection target status. The target's breath is still there. Suspected to be alive. Prepare to continue the annihilation bombing. Ding. The divine core is overloaded, forced to exit the takeover state. Buzz. After a while, Zhou Yuanming's empty eyes regained their spirit, all the engines in his body shut down instantly, and he felt a piercing pain all over his body. The overload of the divine core means that his genes are also overloaded. This kind of pain is more torturous than pain in the bone marrow. Zhou Yuanming gritted his teeth and insisted, wanting to forcibly mobilize the antimatter engine to give Yu Hui a final killing blow to completely eliminate him. You have done your best. Leave the rest to me. A sigh sounded in Zhou Yuanming's ears. The next moment a figure appeared. Zhou Yuanming's eyes lit up and he wanted to salute, but he could no longer sense the existence of his body and his whole body was numb. My lord. Please forgive my rudeness, my body is out of control. It's not a serious problem. It's just a side effect of the genetic load. It will be fine after a few days of recuperation. Zhang Fan walked forward and placed his hands on his shoulders, injecting his divine power into him to help nourish his body and genes. After a long time, Zhou Yuanming was finally able to control his body. Thank you, my lord. Well, you go and rest, I'll take care of the rest. Yes. Believers, please leave. Zhou Yuanming nodded, then used the divine core to send a message to ask the fleet to open a small wormhole next to him so that he could go back, because he could not start the wormhole engine himself. After Zhou Yuanming left, Zhang Fan slowly flew to Yu Hui. At this time, Yu Hui's whole body was dripping with golden divine blood, and he looked extremely miserable, as if he would die if the wind blew past him. However, Zhang Fan could sense that the divine power in the other party's body was constantly helping him recover from his injuries. He estimated that if he was left alone, he would be able to return to his peak. This was the power of a divine body. Finally showed up. Yu Hui slowly raised his eyelids, sensed Zhang Fan's divine power and knew that he was Zhou Yuanming's Star Master. A 5th level Star Master? Sure enough, I lost this battle from the beginning. But why is the gap so big? Yu Hui roared unwillingly. He could not bear to be almost killed by a native. Zhang Fan did not answer him, but walked forward and pierced through Yu Hui's body with one blow. Ahem! Is this what death feels like? I hope I don't have to suffer in this world in my next life. The afterglow in his eyes gradually dimmed, and his divine body was finally shattered by Zhang Fan and turned into pure creation point which was absorbed into his body. Ding! The other party's talent has been detected. Do you want to plunder it? Plunder! Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the S-level talent Encyclopedia of Magical Knowledge. Ding! The S-level talent triggers a 10-fold increase and transforms into the S+ level talent Magic Civilization. Magical Civilization, S and level. The Star Lord can allow the civilization under his command to master magical knowledge, and can also allow the planets under his command to continuously produce a supply of magic factors. After seeing the effect of the talent, Zhang Fan felt that it was just so-so. Magic was something with a limited upper limit, and it could not go as far as technology. However, humans could study it so that they could use technology to target god-level magic civilizations in the future. Now, the human race has cleared out a large number of civilizations near Earth, but the efficiency is still too low. Zhang Fan pondered, and then disappeared from the spot. It would be better to wait and see whether human technology can make new breakthroughs before considering these things. Inside the fleet command room. High Priest. How is it? It seemed like my lord appeared just now. Everyone looked at Zhou Yuanming, who had returned and hurried forward to ask about his well-being. Well, this battle allowed me to understand the rough comparison of the combat power of those false gods. The use of technology is also very effective, but the divine core is still too weak. Even though it has evolved several times with the genes, it still cannot support the computing power load of full technology. Zhou Yuanming frowned. Everyone was in deep thought after hearing this. They already knew this problem after mastering a large number of planetary computers, but the technology had reached a bottleneck, and it was still a bit difficult to increase the upper limit of the divine core. High Priest, this project was undoubtedly a success. Otherwise, you would not have been able to defeat the enemy in the battle just now. Someone said, although it was said very bluntly, everyone agreed that Zhou Yuanming would not care about it. Only by raising questions can problems be solved, not solving the people who raised the questions. The man continued, the key reason why the Shenzhen's upper limit has reached a bottleneck is that its own server configuration is too poor. It can mobilize the computing power of our planetary computers for assistance, but it is not its own after all. Once the data increases and the calculation takes a long time, it will be overloaded. The Shenzhen can be regarded as the CPU of a computer, while the computing power of the planetary computer is just the hard disk. If the CPU is not good, no matter how good the hard disk of the computer is, it will be useless. Chapter 58. This person's remarks were also recognized by everyone, and this is indeed the problem. Nowadays, our space technology is getting stronger and stronger. It won't be long before stars can be transformed into our celestial computers, and then the computing power will be further enhanced. But this method of improving the capabilities of the divine core is still not enough. We should devote most of our energy to developing technology to solve this problem. Zhou Yuanming pondered for a while after hearing this. Improving the ability of the divine core means improving the combat power of all human species. Okay, I will do as you say after this matter is settled. So everyone stopped discussing the divine core and started talking about the magical civilization before them. High Priest, now that the gods of the other world are dead, they have no other cards. It's time to launch a general attack. Zhou Yuanming nodded, yes, let our soldiers go out for training, but we still have to impose some sanctions to prevent our people from suffering casualties. Yes. Everyone started to operate. Activate the magic factor blockade. Call for computing power. Range the entire planet. In just a moment, all the fleets surrounded the planet and used technological blockade. This time the blockade is not to block technology, but the magic factor. Once the magic factors are blocked, they will not be able to cast magic by arranging and combining the magic factors. In other words, this planet has become a magic-free zone. Everyone, get ready for your performance. This is a test. Only by bathing in the blood of other creatures can you have a strong heart and not panic in the future war. We will obey the law. A large number of humans began to jump into space and arrive on the planet. Faced with such a sudden situation, all the magicians were stunned. They didn't know that their creator god was dead, and what would await them would be the destruction of civilization. Puff! Swords and knives slashed across the sky, and heads flew up one after another. By the time the magicians came to their senses, a large number of casualties had already occurred. They immediately fought back and began to chant spells. But the reality was very cruel. There was no response at all after the spell was chanted, and the next moment he was chopped by a butcher knife and turned into a cold corpse. All the magicians began to panic and fled for their lives. But with their fragile bodies, how can they resist the hunting of genetic warriors? A bloody baptism took place again. Only this time, the human warriors are more powerful, and high-tech technologies are used one after another. A first-level genetic powerhouse can travel through space at will and kill people without being noticed. Why? Why doesn't magic respond to me? Spirit sleeping in antiquity. Answer me. Damn it. It's still no use. What on earth just happened? No one could give them an answer, and the human race was too disdainful to talk to these natives. They simply regarded this battle as training for future hunting. The massacre lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. The remaining magicians are all relatively powerful. Although they have lost their ordinary magic, there are still a small number of magicians who do not rely on magic factors to drive magic. Oh! This is a new magical method. Inside the command room, everyone looked at the old men thoughtfully as they launched powerful magical attacks. Can you analyze what kind of energy they are using? Logically speaking, since they have lost the response of the magic factor, they can't be using magic. They must be using some other energy conversion. Yes. Start retrieving and analyzing material information. No trace of magic factor was detected. The magic contains special destructive energy and biomass energy. Zhou Yuanming thought for a moment and asked, detect the energy source of the magic. Yes. Start detecting the energy source that maintains the magic. Big data retrieval. Energy flow analysis. The results have been detected. The energy source for maintaining magic comes from the opponent's own life supply. Speculation, the other party seems to be converting life force to maintain magic. As soon as the analysis results came out, everyone understood that emotions use vitality to perform magic. No wonder magic contains biomass energy. Although it is a desperate resistance, it is still a means of action. This trip also brought an unexpected surprise. Let us know that magic does not necessarily rely on magic factors, and there may be other energy systems. Zhou Yuanming said lightly. The others nodded. This was a warning to them. They used to think that if the magic factor was blocked, the other party would lose their means. Fortunately, they knew about this special situation today. Otherwise, if they really fought a war with other advanced magic civilizations, there would be countless casualties. This is not what they want to see. Can we deduce other magical energy systems? People asked questions about strong artificial intelligence. Data in the database is limited and cannot be calculated, but considering various circumstances, other energy systems must exist. Give suggestions, enrich the database, provide data information on various energy systems. Strong artificial intelligence gives answers, and all calculations must be based on data. Only in this way can it be scientific and logical. Otherwise, the results will not be accurate. Understood. The others looked thoughtful. Zhou Yuanming looked at their faces and said, this is not difficult. We just need to see if we can find traces of civilization when we use light particles to attack other star systems in the future and detect their energy systems. If we detect any, we will collect data and information first, and then destroy them. This is the only way to do it. Everyone nodded and agreed with this approach. In order to strengthen their own civilization, all means are necessary. This is not a question of cruelty or not. Only the fittest will survive in the survival of the fittest. At this time, the few remaining magicians on the planet relied on the method of overdrawing their vitality to resist the genetic warriors for some time. But it can only delay the last survival time of civilization and is completely powerless to reverse the situation. My God! Please save your followers! They prayed earnestly, asking their God to respond. The current situation can only be solved by their gods, otherwise civilization will perish. But how could they know that their god had died before them, and that their current struggle was only the last glimmer of life? After holding out for a day, these magicians finally died of old age due to overdrawing their own life force. Since then, the 1.5 level magic civilization lasted less than 4 days, and the flame of civilization was destroyed. Collect the team. The command center issued an order for all humans to return one after another. One fleet after another began to return through the wormhole, and they detonated the star as they left. The horrific helium flash explosion once again swept across the entire star system, completely erasing all traces of humanity here. Chapter 59. God granted 325 years. After 100 years, humans finally eliminated all civilizations within a 50 light-year radius from Earth. In these civilizations, humans have also collected a large number of rich databases of energy systems. During this period, human technology developed explosively again, and the fatal problem regarding the divine core was also solved. The method is to combine genetic methods to create the star core in the body. You have to know that all human cells have a nucleus. The emergence of genetic technology allows them to cultivate the nucleus in great detail, continuously polishing the cell nucleus to turn it into a miniature celestial body. Combined with the microscopic level of the divine core binding genes, the cell nucleus can evolve into a miniature celestial computer. This is a long process, and Zhou Yuanming is the only human being who can achieve this level, but he has not yet cultivated all the cells in his body. The human body has about 40 to 60 trillion cells in its entire body. Zhou Yuanming only transformed his heart into celestial cells. But even so, his strength is still improving by leaps and bounds. The genetic level also broke through the 6th level and reached the 7th level. With the maintenance of the celestial cells, the overload of the divine core will no longer occur. All you need to do is continuously increase the content of the celestial cells. High Priest, our technology is mature. It's time to transform the star and turn it into our celestial computer to further improve our computing power. Everyone looked forward to it. Okay. Then the star-making operation will be carried out again. Zhou Yuanming waved his hand and everyone started to operate. Over the years, humans have not destroyed themselves upon seeing stars, but have left a small portion as a source of energy for themselves and to prepare for future stellar celestial computers. Now is the time to put them to use. The massive project began, and a year later, the first stellar astronomical computer was unveiled. Humans have discovered that the computing power of a stellar celestial computer is equal to the combined computing power of 1,000,000 planetary computers. Even though we expected it, we didn't expect the computing power to be so terrifying. Everyone was very excited. It was too exaggerated. With a stellar celestial computer, there was no need to worry about lack of computing power. Well, it certainly exceeded expectations, but the first stellar astronomical computer is not the end but the beginning. Our goal is to build a stellar celestial computer service cluster. Let our computing power cover the entire galaxy. Zhou Yuanming said seriously that the computing power is limited by distance. This problem can only be solved by connecting star computers one by one and forming a computing power network. Yes. Everyone nodded and continued to transform the star. After 330 years of God's gift, the human race has completely mastered the use of four-dimensional space technology, allowing everyone to upgrade their dimensions through the divine core. People in different dimensions like this cannot attack humans in the four-dimensional space. However, the energy required to upgrade the dimension is a bit too much, and their base is in three-dimensional space, so this idea was shelved. However, it can be used to crush others in crucial battles, which is a good method. In the 350 years granted by God, the scope of human expansion has become increasingly larger, gradually expanding from an area of 50 light-years to a distance of 200 light-years. This is also the limit of the distance that humans can open wormholes. All battles between civilizations end in a crushing manner, leaving no chance for other civilizations to resist. In the civilization level rating, the level of civilization of the human species has reached level 2.5. During these years of war, they naturally discovered many second-level civilizations and a large number of first-level civilizations. The first-level civilized human species carried out plundering operations, entered all the data of their civilization into their own database, and finally destroyed them all without leaving any survivors. Zhang Fan also plundered a large number of Star Master talents, which were all S-end level after being amplified tenfold by the system. But the second-level civilization, the human race, did not attack them for the time being, but chose to avoid them, not because they were afraid of them. These civilizations have value in existence, and the second-level civilizations have all started the task of promoting themselves to domain lords. There are so many civilizations in the entire galaxy. How could Zhang Fan alone clean them all up? How long would it take? It took more than 100 years just to clear the human race within 200 light-years of Earth. That's why Zhang Fan specifically told the human race not to worry about these hidden secondary civilizations for the time being. Instead, let them continue to control other stars and implement the strategy of surrounding the cities from the countryside. Of course, Zhang Fan naturally still let the human species mark and monitor these secondary civilizations. As long as the civilization develops to a certain scale, he can carry out a destructive attack to prevent it from developing to too high a level and posing a threat to the human species. In the 360 years of God's gift, the number of stars transformed by human beings has increased, and a huge stellar celestial computer service group has begun to take shape. Its coverage range is already 50 light-years. Within this range, humans can freely access the full computing power of any celestial computer without having to use wormholes to open channels to access it. In the 365th year of God's gift, humans discovered a special trace in space while sailing in the universe. High Priest. Something's happening. Everyone gathered around upon hearing the noise. Looking at the special traces in the picture, everyone showed incredible expressions. I remember we didn't go this way. I don't remember. This is also the first time we have arrived in this star region. So. The result is self-evident, other civilizations have been here. This traces the space fold caused by the curvature spacecraft shrinking space when traveling at superluminal speed. Another civilization has mastered the curvature spacecraft. High Priest, this is not good, it has become a threat. Everyone frowned. Any threat must be eliminated immediately. Leaving it alone would be like raising a tiger to cause trouble. Once a civilization develops space travel technology, its level of civilization will inevitably experience explosive growth. Only by leaving its own star system can it obtain energy from other stars. If this was just a second-level civilization from some other mysterious side, they wouldn't be too nervous, but the traces discovered this time were related to technology. Zhou Yuanming's eyes flickered. Eliminate it. It must be eliminated. Even if it means destroying all civilizations in the surrounding star systems, it must be found and destroyed. So, humans began to search all nearby star systems for traces. After destroying dozens of star systems, they finally found a new clue again. Guided by this clue, we used dark matter information restoration and investigation to finally lock onto the star system we were eyeing. They did not delay and immediately opened a wormhole and arrived at the other party's star system in an instant. The first thing you see is a huge star, which is several times larger than any other star in the past. In terms of volume, it is more than 100 times the size of our Sun. High Priest, the target planet has been locked. Chapter 60. But, this planet is a little strange. Everyone looked at the data analysis in confusion. Zhou Yuanming asked in confusion, is there anything strange? Everyone started pulling up data and said, well, we actually detected that this planet is actually a metal planet. Metal planet? Zhou Yuanming was very surprised. Could life be born on such a planet? If there was no life and no civilization, why did all the traces point to that planet? Check for signs of life. Yes. Start retrieving biological information. No traces of carbon-based organisms were found. No traces of other organisms either. Everyone was very surprised to hear this. How come there are no traces of living things? All the clues point to this place, there can't be any mistake. Faced with the inquiries of the crowd, the person in charge of analyzing the data was also helpless. The data showed this result. As for the data being wrong, it is unlikely. This is not just one piece of data showing this, but all the data showing this, and it is the result of more than one investigation. Zhou Yuanming frowned as if he had thought of a possibility, so he asked, can metal give birth to life? This. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. According to common sense, this should not be the case. If it is a conscious robot like strong artificial intelligence, it should not be considered life. But not everything in this world can be explained by science, not to mention that there are many mysterious forces in this world. In this way, it is not absolute that metals cannot give birth to life, but it is possible that they can give birth to life. High Priest, your guess is not unreasonable. We can directly send a probe over to investigate closely. Okay, let's send the water droplets to investigate the condition of this metal planet. Yes. Soon the water droplets were launched and headed towards the metal planet. When it reached a specified distance, it was hit by terrifying rays. A flash of bright light instantly flooded the water drop detector. However, in just a moment, the water droplet detector was melted into dust. This was the first time that humans had encountered such an emergency. How is that possible? Everyone stared with eyes wide open, unable to believe that the previously indestructible water droplets had turned into cosmic dust. Raise the danger level. Zhou Yuanming's eyes flashed. To have such means, the civilization must be at least level 2 or above. Collect material information and analyze attack data. Everyone started to get busy. This attack method is confirmed. The method used is gamma ray burst. What are gamma rays? Gamma rays are electromagnetic photons with a frequency higher than 1.5 quadrillion Hz. Gamma rays have no charge and static mass, so they have weaker ionization ability than alpha particles and beta particles. Gamma rays have extremely strong penetrating power and carry high energy. Even a water droplet that relies on strong interaction forces to tightly bind electrons to form an absolute defensive appearance can be easily penetrated and destroyed. This is why the water drop was melted by one blow. Not a weak technological civilization. Keep sending out water drop detectors. Collect more information about the other world. Zhou Yuanming gave the order. Although the water droplets would be destroyed, they had plenty of them, they could produce as many as they wanted, and as long as they could collect your information, they could destroy them in any way they wanted. Yes. A large number of water droplet detectors were thrown out, traveling rapidly at 1/10 the speed of light. Humanity wanted to see if they could use this flying speed to escape the opponent's gamma burst. But unfortunately, even with such a terrifying speed, the opponent was still able to lock on and deliver a targeted gamma ray burst attack. The water droplets melted away quickly. The human race no longer plays tricks. The only way to withstand the opponent's radiation attack is to keep getting closer to this metal planet. Finally, after a large number of water droplet detectors were destroyed, some water droplets were able to enter the other world. Hurry up and collect material information. Collect dark matter data. Yes. Begin collecting material information. Collecting dark matter data. Warning. Attacked by unknown technology. The server is being implanted with a special virus. Strong artificial intelligence suddenly issued a warning. Technology invasion. Start the firewall. Start virus detection. Firewall is being built. The other party is cracking the firewall. Request computing power support. Authorization. Computing power has been retrieved successfully. Counterattack begins. A large amount of data information began to flash on everyone's screens, and Zhou Yuanming quickly scanned and analyzed it. This intrusion method is indeed very powerful, but the opponent's computing power cannot suppress us, so this intrusion method is to open up a way for us to re-enter the opponent's database. Zhou Yuanming's eyes flickered. Since they dared to invade, they should prepare for the outcome of being counter-invaded. All viruses have been detected and killed. The opponent's database has been hacked. Subjected to a large number of countermeasures and isolated from the database. Blocked by the other party's firewall. Start forced calculation and cracking. All celestial computing power is retrieved. Degree of cracking 10%, 44%, 66%. The opponent interfered and the cracking was interrupted, the counterattack force was greatly increased. Forced suppression. Continue to crack. 66%, 77%, 99%, 100%. Cracked successfully. Re-entered the opponent's database. Build our own firewall. Block the opponent from entering. Hearing this, everyone was delighted, and Zhou Yuanming quickly ordered, copy all the other parties' data and information. Start copying data back. Large chunks of data were sent back by the strong artificial intelligence, and everyone quickly began to analyze it. During this period, the material information and dark matter data collected by the water droplets were also transmitted back one by one. But those water drops that entered the other world were also destroyed by the other world during this period. But it's all worth it. As long as we have the opponent's data and information, we can plan targeted measures. This is the battle between technological civilizations. If you don't fight, it's fine. If you fight, you will be killed. While Zhou Yuanming and others were analyzing the data, the civilization on the metal planet could no longer sit still. Oh no! We've been kicked out of the database. We're done for. Damn it! How could the enemy be so strong? We didn't invade them but were invaded instead. We are now in a passive position. By the time we regain the authority, the data inside will have been emptied. Everyone was in a panic and at a loss as to what to do. We can't just sit there and wait for death. The enemy must be near our planet, let's attack directly. A metal man spoke. The other metal men also nodded. They naturally understood the seriousness of the matter and must fight back as soon as possible. How do we search for the other party's trace? The leading metal man thought for a moment and said, launch a gamma ray burst, and attack indiscriminately. As long as there is something unusual somewhere, the enemy must be there. All the metal people also agreed with this method. As a result, a terrifying gamma ray burst is brewing again, and this time the gamma ray burst is more powerful and has a wider range, enough to penetrate a full light year. Chapter 61. Fleet Command Room. Warning! Warning! High energy fluctuations detected. It is suspected that the other party is preparing a gamma ray burst attack. The people who were still analyzing the data immediately heard the warning given by the strong artificial intelligence. Attack? How did the other side lock on to us? They were very confused. Logically speaking, they were hiding very well, so it would be impossible for them to launch an attack before them. No need to guess. This energy fluctuation is undoubtedly an indiscriminate attack. The opponent wants to force us to show our true form so that they can attack us. Zhou Yuanming said calmly. The others understood, but the cost of such a blow was too high. Did the other party want to drain all the energy of their civilization? High Priest, do you want to fight back? Everyone asked. What they can do now is to defend against strikes or strike in advance to prevent them from launching attacks. Zhou Yuanming's eyes flickered as if he had thought of another approach. Prepare to enter the fourth-dimensional space. This. No one expected the High Priest to be so cautious, but this was also a good idea. Only by hiding in the dark could one bring infinite fear to the other party and make them unable to defend against it. Yes. Everyone started to operate. Preparing for dimensional upgrade. Energy transfer, computing power transfer. Space folding. It is expected that all objects in this area will be transformed into 4 dimensions within 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Upgrade. Call out. In an instant, all the fleets disappeared in this 3-dimensional universe. After a long time, the metal planet erupted with a terrifying gamma ray burst that indiscriminately struck all space within 1 light year. The blinding light made the entire universe flicker. There were waves in the space. How many innocent civilizations died instantly under this blow, just like ants on the roadside, being trampled to death without anyone caring. The gamma ray burst lasted for more than 10 seconds, but these 10 seconds seemed as long as more than 10 years. The human race in the four-dimensional space just watched quietly, and everything in the three-dimensional space became clear in their eyes. They can freely access what happened in this space at any time period. There are no secrets at all. Is there any unusual movement in the nearby space? Analyze the data immediately. Report. No unusual movement found. When the analysis results came out, the metal men looked at each other, unable to figure out the situation. Could it be that the other party has died under the attack of our gamma ray burst? A simple metal man spoke. The other metal men looked at it like a fool. The other party's technological level cannot be so low. They must have used technological means that we don't know or have not mastered. So what should we do next? The other party has already obtained all our data and information. If we just sit there and wait for death, we will definitely be attacked continuously. The leading metal man remained silent. It was the first time for them to encounter such a situation. Once the technology fell behind even a little, they could only passively take the beating. A common analogy is that if the enemy's shooting range is 100 meters, even if our attack distance is 99.9 meters, we will be unable to do anything to the enemy. A slight mistake can lead to a huge mistake. Escape, abandon this star system, and don't fight fearlessly with the other side. The leader said. This is the only solution at the moment. There is no benefit in fighting with the other side. I have been developing well here, and I don't know when I was targeted by these troublesome guys. Yes. All the metal men also thought it made sense. If they couldn't beat me, couldn't they just run away? I am here to communicate with the gold of living beings. The leader consciousness begins to connect with the planetary consciousness. That's right, this metal planet is also a living organism. This is really a wonder in the world. I don't know how this planet mutated. After a long time, the leader slowly opened his eyes and said, prepare to integrate into the planet and start the escape mode. My master also agreed with my decision. There is no point in fighting with the other party. So, the order was issued and all the metal men began the fusion process. The metal men turned into a pool like molten iron, and were gradually absorbed by the planet. After all the metal men merged into one, the planet began to distort space directly in preparation for a faster-than-light escape. This planet, let's call it a ball. This ball can utilize all the technologies of the metal civilization. Once the curvature engine is used, it itself will become an extremely large superluminal spacecraft. Four-dimensional space. High Priest, the other party is preparing to evacuate. In the four-dimensional state, humans have long been aware of their movements. Zhou Yuanming looked at the metal planet and sneered, playing with space technology in front of us? This is ridiculous. Block the space. Yes. Everyone took action and prepared to target across dimensions. This is the rogue part. You can't hit me, but I can easily hit you, and you have no way to avoid it. It is like a person in three-dimensional space can pick up a paintbrush and kill the stickman on paper at will, and no matter how the other party attacks, it cannot cause any harm to you. Being separated by a dimension is like a punishment from heaven. In an instant, the human race's attack arrived. The space around the metal planet was instantly blocked. No matter how a planet-sized curvature engine bends space-time, it cannot cause the slightest wrinkle in space. Without space wrinkles, you can't move even a little distance, let alone faster than the speed of light. In 3 dimensions, you are just standing still. When Chu found that the warp engine didn't work, he immediately changed his escape method. A huge gap appeared on the planet, and huge amounts of energy spurted out, trying to use the thrust to allow itself to escape quickly. Start the alien space ceiling. Fold all the space around the target, create countless parallel time and space, and trap it. Zhou Yuanming gave the order. Yes. Another space is formed. The distance is infinitely extended to form a closed space loop. When this attack is delivered, the ball does not yet realize that it is trapped. In its perception, it is still flying quickly, and is getting farther and farther away from the original space. The human race just watched the show quietly in the four-dimensional space. They wanted to see how long the ball would fly. There is no concept of time in four-dimensional space. I don't know how much time passed, but the ball finally stopped. The human race also withdrew from the alien space seal. One by one, the metal men began to remanifest their bodies. Have you gotten rid of them yet? The metal man constantly reshapes his body and is observed by the surrounding environment. It's bad, Chief. Suddenly someone exclaimed. What's the matter? What's the fuss? Did the other party catch up with us? The leader frowned. No. No. I don't know whether the other party has caught up with us, but the data shows that we are still in the original star system. When these words came out, all the metal people were shocked. The leader was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat, and quickly communicated with the planetary consciousness to inquire about the situation. But the answer we got was that it had led the entire civilization to fly several star systems away, and it was impossible for it to still be in the original star system. The metal men thought the data was wrong, but when they observed the stars in this star system, they were all stunned. It's still the same star. Endless fear hangs over everyone's heart. Chapter 62. Hurry up and continue to merge. Escape quickly. The leader realized that the other party must have imposed spatial sanctions, but they had no other choice but to try to break through the blockade by force. At the command, all the metal men began to merge again, and the planet had no choice but to continue flying. Keep blocking. Zhou Yuanming sneered and said, I can't kill you. So this operation was used over and over again, and no one knew how many times, before the other civilization finally gave up. Their wills have been endlessly destroyed, and their fears have been magnified time and time again. From beginning to end, they had no idea who the enemy was or where he was. The unknown is the source of fear. They don't have any information about the human species. The planet's remaining energy has been almost consumed by so many long-distance flights across star systems. Chief, our energy is no longer enough for the next star system crossing, we must obtain stellar energy to replenish it. Someone said. Get it? How do we get it? We can't even leave where we are. The leader was a little overwhelmed. Normally, it would be very easy to obtain stellar energy, but now he couldn't even get close to the stars. As they collapsed, the human species in the four-dimensional space was also preparing to deliver the final blow. High Priest, we have analyzed all the data of the other party. They are of no use to us anymore. Zhou Yuanming nodded and said, then we will launch a light particle attack and penetrate the core of that metal planet with one strike. Yes. Light particle attack preparation. Accelerate the object, open the dimensional channel. Emission. Call out. An extreme beam of light suddenly appeared from space, and before the metal people could react, the entire planet was penetrated by the beam. Oh no, the other party is using offensive means. The metal planet continued to tremble, but it did not collapse as humans had expected. The vibration lasted for a short while and then stopped, and the pierced part of the planet healed completely. High Priest, this metal planet doesn't seem to have a core. When they saw the result, they knew the reason. Without a stellar core, light particles could not be used to strike and destroy the stellar core structure, causing various chain reactions, and the planet would not collapse. What a special life form! Zhou Yuanming frowned and thought about what attack method would be effective. Use space transportation technology. Select supernovas in nearby galaxies, transport their space states to the vicinity of this planet, detonate the supernovas and give them a supernova explosion. What is a supernova? When a star approaches the end of its evolution, its core begins to cool, causing the star to become unbalanced because there is no central gravity sufficient to maintain thermal balance. The entire star begins to shrink and collapse from the core, causing the star's exterior to cool while the internal red layer to heat up. If the star is massive enough, the hot red layer explodes violently, and some of the matter left at the center collapses into a denser star, becoming a supernova. Once a supernova explodes, it can throw most or even almost all of its matter outward at a speed as high as 1/10 the speed of light, causing a devastating blow to everything around it. The entire star system will be torn to pieces. If the mass of a supernova is large enough, a black hole is likely to form after the explosion. This black hole is not the micro-black hole that humans had previously designed. Its power is beyond the control of humans even at their current technological level. Start picking supernovas. A suitable star has been found. Start space transport. Replace the state of space near a supernova. Move the space around the target metal planet to make it connect. Connected. Buzz. As the space state moved and connected, the space around the metal planet changed instantly, and terrifying high temperatures instantly swept all the metal people on the planet. What? Everyone only saw a huge red celestial body being liquefied instantly. If the will of the planet had not absorbed the metal liquid in time, they might have been killed instantly by vaporization. Under the protection of the planet's will, these metal men merged with the planet and escaped the fate of death. The huge fiery red supernova was roasting the metal planet. If it weren't for the fact that this planet had strong vitality and was not an ordinary metal life, it would have been unable to withstand the roasting of the star at such a close distance. But high temperature is not a means of attack implemented by humans. The supernova at this moment is extremely unstable, and the slightest accident will cause a supernova explosion instantly. The metal planet reshaped itself from a ball into a huge metal man, mobilizing its remaining energy to escape from this world. But at this time the state of the surrounding space is no longer the same as before. No matter how it escapes, the supernova is always within reach. Strike the supernova. Detonate it. Zhou Yuanming did not delay and issued the final order. Strike launch. Call out. A beam of strong light came and pierced through the core of the supernova under the gaze of the metal man. The already unstable supernova began to collapse its core instantly. Buzz. Boom. The strong white light illuminated the entire star system, and the huge metal man was instantly annihilated in the horrific supernova explosion. The aftermath swept across space, causing ripples, and massive black holes began to form. Cut off the space-state connection. Yes. The human race cut off the spatial state of the star system where the supernova was located from this space. As for the black hole that began to form? Anyway, it's not in the galaxy of our own civilization, so there's no big problem in allowing it to occur. You can also clean up the hidden civilization in that area. Thus, a second-level civilization was easily crushed and wiped out by the human species, and this unstable factor was eliminated and would no longer pose a threat to human civilization. High Priest. Although we destroyed their civilization, their god of creation never showed up from beginning to end. Everyone was very confused. They thought that the god of this civilization would take action at the critical moment. At that time, they all planned to kill him with the black hole created by the supernova. However, the other party did not show up at all and did not give them a chance. You don't need to worry about this. My lord went to hunt down the creator god of this civilization a long time ago. I guess he has been killed by my lord now. Zhou Yuanming smiled. So that's how it is. My lord's divine power. Everyone understood and stopped thinking about other things. Since our lord has taken action, there is no suspense. Ding! The other party's talent has been detected. Do you want to plunder it? Plunder. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the SS level talent Gold of Living Things. Gold of Life, SS level. The Star Lord can enlighten any metal object and give it life. Ding! The SS level talent Gold of Living Things triggers a 10-fold increase, transforming into the SSS level talent Enlighten All Things. Enlighten All Things, SSS level Star Master can enlighten any object to give it life and intelligence. Everything it learns will be fed back to the Star Master. It seems that the function is more than that. Chapter 63. Zhang Fan was very satisfied seeing that he had obtained another SSS level talent. Now he had so many talents that he could hardly count them. This enlightenment of all things may not seem very good based on the description, but that's because the true purpose has not been discovered. He had a hunch that this talent would play a huge role in the future. Zhang Fan opened his system panel and admired it for a while. Host, Zhang Fan. Level, 7th level Star Master. Bound planet, Earth, level 7 planet. Talents, Star of Abundance, A level, Evolution of Civilization, A level, Greed, S level, God's Presence, S level, Good Weather, A level, Way of Magic, SS level, Can be promoted, Avenue of Science and Technology, God level, Technology Explosion, SS level, Omniscience and Omnipotence, SS level, Enlightenment of all things, SSS level. Civilization under its command, humanity, technology is exploding. Civilization level, 2.6. System functions, plunder, amplification of all things, 10 times, summoning from another world. System points, 2100000. System evaluation, you have grown up with the help of the system and are a qualified system host. Please become stronger as soon as possible and stand at the top of the world. After more than 100 years of fighting, Zhang Fan's strength has been raised to the 7th level Star Lord and is about to reach the 8th level Star Lord. During this period, he also triggered many system tasks, which brought his system points to as many as 21 million. His talent in magic was promoted to SS level as he continued to study magic knowledge. Although it was not of much help, it was better than nothing. Hey! The system redeems 2 diamonds for the lottery and draws them. Zhang Fan took a deep breath. He had saved up system points for so long, and it was time to spend them. Now only diamond level rewards could help him improve, which was why he had been saving them. A diamond lottery requires a full 10 million system points. But the rewards drawn are at least S level and the highest can reach SSS level. Ding! 2 diamond lottery opportunities have been redeemed, and the draw will start now. Yeah, you also wanted to see whether his host was a lucky guy or a unlucky guy. It's impossible for a person to be so lucky all the time, right? Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the SSS level item Planet Promotion card. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the SSS level item Talent Fusion card. Planet Promotion card, SSS level. You can designate a planet to transform into a level 9 planet. Talent Fusion card, SSS level can fuse talents. The level and effect of the new talent are determined by the number and level of talents, and the highest level talent can be obtained. Yayu, who was watching secretly, widened his eyes. What the hell? European Emperor Dog. Cao Mao, all my back teeth are broken. Zhang Fan didn't expect that he could draw 2 SSS level items. What's more important is that this is not the final item he got. Really? Ding! The SSS level item Planet Promotion card gains a 10-fold increase and transforms into a God level item Planet Promotion card. Ding! The SSS level item Talent Fusion card gains a 10-fold increase and transforms into a God level item Talent Fusion card. The name doesn't seem to have changed, but the effect has changed greatly. Planet Promotion card, God level. You can designate a planet to transform into a God level planet. Talent Fusion card, God level. You can fuse talents. The level and effect of the new talent are determined by the number and level of talents. The level of the new talent can exceed the God level. Zhang Fan thought about the Talent Fusion card and decided not to use it for now. He only has a few hundred talents now, and most of them are S-end level. He will use it when he controls the entire galaxy. At that time, my talent was estimated to be tens of thousands, and once it was integrated, hee. Zhang Fan smiled foolishly as he thought about it. Yeah, you. Ahem. System uses the planet promotion card. Target is Earth. Ding. Already used. Estimated 10-year transformation completed. Zhang Fan nodded in understanding, and then gave an oracle, I will use my great magical powers to continue to upgrade the Earth. This time the Earth will be greatly improved, and it will take 10 years to completely transform. You should be fully prepared. I will obey the oracle. After 366 years of God's gift, even though the human race was prepared for Zhang Fan's oracle, they were still frightened. The Earth has changed so much that its volume alone has increased by 10 million times in just 1 year. What kind of exaggerated concept is this? A level 7 Earth star is already as big as the Sun once was, which means that after a year of transformation, the volume of the Earth star is already 10 million times that of the Sun. This is not the final volume. God granted 370 years, and in 5 years, the Earth expanded to 50 million times its original size. The gravitational force generated by the huge star and its mass has begun to affect the changes in the star system where the Earth is located. The changes over the years are beyond imagination. Once upon a time, the Earth revolved around a star. Now the situation is reversed, the star is captured by the huge gravity of the Earth. It starts to revolve around the Earth. All the surrounding celestial bodies began to be captured by the Earth's gravity and began to revolve around the Earth. High Priest. This is not good. If this continues, even if we are strong, we can't withstand this explosive growth of gravity. Everyone was a little worried. Alas, we underestimated the power of my main magical power. I thought the worst that could happen was 1,000,000 times, but judging from the current growth rate, it's estimated to be 100 million times. Zhou Yuanming felt a little emotional. My lord is indeed so powerful that they cannot predict the slightest trick he has. Let's put all scientific research on hold for now and start practicing genetics for the whole people. Most of the human race now are level 3 genetic masters, so we should strive to quickly upgrade to level 5 genetic masters. Zhou Yuanming estimated the physique of a genetically strong person. According to his own practice, the physique of a 5th level genetically strong person is enough to cope with the gravity of the Earth after it has increased by 100 million times, as if walking on flat ground. Now he is already a 7th level genetic expert, and it won't be long before he can break through to the 8th level genetic expert. Yes. We will start enacting measures now. In the 371st year of God's gift, various cultivation measures were promulgated, the whole nation was in a cultivation craze, and Zhou Yuanming issued an order prohibiting childbirth during this period. Under strict supervision, everything went smoothly. Zhou Yuanming also shared his insights on genetic cultivation with other human species to help them improve quickly. In the 373 years of God's gift, almost all human beings have been promoted to the level of 4th-order genetic powerhouses. After 375 years of God's gift, Earth has completely transformed and its volume is 100 million times larger than before. Humankind has also completed the target set by Zhou Yuanming, and all members are strong 5th-level gene masters. In reality, there is a star 100 million times larger than the Sun, called Uiscuti, and its volume is 5 billion times that of the Sunday. Those with good talents have reached the level of 6th-order genetic powerhouses, and Zhou Yuanming has also been promoted to an 8th-order genetic powerhouse. The transformation of the Earth is not just a change in volume, but also the appearance of a special energy body. After breathing, humans can greatly improve their physical fitness and improve their genetic quality. They named it, Gene Particle Energy Body. Gene Energy for short. This kind of energy body only appears on Earth. It is considered the human species' self-energy system, and it is the only one of its kind. Moreover, basic energy will be generated continuously, so there is no need to worry about it being exhausted. Chapter 64. Ever since humans began to resume technological development, sufficient resources have allowed them to rest assured, and lifespan is no longer a limitation on technological progress. The lifespan of a fifth-level genetic powerhouse is at least tens of thousands of years, and all human species are still young. Newborns don't have to worry about dying from the huge gravity at birth, as they will absorb sufficient basic energy in the mother's body to shape their bodies during pregnancy. Secondly, the genes of both sets of parents are very strong, so this worry is completely unnecessary. Then the population continued to grow explosively. In the 380 years granted by God, technology continued to advance, and the human race continued to expand its territory. As the number of stars under control increases, the celestial computing network expands rapidly. The radius has increased from the original distance of 50 light-years to a range of 200 light-years. This is not the end yet, the radiation range of the computing power network will only get faster and faster. After 390 years of God's gift, humans discovered that the maximum diameter of their galaxy is 1 billion light-years. After 400 years of God's gift, the human race's civilization level reached 2.9, and technology exploded. The knowledge in space is getting deeper and deeper, and a new technology project has begun. Once it is developed, it will be terrifying. This weapon is dimensional weapon. Humankind had envisioned this a long time ago, but it had to be shelved indefinitely due to lack of technology. But now the technology has reached the required level. The basic principle of dimensional weapons is to use the energy flow from high to low. To achieve a dimensionality reduction attack, the energy of the attack space must flow to a lower dimensional level. How to ensure that the energy in low dimensions is lower than that in high dimensions is the key to the technology. At this point, the theory was confirmed, and it was only necessary to use low-energy objects to make strike weapons. And what contains the lowest energy? It is undoubtedly the vacuum. But vacuum can be divided into true vacuum and false vacuum. A vacuum with high energy is a false vacuum, while a vacuum with low energy is a true vacuum. A true vacuum can only be produced in an extremely high-energy environment. For example, in an ultra-high-energy particle collision experiment, the energy required for one collision is the total energy released by the Sun in 38,000 years. This can only be achieved by a civilization that uses stars as energy. Of course, there will be other high-energy celestial explosions in the universe, which will also produce a true vacuum environment. The true vacuum bubbles are collected and encapsulated with a force field. This is not the last step. We still need to use Europa-level celestial bodies to continuously feed the true vacuum bubble until it is full, so that the bubble has super-large mass and super-large gravity. The two-dimensional foil is now complete. Its surface is harmless to humans and animals, has no thickness, and is crystal clear. However, once the force field that binds and encapsulates it disappears, it will be a disaster-level blow. Ahem, I've gone off topic. Currently, the human species has only launched the project of manufacturing dimensional weapons. It will take several years before it can be officially developed and produced. Of course, the two-dimensional foil only attacks the dimension of three-dimensional space and is immune to creatures in higher dimensions. Therefore, humans are not afraid of other technological civilizations mastering dimensional strike weapons such as the two-dimensional foil. Because the human race has achieved a high level of attainment in the spatial dimension, it is entirely possible for all members to upgrade to become four-dimensional creatures. In the 500 years granted by God, the human species continued to expand, and the radiation coverage area reached 1,000 light-years, but it was still far from enough. Years of continuous wars have attracted the attention of many secondary civilizations in this galaxy. Over the years, the movement in the universe has been so great that it is impossible not to pay attention. A civilized Star Master sighed. After developing for so long, we have finally cleared out the civilizations within 1 light-year. It will take a long time to clear out all the civilizations in the galaxy. This task of becoming a domain master is too difficult. Many Star Lords of the second-level civilization sighed with emotion, and felt a chill on their backs as they looked at the endless dark and cold universe. I always feel like I'm being stared at by a pair of eyes. I can't notice it, but I'm completely under the other party's surveillance. Their feeling was not groundless. Ever since the human race implemented the civilization cleansing plan, they did not immediately provoke or destroy the second-level civilized human species they discovered, but simply kept a close eye on them using space detection technology. Once any of them have weapons or energies that threaten human civilization, they will be discovered in advance by humans and strangled in the cradle. The technology of the human species is far beyond the judgment of the second-level civilization, and they, who have just dabbled in the second-level civilization, naturally cannot perceive it. 550 years have passed since God's gift. In this year, humans have finally created a dimensional weapon, the two-dimensional foil. Ha ha ha! High Priest, we succeeded! Everyone cheered and celebrated together. A very beautiful piece of paper. Looking at the crystal-clear piece of paper floating in the air, Zhou Yuanming smiled. The others also grinned. It is beautiful, but once the force field that binds the true vacuum bubble disappears, it will be a great terror for three-dimensional creatures. Looking at this group of old men laughing, Zhou Yuanming's mouth corners also curled up slightly. What could be more satisfying than crushing others? You guys are so insidious. Zhou Yuanming praised highly. The others chuckled and said, we are lucky to have learned a little from you. How can we compare to you? After chatting for a while, everyone started talking about the topic. High Priest, do you want to try the power? Zhou Yuanming raised his eyebrows. This is not good, we only made a two-dimensional foil. Don't worry about that. After the two-dimensional foil strikes, more true vacuum bubbles will be generated. We just need to collect the generated true vacuum bubbles to make more two-dimensional foils. Everyone explained that this was a new weapon, so it was normal that Zhou Yuanming didn't know about it. After listening to this, Zhou Yuanming understood that the power of the emotional experiment is secondary, and the purpose is to collect more true vacuum bubbles. So he also looked forward to it. Okay, let's try out the power of the two-dimensional foil. Do you have a selected target? Everyone began to look through the data and select suitable targets. Found it. This civilization is just about to develop to the point where it poses a slight threat to us. We can use this civilization as a target for attack. We can test the power of the two-dimensional foil and eliminate this threat at the same time, killing two birds with one stone. Everyone retrieved all the data of a civilization. This civilization is a mechanical civilization that has developed to level 2.3. It has mastered many advanced high-tech weapons, and superluminal travel is naturally no problem for it. So he became the target of this attack. After reading the information about this civilization, Zhou Yuanming said, the other party has the ability to travel faster than the speed of light, and can get rid of the attack speed of the two-dimensional foil. The collapse speed of the two-dimensional foil is the speed of light, so only civilizations with superluminal flight can avoid the attack. But then he remembered his space-blocking technology, so there was no need to worry. The problem can be solved by simply dropping the two-dimensional foil over the other civilization and then using space to block all space nodes from a long distance to prevent them from flying faster than the speed of light. It seems that you, High Priest, have also realized it. That's right, space technology is our strong point, so playing with space technology in front of us is courting death. Alright. This is the civilization we're talking about. Get ready to launch a dimensionality reduction strike. Zhou Yuanming nodded in agreement. Chapter 65. Thus, the fate of a civilization was hastily decided. On the day of the attack, humans were eagerly looking forward to seeing how the dimensionality reduction attack would perform. Open the wormhole channel. The wormhole is open. Aim at the strike location, speed up the two-dimensional foil. Begin accelerating the two-dimensional foil to 1/10 the speed of light. 1% of the speed of light, 10% of the speed of light. The speed of the two-dimensional foil flight has been accelerated. Great! Fire! Zhou Yuanming waved his hand. Call out! A crystal clear piece of paper passed through the wormhole at an extremely fast speed and reached the target star system in an instant. After passing through many layers of space, we finally arrived at the target planet. The speed of the two-dimensional foil also rapidly decayed and turned into slow floating. Begin blocking all space nodes around the planet. Prevent the other party from escaping at superluminal speed. Begin space blockade. As everyone started to operate, a large amount of data jumped on the screen. Blockade successful. The dimensionality reduction strike is expected to take place in 3 minutes. By then, the force field that binds the real air bubble will disappear, and the strike will be carried out. Everyone began to look forward to it. At this moment on that planet, faced with this unknown object, all mechanical creatures were at a loss. They wanted to touch it and pick it up to see, but the two-dimensional foil went straight through their arms. No object can block the passage of the two-dimensional foil. What kind of object is this? It's so magical. It seems to have no thickness. A group of mechanical creatures surrounded the two-dimensional foil and looked at it. Soon the area was blocked and a large number of scientific personnel came to study it. I've never seen it before, and it's impossible for nature to produce such a thing. It doesn't seem to be a creation of three-dimensional space. The scientists shook their heads. No. I can feel that this small piece of paper contains a huge amount of energy. We can't let it stay on our planet any longer. A mechanical creature said vigilantly. Although your vigilance is not without reason, we can't even touch the piece of paper, so how can we send it away? For a moment, everyone was helpless. Soon, time passed by bit, and the two-dimensional foil suspended in the air began to flicker. This is the rhythm that the binding force field is about to disappear. The mechanical creatures realized that something was wrong and evacuated immediately. Level 1 alert. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The frequency of the two-dimensional foil flashing was getting faster and faster, and their anxiety was getting more and more intense. The vigilant mechanical creatures began to drive the curvature spacecraft and evacuate quickly at the first sign of movement. 3 minutes passed quickly, and the flashing two-dimensional foil lost its color and became dim, which was a sign that the force field had disappeared. Buzz. A terrifying suction force was generated, and all the surrounding matter was sucked into the two-dimensional foil. Even the particles were pulled into a flat and unfolded state by the huge gravitational force. The three-dimensional space began to fall towards the two-dimensional space, and the speed of the two-dimensional foil's attack became faster and faster. Wherever it passed, the space turned into a two-dimensional plane without thickness, and everything seemed to be flattened. Run away! The mechanical civilization had never seen such a horrifying sight, and they fled in panic. But how could their speed exceed the speed of light of the two-dimensional foil? Those mechanical creatures that had already hidden in the curvature spacecraft started their engines immediately to prepare for superluminal escape. What's going on? Stop wasting time. Hurry up and leave. If you're a few seconds late you won't be able to escape. The mechanical creatures next to them were extremely anxious. No. The engine started but there was no movement in the space. What? The other mechanical creatures were shocked, but were soon shot into two-dimensional planes. All the energy flowed towards the two-dimensional space, pushing the range of the two-dimensional foil's attack. In just a few seconds, the entire planet began to collapse into 2 dimensions. No living creature has any chance of escape. After engulfing the entire planet, the attack of the two-dimensional foil had just begun, and it continued to spread towards the surrounding space. The creator god of this mechanical civilization was stunned. How could his civilization suddenly disappear in just a few seconds? Who is it? Who on earth is it? Don't let me see you! The Star Lord roared helplessly and continuously. He was not afraid of the attack from Urxiong Foil because the divine body of a level 7 Star Lord was immune to this level of attack. But he had no way to stop it. He could only watch his star system being continuously two-dimensionalized until the entire star system was photographed into a two-dimensional oil painting. And this three-dimensional space also fell into two-dimensional space, and the Star Lord had to evacuate. Once you're here, don't leave. A whisper sounded in his ear, making him alert instantly. Who? Come out and fight me if you dare. Yang Ting circulated the divine power throughout his body, emitting tremendous divine power, causing the space to tremble. Bang! The powerful blow sent Yang Ting flying backwards and shattering several planets before he reacted and released the force to steady himself. Okay, then let's do it one-on-one as you requested. Zhang Fan's eyes were indifferent as he stepped out of the space. His endless divine power made even this 7th level Star Lord feel a little breathless. 9th level Star Lord. Yang Ting's pupils shrank, and he didn't care about the harsh words just now, and started to run away quickly. Zhang Fan's mouth curled up slightly when he saw this. Escape? A level 7 Star Master wants to escape from a level 9 Star Master like me. What wishful thinking! But anyway, it's just a good way to relieve boredom by playing with him. So the two of them started a game of chase. He ran away and I chased him, and he couldn't escape even if he had wings. Yang Ting crossed several star systems but was unable to escape Zhang Fan's pursuit. During this time, his divine body was beaten so badly that it was extremely sore. No, big brother, stop chasing me and let me go, okay? Yang Ting gave up and pleaded, putting aside his dignity. Zhang Fan stepped in front of him and said calmly, okay, I'll let you go as long as you can block my punch. Really? Big brother? Yang Ting's eyes were filled with hope, and his dull eyes brightened up as if he saw hope. Really? Zhang Fan nodded. Okay. Come on, but you can't regret it, brother. Yang Ting's eyes narrowed, as if he was using all his divine power to defend himself. The enormous divine power caused ripples in the space. Zhang Fan nodded and slowly raised his hand. Terrifying divine power was brewing, and Yang Ting's eyes gradually changed from relaxed to terrified. Don't, brother. Boom. This punch pierced through the galaxy, and all the surrounding celestial bodies shattered. The golden divine power spanned several star systems, revealing a golden road wherever it passed. I don't know how many weak civilizations were destroyed by this attack. It's okay, about the same as expected. Zhang Fan retracted his fist and clenched it, then looked at Yang Ting whose abdomen was pierced by him, then shattered it into pure creation point and absorbed it all. Ding! SS level talent mechanical civilization detected. Do you want to plunder? Plunder. Ding! Plundering is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the SS level talent mechanical civilization. Ding! The SS level talent mechanical civilization triggers a 10-fold increase, transforming into the SS plus level talent mechanical disaster. Zhang Fan took a look at the talent effect and felt it was average, so he stopped paying attention to it and just regarded it as nourishment for his future talent fusion card. Chapter 66. After resolving this episode, Zhang Fan returned to his own space. At this time, the human race also recovered from the shock of the two-dimensional foil attack. High Priest, the power of this two-dimensional foil is truly terrifying. It is a complete killer weapon of civilization. Everyone exclaimed. Who would have thought that a small piece of paper could easily destroy an entire star system? Zhou Yuanming nodded. This experiment was very successful, so let's collect the true vacuum bubbles that are created after the strike to make more two-dimensional foils. Yes. So a group of people took action and began to attack the true vacuum bubbles produced by the star system. In the year 600 of God's gift, the human race began a great cleanup of civilization, switching from the previous method of using light particle attacks to using two-dimensional foil attacks. All civilizations had no power to resist and were easily wiped out in this universe. Such a horrific method was detected by many civilizations. They were so frightened that they dared not breathe and hid their tracks in an attempt not to be discovered. But with the many high technologies of human beings, no matter how you hide, you cannot escape the investigation of dark matter information. As long as there is civilization, it will definitely leave traces on the dark matter level. Humans only need to follow the clues to find your location. Then their civilization will be hit by a piece of paper. The disadvantages of the two-dimensional foil are huge. It will cause the universe to collapse from a high dimension to a low dimension, and this change is irreversible. The proliferation of dimensional weapons will cause the universe to continue to reduce its dimensionality until it is reduced to one dimension. If it weren't for Zhang Fan's guarantee, humans would not dare to abuse this dimensional weapon too much. My Lord God can do even this kind of thing easily. Zhou Yuanming and others sighed. When the universe drops to one dimension, all living things will be trapped and die. Only by waiting for the universe to return to the singularity of zero-dimensional state and re-experiencing the Big Bang will other dimensions unfold again. After 650 years of God's gift, the human race's civilization level has been promoted to the third-level civilization. And they have mastered the technology of obtaining energy from black holes. This means that humans no longer have to worry about energy shortages. Zhang Fan has been watching the development of the human species. He thought that the mission would be triggered after the human species was promoted to the third-level civilization, but it did not. When he couldn't figure it out, he communicated with the rules and asked about the situation. The answer obtained is, there will be no more tests after the third level of civilization, because the galaxy can no longer restrain a civilization of this level, but if the Star Lord does not get promoted to a Domain Lord, his realm will always be stuck at the level of the 9th level Star Lord. And if a galaxy fails to give birth to a Domain Lord for a long time, it will be attacked by Domain Lords of other galaxies. Zhang Fan frowned and asked, what if other star systems come to attack our star system before our star system gives birth to a Domain Master? Isn't this a situation where death is inevitable? Star Lord, there is no need to worry. Currently, no galaxy has given birth to a Domain Lord. Even if a Domain Lord is born and wants to attack other galaxies without Domain Lords, he must first notify the galaxy to be attacked and give it 1,000 years to develop before launching the attack. But if both sides have a galaxy with a Domain Master, there is no such restriction, and both sides fight based on their abilities. As for more, please ask the Star Master to be promoted to a Domain Master before you are qualified to ask. The rules provide an intriguing answer. There is a lot of information hidden in it, and Zhang Fan ponders it carefully. 1. No Star Lord has been promoted to Domain Lord yet. 2. Being promoted to a Domain Lord is not the end, there will be more galactic wars in the future. 3. The rules will give preferential treatment to star owners with great potential. Zhang Fan said no more, and there was nothing to ask, so he quickened the pace of his civilization's cleansing of the galaxy. With God's gift of 700, the human species expanded its radiation range from 1,000 light-years to 100 million light-years. The level of civilization seemed to be free from its constraints and was rapidly advancing. The technology that had not exploded for many years seemed to have ignited the gunpowder line. It was rapidly skyrocketing. Zhang Fan also plundered tens of thousands of S-level talents and thousands of SS-level talents during his years of fighting. He has not yet encountered a Star Master with SSS level talent. It seems that this kind of talent is very rare. But Zhang Fan alone possesses hundreds of SSS level talents, which are all transformed from many top SS level talents through Yeyu's tenfold amplification. Hey, it's almost there. I already control 1/10 of the galaxies. In a few hundred years, I should be able to completely control the entire galaxy and become a Domain Master. Zhang Fan exhaled a breath of foul air. His own realm had been stuck at the peak of the 9th level Star Master for many years. This feeling is worse than constipation, like loading bullets into a gun, but it can't be fired even though it's lit. In the 800 years granted by God, the territory controlled by human beings has expanded to 300 million light-years. This year, human beings discovered a strange phenomenon. High Priest! All the star systems around here have been destroyed. Someone exclaimed. Zhou Yuanming didn't take it too seriously at first. It was just a few star systems that were destroyed. Wasn't that normal in this dark forest? It's just a few star systems. Don't worry too much. Those civilizations that have galaxy navigation technology will encounter each other more or less. It's normal for them to be destroyed by each other. No, High Priest. This time the situation is different. All star systems within 100 million light-years have no trace of civilization. The man continued. 1 billion light-years. Zhou Yuanming's eyes widened. You have to know that the human race has been fighting all the time and has only now destroyed all civilizations within 300 million light-years. Is there no civilization within the 100 million light-years here? The level of civilization that took action is very high. In an instant, Zhou Yuanming's eyes became solemn. This time was different from the past. The threat posed by this civilization was very high. Collect dark matter information to restore the historical development trajectory. Zhou Yuanming gave the order. He wanted to see what means of attack the other party would use. Yes. Everyone started to operate and a large amount of data began to be calculated. But before long, they stopped. So soon? Zhou Yuanming was surprised. No. The dark matter around us doesn't have the history of that civilization. The dark matter information was deleted at a certain time. Everyone was a little shocked. Compare the dark matter information to a movie. The dark matter information of a piece of space is a record of every minute and every second of this space. Humans can use technology to collect this dark matter information and restore and replay its history. But now, there was clearly a civilization in this space at some point in history, but this civilization is no longer recorded in the information of the next second. It's as if the fragment of time that existed after this civilization was deleted. This was the first time that humans had encountered such a situation, and they were shocked by the method used. Because at most they can interfere with the information records of a space and turn its restored history into a bunch of garbled characters, but they cannot delete the information of a space. Zhou Yuanming frowned, feeling a little unsure of where to start. If he continued investigating rashly, he would surely find out, but he would definitely be discovered by the other party. This is not the usual practice of humans. They like to hide in the dark and constantly attack others to minimize risks. Chapter 67. High Priest, what should we do now? Should we continue the search or avoid the other party? Everyone asked. Zhou Yuanming thought for a long time and then spoke slowly, we must not leave this civilization alone. Now that the other party is so strong, the consequences of allowing it to grow will be disastrous. But rash investigation is not a good idea. We are going to support a puppet civilization to serve as our spy for the investigation. We hid behind the scenes and provided them with technical support, allowing them to investigate and find out the situation. Mysterious. Everyone was amazed, this method is really good. If you can hide it, of course you should hide it behind the scenes. Who wants to put themselves in danger? The human race was very cautious, so while they continued to clean up civilization, they selected a good puppet civilization. Please, my lord, destroy their gods so that we can control them. Zhou Yuanming prayed. In order to confuse that mysterious civilization, the human race chose a magic civilization. The level of this civilization is not low, it is at the 2nd level, and the Star Lord is a 7th level Star Lord. Zhou Yuanming cannot kill him alone, so he can only ask Zhang Fan to take action. Can? Zhang Fan's majestic voice rang in Zhou Yuanming's mind. Thank you, Lord. With this, a crushing war began, and the human race continued to use various technologies to completely defeat this 2nd-level magic civilization. Over the years, humans have collected many energy systems, and they used various anti-magic methods as soon as the war started. The other party was left confused and could only stand there as punishment, staring blankly at the human race walking up to them step by step and slapping them in the face. As for the other party's creator god, There was no way to hide under the powerful spiritual sense of Zhang Fan, the 9th level Star Lord. The big bully the small. Lu Zixuan was furious and said with contempt. It's just the law of the jungle. You should understand this principle. Zhang Fan's eyes were indifferent and he didn't seem to blush at all. If you don't want to be bullied, you must have enough strength before others bully you. Lu Zixian and Su Huang fired a gun and shattered the star with a punch in an attempt to delay time so that he could escape. Magic power, time goes back. Buzz. In an instant, this space and time began to flow, and the star that had just been blown up began to reshape and return to its original appearance. Lu Zixuan, who had escaped, also returned to Zhang Fan. Lu Zixuan's pupil shrank. What kind of method was this? Could the Star Lord do such a thing? Divine art, soul strangling. In an instant, a pair of golden hands appeared behind Lu Zixuan and grabbed his neck fiercely. Lu Zixuan wanted to escape, but his soul was firmly grasped by these hands and pulled out of his divine body. Destroy! Zhang Fan slowly raised his hand and a divine light burst out from one finger, instantly penetrating part of Lu Zixuan's soul. Ah! Lu Zixuan's real body screamed in pain, his soul was severely damaged and his eyes began to dull. The soul is back, parasitic puppet. Zhang Fan muttered something, his pupils flashing with golden light as he connected to Lu Zixuan's divine body. From then on, a puppet creator god was created. He naturally knew about the plans of the human race and was happy to cooperate with them. Then it is not enough to just control a civilization, there must be a star master in the open so as not to arouse suspicion. 1 year later, the transformed second-level magic civilization began to use the high technology provided by humans to start investigating clues. This investigation lasted for more than 10 years but no trace was found. However, the human race did not give up. This galaxy is huge, and finding a civilization whose traces have been wiped out is harder than finding a needle in a haystack. However, humans still have a search direction. There is no need to search the 300 million light-years under their control. They only need to look for the destroyed star system civilizations within the 100 million light-years. While the puppet civilization continued to search for traces, the human race did not stop its expansion. After 900 years of God-granted time, the human race's territory has expanded to 500 million light-years, which is only halfway to ruling the entire galaxy. God granted 910 years, in which year the magical civilization finally found a trace. High Priest, there is news. Is it finally coming? What's the news? Zhou Yuanming came to the command center, where a group of people gathered. The figure of the mysterious civilization was finally about to be revealed. Begin to retrieve surveillance footage. One person started the operation, and soon a picture appeared in front of everyone. What's this? Some people gasped, the scene was too shocking. Even the calm Zhou Yuanming showed a look of shock. In the picture, there is an extremely huge building located in the universe, and there is no end in sight. Their puppet civilization only monitored this scene in other star systems, so the location of this building was far away from their observation distance. How big would it be if it were under the feet of that thing? It's a bit like a tower. Zhou Yuanming frowned and said. It is indeed a tower. They said it looks very much like a wizard's tower, but this is the first time they have seen a wizard's tower so large. Someone said. As for who they are, of course they are a puppet magic civilization. Data, measure the approximate height and length of this tower. Zhou Yuanming said. Yes. One person gave orders to the puppet civilization, asking them to collect data from this mage tower. Time passes by little by little. The puppet civilization used wormholes to jump through many star systems before it completed collecting all the length data of this wizard tower. Humanity also began data analysis and calculations. Calculating results. Its bottom is circular, with a radius of 50 million light-years. Its height is 200 million light-years. Hiss. Everyone gasped, "Is it so big?" Zhou Yuanming's face was solemn. Even though he had guessed that it would be very large, he had not expected it to span 100 million light-years and be 200 million light-years high. The sage discovered that a civilization is collecting data from our mage tower across different star systems. Oh! In the past, they would just watch from afar and run away, not daring to get close. Why are they so brave this time? The sage showed a hint of interest. I'm not sure. Maybe ignorance is fearlessness. The less knowledgeable a civilization is, the more courageous it is. But they often die from our random attacks. The man shook his head. Do you want to destroy it? Well, clean them up. Ants should be ants. If they disturb the giant's rest, any random move will be a disaster for him. The sage said calmly. Yes. A devastating blow is brewing. Call out. An extreme ray of light pierced through the galaxy, crossed many space nodes and instantly reached the star system where the fleet personnel were still detecting information. Boom! Before the fleet could react, it was instantly swallowed up by the light and turned into nothingness. Target eliminated. The sage dragged out a nasal sound, not caring at all. Recently, my lord's expansion speed has been getting faster and faster. The third wizard tower is being built. We need to continuously mobilize resources to transport them there. Don't worry, sage. The materials we have collected over the years are enough to meet the target. That's good. Just a token of our appreciation. We wizards also compete with each other. Every additional wizard tower is a potential competition for us. Those guys are not willing to give in to each other. The sage glanced at the latter, and the man immediately understood. Chapter 68. Are we going to cut corners? The sage's pupils shrank upon hearing this, and he raised his hand and cast a spell to instantly destroy it. Fool, how dare you say such treasonous words under the nose of my lord? Who says we should cut corners? We just need to meet the quota. Although we are competing, we are in the same camp. Although the sage's words were convincing, the latter no longer had a chance to listen. The sage didn't care and cast a spell to purify the air around him, send someone to take over his position. Others dared not breathe. The owner of this wizard tower was this sage, and all the wizards living in it were servants of this sage. You should know that this wizard tower spans 100 million light-years and its height reaches 200 million light-years. There are trillions of wizards in it. Not long after, a wizard came over. Meet the sage. Well, do your job well, don't be as outspoken as that person before. The sage narrowed his eyes slightly, and a terrifying aura spread all around, making people feel stuffy in their chests. It seemed like he was speaking to just one person, but everyone else knew that this was a warning from the sage. After a long while, the sage withdrew his breath, allowing everyone to catch their breath. Yes. The sage looked at everyone's expressions and nodded with satisfaction. Continue to monitor the surrounding star systems and inform me if there is any movement. Earth Command Room. Everyone stared at the blurred image in deep thought. The attack came too quickly, and humans did not collect much useful information. Now that we have found the location, the next step will be easy. Let them continue to test the area while we attack from the side. Zhou Yuanming spoke. Soon, measures began to be arranged one by one. All personnel began to mobilize. This battle was a test of the other civilization and also a battle to collect information on the other civilization. Enter the four-dimensional space and hide. Disrupt all material information about us in space. Modify the information of magic civilization. Zhou Yuanming issued an order. Everything went in an orderly manner. The puppet civilization stretched the battle line to the star system surrounding the wizard tower. They did not gather in one place, but fought separately. Such movement was naturally discovered by the wizard tower that had been monitoring it. Sage, something has happened. Another civilization has come to provoke us, and it looks like they want to attack us. Oh? Which civilization is seeking death like this? The sage came out of his training and took a look at the magical civilization on the screen. It should be the civilization that the reconnaissance fleet just destroyed belongs to. One person said. Keep destroying it. The sage's eyes were indifferent. Soon the wizard tower began to plan an attack. Call out. The horrific blow was directed at the puppet civilization camp of the human race. Gamma ray burst emission. Buzz. The puppet civilization also launched an attack. The two beams of light intersected in an instant, producing terrifying waves, and the surrounding stars were shattered one by the aftermath. It was actually blocked. The wizards were very surprised, and the sage also showed a little interest. For so many years, there has been no civilization that can fight against them. I don't know if I can have fun in his wizard tower today. It's just a random attack. Give them a few more. I want to see how long they can hold out. The sage commanded. The other wizards did not dare to delay and immediately launched a series of attacks. The human race will not change its strategy either. They are determined to fight hard and try out all your methods. It's just a competition of attack methods. We are not afraid of anyone. The gamma ray burst continues to strike. With the technology to extract energy from black holes, humans don't have to worry about running out of energy. Moreover, they own a territory covering 500 million light-years. The two sides fought fiercely, and all the surrounding star systems were in constant tremor. If there were no other civilizations around, the aftermath alone would be enough to destroy those civilizations several times over. Sage, it seems that ordinary means cannot defeat the opponent. The opponent's civilization level is not weak, at least the second-level civilization. Then improve your attack methods and use ring-level attacks. The sage spoke. Ring-level attack is also called stellar-level attack. One strike is enough to destroy a star system. This is a name unique to their civilization. Attack strength is divided into normal level and ring level. There are 9 levels of rings, corresponding to the 9 realms of wizards, from 1st ring wizard to 9th ring wizard. Yes. All wizards took action and mobilized the energy within the wizard tower to carry out the attack. Outside world. The human screen showed a white halo slowly rising from the bottom of the wizard tower. The terrifying aura radiates to all the surrounding star systems. The radius of this halo is equal to the radius at the bottom of the wizard tower, a full 50 million light-years. What a huge halo! Although the humans in the 4-dimensional space were a little surprised, they were not too nervous. This ring just looked scary. The energy of this halo covering such a wide area is only 10 million stellar energies. They guessed that this ring was where the wizard tower stored energy, but they didn't know how many such halos there were in such a large wizard tower. High Priest, the other side is probably preparing to increase the intensity of the attack. We should not be able to stop them with the technological means we have given to the magic civilization. There is humanity. Zhou Yuanming naturally knew, then we will take action on their behalf and let the magic civilization pretend that it is their attack. Start the space transport, and give the other party some supernovas and fireworks. Start space transport. The space around the target seems to be locked and frozen by the opponent. Start cracking with all your strength. Cracked successfully, starting space state connection. At this time, the wizard tower was still absorbing energy and preparing to launch an attack, but suddenly a wizard exclaimed. Sage, we have lost control of the surrounding space. It seems that the other party is preparing to strike through space. Does a level 2 civilization have this technology? For the first time, the sage showed a shocked expression. Since they could take control of space from them, the other party could not be an ordinary second-level civilization. Hurry up and start. Before the sage could finish his words, 9 supernovas appeared around the wizard tower in the blink of an eye, although the size of these supernovas was very small compared to the wizard tower that spanned 100 million light-years. But the wizards were also very terrified. The power of this stellar explosion was comparable to a 7-ring attack. After all, the wizard tower is built with materials from the universe and it can't withstand such an explosion. Oh no! Witchcraft is blocking these stars. The sage lost his composure. He had no idea that the other party would play such a cruel game. The wizards immediately cancelled the attack and began to blockade the 9 supernovas. Although they acted quickly, 3 supernovas were still detonated by humans at a long distance. Boom! The horrific supernova explosion tore 3 gaps in the wizard tower. Even though there are only 3 gaps, how big is the wizard tower? Just 3 gaps were enough to instantly wipe out hundreds of millions of wizards who were still alive due to the horrific explosion. Damn it! Use all your strength to activate the wizard tower to cut off the space link. The first time the sage broke through the defense, it took a lot of effort to regain control from the human race. As a result, the black hole that was still brewing in the explosion immediately disappeared around the wizard tower, making the wizards breathe a sigh of relief. Activate witchcraft and restore. After a moment, 3 halos lit up on the wizard tower, and with a flash of white light, the 3 gaps were completely repaired. Chapter 69. This blow made the sage more vigilant. He was not a fool. If anyone dared to provoke them, he must be confident or have someone behind him. Activate the information-seeking magic. Find me the exact location of this civilization's headquarters. The sage spoke. Yes. Stellar level pursuit magic activated. Buzz. The huge wizard tower burst into light, and a mysterious light wave began to spread throughout the universe. Positioning successful. A wizard spoke up. Very good. Prepare the transmission channel. Lead the army to attack. The sage waved his hand, and a large portal opened up in front of the wizard tower. March out. Search for all the information about this civilization. One by one, wizards flew out of the wizard tower, passed through the portal and arrived on the planet of magical civilization. Seeing this, the magic civilization immediately organized magicians to fight against them, but the gap in strength between the two sides was quite large. Faced with the witchcraft of the wizards, the magicians were completely defenseless and were defeated. In 4-dimensional space. High Priest, the fighting power of the civilization we control is not good enough. We are being suppressed by the enemy wizards. Zhou Yuanming said, analyze the energy system used by the other party, create a forbidden magic field, and let the magic civilization use antimatter weapons to counterattack. Yes. Everyone passed the information to the magical civilization, and they quickly made countermeasures and began to delay time. During this time, humans began to fully analyze the energy released by wizards' witchcraft. The wizards were not idle either. The sage asked them to quickly investigate the details of this civilization to find out whether there was someone behind it or whether this arrogant person had some ultimate weapon. As time passed, the planets of magical civilizations were constantly occupied and many bases were lost, causing wizards to begin collecting information and sending it back. Sage, it seems that we didn't find anyone behind the other party, but we did find some information about weapons, called antimatter weapons. The wizard spoke after analyzing the information. No one. The sage frowned, feeling that things were not that simple. How powerful is this weapon? Not sure. We have to conduct experiments to find out the details. The weapons have been taken away by the other side. We only got the general information about the weapons. Since the other party is just like this, let them quickly clear out their civilization. The sage waved his hand. So the wizards began indiscriminate attacks, and all kinds of powerful witchcraft caused the entire planet to be in turmoil. The mountains collapsed, the ground cracked, and curses fell from the sky, constantly entangled in the hearts of countless people, making their faces hideous, their eyes bloodshot, and they lost their minds and began to attack their companions like crazy. High Priest, the energy system analysis is complete. Do you want to activate the creation of the forbidden magic field? Launch. Buzz. In an instant, the forbidden magic field enveloped the entire planet, and some wizards who were flying by magic fell like dumplings. What's going on? Why is the flying magic ineffective? It's not just the flying magic that's ineffective, it's all the magic that's ineffective. A wizard said in horror. The magic civilization, which had been suppressed for a long time, was already furious. They equipped themselves with antimatter weapons and began to fight back. The vanguard troops sent by the sage were not strong. Faced with such weapons of mass destruction, they could not withstand the bombing with their flesh alone. An antimatter bullet easily destroyed half of a wizard's body. This was just a minor scratch. If it had hit him hard, he might have died on the spot. Damn it! What kind of attack is this? Retreat quickly! The wizards were afraid. Their skills were not high, and without the support of witchcraft, they were just ordinary people with slightly stronger physical fitness. The magical civilization was bloodthirsty and kept chasing the retreating wizard army. Boom! One antimatter missile took the lives of hundreds of thousands of wizards. The place where the missile exploded directly melted a large crater of dozens of kilometers. Inside the wizard tower, the wizards were somewhat shocked at the reversal. That area suddenly blocked the wizard's energy transfer, causing our army to lose its combat effectiveness. The sage's face turned cold. Just activate the stellar magic. Wipe out that civilization. But our troops have not withdrawn yet. Others said. The sage glanced at them and said, "Didn't you hear what I said?" "Yes." "Start now." Everyone felt a chill in their backs and dared not say anything more. 4 halos began to light up on the wizard tower. Target located. Magic strike launched. A massive magic circle appeared above the planet, completely covering it. A breath of destruction spread out, and when it reached a critical point, the magic circle glowed. Buzz! A thick column of light engulfed the entire planet and lasted for a full minute. When the light faded, there was no trace of the planet in the universe, as if it had been wiped out. The human race watching the battle did not expect the other side to do such a thing, and directly used such an attack to destroy the entire magic civilization. Call. Zhou Yuanming exhaled a breath, his expression so calm that it was hard to guess what he was thinking. The High Priest. What a wizard civilization! A hint of coldness flashed in Zhou Yuanming's eyes. No matter what, the magic civilization was still a puppet of the human race. Being destroyed so easily was just a slap in their face. Activate the two-dimensional foil. I'm going to make them feel pain. Yes. Everyone looked serious and began to prepare for a dimensionality reduction attack. Begin to open up the dimensional channel, prepare the two-dimensional foil, start accelerating, strike range. One person looked at Zhou Yuanming. The wizard tower is very large, and a two-way foil has a limited attack range, so Zhou Yuanming was not going to let them win. Throw 10,000 two-dimensional foils to let them have a taste of what's happening. Yes. Prepare to deploy the two-dimensional foil. Everyone took action, and channels were opened up in the star system around the wizard tower. Rays of light rushed towards the wizard tower at an extremely fast speed. Sage, something is approaching our wizard tower at a very fast speed. A wizard retrieved the image through magic. The picture shows a piece of light speeding through the universe, its destination being the wizard tower, and there are as many as 10,000 such pictures. The sage sneered at the thing that suddenly appeared. Sure enough, there is someone behind this. Well, I want to see how powerful the person behind this is. How dare he cause trouble for us? It is suspected to be the opponent's attack method. Should we intercept it? The sage gave the order without hesitation, intercept. Destroy it on the way and don't let it get close. Then use the detection magic to search for the enemy's traces. Find their hiding place for me. The wizard tower started up again, and a series of terrifying attacks hit the flying two-dimensional foil. But what surprised the wizards was that all the attacks actually passed through these pieces of paper and were unable to intercept these small pieces of paper at all. Chapter 70. What? Sage, the attack is ineffective. The wizards were a little dumbfounded. It was the first time they encountered such a situation. Not good. Increase the defense level. Activate the 9 rings defense magic. Activate the space magic blockade. The sage lost his composure and issued orders one after another. The wizards also quickly activated the wizard tower. Huge halos rose from the bottom of the wizard tower. It is breathtaking to see 9 halos suspended in the universe, and a terrifying magical atmosphere is brewing. The space where the two-dimensional foil was speeding began to fluctuate, and in an instant this world was locked down. Then a white light curtain surrounded the wizard tower. However, the two-dimensional foil remains unabated in the face of the blockade of space, because the blockade of three-dimensional space has no effect on the two-dimensional plane. Xiang foil simply ignored the blockade of space magic and passed through the space and continued to rush towards the wizard tower. The wizards were in a panic. Although the piece of paper looked harmless, it was an attack launched by the enemy and could not be underestimated. Continue to try other magical attacks. The wise man gave the order. The wizard tower activated its terrifying output mode, with attacks continuously directed in all directions. But Xiang foil ignored all these attacks and finally arrived near the wizard tower after driving for just 1 minute. Each piece of two-dimensional foil is quietly suspended up, down, left and right on the wizard tower. Seeing that the attack had not yet arrived, the wizards thought about capturing these glowing pieces of paper, but without exception, all their methods failed one by one. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As time passed, the two-dimensional foil began to flicker, and the wizards became nervous and stared at it intently. Launch another 9-ring defensive magic. To be on the safe side, the sage increased his defenses. A moment later, another white sky enveloped the wizard tower. At this moment, the force field that bound the true vacuum bubble disappeared, and the terrifying dimensionality reduction attack began. The space began to fall towards the two-dimensional layer of the two-dimensional foil little by little. All the matter in that space was sucked in, releasing a large amount of energy that drove the expansion speed of the two-dimensional foil. 10,000 two-dimensional foils began their terrifying journey of devouring. No matter where they passed, no matter what mattered, they could not escape. The 9-ring defense sky that the wizards were so proud of was being eaten away by the two-dimensional foils bit by bit. What kind of trick is this? The wizards showed expressions of fear, and the sage became even more anxious. Quick, quick, quick. Stop the expansion of space encroachment. The wizard tower's halo flickered and launched large-scale space magic, preparing to control and block the space in an attempt to prevent the two-dimensional foil from encroaching on the three-dimensional space. But reality gave them a heavy blow, and no matter how they tried to stop it, it was of no use. They could only watch as the two-dimensional foil continued to spread to the edge of the wizard tower. All of a sudden, everyone's heart was in tension again. If the wizard tower couldn't hold on, they would have to think about whether to organize an escape. Soon, the two-dimensional foil touched the edge of the wizard tower at the speed of light. Under the gaze of the wizards, the wizard tower had no power to resist and instantly collapsed into the two-dimensional level. Sage. We can't wait any longer. Every second we wait will result in the death of hundreds of millions of wizards. Contact my lord now. The wizards pleaded. The sage looked grim, but in this situation they could only call on their god. Otherwise the wizard tower would eventually be photographed into a two-dimensional plane. Fortunately, the wizard tower is big enough, a full 100 million light-years wide. Even if the two-dimensional foil is swallowed, it will take 100 million years. My god, our wizard tower was attacked by an unknown civilization. The other side used special means. We are unable to resist. Many wizards are dying. Please, my god, save us. The sage knelt before the statue and prayed devoutly. Soon the statue responded, and as a ray of divine light descended, a figure stepped out from the light. "What is it?" Cao Mao looked around and asked. Nzinjao quickly activated the memory copy magic and stored it in a ball of light. Cao Mao took it and squeezed it, and in an instant he knew everything that had happened recently. Unknown civilization, advanced means of attack. Cao Mao's eyes flickered, and his figure flashed and appeared in the outside world. Looking at the space that was constantly falling, his face was solemn. This method is truly terrifying. Unless one has the strength of a 7th level Star Lord divine body, it is impossible to avoid this kind of attack and devouring. Moreover, there are as many as 10,000 attack locations, which does not seem to be something that a 2nd level civilization can control. "Is that you?" In an instant, Cao Mao had some guesses in his mind. He did not delay any longer and immediately communicated with the power of rules. After sacrificing some rubbish talents, he exchanged the power of rules for action. In an instant, the terrifying power of rules descended, and the space that had just been collapsing stopped immediately. At this point, the attack of the two-dimensional foil disappeared, but the space had already collapsed, and the power of rules did not take action to restore it. The chips given by Cao Mao were not enough. But Cao Mao didn't care about these. It was just that the space could not be restored, so he just had to abandon it. The universe was so big that it didn't matter. "High Priest, the other side's god of creation has taken action. His method is truly terrifying. He was able to stop the attack of the two-dimensional foil." The human race was somewhat shocked. The power of rules was above everything, so they were very wary. Zhou Yuanming was about to say something when Zhang Fan appeared in the command room. "My lord!" Everyone saluted quickly. Zhang Fan waved his hand and didn't chat with them, but stared at the man in the picture. Just now the system suddenly asked him to come over without telling him what happened. Yayu, who was observing secretly, looked at the man in the picture and then sensed his breath. "That's right, there is no mistake. It's the same kind of aura. Which means that the man opposite is the owner of another system, and it is also the system that he wants to kill." "System, what on earth is going on?" Zhang Fan asked in his mind. But Yayu couldn't reveal too much and only gave a few hints. "Host, be careful of this person's luck is not inferior to yours." After giving this reminder, Yayu also immediately received a rule warning. "But it's just a warning, and there's no actual punishment. All you have to do is not make the same mistake again." Zhang Fan was stunned when he heard this, his eyes were surprised. He was just a loser but not stupid, so he could still hear this hint. "I never thought that there was another system in the world I lived in. Moreover, it appeared so openly under our noses, and the threat level was infinitely increased. What should the system do?" Zhang Fan adjusted his mood and his eyes became stern, instantly filled with murderous intent. The humans around him became frightened, wondering why Zhang Fan had such a strong murderous intent. As the saying goes, there can't be two tigers in one mountain, the host of the other system must kill him. Otherwise I won't be able to sleep. Just follow your heart, the system will give you all the help. Yayu was also very satisfied with Zhang Fan's performance. Fortunately, he, the host, was not a saint and did not think about the idea of not interfering with each other and everyone being happy. Chapter 71. Follow your heart. I understand. Zhang Fan understood, then looked at Zhou Yuanming and said, "Change your goal. Find out all the information about this civilization for me, and kill them for me at all costs." Zhou Yuanming was stunned. This was the first time that Zhang Fan cared so much about a civilization. However, as a fanatic believer, he would not go against Zhang Fan's decision. So he said with fanatical eyes, "I will definitely live up to the trust of the Lord. I will definitely live up to the trust of the Lord." The others responded one by one. Zhang Fan nodded and disappeared from the spot. "Now the enemy is in the light and I am in the dark. I just need to hide myself so that the enemy won't notice me and I can catch the enemy off guard. After Zhang Fan left, a group of people gathered together and looked at Zhou Yuanming. High Priest, the Lord has given us an oracle. Should we go into full-scale war with the enemy now? Fight. No need to hide your weakness. Expand the battle line as far as possible. It's just a building. Destroy it. Zhou Yuanming clapped his hands and said. Today, human technology is unprecedentedly powerful. After so many years of development, it's time to take out various weapons and show them off. Prepare the black hole plan. Crack its internal space. Give the other party a big game. Yes. Begin to work hard to crack the interior of the wizard tower. Connect to the stellar celestial computer network. Call up all computing power. Start space cracking. 10%, 44%, 66%. Sage. Space anomaly. Unknown space fluctuations have been detected in the wizard tower of the first world. We are losing control of space. A wizard said in horror. What? Quickly take back control of the space. This is a blow from the other party. The sage spoke. The 9 halos of the wizard tower glowed with light and launched a space-blocking magic with all their might, but in terms of spatial attainments, how could they possibly beat humans? This is undoubtedly a small matter compared to the big one. Time passed little by little, and the tug-of-war between the two sides in space ended. All the wizards present were helpless and lay down. Failed. The sage looked grim. At this time, it is the first floor space of the wizard tower. Buzz. A flash of black light appeared, and in a few breaths it expanded to the size of a house. The powerful gravity continued to tear apart everything around it. Before the wizard could figure out what was happening, he was instantly pulled into the black hole and shattered into particles. Run away! All the wizards in the first world ran out in fear, but the black hole expanded unstoppably this time, and in just a moment it reached the size of a city. At this moment, the earth collapsed and the sky became dim. All the light beams were tightly bound and could not escape, not to mention the wizards in this world. He could only watch himself being sucked into the black hole and pulled into a string of particles by the powerful gravity. The attack came too fast, and the sage gritted his teeth as he watched the scene of a world of purgatory on the screen. And the situation is not only bad enough, the wizard tower has 99 floors, and each floor is a huge world. There are countless stars inside it that are sealed by powerful witchcraft to provide energy for the wizard tower, and the halo outside is where the energy is stored. The black hole expanded even faster as it swallowed up more stars. If left unchecked, the entire wizard tower would be destroyed. Cao Mao outside also noticed something strange in the wizard tower and hurried in to check the situation. Oh my god, we were hit again, and this time it was even more fierce. The sage's eyes were bitter. Cao Mao also frowned. The situation in the first-level world of the wizard tower was not optimistic. Although the 9th-level Star Lord was not afraid of the black hole, he couldn't destroy the black hole without causing damage to the wizard tower. As expected, none of the guys with systems are easy to mess with. Cao Mao secretly clicked his tongue. Solving this problem is a small matter. The key is to find the enemy's traces. Have you located the specific location of their civilization? Simply taking a beating is not the solution, the problem must be addressed head-on. The radiation range of the wizard tower can only expand outwards by 200 million light-years. We activated the 9 rings tracking magic before, but we were unable to locate the enemy. The sage shook his head. Connect me to the first wizard tower, combine the abilities of the 2 wizard towers, and continue to explore outside. You must find the opponent's trace for me. Cao Mao spoke. Yes. Believers will contact them right away. Anzinjao didn't dare to delay and went to the side to use communication magic to contact the sage in another wizard tower. Cao Mao has to solve the expanding black hole in one layer of the world, which cannot be left unattended. So he could only sacrifice some of his rubbish talents again to let the power of rules move the black hole away. Not long after, the power of rules came again, and after moving the black hole of a layer of world to other parts of the galaxy, it subsided again. Oh my god, we have connected to another wizard tower. With the support of another wizard tower, our search range has expanded from 200 million light-years to 600 million light-years. Unchanged spoke. Cao Mao nodded, then start the search. Find the enemy's trace for me. Yes. Activate the 18 rings positioning and tracking magic. Unchanged gave the order. The wizards began to operate, and 9 halos slowly rose from another wizard tower. Buzz. A wave of light emanated from the wizard tower and spread in all directions at a speed exceeding the speed of light. Everyone began to wait patiently. In the four-dimensional space, the human race smiled as they watched the large-scale searchlight waves being launched again. High Priest, the other party is not giving up, but it is ultimately in vain. The exploration of three-dimensional space will naturally not find us in the four-dimensional space. The others also laughed. Zhou Yuanming didn't say anything but his eyes flickered. It's impossible for them to find us, but what about Earth? All members of the human race can upgrade their dimensions, but the people on Earth cannot. It is also impossible for them to destroy their own base by themselves. Everyone's smiles froze and they fell silent. Zhou Yuanming looked at the silent crowd and said, "Let's see how big the other party's search range is this time. If it can't cover the Earth, then everyone will be happy. If it covers the Earth, then we should prepare for a head-on battle." Yes. Everyone looked serious. The distance between Earth and the Wizard Tower is 500 million light-years. Everyone was waiting with hope in their hearts. Time passed bit by bit, and under the gaze of everyone, the light wave gradually approached the range of the Earth and had reached a distance of 1,000 light-years. All of a sudden, the human race's heart was lifted. Not long after, the Earth was swept by the light waves and continued to expand toward farther distances, and only stopped when it exceeded the distance of 100 million light-years from the Earth. Ah! Get ready for a head-on battle. Zhou Yuanming sighed. Although they could continue to stay in the four-dimensional space, the Earth would definitely be targeted, and they did not want their planet to be destroyed. Today's Earth has many advantages, and the basic energy on it is unique. It will greatly improve the human species, and it must not be abandoned. So the human race began to descend from the four-dimensional state to the three-dimensional state and return to the Earth. Chapter 72. Oh my god, we found the other civilization. Unchanged's brows lit up with joy. Oh? Where? Cao Mao also breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to find the other party. Now it would be easy if he found him. 500 million light-years away from us, there is a huge planet. According to the information sent back, that star system has changed. Even the stars are orbiting around that planet. Unchanged reported. Cao Mao's eyes flickered slightly. It seemed that this planet must be the civilization of another system owner. He had guessed right. As for why he was so sure, he had never seen any method to upgrade the level of a planet. There are planet promotion cards for sale in the system mall, but they are very expensive, so he did not redeem them. In the early stage, he used them to draw talents for rapid growth. Let's start the fight. Kill the enemy at all costs. Cao Mao was filled with murderous intent. Yes. Unchanged nodded. He had been pinned down and hammered by the opponent twice, so he had to teach the opponent a lesson no matter what. Now he had the support of another wizard tower, so he was full of confidence. Activate the space crossing portal. Target is a planet 500 million light-years away. Prepare the 18th ring of the source of destruction, the world-destroying magic. As the command was given, the 9 halos of the wizard tower flew up and arrived in front of the wizard tower. The 9 rings of another wizard tower also crossed the space and arrived in front of this wizard tower. 18 halos were arranged one by one in front. Form a circular channel. A huge magic array was slowly rotating, with terrifying energy fluctuations constantly brewing on it. Even the slightest leakage of its energy would cause the surrounding stars to shatter. This shows the intensity of its energy. Afterwards, a huge portal opened up, and the scene revealed by the portal was a huge planet, Earth. Humph! Drown them all in one fell swoop. Unchanged sneered, this attack was enough to penetrate the galaxy, and he didn't believe the other party could block it. The magic circle is still constantly absorbing energy from the halo to foster attacks. At this time on Earth, humanity naturally also noticed the appearance of this portal and the terrifying magic circle behind it. Fight against each other? Haha! When have we ever been afraid? Zhou Yuanming grinned. Lift up the black hole matter cannon. Everyone's mouth twitched when they heard this. Our high priest was really evil-hearted to actually bring out such a powerful weapon. However, they are also happy to see that this black hole matter cannon has not been used many times since it was developed because it is so powerful. This is a world-destroying weapon that uses black holes as energy ammunition. Using an absolute space compression technology, each black hole is stored in a huge alien space. Extending from it is a muzzle in the form of force field energy. The muzzle alone is 100 times the size of the Sun. To launch an attack is to make the black hole eject various energy rays and energy shocks of large mass matter. The scene was so spectacular that the attack involved all kinds of spaces, and even those hiding in the four-dimensional space were not spared. Soon, a huge cannon muzzle formed by force field energy appeared in the universe. The inside of the muzzle was pitch black and nothing could be seen, but the wizards in the wizard tower felt a chill. Cao Mao narrowed his eyes slightly. It was natural for the other party to counterattack, but the means. I have never seen them before. Who is stronger and who is weaker will depend on the result. Oh my god, we still have 10 seconds to strike and finish charging. Unchanged spoke. Cao Mao nodded and waited patiently. 10 seconds passed quickly. Unleash the 18 rings magic attack. Launch the black hole matter cannon attack. Buzz. ×2. The two shock waves collided in an instant. After only a moment of contact, one side's shock wave was slowly pushed back. What? Unchanged was stunned and couldn't believe that what was happening before his eyes was real. Cao Mao's eyes flashed. He no longer stood idly by and injected his enormous divine power into the magic circle. With the blessing of this special divine power, the magic shock wave stabilized its retreating trend and slowly took control and pushed towards the human race. Zhou Yuanming looked solemn. Enlarge the black hole evaporation. Yes. No one dared to delay and immediately accelerated the evaporation efficiency of the black hole in the alien space to allow more matter to be ejected. Only then did they regain new control. Snort. Cao Mao snorted coldly and injected divine power more efficiently, eventually allowing the magic shock wave to continue to suppress the black hole matter cannon shock wave and force it to retreat little by little. Zhou Yuanming was no longer calm. Although he knew that this was the result of the other party's creation god's attack, it was not like he had never defeated a god before, so causes supermassive black hole to evaporate. Yes. Everyone on the human race side was also sweating, feeling that the situation was somewhat out of control. Both sides are now in a difficult situation. Once this kind of impact hits, one side will definitely suffer heavy damage. As the supermass in the alien space evaporated rapidly, the black hole matter cannon shock wave once again suppressed the magic shock wave and quickly retreated. Cao Mao was surprised when he saw this, as he had already used 70% of his divine power. Destroy it for me. He no longer hid his abilities, and injected 100% of his divine power into the magic circle. He also used creation points to continuously restore the consumed divine power, achieving an engine effect. The price is that the creation points are reduced at an extremely fast speed, and millions of creation points evaporate in just 1 second. As the humans looked at the magic shockwave coming towards them, Zhou Yuanming made up his mind, evaporate all the black holes in this alien space. If you run out of them, you can just catch them later. Soon, all the black holes in the alien space evaporated and ejected matter at the same time, and the attack wave launched by the black hole matter cannon quickly attacked the wizard tower with an unstoppable force. Cao Mao's pupils shrank, and he quickly mobilized his divine power to release a defensive barrier during the attack. The wizard tower also launched several 18-ring defensive magics. But the attack of the black hole matter cannon hit these defenses like a needle piercing paper, easily piercing through and tearing them apart and continuing to move forward. Buzz! The blow split the sky, causing the galaxies to dim, and the wizards all stood there in a daze. The wizard tower was pierced through in an instant, and the attack continued to destroy the interior of the wizard tower. Space shattered and matter was destroyed wherever it passed. As long as the attack energy does not disappear, it will continue to destroy until it penetrates the wizard tower that is 100 million light-years wide. Under the attack of the black hole matter cannon, hundreds of millions of wizards died peacefully without any pain. Call. Zhou Yuanming exhaled a breath, grinned, and looked like he was asking for a fight. That's it. Everyone. Ahem. High Priest, this attack was very successful. The enemy is estimated to have suffered heavy casualties, but we have also consumed all the black holes stored. Zhou Yuanming waved his hand nonchalantly, it's just a small matter. There are so many black holes in the universe. Are you afraid that you can't find them? Even if we can't find them, we can create them ourselves. Everyone nodded when they heard this. Now that technology has become more advanced, black holes are their energy reserves, and creating a black hole is easy. Chapter 73. The High Priest's words make sense. The other party is probably having a headache right now. I wonder what countermeasures they will come up with. Humph, isn't it just a little stronger than the civilizations we encountered before? It's not like we haven't destroyed them before. Didn't their god of creation take action just now? What was the result? They still lost. Zhou Yuanming said disdainfully. Oh my god! We suffered heavy casualties this time. Almost all the wizards in the 45th world died, and the attack is constantly moving further away. Enhancement said bitterly, who could have thought that this would be the result? Even with the two wizard towers and the help of their gods, they still lost. Cao Mao clenched his hands tightly behind his back and said, this is probably the opponent's trump card. It's normal that it's powerful. Let's fight a tug-of-war with them from now on. Enhancement raised his head and thought, why are we still fighting when it's like this? Or we can run away. The wizard tower can be moved freely anyway. But how could he know that Cao Mao and Zhang Fan both wanted to kill each other? Retreat? That's impossible. We have to fight to the death. Enhancement couldn't go against Cao Mao's words, so he had to do as he was told. So in the following years, the human race and the wizard civilization started a war that lasted for hundreds of years. This war almost affected the entire galaxy. The civilizations that had not yet been eliminated by the two were trembling in fear, unable to sleep all day long as they watched the amazing movements in the universe. They were afraid that a small aftermath would cause them to die in their sleep. What sin have I committed to stay in this galaxy? These two monster civilizations. A Star Lord cursed. There were countless Star Lords like him, and the battle between the two civilizations could not be hidden from other Star Lords. There was once a short-sighted civilization that went to check out the situation, but was destroyed by an attack from nowhere before it even got close. All civilizations within 100 million light-years began to relocate. However, the human race and the wizarding civilization did not give up the expansion of their territory in the constant war. In just 100 years, the human race controlled an area of 600 million light-years, while the wizard civilization controlled an area of 400 million light-years with the help of two wizard towers. The third wizard tower of the wizard civilization was originally under construction, but it was strangled in the cradle by the human race. Therefore, both sides are fighting each other. Today you bomb my territory, and tomorrow I will raid your house. After 1100 years of God's grant, the human civilization level entered the 4th level civilization, and their war with the wizard civilization lasted for 190 years. Years of war have left the entire galaxy in ruins. The human race does not care about the decrease in the dimension of the universe at all, and uses a large amount of two-dimensional foil, which makes the wizard civilization suffer. Even Cao Mao was powerless. He couldn't possibly keep sacrificing his talents, right? He had sacrificed almost all of his rubbish talents, and he couldn't bear to part with the remaining talents. The wizard civilization had no choice but to sacrifice the pawn to save the king. Faced with the two-dimensional dimensionality reduction attack of the human race, they could only avoid it. But wizard civilization also has a solution. You like to use this kind of dimensionality reduction attack, right? Okay, then I will expand the battlefield into your territory. You even downgraded your own home. Who knew that the human race would not play by the rules at all? Isn't it just a dimensionality reduction? I can upgrade to the 4th dimension. I'm not afraid at all. Moreover, Zhang Fan also promised them that he would be able to restore the galaxy in the future. So no worries at all. Crazy. Crazy. And Xinjiao's eyes were filled with horror. I've been fighting for more than 100 years. Do you know how I've been living these past 100 years? I couldn't sleep well at all. As soon as he squinted his eyes, someone reported, "Oh no, Sage. The opponent is using the two-dimensional foil to attack again. Well, let's move." A few more minutes passed. "Oh no, Sage. The opponent has launched a two-dimensional foil attack again." 1200 years after God's gift, humans have developed another dimensional weapon, but this dimensional weapon does not work in three-dimensional space. It acts on four-dimensional space, and its name is three-dimensional brick. This is a means of reducing four-dimensional space to three-dimensional space. The attacked four-dimensional civilization will die if it does not reduce itself into a three-dimensional creature. As for why such a weapon was created, after all, it has no use in attacking wizard civilization. But the universe is so big that there is no guarantee that we will encounter a four-dimensional civilization one day. If we can figure it out early, we don't have to worry about being attacked by the unknown. The philosophy that humans have always adhered to is, I can do without it, but I cannot live without it. Technology has been advancing and civilization has been improving rapidly, but wizard civilization is as abnormal as the technological explosion of the human race. The growth rate has always been slow, resulting in a continuous gap between the two species and human civilization. The two sides went from a stalemate to one side being beaten unilaterally. 1300 years after God's gift, the human race began to plan a shocking plan. If it is successfully implemented, the wizard civilization will have no choice but to wait for death. Let's start the plan. This can only succeed. It can't fail. For our Lord. For my Lord. Thus, the human race began to prepare in secret. In places unnoticed by wizard civilization, the number of black holes in galaxies continues to increase. Moreover, the size of these black holes is extremely terrifying, and even if the human civilization technology has reached the fourth level, it is still difficult to control them. Inside the wizard tower. Why is there no movement today? Has the other party changed his nature? Xinjiao asked doubtfully. I don't know. We didn't detect the other party using the two-dimensional foil attack. Could it be that this weapon has been used up? The other wizards speculated. Used up? You've seen them run wildly without regard for their lives. Xinjiao gritted his teeth. At the peak period, the human race threw hundreds of thousands of foils every day. The rate of dimensionality reduction is terrifying, and the wizard civilization is moving every day. Even so, the wizard tower is in ruins. The other wizard tower was not much better, so the wizard civilization decided to merge the two wizard towers into one. This way you don't have to be hit from both ends by the opponent. After learning from their mistakes, they did not build their wizard towers too large, and tried to shorten the floor space as much as possible, which made them easier to defend. From the original length of 100 million light-years, it has been reduced to a distance of 1,000 light-years. The reduction in range makes the space inside the wizard tower more perfect and more difficult to crack. Although I don't know why I haven't seen the other party use this killer weapon recently, it is definitely not good news. The other party must be planning some big move. Pay close attention to the other party's movements. Unchanged spoke. Yes. Sage. Everyone nodded. At this time, the war between the two sides had reached its most intense moment, and even the human race dispatched their own genetic warriors to fight with the wizards. Relying on the cheating ability of the divine core, each genetic warrior is a scaled-down version of human civilization. When fighting a wizard, just suppress him. If you really can't beat him, use the magic core hosting ability to cheat. What? You say it's unfair? Does that mean it's cheating if you turn it on? If you have the guts, turn it on too. Chapter 74. This kind of shameless ability made Enhancement so angry that he cursed. It would have been bad enough if he couldn't win in the overall combat, but he didn't expect that the individual ability would also be crushed. Waste. Waste. What do you do for a living? Enhancement was furious and pointed at a group of wizards and cursed them. Sage, this is not our fault. It's just that the other party is too abnormal. You have never fought those monsters before. Our magic attacks can't hit them at all. Unless you use magic that acts directly on the body, but I'm actually immune to it. In fact, they are not immune. This is a kind of magic that directly attacks the human race. With their advanced physical strength, the human race can withstand it. Even if you are on the verge of death, you can use high technology to recover instantly. Moreover, after fighting for so many years, the human race has completely understood the inside story of wizard civilization, and has recorded almost all kinds of witchcraft and magic. As soon as you raise your hand, the divine core will have predicted what attack the wizard will release and will be prepared to respond in advance. God granted 1,500 years, and the war continued for another 200 years. In order to avoid arousing suspicion from the wizard civilization, the human race also launched several large-scale raids during this period. This made the other party frightened again, and he held on with great difficulty. After 200 years of preparation, the human race has completed the preparations for that shocking plan. High Priest, all preparations have been completed and the Black Hole Wall project can be implemented. Others were also looking forward to it. What is the Black Hole Wall? It is a defensive measure that is surrounded by black holes. The defense of the Black Hole Wall is watertight and can even defend against dimensionality reduction attacks. Because the singularity of a black hole is zero dimension, all attacks will be frozen in front of a black hole. But the side effect is that after being wrapped, the speed of light inside will decrease, turning it into a low speed of light area, and technology will lose room for advancement. In addition to being used for defense, the black hole wall can also be used for attack. This is also the plan implemented by the human race. How could they possibly block themselves with a black hole wall? It would be almost certain unless we encounter a civilization that we cannot defeat, but the wizard civilization is still far from it. The black hole wall is the powerful weapon they use to completely strangle the wizard civilization. Use the black hole to form a huge strangulation circle, and keep moving inward until all the creatures inside are strangled. Once you are surrounded by the black hole wall, you can only wait for death, because even if you upgrade your dimension, you cannot escape the strangulation of the black hole wall. The powerful gravitational force of a black hole can act in any dimension. Hehe, it's time to end this battle. Zhou Yuanming sneered, it took the human race hundreds of years to kill you. Your wizard civilization can be considered to have died with dignity. Activate the black hole wall. The goal is to completely destroy the wizard civilization. Yes. Start moving all the black holes. The crowd was furious. After fighting for so many years, they were finally getting angry. Unchanged paced back and forth in the command room anxiously. He had a bad feeling today and always felt that something big was going to happen. But recently the human race has not been making much movement, and the battles between the two sides have been small scale and not as fierce as before. But the more this happened, the more uneasy he became, and his right eyelid kept twitching. Have you detected any movement on the other side? Unchanged asked. He had asked this question no less than hundreds of times since this morning. Sage, the other party is not moving. The wizards were helpless. Unchanged had been circling around here and making them feel overwhelmed. If it weren't for his identity, they would have started cursing him long ago. Buzz. Suddenly the space changed. How is that possible? The wizards who had been leisurely just now stood up collectively and looked at the scene with dull eyes. What happened? When Unchanged heard the noise, he immediately walked over, looked in the direction of everyone's gaze, and saw the most horrifying thing in his life. This. Unchanged staggered and then fell to the ground weakly. The scene before my eyes was so terrifying, all I could see were black holes. Moreover, these black holes are adjacent to each other and form a large encirclement. The surrounding space becomes distorted due to its influence, and all information from the outside world is isolated. The worst thing is that these black holes keep moving inwards. Wherever it passes, stars are shattered, space is distorted, and light is bound. Unchanged felt his soul trembling. Why? His eyes also became dull. Soon Cao Mao appeared here. Looking at the black hole wall that appeared, his face looked grim. What the hell is this technology? How can there be such a terrifying ability? Unchanged felt Cao Mao's breath and said tremblingly without looking up, "Oh my god! We are defeated. We are completely defeated. We have completely lost the ability to resist." Because he knew that with the current capabilities of civilization, there was no way to deal with this kind of attack, and he could only wait to be swallowed by the black hole. Cao Mao frowned and said, "I will find a way for you to survive." He didn't want to give up and decided to give it a try. His figure flashed and disappeared from the spot and came to the outside world. Looking at the shrinking black hole wall, he did not dare to delay too long and quickly activated the billion magic. Divine Art, Eternal State. Divine Art, Immunity Body. Divine Art, Time Freeze. Divine Art, Extremely Poor Body. Divine Magic. Divine arts are continuously released to act on the body, allowing it to stack billions of buffs to avoid the erosion of the black hole. After finishing all the preparations, Cao Mountain exhaled a breath, his eyes flashed, his spirit body rose infinitely, and he came to the edge of the black hole wall. Cao Mao picked a black hole that looked smaller and crashed into it with his divine body. Bang! Ah! Cao Mao felt pain. Only when he came into close contact did he realize the horror of this extreme celestial body. Even a 9th-level divine body with various buffs stacked on it could not escape the pull of being swallowed. He felt his divine blood flowing backwards and his outer body being constantly crushed and worn out. Cao Mao didn't dare to delay for a second and hurriedly pushed the black hole to create a way out. "Open it for me." As Cao Mao exerted more force, the black hole actually moved slightly, but it was very small. Who? Cao Mao was breathing heavily, looking at his worn-out hands with a dull look in his eyes. He quickly distanced himself and used the creation points to recover from his injuries. Ah! Damn it! Cao Mao roared, feeling powerless for the first time. Sacrifice! I want to sacrifice to erase these black holes for me. Cao Mao communicated with the power of rules and hoped that the rules would help him get out of the predicament. "I'm sorry, Star Lord, your request failed. Due to your frequent use of the rules, the stakes have been increasing. Your current stakes are not enough to solve this problem. Secondly, the Star Master on the other side has also paid a certain amount of chips to prohibit you from using the rules this time, so your request is rejected at 2 points. Cao Mao was stunned, his eyes revealing disbelief. Chapter 75. FK. Cao Mao cursed a lot. He didn't expect the other party to be so thoughtful. He was really disgusted. Faced with the black hole wall that was approaching again, he could only retreat back into the wizard tower in shame. The atmosphere in the wizard tower is now very heavy, and everyone knows that there is no hope of escape. How could they have the confidence to escape when even their god could not save them? System, do you have a way to help me get out of this crisis? Cao Mao asked his system in his heart. The copy system did not expect that this promotion assessment would end with its failure. It also wanted to take action to deal with these black hole walls, but the rules were always watching. Once it took action, all its abilities would be banned and it could only wait for death. After 1,600 years of God's gift, the black hole wall has swallowed up 1/3 of the area of the wizard tower. Faced with this desperate situation, all wizards gave up resistance and began to live the rest of their lives in peace and stability. The wizard civilization began to be in turmoil, all kinds of ugly inner thoughts were exposed, and desires were not concealed. Since we will die in the end anyway, we might as well live happily for a while before dying. For a moment, the wizard tower turned into a hell on earth. After 1,800 years of God's gift, the entire wizard tower was devoured, leaving only Cao Mao struggling to support it. After so many years of devouring, the black holes will gradually merge, and now 4 supermassive black holes have been formed, imprisoning Cao Mao in place. He continued to use his divine power to resist the erosion, but his recovery speed was no match for the lethality of the black hole. His breath gradually faded, and he finally collapsed due to exhaustion. It was at this time that the 4 black holes disappeared and were moved to other places by humans. Zhang Fan appeared in front of Cao Mao. In the dark, Yayu looked at the dying Cao Mao and smiled when he sensed the same breath in the other's body. This assessment took a really long time, and the entire galaxy was torn apart by the fight between the two sides. Ding! Other systems detected. Host, run away! The system in Cao Mao's body immediately sounded an alarm, urging Cao Mao to leave quickly. But Cao Mao didn't have the strength left. He glanced at the majestic Zhang Fan and smiled bitterly. It would be great if there was only one system in this world, ahem. Zhang Fan's eyes moved slightly. He thought Cao Mao would say something harsh, but he didn't expect him to say this. But you can't blame me for the old enemy war, rest in peace. Zhang Fan sighed, walked forward and killed Cao Mao completely. Without the host, the vector's replication system was exposed. Zhang Fan couldn't see it, but Yayu could naturally see it. The copy system wanted to escape, but the next moment the terrifying power of rules descended. I don't want to die. It's just my host who failed, not me. As long as I find another host, I can rise again. The replication system is struggling desperately and still arguing. But from the beginning to the end, this is an assessment of the system's capabilities, and the strength of the host is also a reflection of the system's functional assistance. Now that your host has been defeated, it means that your system functions are not as strong as the opponent's. Only one system can survive in one assessment, and naturally the loser will die. Under the restrictions of the rules, the ability of the copy system has been greatly reduced and its strength has been completely banned. Yayu did not delay and left Zhang Fan's body and rushed towards the replication system. No! The copy system yelled unwillingly, but eventually died at Yayu's hands. Plunder! Yayu activated the system function to continuously absorb the essence of the replication system and take its system functions for himself. After a moment. System, Yayu. Level, sequence level, no serial number. System function, plunder. System functions that have been plundered, amplification of all things, currently 100 times, summoning from another world, and copying. Original point, omitted. Congratulations on the successful upgrade of the system. The system level has been upgraded to the sequence level. You now have 7 days to prepare. Choose to leave this world in 7 days or leave now. After Yeyu absorbed the replication system, he received a reminder from the rules that this world still needed to arrange its affairs, so he chose to leave after 7 days. Then he returned to Zhang Fan's body. Hey, is it finally over? Zhang Fan exhaled a breath. This battle lasted really long. However, now is not the time to sigh. He grabbed the dead Cao Mao and crushed his body into pure creation points for absorption. This time, there were a lot of creation points, so many that he felt his body bloated after absorbing them all. Ding! Detected that the other party has a talent. Do you want to copy it? Snatch, wait, copy. Zhang Fan subconsciously wanted to say plunder, but when he saw the word copy, he was at a loss. That's right, copy. The system has just been upgraded and gained the copy function. Yeyu said proudly. Zhang Fan's eyes lit up. This was a good sentiment. He quickly said, copy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the innate magic path, S-level, Oracle, S-level, planetary transformation, S-level. In an instant, a large number of prompt sounds exploded in Zhang Fan's mind, scaring him so much that he quickly turned off the prompt sounds, and then watched as talents that were almost all S-level or above flashed before his eyes. The whole process lasted several minutes. In total, he obtained hundreds of thousands of S-level and above talents. FK. This guy is worthy of being the owner of the system. Zhang Fan's eyes widened. Ding! Talent, triggering the amplification function, transforming to. A large number of talents flashed by again, making Zhang Fan grin from ear to ear. It was like Qin Shiwang touching the electric wire, Ying was numb. Ding! Talent detected. Do you want to plunder? It's still possible. Zhang Fan was dumbfounded. He could still do it, right? But he didn't care and said directly, plunder. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the talent. Another burst of talent information flashed by. Ding! Talent. Triggers the amplification function. Transforms to. However, in a short period of time, Zhang Fan's talent skyrocketed from hundreds of thousands to more than 1 million. It is really terrifying, and after being 100 times amplified, the lowest talent is SS level, and there are more than 100,000 SSS level ones. Yeyu in the dark couldn't help but click his tongue, copying plus amplification plus plundering, he could only say who else. This kind of superposition makes his auxiliary ability increase exponentially. Even if it is a pig, he can support it to become the strongest in the world. Notice to the entire galaxy that if the remaining civilizations do not surrender, they will face destruction. Give them 1 day to think about it, and open a wormhole to allow their creator gods to come to Earth. Zhang Fan said majestically that the galaxy war has not yet been completely ended, but the remaining ones are just small fry, and it is time for him to take control of the entire galaxy and become a domain lord. Yes. Zhou Yuanming quickly activated the technology to broadcast to the entire galaxy. This technology of notifying the entire galaxy is a piece of cake for the current 4th level civilization human species. Before long, all civilizations hiding in the galaxy received the news. Looking at the portal that appeared precisely on their planet, the star masters of all civilizations fell silent. They originally thought that the other party was arrogant and wondered how could they find it in such a huge galaxy. Chapter 76. But the reality is that the other party can really find it. After all, the portal has been projected onto your planet. As for escaping, how to run? If they can find it now, they will definitely be able to find it in the future. By then, I will be ruthlessly killed by them. Alas! It seems that a domain master is about to be born in our galaxy. Some star lords of second-level civilizations sighed. Over the years, they naturally knew that there were two big guys fighting in this galaxy. The one who survived would be the ruler of the entire galaxy, and they could only obey. 3 days passed. All the star lords in the galaxy came to Earth through the portal. This is so big. The star masters who came to Earth were dumbfounded. What the hell is this planet? Why is it so many times bigger than their own stars? Everyone, follow me, my master has been waiting for a long time, don't let my master wait too long and lose patience. Zhou Yuanming's figure appeared in front of many star masters. Facing these creator gods, Zhou Yuanming was not at all nervous. They were just a bunch of false gods. What was there to be afraid of? Seeing the disrespect in Zhou Yuanming's tone, some star masters frowned. Since Zhang Fan, who was also a god, said this, they didn't dare to have any objections, but how dare you, a native, be so arrogant? As if he had guessed what they were thinking, Zhou Yuanming chuckled, humph. The aura of a 9th-level genetic master burst out, which made all the star masters a little confused. This was because Zhou Yuanming's aura was actually no weaker than that of a 7th-level star lord, and the highest level among them were only a few who had just stepped into the 8th-level star lord realm. Suddenly, many star masters were speechless. The civilization of the big guys is the civilization of the big guys. Even a native is stronger than some star masters. Tisk tisk. Do you want to let people live? Soon, the star masters followed Zhou Yuanming to a huge square. Zhang Fan, who was sitting in a high position, slowly flew up and looked down at them. You should be thankful that you made a wise decision. Take inventory to see if any civilized gods have not arrived. Zhang Fan spoke calmly. Zhou Yuanming quickly began to retrieve big data for proofreading. Replying to my lord, there are only 543,221 civilizations left, and 543,221 civilizations are present. All civilization gods have arrived. Good. Zhang Fan nodded with satisfaction. Come on, come forward one by one and sign the contract of submission. The contract is drawn up by rules. Once signed, these star masters cannot betray Zhang Fan, otherwise they will die. Star lords, you look at me and I look at you. It took a long time before a leading star lord came forward to sign the contract. Seeing this, the other star lords had no choice but to line up obediently. Zhang Fan also took advantage of this gap to copy their talents one by one. There was no need to plunder them, after all, they would be his subordinates in the future. In this way, he gained more than 500,000 talents. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye, and all the star lords signed the surrender contract and returned to their own planets. And at this time, the announcement of the rules came. Congratulations Star Lord for completing the galaxy's rule and becoming a domain lord. You now have a chance to restore all matter in the galaxy except for the existing civilizations. Can I do it for you? Zhang Fan's eyes flickered. I'm going to have to pretend today. Can. The rules give Zhang Fan authority. In an instant, Zhang Fan felt his whole body filled with strength, and he had the illusion that he was invincible. Wait for me to restart the galaxy. Zhang Fan flew into the universe, his divine body gradually grew larger, and a tall figure blocked out the sky and overlooked the galaxy spanning a billion light years. Look at my magical power. I'm coming back. His eyes burst with golden light like the sun, and his hands burst out with endless power of rules, covering the entire galaxy. The creatures inside stood there blankly, looking at the tall figure, at a loss as to what to do. Zhou Yuanming's eyes were filled with enthusiasm. This was the true God. This was the God of creation. My Lord's divine power. He knelt down and kowtowed respectfully, and the other humans also knelt down and kowtowed enthusiastically. My Lord, God is mighty. The huge force of rules acts on the entire galaxy. The three-dimensional space that was reduced to a smaller dimension by humans is restored to its original state, and other destroyed celestial bodies are also restored one by one. The grandeur of the scene is breathtaking. All the Star Lords were dumbfounded, and secretly thanked their luck that they did not resist this big guy, otherwise he would have been able to kill them with just one finger. Soon after, all matter in the galaxy except existing civilizations returned to its original state. Zhang Fan nodded in satisfaction and returned to Earth. The omnipotent power in his body also receded, making him secretly feel it was a pity. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the system task. Reward: 1 chance to win a God-level lottery and 100 million system points. After being promoted to Domain Lord, Zhang Fan also completed the system's mission many years ago. I took a look at my system panel. Host: Zhang Fan. Level: First level Domain Master. Bound Planet: Earth, God-level planet. Talents: Star of Abundance, A level, Evolution of Civilization, A level, Greed, S level, God's Presence, S level, Good Weather, A level, Way of Magic, SS level, Can be promoted, Avenue of Science and Technology, God level, Technology Explosion, SS level, Omniscience and Omnipotence, SS level, Enlightenment of All Things, SSS level. Civilization under its command, humanity, technology is exploding. Civilization level, 4.2. System functions, plunder, amplification of all things, 100 times, summoning from another world, copying. System point, 100534000. System evaluation: you have grown up with the help of the system and are now a qualified system host. Ahead is a vast sea of stars that you need to see for yourself. Exchange for a God-level lottery, and then get 2 chances to draw together. Ding! 100 million system points deducted, exchange successful. Start drawing rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the God-level talent All Things Return to 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the God-level item talent upgrade card. The God-level talent All Things Return to 1 triggers a 100-fold increase and transforms into the God-level talent Control of All Things. The God-level item talent upgrade card triggers a 100-fold amplification and transforms into a rule-level item talent upgrade card. Zhang Fan glanced at the new talent, felt it was just average, and stopped paying attention to it. Instead, he looked at the rule-level item that appeared for the first time. Talent upgrade card, rule level. You can select a talent to upgrade it by 1 level. The highest level of the new talent cannot exceed the rule level. Zhang Fan's eyes lit up and he touched his chin. It seemed that above the God level was the rule level. Then my talent fusion card. The system used the talent fusion card to fuse all the talents except for Technology Avenue and Technology Explosion. Ding! Starting to fuse talents. Zhang Fan waited patiently. There were more than 1 million talents. Could the fused talents exceed the rule level? Ding! Talent fusion is successful. The host obtains the half-step transcendent talent Transcendence. Ding! The half-step transcendental talent triggers a 100-fold amplification and transforms into the transcendental talent Transcendent. Transcendent level. You have broken free from the constraints of the rules. In this realm, the rules no longer restrict you, and you can use some of the power of the rules. Chapter 77. Looking at the new talent, Zhang Fan's eyes widened. What the hell? I didn't expect that this God-level item could actually create a super-level talent. Awesome! With this talent, who is he afraid of? He can walk sideways in this world. Of course, he has not forgotten to use rule-level props, which he intends to save for his talent in science and technology. The avenue of science and technology and the talent for technological explosion are the core of the development of the human species and cannot be lost. System, use the talent upgrade card to upgrade the talent of the Science and Technology Avenue. Ding! Used successfully. The God-level talent Science and Technology Avenue was promoted to the Rule-level talent Science and Technology Rules. Technological rules. Rule level: you can understand the rules of the universe, and the civilization under your command can develop technology at the level of universe rules. In one word, strong. Host, please exchange the remaining system points for creation points. Yayu spoke up. Zhang Fan's expression froze, and his joy suddenly disappeared. System, are you leaving? Yes, now you have the ability to protect yourself, and the system's mission here has been completed. It's time to leave. Yayu said. Zhang Fan let out a breath. Although he knew this day would come, he didn't expect it to come so soon. Okay. Although I don't know what your purpose is, I will never forget your help to me. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be who I am today. I might have died at the hands of other Star Masters. Then see you later. See you later. Yayu exchanged the remaining system points for creation points, and his main body left Zhang Fan's body and came out of the world. The system level has finally been upgraded. Let me see the future arrangements and promotion rules. Yayu began to check the new rules. The first thing that comes to mind is the sequence level. When the system was first created, everyone was a level 1 system, and the system level was improved by constantly plundering the origin of the world. After reaching the 9th level of perfection, if you want to continue to advance, you must participate in the system assessment, which is everything Yayu has just experienced in this world. Fighting against another system. In the universe, there are countless systems, and if you are lucky, you may encounter other systems. However, for the sake of stability, most systems will not rashly fight with other systems. If the other system level is higher than yours, you will have no chance to escape once you get close. It will only lead the sheep into the tiger's mouth and become the opponent's origin point. Yayu also plundered dozens of worlds before he encountered 2 systems. If he didn't know that his plundering function was a rule-based skill that could plunder the functions of other systems, he would not have fought with them. But the ending is good. The first system broke into the world when he was about to kill Tiandao. Then he imprisoned Tiandao and used the world's authority to suppress the power of that system. Only after he almost destroyed the world did he kill and devour that system. Plundered the first system function, amplification of all things. Having 2 system functions made it much easier for him to plunder the world later. After encountering the second system, he completely defeated the opponent's host with the 2 functions. A system that has lost its host will be greatly reduced in strength under the suppression of the heavenly Dao, unless the system level is much higher than the world. However, many systems seek to plunder worlds of similar level to their own, and the origins from small worlds are not even enough to fill the gaps. Therefore, that system was suppressed by the heavenly Dao, and he easily killed and plundered the opponent, and obtained the second system function, summoning from another world. I can only say that this function is a bit tasteless and a pity to throw away. According to the classification of rule category, function category, auxiliary category, and other categories, it should be considered as other categories. My third function copy is actually a rule-based one. Since it's a rule-based system, it should be able to copy other system functions, right? Why does the other side only have one function? Yayu was a little confused, then he began to explore carefully. I see. Although it is a rule-based system, if you want to copy the system's functions, you still need to kill other systems, because the system itself is an embodiment of rules. If you copy someone again, they can use the rules to resist copying, so you have to kill them completely. Yayu nodded in understanding. It seems that the replication system had never killed other systems before, and I was able to kill one of them only when the time and place were right. This laid the foundation. After the level is upgraded to the sequence level, the system functions are also greatly enhanced. Yayu sensed that in the past, if the host wanted to plunder other people's talents, he had to kill the other person, but now he only needs to touch them. When it comes to copying, the priority is higher. As long as it is detected within a certain range, it can be copied without touching. What level is after the sequence level? Why is it not displayed? Yu was very confused. He wanted to check the path to promotion first, so why was there no information about it? He immediately gave feedback through the system background and received an immediate response based on the rules. Once the system level reaches the sequence level, you must participate in the sequence competition to upgrade the level. The Battle of Sequence. Yu was speechless for a while. The name sounded unfriendly. It was clear at first glance that they would have to fight with other systems again, but the serial numbers were definitely not many, and the number of participating systems was definitely countless. Now I can't upgrade my system level by plundering the origin of the world, so I can only participate. I have 4 system functions, and I don't believe I can't beat them all. Join us. Yu signed up for the sequence competition without saying a word. Congratulations on your successful registration. You will be transferred to the designated area and wait. Call out. The picture flashed. By the time Yu reacted, he had already arrived at a special area where dozens of his kind gathered. Looking at Yu who had just arrived, the other systems cast their eyes over and began to investigate Yu without any concealment. Snort. Yu snorted coldly, and the powerful force of rules wrapped himself to prevent other systems from detecting. Seeing this, the systems withdrew their gazes. The systems that came here were not novices, and they gave up when they found that Yu's resistance was quick and there was no gain. Yu looked around for a while and found an unsystematic corner to wait. Time passed by bit, and no one knew how much time had passed. No system was communicating in this chaos. Since we are all enemies here, any more we say will only expose our own cards. After Yu, dozens of systems came in one after another. When the number of systems present reached 100, an irresistible force of rules finally descended. The number has been reached, and the sequence battle begins. There are 100 systems participating in this sequence competition, but only 10 sequence numbers. They are 00, 01, 02, 03, 04, 05, 06, 07, 08, 09. There is only one way to upgrade the sequence level, and that is to snatch the origin of the rules. The origin of rules has been placed in an area of the universe. These origins of rules are in the hands of the world consciousness within it. How to obtain them depends on your own means. All rule origins can only nourish 10 sequence level systems. After the birth of 10 sequence level systems, other systems will be erased. In addition, killing other systems can snatch the origin of rules that the other party has swallowed. Chapter 78. Then, the sequence battle begins. Start deploying systems to the designated area. No system may leave this area before the sequence battle is over. Violators will be killed. The battle for the DZY regional sequence begins. Call out. The scene changed, and Yu was once again thrown into the void by the rules. 100 systems. Yu's eyes flickered and he felt a little stressed. He looked around and found that this area was very large, containing hundreds of worlds. If you want to get the origin of the rules, you have to go back to the old way and enter the world to plunder. There were no other systems around him, and it was estimated that all the systems were evenly disrupted and deployed to other places. Isn't it just training the host? It's easy. Yu chose a direction and plunged into a world. It's an advanced world. The barriers are quite thick, but it can't stop me. Using the power of origin to chisel out a gap, Yu drilled in. In an instant, a huge repulsive force came over me, which was a manifestation of the world's instinctive rejection of external creatures. Great! The stronger the repulsive force, the stronger the world, and the more origins of rules it contains. This is an advantage. Yayu smiled and quickly found a host to hide in before Tiandao noticed him. Today is the first time for your class to awaken to reincarnation. Whether or not you can become a reincarnated person depends on your talent and opportunities. If you cannot officially become a reincarnated person, then you can only become a vassal of other reincarnated people. Don't say it's cruel, but without the protection of other reincarnated people, you will probably die in the grey fog within a few months. A middle-aged man on the stage was telling the story. A group of young people in the audience became nervous, as today was the day for them to decide their future destiny. Everything depends on God's will. This is a world where everyone is reincarnated. Everyone can initially awaken the mark of reincarnation when they reach adulthood. By entering the reincarnation tower with the reincarnation mark, you can be reincarnated into another world. That's right, this world is invading other worlds. The reincarnated people of this world are plunderers from other worlds. Faced with these predators, those worlds would instinctively bring down various disasters to strangle the reincarnated. Only by changing one's fate and surviving the instinctive strangulation of those worlds, and then learning some cultivation systems from that world or knowledge that is not available in this world and reaching a certain level of contribution, can one officially become a reincarnated person. So that they can continue to reincarnate in the future, while those who fail to meet the standards will become ordinary people or vassals of other reincarnated ones. You will be dependent on others all your life, and you cannot disobey what they tell you to do. Every year, there are a large number of losers who, unwilling to live in mediocrity or die in the grey fog, sell their bodies at a low price and become vassals of other reincarnated beings. After becoming a vassal, a powerful reincarnator can get a chance for the vassal to reincarnate again. After reincarnation again and meeting the same requirements, one can officially become a reincarnated person. However, these people are already vassals of other reincarnated people, and even if they become reincarnated people, they will be restricted by others for the rest of their lives and cannot resist. But even so, there are still a large number of people who come forward to become vassals, because by becoming a reincarnated person, they can not only gain a longer lifespan, but also see the beauty of other worlds. These are not things that ordinary people can experience. Due to the existence of the grey fog, the lifespan of ordinary people in this world is only about 50 years. Okay, that's enough talk, now follow me to the reincarnation tower. The middle-aged man on the stage pushed up his glasses and walked out. Seeing this, the others followed one by one. Soon everyone came to a reincarnation tower. There is a reincarnation tower like this in every city, and there is no one to guard it. Many people reincarnate every day, but there is a special passage for students. Others saw the students whispering. According to the time, it is time for this year's students to be reincarnated. That's right. My future destiny depends on this opportunity. Fortunately, I was able to complete the target and become a formal reincarnation. Although being a reincarnated person is very risky, I have lived a very comfortable life these years, playing tricks with my vassals every day. They are all very pretty. If I hadn't become a reincarnated person, I wouldn't even dare to dream of getting such a woman. Ahem, you're right. I see there are a few pretty girls in this class. If they fail, I'll go find them. Brother, don't keep them all to yourself. Leave a few for me. I'm almost tired of playing with those guys. It's time to change some of them. Okay, okay. People around were whispering, and many male reincarnated people set their sights on several good-looking girls in the team. That blazing gaze was not concealed at all. This is the norm in this world, and some fair-skinned boys are also favored by other female reincarnated people. Zhang Mu felt several fiery gazes and looked up, and found a heavy-duty woman staring at him, and the other gazes were also from ugly-looking women. This gave him a chill. No. I must become a reincarnated one, otherwise I will never become a vassal even if I die. Zhang Mu shook his head and ignored the gazes. Following the middle-aged man through a special passage, they entered the reincarnation tower. The door to reincarnation is in front of us. Once you enter it, you can reincarnate. Everyone in the first world is reincarnated randomly. If you want to reincarnate in a specific world in the future, you need to use reincarnation points to purchase a specific world card. Secondly, there is a chance of awakening talent every time you reincarnate. With talent, the chance of completing the target will be greatly improved. Talent levels are divided into white ordinary, green excellent, blue high quality, purple epic, gold legendary and red mythical, which has never appeared before. These awakened talents will not be inherited to the real world, which means they cannot be carried over to the next world. Unless you have completely conquered that world and are completely controlled by the main world, heaven will give you rewards. I estimate that heaven will reward you with these awakened talents. Of course, the above is just my personal speculation, and there is no such thing as a reincarnated person revealing this. The middle-aged man spoke slowly. Zhang Mu listened very carefully. Even a little bit of useful information would affect his future reincarnation. The useful information in this world is firmly controlled by many reincarnated people. The middle-aged man told them so much undoubtedly in the hope that they would give birth to more reincarnated people. His purpose is unknown. Zhang Mu analyzed that as to why those reincarnated people wanted to keep a tight control on the information. It was because they were intentionally trying to control the number of reincarnated people. The first group of reincarnated people did not want any up-and-coming people to surpass them, so they naturally suppressed the younger generation. The later generations also did not want anyone to surpass themselves, so this default rule was formed. If you want information, you can, just bring enough chips to exchange for it. Okay, that's all I can say. From now on, it's up to you. Once you enter the reincarnation world, no matter how long you stay there, only one day will pass when you return to the main world. After saying this, the middle-aged man left and went out to wait. Everyone looked at each other, then gritted their teeth and stepped into the door of reincarnation. Zhang Mu followed closely and entered the gate of reincarnation.